Ling Zeyu was murdered. Reflecting on his life, he harbors intense hatred for two individuals. One is the architect of his demise, while the other is a name he cannot utter, Huo Yuan. He was but a dog kept by Huo Yuan, summoned at will and discarded when no longer desired. A car accident marred his visage, compelling Huo Yuan to bestow upon him a generous severance package, instructing him to leave. His loathing for Huo Yuan consumed him, and he cursed him day and night. Yet, in the throes of death, the truth struck him like a poisoned dagger to the heart. The other party proclaimed, "Everyone has the right to hate Huo Yuan, except for you." Chapter 1. The fatal accident at 3 in the morning that a silver McLaren sped down the desolate Bay Jiang Road with astonishing velocity. Ling Zeyu's eyes were red, his pallid hands trembling as he gripped the steering wheel, desperately pressing the brake. The brakes failed. This revelation shattered him. One hand controlled the steering wheel while the other attempted to dial for help, only to receive a call from his friend Peng. He answered promptly, his voice fraught with urgency. "My brakes have failed. Hurry, call the police. I'm about to reach Bay Jiang Bridge." A mocking laughter echoed from the other end. "Oh, is that so? Your speed is quicker than I anticipated." Ling Zeyu froze for a moment. Memories of Peng borrowing his car flashing in his mind, his expression darkening. "You tampered with my car? Well, you're not entirely foolish." Fury engulfed Ling Zeyu as he violently swerved to avoid a near collision, intending to hang up and call for help instead. But the other party seemed to anticipate his action, leisurely continuing, "Oh, don't hang up just yet. I have some good news to share." Ling Zeyu had no interest in good news at such a life-threatening juncture, yet the next statement halted him in his tracks that it concerns Master Huo Yuan. That name still held significance at this critical juncture of his life. His grip tightened, nails digging into flesh as he coldly retorted, "Do not mention him." A low chuckle emanated from the other end, seemingly pleased with Ling Zeyu's reaction. "It's evident you harbor deep resentment towards him." Then a sinister laugh followed. "However, everyone has the right to despise him, except for you." This statement deepened Ling Zeyu's disgust, his once exquisite face marred by a scar resembling a centipede on the right side. It was this scar, born from the accident, that led Huo Yuan to propose their separation, bestowing upon him a severance payment to ensure his departure. He had no right. How ludicrous! Did Huo Yuan not provoke him in the first place? Just because his appearance was disfigured, Huo Yuan cast him aside. Did he not realize that everyone was reveling in his misfortune? He loathed him deeply, cursing him day and night, wishing for his solitude, wishing for him to be forever devoid of true companionship. In a fit of rage, Ling Zeyu swerved once more, driving onto the bridge. "Young Master Ling, are you not even a bit curious? Huo Yuan was in the same vehicle. Did you not feel anything at the moment of the accident?" Ling Zeyu was bewildered, his mind sluggish as the accident from 2 years prior replayed in his thoughts. At that time, he sat in the left rear seat, while Huo Yuan occupied the space beside him. In the instant of the collision, no one anticipated it. Two vehicles collided, a large truck barreling down, and under the force of gravity, he lost consciousness vaguely. Recalling being held tightly by someone, pain coursing through his body, particularly in his face. Under such immense force, the driver died instantly, and your position was perilous. Why was it that you only suffered disfigurement while everything else remained intact? Ling Zeyu's body stiffened, grappling with the implications. Take a guess as to why Huo Yuan vanished after your accident. Why? What could it possibly mean? He had been disfigured. All Huo Yuan cherished was his face, now ruined, so of course, he would no longer be liked. He told himself this, though his hands trembled uncontrollably, unable to maintain grip on the steering wheel. "Ling Zeyu, what are you afraid of? Take another guess as to why he bestowed such a lavish severance package upon you. Know that it encompassed quite a lot. Property, vehicles, even shares, all of which belong to you, though regrettably, you sold them to me, making them mine." Ling Zeyu's eyes reddened, veins bulging, his fist striking the steering wheel as a terrifying supposition took form in his mind, one he dared not believe. "No, impossible. How could this be? If you had paid attention to the Huo family's interviews, you would know that Huo Yuan has not attended a formal event in quite some time. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means he is dead, no. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Ling Zeyu howled, losing all semblance of reason. The head of the Huo group in S City, Huo Yuan, perished in a car accident on January 23rd at 3 p.m. This was the headline of the Huo Daily that day. Did you not see it? Oh, I forgot. Before his death, Master Huo instructed that everything be kept simple, concealed from the public, known only to internal personnel. With a resounding crash, the silver luxury car collided with the bridge railing, the speed so great that the vehicle soared over the barrier, plummeting into the river below. The water erupted in colossal waves as the car began its slow descent beneath the surface, alarms blaring, voices shouting. A car has plunged into the river. Quick, save them! Ling Zeyu heard nothing. Water rushed into the vehicle, and his eardrums began to ring. Visions of memories he had forcibly forgotten resurfaced in his mind. This is the severance package Master Huo provided. Once you sign, you are free. Do you think you are worthy of meeting Master Huo with that face? The day after the accident, he awoke to being cast aside. Clutching the money, he wandered aimlessly through the streets. The new year approaching, the atmosphere festive, red lanterns adorning trees, children clad in vibrant attire. While the mall screen displayed a host in somber black attire, a grave expression upon their face. All employees of the Huo group wore white and black that day. The signs had always been there. He had been blinded by hatred. Water slowly infiltrated his nostrils, ears, eyes. A hole had formed in the window. He could have swum out and been saved, yet it felt as if a barrier stood before him. He knew he could not escape, for it was shackled by the chains of his own heart. The cold, green water sent shivers through his body. He did not struggle, allowing the river to consume him, his eyes gently closing. Huo Yuan, did you not claim you would never love another? Why did you do this? In his final moments, Ling Zeyu posed this question, one that had haunted him for a lifetime. But no one could offer him an answer. Only the soft murmur of flowing water echoed in his ears. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Ling Zeyu awoke to the sound of dripping water stirring from his stupor, his eyes fluttering open to find himself locked in a gaze with a pair of eyes. Startled, he bolted upright, only to find himself ensnared and unable to move. He could only stare, wide-eyed, at the entity before him, trembling as he whispered, "Are you human or ghost?" Chapter 2. Caught in the act, does my attire not reveal anything? Ling Zeyu gazed at the figure before him, whose flushed face, high cheekbones, and glaring eyes displayed an unsettling fury, complemented by protruding fangs, a black jade crown upon his head, and a dark python robe draping his form. Behind the throne in the grand hall stood the formidable ox-head and horse-face, brandishing steel forks in a cross stance. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was face to face with the living embodiment of the King of Hell. The figure offered no rebuttal as he rose and began scribbling with the judge's pen on the book of life and death. "What is your name?" Ling Zeyu hesitated for a few seconds, inquiring, "Is my name not inscribed there?" "Indeed, it is," the King of Hell replied, his expression peculiar. "How could it not be?" Ling Zeyu's irritation grew. "If my name is absent, why am I being detained?" The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. At that moment, a ghostly messenger approached with news. "My lord, he refuses to drink the Mungpas soup." The King of Hell erupted in fury. "If he refuses, then so be it. What do you expect me to do? Just because I say so, he will drink it." Ling Zeyu interjected. The King of Hell waved dismissively, allowing the matter to rest, confident that Ling Zeyu would face his own consequences in due time. After the messenger departed, the King of Hell's gaze returned to Ling Zeyu, and he muttered under his breath, "That insolent brat is truly fortunate." Furrowing his brow, Ling Zeyu was about to inquire further when the King of Hell continued, "Ling Zeyu, your lifespan is not yet at its end. I shall return you to your previous existence." However, before he could finish, Ling Zeyu vehemently shook his head, declaring, "I will not return. I wish to remain here." "What is the purpose of going back when Huo Yuan is no longer in this world? You refuse to return? How am I to report back then?" The King of Hell's temper flared instantly as Ling Zeyu regarded him with suspicion. "Report what exactly?" Coughing twice, the King of Hell clarified, "What I mean to say is that I am aware of the unresolved obsession in your heart. Hence, I am granting you an opportunity to reverse time and return to 4 years prior." Ling Zeyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "For years ago? That would be when I was 22, the second year I met Huo Yuan." Precisely. I accept. Without a hint of hesitation, Ling Zeyu seized the opportunity, perceiving it as a fortuitous stroke of luck. The king of hell nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, summoning the black and white impermanence to the main hall. Suddenly, a thought struck Ling Zeyu, and he quickly added, "And I do not wish to drink the Mungpa's soup." The king of hell nearly crushed the ring he held in his hand, casting an ominous glance back. "What do you take this place for? A marketplace? Bargaining with me here?" Just as Ling Zeyu assumed the king would refuse his request, he raised his hand, conceding, "Very well." Following by Wu Chang, Ling Zeyu left. Once he departed, the king of hell removed his mask, discarding it atop the desk, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. At that moment, a ghostly messenger approached, stating, "My lord, this may not adhere to the regulations. Are the rules dictated by you or by me?" Ling Zeyu was abruptly awakened by the deafening sound of music. Blinking in confusion as he opened his eyes, he was momentarily blinded by the flashing lights, instinctively raising a hand to shield himself. Before he could fully cover his eyes, an exuberant voice captured his attention. "Ling Zeyu, wake up. Let us get the party started." A youth, upon witnessing Ling Zeyu's awakening, shook his arm vigorously. Ling Zeyu became instantly alert. Jiang Yiming? However, the surrounding noise was too overwhelming for his words to reach the other. Something felt eerily familiar about this scene. Was this at the Xingye? Lying on the sofa, he gazed at the table before him, laden with an array of liquor bottles. In the center of the stage opposite, a figure of unparalleled allure swayed like a serpentine goddess amidst the dance floor, yet the majority of onlookers were men. He swallowed hard, an ominous premonition gnawing at his heart. As he pulled out his phone to check the time, despair washed over him. How could it be this day? Was fate conspiring against him? Without a second thought, he sprang to his feet, hastily retrieving his coat from the floor and donning it. "Where are you going?" Jiang Yiming called out from behind him. "Home," Ling Zeyu replied, not even glancing back. "But that person is on a business trip. Why are you leaving so early?" Jiang's voice echoed, but his words fell on deaf ears. Ling Zeyu made a quick detour to the restroom, splashing cold water on his face, which awakened him somewhat. Staring into the mirror, he found himself in a daze. His damp chestnut hair fell carelessly across his forehead, framing a visage so flawless it was beyond reproach. His gem-like eyes sparkled with an enchanting brilliance, and his lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. This face had not been marred. Yet, the reflection's smile faltered as the impending events loomed in his mind, extinguishing any flicker of joy. Almost instinctively, he turned and bolted outside, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Once in the car, he slammed the door shut. "Driver, to Chiyuan, and please hurry." His phone was dead, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. It was on this very day in his previous life that Zhuang Rong had told him that Huo Yuan was away on a business trip and had invited him out for a night of relaxation. He had assumed they would frequent an arcade, but to his astonishment, they had ended up at a gay bar. As if that were not enough, Huo Yuan had returned prematurely, or perhaps he had never left at all. Thus, it was easy to imagine the look of displeasure on Huo Yuan's face when he returned. Reeking of alcohol, escorted home by men from the bar, Huo Yuan had wasted no time, pressing him down onto the sofa, unfastening his belt, and striking him on the backside, rousing him from his stupor. It was the first time he had ever been struck. Huo Yuan, always gentle, had never raised a hand to him before. This incident cast a shadow over their closeness. And it was indeed during this moment of tumult that Huo Yuan had taken him. Throughout their 2 years together, Huo Yuan had always respected his boundaries, never forcing him into anything he was unwilling to do. Consequently, in a fit of humiliation and rage, he had stormed up to the rooftop, contemplating a plunge into the abyss below. Huo Yuan, however, had regained his composure, assuring him he would never lay a hand on him again and allowing him to voice any demands he wished. This incident had strained their relationship to its breaking point. Huo Yuan dared not impose any further expectations upon him, while he, emboldened by his knowledge of Huo Yuan's vulnerabilities, grew increasingly reckless, frequently indulging in the nightlife until the early hours. Ling Zeyu closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, replaying the words spoken by Qi Peng in his final moments. A dull ache resonated within him. "Ling Zeyu, "O Ling Zeyu, how blind you are to the truth." As the vehicle halted outside the manor, he alighted with an urgent eagerness to rush inside, a sensation mingling fear with longing to see him. 2 years had passed, yet it felt as though eons had elapsed. Anxiety gripped him, palms perspiring. Despite bracing himself for both the good and the bad, the sight of the main hall shrouded in darkness caused him to swallow hard. Betraying his resolve, he advanced slowly, step by step, into the abyss of shadow. Though visibility was poor, he could sense an intense gaze fixated upon him. His heart began to thud powerfully. At that moment, the grand door closed automatically with a dull thud. Suddenly, the hall was illuminated, dazzling and blinding, causing him to shield his eyes with his hand. As he gradually opened them, he immediately spotted a belt on the floor and several photographs scattered about. Instinctively, he crouched to retrieve the images. Damn it! Who had taken these candid shots? How could he be found slumbering in another man's embrace? He swore he was innocent. Was it these very photographs that had captured Huo Yuan's attention in a previous life? Before he could ponder further, a deep, chilling voice resonated from behind. Are they pleasing to the eye? Chapter 3. I miss you. Before Ling Zeyu could rise, he felt a shadow loom above him, an oppressive aura enveloping him, causing a pang of nausea at the tip of his nose. At that moment, fear dissipated. Slowly turning around, he found himself staring into a pair of profound, cold phoenix eyes, framed by a perfectly chiseled face, a taut jawline, and a high-bridged nose that supported a pair of thin, indifferent lips. Though no words were uttered, an overwhelming sense of authority radiated from him. Merely exchanging glances, Ling Zeyu found himself unable to restrain his emotions, overwhelmed by fear and the urge to weep. He fought to contain himself, tears streaming down his cheeks. "May I unfasten your trousers?" Seeing Ling Zeyu's tear-streaked face, Huo Yuan's brow furrowed. When he heard the words spoken, his expression turned icy. "What did you say?" Ling Zeyu, bereft of courage, could not muster the strength to repeat himself, instead focusing warily on the belt tied around Huo Yuan's waist. However, as Huo Yuan took a couple of steps to pick up the photographs and the belt from the ground, Ling Zeyu instinctively sought refuge, diving beneath the table. Panic etched across his face. Huo Yuan paused momentarily, forcefully tossing the photographs onto the table. "What are you doing hiding in there?" Although he did not lay a hand on Ling Zeyu, tears streamed down his face, the reasons lost to him. "Put down the belt. Let's discuss this properly." "Discuss?" Huo Yuan's voice grew heavy with disappointment. "You carry me off to such a place? Lying in another's arms? What comes next? Sharing a bed with someone else? Ling Zeyu, what is there to discuss? I have treated you like a young lord, catering to your every need. And this is how you repay me?" Ling Zeyu's heart quivered, and before he could respond, Huo Yuan's voice cut through again. "If you truly wish to leave this place." Upon hearing those words, a dreadful premonition gripped Ling Zeyu. The fear that resided within him evaporated entirely. His gaze fixated intently upon those thin lips. "Then you should go." In that instant, his heart seemed to halt for several seconds. Before the other turned to leave, Ling Zeyu emerged from beneath the table, disregarding everything, extending his arms to obstruct the other's path, bewilderedly uttering, "Are you driving me away? Is this not your heart's desire?" Huo Yuan fixed his gaze upon Ling Zeyu's face, as if he wished to etch it into his very bones. Ling Zeyu was at a loss. Why had things come to this? In the previous life, Huo Yuan had merely struck him, but had not gone so far as to expel him. Why had this changed? Was it because he had not been struck this time? Did this mean he could not escape the punishment he deserved? Ling Zeyu felt a profound sense of despair and anguish. Finally, gritting his teeth, he picked up a nearby belt and offered it to Huo Yuan, saying, "Here, strike me." "Ling Zeyu, what are you up to?" Huo Yuan questioned coldly. Ling Zeyu wished to explain himself, but as he opened his mouth, he found himself choked with emotion. Huo Yuan awaited his explanation. Yet Ling Zeyu seemed disinclined to provide one, merely approaching him with a countenance that appeared deeply sorrowful. Sorrowful? Sorrowful about what? He had yet to strike or interrogate him, and yet he was already exhibiting signs of distress. In the next moment, there was an additional presence in his embrace, his body suddenly stiffening, the icy demeanor fracturing. "Huo Yuan, I miss you," he confessed, a sentiment he had never voiced in either life until now. Ling Zeyu felt a pang of heartache. He found it unjust that Huo Yuan risked his life to save him while he had remained oblivious, cursing him during those 2 years. This admission caused Huo Yuan to momentarily lose his composure, but upon regaining his focus, he furrowed his brow, asking, "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" "I do," Ling Zeyu replied. "Do I need to remind you who pointed a gun at me a week ago, calling me disgusting? And now you say you miss me?" Ling Zeyu fell silent, recalling the incident and cursing his fate repeatedly in his mind. As Huo Yuan appeared poised to push him away, Ling Zeyu clung tighter. His voice tinged with tears. That was not a real gun. It was fake. He hurried to clarify. Huo Yuan's hand paused, momentarily captivated by the quaver in Ling Zeyu's voice, and, for an instant, remained motionless. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Zeyu hastened to defend himself, insisting there were no bullets. "It was merely a toy gun. I didn't find you disgusting. I was just incredibly angry." The source of his anger stemmed from a week prior during a dinner gathering where he had encountered Huo Yuan, who had failed to notice him, allowing him to overhear the subsequent remarks. Huo Yuan's tone was indifferent, devoid of discernible emotion, merely referring to him as a minor spirit kept close. Love? That was hardly applicable. Although no names were mentioned, Ling Zeyu understood that Huo Yuan was indeed speaking of him. He was most fond of calling him a little ghost. His teeth ground in frustration, incensed to the core. After all, he was the second young master of the Ling family, and Huo Yuan's nonchalant tone drove him to madness. Yet, he was ultimately wary of the power that lay behind Huo Yuan, genuinely fearing that he could quietly bring about his demise. Why did he harbor such beliefs? It was all thanks to Zhuang Rong, who had advised him to avoid provoking Huo Yuan, claiming the man was exceedingly dangerous. If he were to anger him, it was likely that he and his family would be in grave peril. Thus he endured. Subsequently, Zhuang Rong remarked that Huo Yuan was undeniably enamored with his own visage. Otherwise, he would not have brought him here without a second thought, providing him with abundant delicacies. He believed that if his face were to be marred, Huo Yuan would relent. Aware that there were no blades in his room, Zhuang Rong had discreetly brought him a knife. And then, he found himself hesitating, staring at the knife in his hand. Undoubtedly, he harbored resentment. Resentment towards Huo Yuan for his lack of affection, yet simultaneously for his insistence on keeping him close. He loathed the man's indifference and cruel methods. At times, he contemplated destroying his own face, curious to witness whether Huo Yuan's expression would reflect pity or disdain. Yet, he was neither a masochist nor deranged. Such thoughts were merely fleeting. To actually mar his own face, that was a different matter entirely. Just as he was about to discard the knife, the door was violently thrust open from the outside. No, it was more accurate to say it was kicked open with great force. It was the first time he had seen Huo Yuan so enraged, his countenance twisted in fury, especially upon noticing the fruit knife in Zhuang Rong's hand. The usually placid depths of his eyes were now clouded with ire as he strode towards him. At that moment, he was rendered speechless, unable to grasp why Huo Yuan had entered so abruptly. This had never occurred before. A thought flitted through his mind. The wealthy regard life as trivial, and those in positions of power even less so. He genuinely felt that Huo Yuan harbored an impulse to end his life, prompting him to instinctively draw the knife in defense. "Do not approach me." Blood flowed down Huo Yuan's arm, a wound inflicted by Zhuang Rong's reckless action. He had not intended to harm him. Gripping the knife tightly, he stammered, "I told you not to come closer." Fear gripped him. Yet, Huo Yuan did not heed his warning. The sound of his polished shoes echoed ominously against the floor as he advanced, his gaze fixed intently on Zhuang Rong. His voice, as frigid as shards of ice, cut through the air. "Ling Zeyu, have I been too kind to you, allowing you to act with such impunity, continuously testing my limits and provoking my wrath?" Seeing the blood on Huo Yuan's arm sent him into a panic. The fruit knife slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor as he fell back onto the bed in fright. In the face of Huo Yuan's intimidation, he instinctively retreated, only to discover a handgun beneath the headboard. He paused for a few seconds. "I'm asking you a question." Huo Yuan's voice rose sharply. Witnessing Ling Zeyu flinch in fear, he softened his tone. "Little ghost, Tell me, where did you acquire that knife? Again, this term of endearment echoed in his mind. Just a little ghost kept by his side? Love? It was hardly applicable. He felt an overwhelming aversion. Cornered and with no recourse, he pressed the gun against Huo Yuan's forehead, emitting a desperate growl akin to a trapped cub. Please, stop calling me little ghost. It's revolting. You truly disgust me. Chapter 4. Be good, and I shall let you go. He did not wish for this. He did not desire to press the gun against Huo Yuan's forehead, even though it was not a real firearm. Yet, Huo Yuan stood frozen. At that moment, the bodyguards hurriedly arrived, gasping at the sight before them, reaching instinctively for their service belts. He was consumed by panic, realizing that his weapon was a mere replica, while his opponent bore authentic arms at his side. Would Huo Yuan truly resort to taking his life? His trembling hands mirrored his racing heart, yet Huo Yuan halted him, gesturing for the others to withdraw, and then fixed him with an intense gaze. The injured hand slowly lifted, cradling his quaking hands, and his voice, cold as ice, pierced the air. Ling Zeyu, who instructed you to aim a gun at me? The other party did not pursue the matter further, merely leaving those words behind as he exited the room, leaving Ling Zeyu in a state of desolation. He discarded the fake gun. Before Huo Yuan departed, a flicker of hurt and disappointment crossed his eyes. Subsequently, Huo Yuan did not appear before him for an entire week, while Zhuang Rong suggested taking him out to alleviate his melancholy, leading to the current predicament. If he was previously unaware, it had become evident that Zhuang Rong was not a benevolent companion. He was deliberately sowing discord between him and Huo Yuan. If he still harbored doubts about Huo Yuan's feelings for him, then he might as well throw himself against a wall. Yet, his words held little persuasive power. A week ago, he had pointed a gun at Huo Yuan, injuring his arm and declaring him repulsive, only to find himself nestled in another's embrace. Returning home in the dead of night, yearning for him, Huo Yuan's emotions were inexpressible, merely gazing at the person who held him, his expression increasingly intricate. He lifted his hand, yearning to caress the other's head, but the haunting memory of that heart-wrenching cry echoed in his mind. You make me sick. His fingers trembled slightly, ultimately unable to move. It was futile. He could not hold on. Ling Zeyu at this moment was in a daze, feeling Huo Yuan pulling away his hands, pushing him aside. How could this be? How could Huo Yuan ever push him away? He would always embrace him when he drew near, closing the door to freedom when he sought to depart. Yet, he distinctly felt Huo Yuan prying his hand from around his waist, inch by inch, with great effort. Ling Zeyu clung tighter, pouring all his strength into the embrace, his voice shaking as he cried, Huo Yuan, I truly did not mean to say you were disgusting. I really didn't mean it. I didn't think that way. After speaking, he looked up at Huo Yuan, his face streaked with tears. Huo Yuan's expression darkened, lacking the courage to wipe away his tear stains, merely hoping for the best. Ultimately, he softened a bit, his hand gently resting on the back of Ling Zeyu's head, tenderly stroking his hair, his deep black eyes brimming with a gentle longing, as if reminiscing. Tears streamed down Ling Zeyu's cheeks, falling from his chin, filled with regret. He cried, lamenting the loss of Huo Yuan in the previous life, feeling remorse for cursing him. The callous pads of Huo Yuan's fingers brushed against the corners of Ling Zeyu's eyes and cheeks, his voice unprecedentedly gentle. Do not cry, my dear. I will let you go. Ling Zeyu's form trembled violently, his pupils constricting, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a response. Though Huo Yuan's gaze was so tender, why did he still wish to cast him away? He could not fathom it. Rest assured, I will not target your family. Huo Yuan mused for a moment before adding, nor your friends. His heart ached with an indescribable bitterness. Once, what he feared most was this, that Huo Yuan would vent his anger on his family or friends because of him. Thus, in his previous life, upon overhearing those words, he felt a surge of anger, frustration, and sorrow, yet he dared not question the other party, fearing that their unhappiness might bring harm to his loved ones. However, how could Huo Yuan do such a thing? He would not. If Ling Zeyu's voice was somewhat hoarse, his gaze remained resolute. What if I do not leave? Huo Yuan looked at him, seemingly searching for a reason on his face to persuade him. You will leave, the other asserted. Consequently, during Ling Zeyu's moment of stupor, Huo Yuan returned to his own room. That evening, Huo Yuan did not descend to partake in dinner, while Ling Zeyu sat at the dining table, observing the dishes prepared to his taste. How had he not noticed this before? Yet, at this moment, he had no appetite. Huo Yuan permitted him to leave on his own accord, but did not impose any forceful measures to expel him. The room remained his, and meals continued to be delivered daily. It was as though the other was deliberately avoiding him, rendering Ling Zeyu's heart heavy with discomfort. Sitting on the small balcony outside his room, he gazed at the curtains drawn on the left side, feeling a sense of unease. Despite their proximity, separated by merely a wall and the balconies adjoining closely, they had not seen each other for 2 days. Agitated and increasingly suffocated, he lamented that he would have been better off returning later. He could endure a beating, but surely he would not be cast away. With a swift motion, Ling Zeyu yanked the curtain aside, believing that out of sight would alleviate his distress. Tomorrow, he would confront him at the door. He then retreated to his room to sleep. Meanwhile, on the left balcony, the curtains automatically parted, and Huo Yuan's gaze turned to the right. His voice was calm and indifferent. "Add a bowl of calming soup tonight. My sleep has been poor." The steward, Chun, respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." Ling Zeyu had overestimated himself. Despite setting an alarm, he still failed to rise. Thus, by the time he arrived at Huo Yuan's room, the latter had long departed for the company. Frustrated, Ling Zeyu had no appetite for breakfast and prepared to go directly to the company to find him. However, before he could set out, he received a call from Jiang Yiming, who informed him that they had reviewed the surveillance footage from that night at Xingye and asked him to come take a look. After some reflection, he deemed it more important to prove his innocence, thus instructing the driver to turn around and head to Xingye. He was curious to see which scoundrel dared to frame him. After all, he was a genuinely innocent and pure-hearted youth. Upon arrival, Jiang Yiming waved him over. "Here, over here." Ling Zeyu approached Jiang Yiming, who continued to wave his hands energetically. Annoyed, he retorted, "I'm not blind. I can see you from this distance." Jiang Yiming, displeased, crossed his arms and replied, "Where does all this anger come from? I helped you check the surveillance for the past few days. I deserve some credit, if not for my efforts. Besides, I didn't even greet you." Ling Zeyu glanced over his shoulder, scoffing coldly. "And who did you greet then?" Jiang Yiming, in a haughty turn, replied, "I greeted a ghost." "How dare you insult me?" Ling Zeyu erupted in fury. "Wrong. Do not be upset. Do not be upset. Come quickly and see. I have found the person who took the photo." Jiang Yiming decisively shifted the topic. He clicked the mouse, and a video began to play. However, the individual was obscured by a mask and a hat, rendering his face unrecognizable. "You identify him." Chapter 5. Trust my words, you will not be disappointed in the footage. Jiang Yiming rose and exited, during which a stranger appeared, donning a black baseball cap and a mask. In the surveillance, Ling Zeyu appeared to be intoxicated, sprawled across a booth, as someone supported him, deliberately cradling him in their arms, while the man in the cap captured a photograph at that moment. Before long, the cap-wearing man glanced toward a certain direction, gestured with his hand, and hurriedly departed. Just then, Jiang Yiming returned, only to find Ling Zeyu lying horizontally on the sofa. Having taken over his spot, he clenched his fist, feigning a punch at Ling's face, as if preparing to strike. Outside the surveillance, the two engaged in a silent exchange. Ling Zeyu turned his head, casting a deadly glare at Jiang Yiming. Jiang Yiming chuckled awkwardly. "You look like someone who could use a beating, but I haven't laid a hand on you. Hey, look at this person. I feel his silhouette is somewhat familiar." Jiang Yiming cleverly redirected the conversation. Ling Zeyu, disinterested in further contention, replied, "No need to guess. I know this person." "What? Who is it? Isn't this a setup against you?" Jiang Yiming speculated, having an inkling about Ling Zeyu's situation. Who else could it be? It's Zhuang Rong. In his past life, he had failed to discern the true nature of those around him, having unknowingly harbored a harmful individual. Now, reflecting on it, he found it quite amusing. Yet, one thing puzzled him greatly. He bore no grudge against Zhuang Rong, so why would he contrive such a scheme against him? Really? Why would he do this? Jiang Yiming exclaimed, astonished, as they were acquainted and had always interacted well, never sensing anything amiss. Due to Ling Zeyu, Jiang Yiming had always regarded him as a friend. I too wish to understand why. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yiming's expression shifted to one of realization. Oh, I see. Ling Zeyu shot him a sidelong glance. What do you comprehend? He is envious of you. Envious of me? Indeed. Jiang Yiming's demeanor turned serious. Ling Zeyu, let me tell you, do not underestimate the jealousy between individuals. It can be truly terrifying. Ling Zeyu pondered, considering the weight of Jiang Yiming's words, and then heard him continue. You have no idea? Previously, my sister threw me into a nearly bankrupt hotel to train me as a manager. When others asked about my salary, I claimed it was $1,800, when in truth, I earned $2,700, but I dared not reveal this, fearing it would incite jealousy among my colleagues. Ling Zeyu replied, You are overthinking it. Noticing the hour growing late, Jiang Yiming still wished to invite Ling Zeyu for a game of billiards. However, observing the weight on his companion's mind, he sighed, I truly believe you are quite fickle. Just a week ago, you were berating Huo Yuan in front of me, saying he was ungrateful, shallow, and only loved your looks. Yet now, he no longer cares for your appearance and has let you go, and you are displeased. Jiang Yiming struggled to comprehend the intricacies of emotions. Utterly bewildered by the dynamics between the two, I think perhaps you should just leave, go home, and enjoy your life as young Master Ling, which wouldn't be so bad, right? Ling Zeyu cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yiming. You did not say this before. You once advised me to remain in the Huo family. Jiang Yiming rubbed his nose sheepishly and replied, Who could resist Huo Yuan? He wields control over the economy of S City. Everyone greets him with reverence, calling him Master Huo. Only you dare to address him so casually. From an observer's perspective, I believe he treats you rather well. Although you often tell me he is capricious and that being close to him is akin to courting danger. You have spent 2 years by his side, and he has not harmed you. I fail to comprehend your profound animosity towards him. As he spoke, Jiang Yiming's voice gradually diminished, fearing that Ling Zeyu might become upset and question his reluctance to defend him. Yet, surprisingly, Ling Zeyu did not retort. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, leaving Jiang Yiming astonished. Ling Zeyu closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. Even Jiang Yiming perceived more clearly than Ling Zeyu himself the source of his prejudice against Huo Yuan, Zhuangrong. Since he had moved into the Huo residence, Zhuangrong had incessantly whispered into his ear that Huo Yuan was dangerous and would resort to any means to achieve his ends. The simple reason for bringing him back to the Huo household was his appearance. In Zhuangrong's words, Huo Yuan was merely captivated by his exterior. The words he had overheard during that dinner undeniably confirmed Zhuangrong's assertions. Seeing Ling Zeyu weep, Jiang Yiming instantly felt flustered, fearing he had gone too far. He hurried to console him. It's really not that serious. After all, Huo Yuan does hold you in his heart. You mentioned he has not expelled you from the Huo family and still prepares meals for you at all times. If it were not for his tacit approval, how could the servants possibly cater to you? Observing Ling Zeyu open his eyes and absorb his words, Jiang Yiming pressed on. So, he simply does not wish to see you, but you could devise a way to make him notice you. For instance, Jiang Yiming racked his brain, contemplating under what circumstances his sister would be eager to see him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Cause a ruckus. Ling Zeyu furrowed his brow. What commotion? Jiang Yiming continued. I tell you, my sister is just like that. She finds me bothersome and does not wish to see me. Yet, whenever I stir up trouble or create a significant mess, she cannot wait to come to me, though it often results in me getting reprimanded. Ling Zeyu shot Jiang Yiming a cold glance. I am not you. Do not attempt to ensnare me. It would not be a matter of me leaving, but rather having the bodyguards throw me out. Jiang Yiming clicked his tongue. Why do you not trust me? Our friendship, forged through years of growing up together. Would I ever harm you? Besides, I am not suggesting you commit an unforgivable error, just a minor one. Do you understand? At that moment, the bar manager approached with a smile, inquiring, young Master Jiang and young Master Ling, do you require anything else? Jiang Yiming, in the midst of his fervent speech, declared, if you follow my advice, you cannot go wrong. But upon seeing the manager, he waved him away. This is not your concern. You may leave. Ling Zeyu fell into contemplation. Jiang Yiming's words held a semblance of truth. Perhaps it was worth a try? Upon reaching a moment of clarity, Ling Zeyu nodded, his spirits considerably lifted. Very well. Please send that surveillance recording to my phone. I intend to show it to Huo Yuan to prove my innocence. After the manager departed, a perpetual smile adorned his face. Meanwhile, the bartender, curious about the hushed conversation between the two, inquired, "What are they discussing?" The manager turned, replying enigmatically, "The last in line is imparting lessons to the second last." Chapter 6. The Ugly Duckling Upon Returning Home. Ling Zeyu began to ponder what minor transgressions he could commit to ensure Huo Yuan would seek him out. This conundrum left him quite perplexed. In the past, he never had to fret over such matters, as Huo Yuan would always find a way to meet him. After much contemplation and inner turmoil, he could not devise a satisfactory plan. However, the following afternoon, he encountered the bodyguard, Yu Hao, who entered the estate while carrying a stack of documents. Upon spotting Ling Zeyu, there was a noticeable pause, and then Yu Hao averted his gaze, clearly displaying his displeasure. Ling Zeyu's eyes brightened. Here was his unwitting adversary. He was well aware that Yu Hao harbored a strong aversion towards him. Yet, this animosity did not trouble him greatly. It was not born of malice, but rather a remnant of a past life when a car accident had led Li Yin and knew how to prevent him from seeing Huo Yuan. Li Yin coldly conveyed Huo Yuan's message to him, declaring their breakup and ordering him to leave. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept this. He lingered outside the gate, unwilling to depart, but a single remark from Yu Hao had sapped him of all his strength. "Do you think your appearance is worthy of meeting Master Hua?" Ugly duckling. Even now, recalling the term ugly duckling left Ling Zeyu feeling constricted with unease. He had once been confident in his appearance, yet now he found himself glancing in the mirror each morning, scrutinizing his face. Despite the fact that his looks had not been marred, he felt haunted by the shadows of his previous existence. Ling Zeyu's gaze was unambiguous, making it difficult for Yu Hao to ignore him. Despite his unwillingness, he maintained a facade of respect, addressing him as young Master Ling. In days gone by, the young master, who found fault with everyone, would have raised his chin in disdain, akin to a proud swan, before retreating to indulge in the online game that Huo Yuan had leveled up for him. Yet now, he called out, "Stop." Yu Hao halted, inquiring respectfully, "Is there something you need, young Master Ling?" As Ling Zeyu approached, Yu Hao could sense a flicker of anger in his eyes, his fists clenched at his sides. A feeling of impending violence pervaded the air. Yet all he heard was a barely audible whisper, "Ugly duckling." Yu Hao questioned the health of his ears. How could he possibly hear this swan refer to him as an ugly duckling? Was he truly that unattractive? Perhaps merely a shade darker? Why was he subjected to such personal attacks? Before he could comprehend the situation, Ling Zeyu raised his chin, glancing at the documents cradled in Yu Hao's arms. "What are you holding? May I take a look?" "Just some company documents that require attention," Yu Hao replied, cautiously. "If you inquire, you shall know." "Of course, young Master Ling," he retorted, "but can your pig-like brain comprehend what you see?" Ling Zeyu casually flipped through a few pages and asked, "Are these documents important? Are there backups?" "Of course, there are backups," came the reply. "If there's nothing else to do, you might as well indulge in your childish games. I dared not scold you, but your teammates certainly would." Feeling reassured, Ling Zeyu decisively opened a page and, in front of Yu Hao, slowly tore a small strip, about the length of a pinky finger. "Oops, my apologies, it was unintentional. You ugly creature. Don't think I'm oblivious to the insults you hurl in your mind." The moment the document returned to Yu Hao's hands, it felt as if the sky had collapsed upon him. He could swear that this goose was being deliberately mischievous. What could he possibly do? It was too late to retrieve a backup. Master Huo was waiting for it, and he felt utterly helpless. "Yu Hao, your glances at me are futile. Hurry and deliver it. Master Hua is waiting," Ling Zeyu remarked with an air of nonchalance. Though the other party harbored 1,000 grievances against him internally, he maintained an outward demeanor of utmost respect within the study on the third floor. Yu Hao stood rigidly beside him, his breathing significantly subdued, not daring to disturb the man seated at the desk. The delivery was delayed by 5 minutes compared to usual. A calm and crisp voice broke the silence. Yu Hao swallowed hard, offering an explanation about the delay upstairs. He resolved that if Master Hua asked again, he would fully disclose the goose's antics. But Master Huo did not inquire further, leaving him both disappointed and even more anxious. The tension escalated, especially as he gradually flipped to the page with the small tear. His nerves heightened. When that page was finally turned, he distinctly noticed Master Huo pause slightly, his brow furrowing. His heart raced, and the sound of his swallowing was almost palpable. However, after reading it, Master Huo merely turned the page and said nothing. For the first time, Yu Hao found the task of delivering documents quite burdensome, especially since Zhao Yi had taken leave recently, leaving this responsibility squarely on his shoulders. After signing the last page, Huo Yuan capped his pen and handed the document back to Yu Hao. I will be at home for the next few days. Non-urgent documents can wait until I return to the office. Urgent matters should be brought here. Understood, Master Huo. Yu Hao prepared to leave with the documents, but was called back. Wait a moment. Is there anything else you wish to convey, Master Huo? Huo Yuan pondered for a moment and stated, I hope there will not be another incident like today's document damage. Otherwise, I believe your position may require reassessment. Yu Hao felt a surge of emotion, as he had finally awaited this moment, a perfect opportunity to lodge a complaint. Master Huo, it wasn't me who caused it. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a cold voice. It does not matter who is at fault. Consequences must be faced, and disciplinary actions taken. Otherwise, what is the purpose of the company's rules? Merely decorative? Yu Hao wholeheartedly agreed. His Master Huo was incredibly dashing. He was nearly moved to tears. That wretched goose, just wait to be plucked. Master Huo, I truly do not comprehend why young Master Ling would do such a thing. He obstructed me and tore it right in front of me. It felt somewhat intentional. Huo Yuan pondered for a moment and hesitantly asked, Who do you say did it? Young Master Ling, Ling Zeyu? Yu Hao exclaimed enthusiastically, his eyes shimmering with excitement, awaiting Mr. Huo to deliver a stern reprimand to that goose. One must consider the company's regulations. As employees, it is prudent to take preventive measures. Today, this incident serves as a prime example. Although Ling Zeyu was indeed at fault, he is not an employee of the company, and thus we have no authority over him. Yu Hao, so? Next time, prepare an extra copy. That is all. At the moment the door closed, Yu Hao felt utterly defeated. Was it not so? It had not been stated that way initially. Ling Zeyu observed Yu Hao descending the stairs, looking despondent, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. What was the matter? Had he been reprimanded? No, it did not seem so. He appeared more like someone who had suffered a setback. Could it be that he had reported on himself? It was not entirely implausible. However, this tactic proved ineffective, as he still had not encountered Huo Yuan. Thus, Ling Zeyu shifted his focus back to Yu Hao, seizing the opportunity at last. Chapter 7. Why provoked him? Since the day Ling Zeyu tore up the documents, Yu Hao's opinion of him had deepened into disdain. He privately recounted the incident to Li Yin, another bodyguard, but was met with a look of incredulity. Did young Master Ling insult you? Even if you dislike him, you cannot unjustly accuse him, can you? Why would he call you a hideous creature? Yu Hao, that is an excellent question. I too wish to know. Well, do refrain from speaking further. Otherwise, if Mr. Huo discovers you are falsely accusing young Master Ling, it may indeed render you a hideous creature, or worse, lead to your demise. Yu Hao, do not linger for Mr. Huo has instructed me to investigate a person, so please deliver these documents that require signatures. Li Yin handed over the files and prepared to depart. Yu Hao, feeling quite dissatisfied, grumbled about Zhao Yi, the assistant, who had been absent for several days without return. Li Yin, without turning back, stated, Zhao Yi has been assigned by Mr. Huo to investigate certain materials. I suspect it will take some time. Yu Hao inspected the completeness of the documents and then proceeded to leave, muttering to himself about the peculiar situation. Li Yin was sent to investigate a person, while Zhao Yi was tasked with gathering materials. What exactly did Mr. Huo wish to uncover? Yet, such matters were beyond his control. It was best to focus on his own responsibilities. However, just as he reached the first floor and had yet to ascend the stairs, he was obstructed in his path. Ling Zeyu, eyeing the documents cradled in Yu Hao's arms, blinked with an expression akin to that of a famished wolf fixated on a succulent piece of meat. What treasures did he possess? Yu Hao instinctively shielded the items in his grasp. Ling Zeyu, adopting an air of authority, positioned himself at the spiral staircase, blocking Yu Hao's escape. Arms crossed and chin raised, threateningly commanding him to relinquish the documents. He bore the demeanor of a mountain bandit demanding tribute. These are essential for Mr. Huo. If you, before he could finish, Yu Hao interrupted him. What are you babbling about? I cannot comprehend you. Hand it over, or I shall lodge a complaint. Initially, it was a mere idle threat, devoid of expectation. However, to his astonishment, the other party immediately capitulated, leaving the documents behind and departing. Thus, Ling Zeyu pondered over the documents, contemplating his next move, when suddenly a spark of inspiration struck him. He summoned a servant to fetch him a pencil, specifically requesting one that could both write and be erased. He casually selected a blank space, precisely where the signature was required, deliberately choosing within the confines of Huo Yuan's designated area. He was resolute in his belief that the other party would not remain indifferent. He had braced himself for the consequences, fully prepared for the possibility of a reprimand. Patience would see him through. He was determined to present the surveillance footage to Huo Yuan to vindicate his innocence. As a vividly rendered turtle appeared on the page, Ling Zeyu nodded in satisfaction, admiring his artistic prowess, although lamenting the absence of colored pencils, resulting in a rather dull, gray depiction. On another note, he mused over the unattractive visage of the individual depicted in the document, finding it hard to believe he was a person of good character. Not long after Yu Hao departed, he returned, now armed with another document. Having learned from the previous encounter, he understood that he must rely on himself. Fortunately, he had a backup. Observing Ling Xiaoyi biting his pencil, seemingly engrossed in something, Yu Hao treaded lightly, hoping to ascend the stairs unnoticed. However, just as he ascended 2 flights, an ethereal voice resonated behind him, commanding him to halt. Yu Hao, can you pretend you didn't hear that? Will the conniving goose betray me behind my back? Whom will Master Huo support? On one side stood the loyal bodyguard, who had accompanied him for many years. On the other, a femme fatale with whom he had spent merely 2 years. I advise you not to act as if you didn't hear me. If you dare take another step, I will report you at once. It was merely a threat. He had not even laid eyes on him. So where would he report his grievances? Yu Hao felt despondent, turning around to inquire, does young Master Ling require anything else? Ling Zeyu raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he leisurely approached, hands clasped behind his back. He abruptly lifted the other's coat, revealing the documents within, snatching them away, and conveniently passing his own document to Yu Hao. There, you may leave now. Daring to hide things? He was quite perceptive. Yu Hao's frustration flared, and he swore that Ling Zeyu was deliberately targeting him. Why, otherwise, had he not snatched the documents from others before? It was only when he delivered them that such antics occurred. Today, he would ensure that Master Huo would advocate for him. Just look at that turtle on the page. It was nothing short of provocation. He could hardly believe that Master Huo would tolerate this. The room was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, with only the rustling of pages breaking the eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, a deep, rich voice shattered the stillness. Did you draw this? The implication was unmistakable. Yu Hao nodded fervently. Yes, young Master Ling seized it upon my arrival, scribbling carelessly. I went to retrieve a backup, but he forbade me from delivering that one, insisting I only present this. His tone unmistakably conveyed his indignation. As I observed, Master Huo was fixated on that turtle. Gritting his teeth, I boldly remarked, Master Huo, it seems that young Master Ling has taken a particular disliking to me. When Li Yin came to deliver a document, everything went smoothly, yet when it comes to me, I am constantly hindered, and he even called me an ugly monster. By the end of my statement, my voice had diminished to a whisper. At that moment, however, Huo Yuan suddenly lifted his head, furrowing his brow. What? Yu Hao? Noticing this, felt a surge of excitement, and quickly reiterated, young Master Ling is targeting me. I was obstructed, and he called me an ugly monster. Just as Yu Hao finished speaking, he noticed Master Huo was scrutinizing him, seemingly assessing his face. A pang of anxiety struck him. Was he truly that hideous? Yet, in an instant, Master Huo averted his gaze, returning to the turtle, ultimately closing the document and stating, why provoke him? What on earth? Who is antagonizing whom? Is he inciting that goose? What could he possibly comprehend? Next time, simply avoid him. Understood, Yu Hao replied, a sense of relief washing over him. The tension that had hung in the air dissipated. It seems that only money could keep him tethered here. Ling Zeyu waited in vain for Huo Yuan, realizing that this tactic had failed, yet he remained undeterred, growing more resolute. However, he could no longer torment Yu Hao, as the latter now evaded him at every turn. Ling Zeyu, can you please concentrate? I've nearly perished several times. Jiang Yiming exclaimed, tossing his earpiece aside, pointing angrily at the screen. Chapter 8. Pretending to cry. Ling Zeyu touched the tip of his nose, apologizing. My hand slipped. Stop making excuses. You're clearly out of sorts. Jiang Yiming sternly accused him. Yet, the esports hotel was not comparable to home. The equipment was inferior, but he had no choice but to come out and play, as his sister was at home. Seeing that Ling Zeyu did not retort, Jiang Yiming felt somewhat helpless. As Ling Zeyu's strategist, he had to see this through. After a moment of contemplation, he made a serious decision. Let me ask a friend of mine, Jiang Yiming declared earnestly. Ling Zeyu, curious, inquired, your friend? Who? He was familiar with all of Jiang Yiming's acquaintances. I won't tell you. If I did, you'd think I was crazy. He was self-aware enough to recognize this. Ling Zeyu replied, if you won't say, then don't. I'm not particularly interested. Casually, he added, all right, then ask them. I'm eager to see what brilliant ideas your friend might have. Thus, he observed Jiang Yiming addressing the air. What should I do? Ling Zeyu questioned. Are you speaking to me? There was no response, but after a brief pause, Jiang Yiming turned to Ling Zeyu and said, cry. My friend says that crying and making a fuss is the most effective approach. Ling Zeyu scoffed. Jiang Yiming, do you believe I want to hang you right now? Try to fool me again. Last time, I listened to you, and what good did it do? Can we rely on something a bit more credible? Ultimately, Ling Zeyu became so exasperated that he abandoned the game, heading straight home. Perhaps Huo Yuan had already given instructions, as neither Aunt Zhang nor Butler Chun could ascertain the whereabouts of the other party. The estate spanned a considerable area, and as long as the other party was determined to avoid him, even under the same roof, they remained unable to meet. As Ling Zeyu pondered deeply on what to do, an unexpected guest arrived. The sight of Zhuang Rong took him by surprise. Upon seeing Ling Zeyu still leading a carefree life, Zhuang Rong's eyes flickered with a momentary astonishment, which quickly vanished. Yet, Ling Zeyu caught this fleeting expression, stirring within him a mix of curiosity and disdain, though he maintained a composed facade. Zeyu, the last time I had to leave abruptly due to some matters. Are you all right? Zhuang Rong's features bore soft lines, perpetually adorned with a smile, displaying an amiable disposition towards everyone, adept at navigating social relationships. The ease with which he entered and exited the Qiyuan was a testament to this, largely attributed to Ling Zeyu. At that time, Huo Yuan had prohibited strangers from entering the Qiyuan, but Ling Zeyu insisted that Zhuang Rong was his friend, declaring that he wished for companionship, even threatening to go on a hunger strike if Huo Yuan refused. Eventually, Huo Yuan had no choice but to acquiesce. Ling Zeyu, as always, exhibited an unbroken demeanor, responding, it's nothing. What could possibly be wrong with me? He was keen to ascertain what this person truly sought. Zhuang Rong, undeterred by Ling Zeyu's aloofness, continued to inquire boldly, perhaps influenced by his own privileged upbringing, which instilled a certain arrogance in him, albeit with a hint of naivete. I didn't see you home that day. Did you return alone? Indeed, otherwise, returning alone would be rather eerie, wouldn't it? Zhuang Rong paused for a few seconds, then chuckled awkwardly. Zeyu, you truly have a sense of humor. Ling Zeyu felt a surge of nausea at the sound of his name. Being called Zeyu by him was more grating than even being called Little Ghost by Huo Yuan. It was not that he found the latter term objectionable, but rather, it was this very person who had incited his aversion. And how are things between you and Master Hua? Finally, Zhuang Rong posed a question. Ling Zeyu lowered his eyelashes, concealing the turmoil within. He was angered, wishing to be dismissed. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Rong's eyes sparkled with interest. What are your thoughts? His expression betrayed confusion. I don't know what to do. How should I choose? It was as if he were speaking to himself, yet also inquiring of Zhuang Rong. Zhuang Rong tentatively responded, "Don't you wish to return home? Weren't you worried that Master Huo might take out his anger on your family, now that he has allowed you to leave? Isn't this a fortuitous opportunity? Moreover, you are aware that keeping company with a powerful figure is akin to courting danger. There will come a time when his affection for your visage may wane. What then?" Each word was imbued with concern for him. Ling Zeyu's face was etched with sorrow. "Indeed, perhaps it would be better to simply depart," Zhuang Rong stated earnestly. Ling Zeyu seemed to contemplate this, and Zhuang Rong patiently awaited his response. Ling Zeyu was not deliberating on whether to leave, but rather reflecting on Jiang Yiming's words regarding the peril of underestimating one's jealousy. In a previous life, Zhuang Rong had endeavored to mar his appearance, and now he was suggesting departure. A vague understanding began to dawn upon him. Zhuang Rong harbored feelings for Huo Yuan. Why did he not harbor any doubts from the very beginning? The reason lies in an incident when he was walking with Huo Yuan and, upon turning around, caught a glimpse of Zhuang Rong casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Later, Zhuang Rong explained that his disdain was directed towards homosexuality and not specifically aimed at him, urging him not to take it to heart. Such a clumsy excuse. Who would believe it? Only the foolish Ling Zeyu from his previous life would have fallen for it. At this moment, it was evident that Zhuang Rong harbored a complete aversion towards him. "I will consider it. You may leave now. I desire a moment of solitude," Ling Zeyu declared, effectively issuing an eviction order. Zhuang Rong paused for a few seconds, seemingly taken aback by Ling Zeyu's initiative to send him away, especially since it had always been Zhuang Rong who left at his own volition in the past. Witnessing the other party rise and depart, Zhuang Rong tightened his fingers slightly. Very well. Perhaps it was best for him to ponder this matter. Eventually, when the time came, everything would belong to him. After Zhuang Rong left, Ling Zeyu slammed the door to his room with a resounding thud, filled with both anger and frustration. He was uncertain about the source of his ire. Was he angry at himself for being deceived, or was it the fact that Zhuang Rong had affections for Huo Yuan? Ling Zeyu had initially intended to endure the situation, but after discerning Zhuang Rong's true intentions today, he found himself utterly unable to tolerate it any longer. He was not the type to easily withstand such provocations. Had he known Huo Yuan's whereabouts, he would have certainly intercepted him. Ling Zeyu could no longer contain himself. He feared that Huo Yuan might truly become disappointed with him, might indeed cast him aside, allowing Zhuang Rong to move in, usurping his place, sleeping in his room and occupying his bed. Thus, he recalled the suggestion made by Jiang Yiming. Cry, regardless of its efficacy. He would cry first and worry about the rest later. The only trouble was that he could not summon tears at the moment. He needed some external impetus. Surveying the room, he found nothing of use, so he resolved to pinch himself, targeting the flesh of his thigh. How it hurts! After only a couple of pinches, Ling Zeyu could no longer endure it. His eyes reddened, tears swirling within their confines. In the study, Steward Chun continued his timely report on the events of the day. Upon hearing the name Zhuang Rong, he rapped his knuckles on the desk. He paused to add, however, he did not remain in young Master Ling's room for long, only half an hour, because young Master Ling has previously expressed a dislike for close supervision. Therefore, it is impossible to ascertain what was discussed. Proceed, he instructed. Just as Steward Chun was about to continue, a knock sounded at the study door. Enter. Yu Hao pushed the door open and quickly announced, Master He. Young Master Ling is crying on the sofa in the hall. He is beyond help. After all, he is on duty today, and I had no choice but to report this. Huo Yuan's brows furrowed instantly. Did you provoke him? He was about to suggest that he suspected young Master Ling was merely pretending when, caught off guard by the abruptness of that phrase, his face turned pale. He hurriedly waved his hands. Not me. Would I dare? In the next moment, only Steward Chun and he remained in the study. Ling Zeyu had become addicted to crying. At first, he couldn't produce tears, but after pinching himself a few times, once the tears began to flow, they gushed forth uncontrollably. The thought of his past life rendered him incapable of stopping. From initially feigning tears to experiencing genuine emotion, his distress was profound. Clutching the cushion on the sofa, barefoot, he buried his head in it and sobbed softly until he heard a low, husky voice, Shall you? As Huo Yuan gazed into those misty, tear-laden eyes. His heart felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand, causing an acute pang of distress, particularly when the other person suddenly embraced his waist, trembling slightly, their muffled sobs evoking profound sympathy. Acting almost instinctively, he lifted the person from the sofa, freeing one hand to gently pat their back, allowing their arms to encircle his neck. In a soft voice, he inquired, "What is it? Are you unwell?" Ling Zeyu remained silent, suppressing his cries, weighed down by sorrow from the past life that he could not let go. Despite being reborn, he still owed Huo Yuan an apology. He had never trusted him during those 3 years. He had merely clung to life, stealing moments in time. Yet, his apology would forever remain unheard. The heartache was unbearable. Huo Yuan was genuinely concerned for Ling Zeyu. Otherwise, why would he suddenly burst into tears? He assumed Ling Zeyu must be unwell, so after a moment of comforting, he gently set him down and, parting his arms, asked with a furrowed brow, "Tell me, are you feeling unwell?" At that moment, Ling Zeyu was still crying, but his sobs were less desperate than before. Unsure of what to say, he felt no physical discomfort, but Huo Yuan's question left him at a loss for words. Should he admit he was crying because he missed him? Would that mean he could cry again next time he wished to see him? Moreover, seeing Huo Yuan's furrowed brow and worried expression, Ling Zeyu decided to respond with a hesitant nod, his voice faint. "My stomach hurts." Without hesitation, Huo Yuan replied, "Let's go to the hospital." Ling Zeyu, resting on Huo Yuan's lap, pushed himself up to sit, his demeanor somewhat unnatural. His deep concern for Ling Zeyu's well-being prevented him from noticing any oddities in his behavior. "Just lie down for a bit longer. It will feel better," he suggested. Of course, Ling Zeyu did not, instead quietly retrieving his phone and opening a video. A weak voice filled the car. "Look at this," he said, handing the phone to Huo Yuan. After accepting it, Huo Yuan pressed play, and Ling Zeyu felt a wave of anxiety. Yet he held onto Huo Yuan's hand without letting go. "The photos aren't staged. I didn't sleep with anyone." His voice was barely audible. Huo Yuan paused, having not watched the entire video, but he understood. He closed the video, turning to the despondent figure with their head bowed, emotions swirling in his eyes as he spoke. "I believe you." Those words made Ling Zeyu's heart ache again, the urge to cry rising within him, but he stifled it. He asked, "Then can you not push me away?" He looked at Huo Yuan with hopeful eyes, tears blurring his vision, making it hard for anyone to refuse him. Huo Yuan averted his gaze, saying, "Let us not discuss that now. We should see a doctor first." Ling Zeyu felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed Huo Yuan had not changed his mind. Why? If he believed in him, he would know he hadn't done anything wrong. The confusion lingered in his thoughts. Before long, they arrived at the hospital and entered the doctor's office for an examination, with Huo Yuan remaining by his side. At this moment, Ling Zeyu felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he did not truly experience any pain. Would he be discovered? Surely not. He swallowed hard, lay down on a bed, and closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor of calm acceptance. "Do not be anxious, relax," a cool, melodious voice resonated. As Ling Zeyu opened his eyes, he beheld a doctor clad in a white coat, adorned with silver-framed glasses and a mask obscuring his face, though his icy gaze was unmistakably clear. Oh, it was indeed impossible not to feel nervous. The doctor then proceeded to press gently on his abdomen and inquired about his dietary habits over the past few days. While Ling Zeyu was still pondering, Huo Yuan had already responded, recounting even the precise number of glasses of water he had consumed, leaving Ling Zeyu utterly astonished. The doctor, too, seemed momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised that another could recall details with such clarity, surpassing even the patient himself. Turning his attention back to Ling Zeyu, the doctor asked, "As I palpate your abdomen, do you feel anything?" Ling Zeyu remained in shock over the doctor's unexpected knowledge, and at that moment, as the doctor directed a question at him, he momentarily faltered, nearly biting his tongue. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Huo Yuan and the doctor, Ling Zeyu bit his lip and hesitantly replied, "I feel as though someone is touching my abdomen." "Doctor," Huo Yuan, Yu Hao, chuckled upon catching the warning glare from Huo Yuan. Yu Hao quickly covered his mouth and remained outside. Moments later, Yu Hao saw Master Ling emerge from the door, his expression one of discontent, casting a lingering glance back at the doctor as he reluctantly exited. Spotting Yu Hao, he was reminded of the earlier mockery and felt a surge of irritation, glaring at him. Is it amusing? Yu Hao responded with a faint smile. Shortly thereafter, Huo Yuan also stepped out from within. Ling Zeyu, feeling a twinge of anxiety, observed Yuan's empty hands and, with a hint of trepidation, asked, "What did the doctor say? Did he prescribe any medication?" Huo Yuan's deep gaze turned cold as he cast a sidelong glance at the apprehensive Ling Zeyu. "Oh, are you hoping to take medication?" Ling Zeyu was momentarily unsure if Huo Yuan had deduced the truth. After all, when one is unwell, is it not expected to take medicine for recovery? No sooner had he voiced this thought than Huo Yuan's gaze fixed intently upon him. "Then, if you do not take medicine, will your abdominal discomfort truly subside? So you have not been exposed, yet you have learned to feign illness." Chapter 10. If we do not meet, we do not meet. Yes, it will get better. With that, Ling Zeyu wisely chose not to elaborate further. Huo Yuan's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable amusement as he finally said, "Get some more rest. It is getting late." Ling Zeyu made no attempt to refuse, contemplating simply curling up in Huo Yuan's embrace. Huo Yuan's body momentarily stilled, his gaze descending upon the head, resting on his lap. The contours of Ling Zeyu's profile were flawless, his long, thick eyelashes framing beautiful eyes. An involuntary urge to caress his cheeks surged within Huo Yuan, but the momentary tenderness vanished like a fleeting shadow. Ultimately, he clenched his fist, suppressing the impulse that bubbled within him. Ling Zeyu truly fell asleep, to the extent that he did not awaken when they disembarked from the vehicle. Huo Yuan, refraining from rousing him, carried him gently from the car. He laid him softly upon the bed, tucking him in snugly, and gazed at that serene face for a long while. It was only when Zhao Yi appeared at the doorway, hesitating to speak, that Huo Yuan turned and exited the room, closing the door behind him. He did not inquire about Zhao Yi's purpose, but proceeded directly to his study, standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, awaiting the report. Zhao Yi respectfully presented the information he had gathered to Mr. Huo. "This is the information I have compiled over the past few days for your review." Huo Yuan accepted the documents, flipping through a few pages with a calm and profound gaze, devoid of any fluctuation. Zhao Yi, who was Huo Yuan's right-hand man, though an assistant, was keenly observant and thorough. He began to inquire, "Should I have someone?" Before he could finish, Huo Yuan raised his hand, signaling him to refrain from continuing. Zhao Yi was somewhat perplexed. After all, Mr. Huo was deeply concerned about young Master Ling. Yet, with such a person by Ling's side, Huo Yuan closed the file and tossed it back to Zhao Yi, his gaze drifting towards the silent, dark night outside. Let him play on his own. Consider it a form of training. I cannot watch over him at all times. He needs to grow and understand that the world is not merely black and white. I cannot confine him, as that would only harm him. He must learn the ability to protect himself. Zhao Yi fell silent. After a brief pause, Huo Yuan inquired, "Has Li Yan returned?" "Li Yan is still searching for someone. It may take a few more days," Zhao Yi responded. Huo Yuan instructed, "Select another bodyguard from his second team to accompany Yu Hao. Keep an eye on him. There must be no risk to his life." Zhao Yi felt compelled to voice his thoughts, but knew that once Mr. Huo made a decision, it would be difficult to alter. "Understood," he replied. "Wait," Huo Yuan called after him. "Is there anything else you wish to instruct? He must not suffer severe injuries either." Zhao Yi added. "Yes," Huo Yuan affirmed. "If there is danger, it must be promptly averted." Zhao Yi had never seen Mr. Huo so troubled before. Perhaps feeling a headache coming on, Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose and ordered, "You may leave now." As the study door was gently closed, Huo Yuan settled onto the long sofa, reaching into a nearby drawer to retrieve some gauze and similar materials. Subsequently, he removed his coat, revealing a white shirt underneath, which he rolled up to expose a blood-soaked bandage around his left wrist. With an impassive demeanor, he changed the bandage. Upon awakening, Ling Zeyu felt as if the sky had fallen. What had he just witnessed? He saw Butler Chun smiling as he addressed him, "Young Master Ling, mister, who will not be returning to Qi Garden for the time being. Would you prefer to return home or continue residing here?" The question was indeed phrased delicately. Ling Zeyu was furious. Just yesterday, Everything had been perfectly fine. Huo had held him close, comforting him, calling him Xiao Yu, expressing his trust. And now what had transpired? This very morning, Huo had vanished. He had actually left him behind. Huo Yuan, not returning to Qi Garden? Where had he gone? Where is he staying? Butler Chen smiled again. The Huo family possesses numerous properties. As for which one the eldest young master has chosen to stay in, how could a mere servant like me possibly know? How dismissive, how deceitful. Ling Zeyu felt a swell of frustration, unwilling to leave in such a manner. Yet he was consumed with anger. How could he, as a young master of the Ling family, be so easily cast aside? What would become of his dignity? Fine. If you do not wish to see me, then so be it. There will come a time when you will beg to see me. Ling Zeyu was infuriated, his eyes reddening with rage. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he ultimately decided to leave without taking anything with him. With a fierce rub of his eyes, he turned sharply and bellowed at the grand entrance of the estate. The next time I return, it shall be you weeping, begging for my return. Ling Zeyu possessed a certain pride. The source of his ire was straightforward. He recalled the previous life when Huo Yuan had cast him aside, severing their ties. His pride had been wounded, a consequence of youthful arrogance. On the third-floor window, a man observed as that figure gradually receded into the distance. Ling Zeyu made his way back to the Ling residence, yet his timing was unfortunate. The house was utterly deserted. He lingered at the entrance for an extended period, hesitating to step inside. Meanwhile, Yu Hao, who had been shadowing Ling Zeyu, reported every minute detail of the situation. It seemed that the young master was overcome with guilt, hesitating to enter his own home, waiting at the door. The true reason was that Ling Zeyu had forgotten the security code to his house. Sitting on the ground, he rummaged through his phone and dialed a number. Ling Yuchen, I have a question for you. Who am I? I am your brother. Hey, who gave you permission to speak to me like that? Do you believe I will come to your school and beat you up? You little brat. How dare you hang up on me? With no other choice, he called another number. Hello, brother. Yes, it's me, Ling Zeyu. I just wanted to ask what the code to our house is. Oh, I'm back for a couple of days, just to relax. After ending the call, Ling Zeyu rose and unlocked the door. What sort of world is this, where my biological brother is less reliable than a brother by adoption? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a profound silence within the room, dust having settled on the floor. This sight left Ling Zeyu perplexed. What was happening? Had the family fallen into bankruptcy, unable to afford even a servant? The thick layer of dust was troubling. Initially, he resolved to endure one night and then retire to his own property. But as evening approached, his patience wore thin. With a decisive flick, he turned on a room's light and prepared to leave when the front door swung open. Ling Feng, upon seeing Ling Zeyu, was momentarily taken aback before retorting, "You truly have returned." The tone was hardly befitting that of a father. It was clear he held little regard for him. I've only been away for a month or two, and already the house has fallen into such disarray. If I had delayed any longer, would this place have been vacated entirely? Ling Zeyu inquired, irritation evident in his voice. His relationship with his family had never been harmonious. The reason was simple. He had an exceptionally talented elder brother who brought glory to the Ling family, while he, although the second young master, was of little consequence. His father had little affection for him. Ling Zeyu remembered vividly from his previous life how Ling Feng had bequeathed all family assets to Ling Yao, their adopted brother, leaving neither him nor Ling Yuchen with even a single property. Chapter 11. Heartbroken to claim that he felt no disappointment would be a falsehood. For this was his own father, and with his mother having passed away early, he had but one or two relatives left. Yet his father showed no love, and his younger brother held a deep disdain for him, leading to a gradual detachment from any fondness for his family. The title of the second young master of the Ling family was merely a hollow designation, to realize that in the previous life, even after a car accident, his father never came to see him, and his brother was even less concerned. This is the attitude you adopt when conversing with your father. Lin Feng furrowed his brows and spoke solemnly. There is one truth you have articulated correctly. We indeed need to move. Look at your current state. Coming home once every few months, staying at the Huo residence is utterly unacceptable. Such admonishments left Ling Zeyu somewhat agitated. Why did I initially remain at the Huo family? Was it not for this family? Was it not out of fear that their anger would implicate us? Finally, he unleashed the words he had kept bottled up. Initially, it was indeed for the sake of this family, as there was an undeniable blood connection. Even if unspoken, it lingered in his heart. Lin Feng paused, observing his son with a complex expression, and ultimately remarked, "Although our Ling family cannot rival the Huo family's immense power, should the Huo family seek to vent their anger on us, I will not stand idly by." Before he could finish, Ling Zeyu interrupted impatiently. "All right, that was all in the past. I am now willingly here." If the Ling family had not gone bankrupt, he would have ordered someone to tidy up the house. He nearly choked on his words. Lin Feng found it difficult to manage his son, who had been pampered since childhood, his temperament hard to discipline and heedless of advice. "Do not leave just yet. I need to discuss something with you," Lin Feng called out to Ling Zeyu, who was about to depart. Ling Zeyu turned back. "What is it?" "Your younger brother, Ling Yuchen, is currently at a formative stage. To prevent him from adopting your disposition, I intend to raise him with modest means. I informed him 2 years ago that our family had gone bankrupt, so you must maintain a low profile in front of him. The Ling family will depend on Ling Yuchen to uphold our legacy." Lin Feng shared much, but Ling Zeyu seized upon a critical statement, causing his fury to ignite. "What is wrong with my disposition? Have I transgressed some divine law? Why can't he become like me?" He was infuriated, feeling the disdain from his own father. The thought that during his previous life, after his accident, the other party had never even checked on him, nor had they contacted him afterward, filled him with rage. He had previously considered the family's interests and even helped secure several collaborations from Huo Yuan for them, only to be met with disdain for his character. Consequently, he lost interest in Lin Feng's words, storming out and slamming the door behind him to vent his frustrations. Lin Feng sighed as he watched his son leave, ultimately taking the insulated lunchbox he had been holding and stepping out as well. In the dead of night, Ling Zeyu took a taxi to one of his apartments. Sitting in the cab with the window open, allowing the cold wind to sweep in, his heart frozen to the core. Oomph. Does he truly think this is a game where one can simply switch account upon failure? Even if he begins to raise Ling Yuchen with modest means. After 16 years of living as a wealthy heir, can such a transformation even be possible? Can one truly alter their nature? Does he not know the saying, "The river may change course, but one's nature is difficult to alter"? Such pretty words. And to expect Ling Yuchen to support this family in the future? In the end, does he not value Ling Yao more? He has even begun to suspect that Ling Yao is not merely adopted, but rather Lin Feng's illegitimate child from outside. In the previous life, had it not been for the substantial sum of money and shares left to him by Huo Yuan, he might well have faced starvation on the streets. Upon returning to his modest yet cozy apartment, a place he had purchased during his university days for its proximity to the campus, Ling Zeyu threw himself onto the bed. Utterly exhausted, today had truly been taxing. After much coaxing, Jiang Yiming finally managed to summon Ling Zeyu to a bar they used to frequent. Although since Ling Zeyu began his relationship with Huo Yuan, his outings had become significantly less frequent. Prepared for rejection, he was taken aback when Ling Zeyu actually showed up. "What have you been busy with lately?" Jiang Yiming inquired, sliding a drink toward Ling Zeyu. Ling Zeyu languidly propped his feet on the low table and replied, "Oh, just swamped. Heartbroken, you know." Jiang Yiming nearly spewed his drink in disbelief, stifling a cough as he asked, "Is that for real? Did Huo Yuan dump you?" Ling Zeyu shot him a warning glance before responding, "Well, it's not like I was left unscathed." Jiang Yiming was taken aback. "He doesn't have someone new, does he?" To this, Ling Zeyu vehemently retorted, "Impossible. I know how he feels about me. Anything is possible, but a new love? Absolutely not." "Fine, fine. If you say it's impossible, then it is," Jiang Yiming replied. "Why are you so agitated?" Ling Zeyu countered, "Look at you, you've moved out again. And your father doesn't care. You shouldn't feel too liberated. What is there to fret about?" Ling Zeyu continued, "You're not broke. If Huo Yuan ended things, he should provide you with a handsome severance fee. With that, why would you need a man? Isn't it better to revel in your independence? There exists a certain type of person who can inflict the deepest wounds without any overt intention." In that moment, Ling Zeyu grasped this truth. He cast a cold glance, thinking, "It's not your fault for being thoughtless, but lacking empathy. That is indeed your failing. Are you implying that I'm being insulted? Jiang Yiming asked. No, I'm complimenting you, Ling Zeyu replied. Oh, as friends, it's only right to assist you, Jiang Yiming said. Ling Zeyu sometimes found himself questioning how Jiang Yiming had grown to adulthood, and he further pondered how they had become such good friends. Could it truly be that adage? Birds of a feather flock together? No, he would never concede to that notion. I'm off to the restroom, Ling Zeyu announced, rising to leave. Go left, straight ahead. Then right, Jiang Yiming kindly reminded him, concerned that Ling Zeyu might forget the way, given the long absence. I don't need your guidance, I know, Ling Zeyu retorted, recalling that since the incident when he was beaten up, he had frequented this place often, more so than Jiang Yiming. After emerging from the restroom, he was about to return when his gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, in the dim light, a face he once knew for its gentleness was now adorned with heavy eyeliner, and the fitted black shirt accentuated a tantalizing glimpse of the waist. What on earth? Chapter 12. Do you need something from me? Was this truly the Zhuang Rong he once knew? Why did she appear so strikingly different from his memories? At that moment, the other party sat beside someone, their delicate hand gently clasping that of the man next to them. Was this flirtation? Did it not indicate an affection for Huo Yuan? Now, they were with another man, whose rotund figure resembled that of an 8-month pregnant woman. What on earth was his taste? A wave of nausea washed over Ling Zeyu, prompting him to turn and leave. However, a glance at the portly man's face struck him as oddly familiar. As he walked away, he pondered where he might have encountered him before. Suddenly, his steps halted. He remembered. That man was an employee of the Huo group. He recalled that when Yu Hao delivered documents to Huo Yuan, the chart featuring a turtle had included this man's photograph. Ling Zeyu reflected carefully on the chart as content. It pertained to an investment in the Nanhai Resort Hotel, which required Huo Yuan's signature for approval. Given that this man was affiliated with the Huo group, how could he possibly know Zhuang Rong? Most importantly, was he the Huo group primarily a financial company? What connection did it have with the resort? There was certainly some sort of deception at play. He needed to inform Huo Yuan to keep his guard up. With this thought, Ling Zeyu could no longer remain seated. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yiming, he attempted to leave, but was called back by Jiang Yiming. Wait, why are you so fickle? Just a moment ago, you said you would never go to the Huo family again, and now you're ready to show up at their door? What about your pride? You've run away from home. All right, I have a plan, Jiang Yiming declared. I heard that tomorrow, Old Master Huo has a dinner engagement at Xingzhuang next door. You can intercept him there. Ling Zeyu's eyes brightened. Is that true? How do you know? Where did you hear this from? Is the information reliable? Need I say more? Who do you think I am? Absolutely authentic, Jiang Yiming replied with pride. It's no joke. I saw it on the big screen in the mall. How curious it was that such news shouldn't have been so publicly broadcasted. Yet, as long as it was true, that was all that mattered. Ling Zeyu felt a sense of relief, though a nagging thought lingered in his mind. There was surely a ruse involved. If his memory served him right in his previous life, Huo Yuan's company had encountered some troubles due to a partner's unauthorized investment in a seaside resort hotel project, resulting in significant losses. Money earned was not only squandered, but also led to a deficit of several million. He had heard this from Zhuang Rong, who advised him to avoid Huo Yuan for a while, lest he bear the brunt of Huo Yuan's anger. But now it seemed this was undoubtedly Zhuang Rong's doing. Therefore, he had to intervene. Although several million might not be much for the Huo family, he could not remain indifferent now that he was aware. Moreover, Zhuang Rong's infiltration into the Huo family was largely due to his own actions. Who knew whether his involvement had sparked this calamity? The entire night, Ling Zeyu struggled to find rest, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to share his findings with Huo Yuan the next day. Jiang Yiming accompanied Ling Zeyu as they waited in the lounge on the first floor. He tossed a cherry tomato into his mouth and said to Ling Zeyu, "Don't look upstairs. They will come down after finishing their meal." Ling Zeyu withdrew his gaze, crossing his arms in silence, though his expression bore a hint of melancholy. Jiang Yiming understood the source of his frustration and shrugged helplessly. "There's nothing I can do. The fact that we could enter here is already a testament to the doorman's discernment. Otherwise, what status do we hold? He might have kept us outside. Merely possessing wealth is insufficient to gain entry. one must also wield power. Otherwise, it matters not if you were the young master of a distinguished family. Without a membership card, you would be turned away. They had merely been fortunate to have concocted a few convincing words to gain access. Ling Zeyu was acutely aware of this, and it only fueled his indignation. He felt utterly constrained. After a prolonged wait, Ling Zeyu was nearly drifting off to sleep when Jiang Yiming abruptly kicked him, exclaiming, "Quickly, they're coming down!" Instantly roused from his slumber, he disregarded the kick and hurried towards the source of the commotion. Sure enough, a group descended from the upper floor, with Huo Yuan leading the way. Ling Zeyu rushed forward, arms outstretched, boldly intercepting the group. Initially, he feared he might be dragged away by the bodyguards accompanying Huo Yuan, but fortunately, he had come unaccompanied today. When Huo Yuan's gaze fell upon him, his deep-set eyes held a question, prompting Ling Zeyu to open his mouth. However, before he could utter Huo Yuan's name, his eyes fell upon a familiar figure beside Huo Yuan, leaving him momentarily stunned. Zhuang Rong greeted him with a smile. "Zeyu, what a coincidence!" Ling Zeyu was utterly bewildered. How did he end up next to Huo Yuan? What brings you here? He blurted out. Zhuang Rong maintained a warm and courteous demeanor, entirely unlike the person he had encountered that night. "Huo Yi brought me," he began, but Huo Yuan interjected, inquiring, "Do you need something from me?" Ling Zeyu was overcome with a desire to expel Zhuang Rong and take him out for dinner instead. Look how closely they walked together, their hands nearly brushing against one another. He had even worried he might be deceived. It was infuriating. He had fretted all night for nothing. With a huff, he replied, "It's nothing," and turned to leave. Huo Yuan remained stationary, neither speaking nor moving. After taking a few steps, Ling Zeyu ultimately halted, turning back. Under Huo Yuan's penetrating gaze, he pointed at Zhuang Rong, declaring, "Let me tell you, Zhuang Rong is not a good person." As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Yiming was taken aback. Wasn't it a bit too direct to say such a thing in front of him? Zhuang Rong's expression faltered momentarily before quickly returning to its usual composure as he smiled and said, "Zeyu, what are you talking about?" Ling Zeyu responded candidly, "Last night, I saw you at the bar next door, mingling with employees from the Huo family company. I don't know what you were discussing." At this revelation, a flicker of something unusual crossed Zhuang Rong's eyes. Ling Zeyu then fixed his gaze on Huo Yuan, adding, "That employee was the one who filled out the form the other day at your house." Plump, squinting and scrutinizing, the onlookers murmured in confusion. "What did we just hear? Drawing a turtle?" Huo Yuan remained silent, merely gazing at Ling Zeyu, who stubbornly returned the stare. At this moment, Zhuang Rong grew anxious, attempting to defend himself. "Zeyu, you must not wrongfully accuse me. I did not visit the bar last night. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else." Chapter 13. Catching a thief in the act. Ling Zeyu could hardly believe that, despite having witnessed the event with his own eyes, the other party still refused to admit it. However, it mattered little. The truth remained unchanged. "I saw it with my own eyes." Zhuang Rong hesitated before speaking again. "Zeyu, one must adhere to evidence. Since you claim I went to the bar, do you possess any proof?" He was gambling, betting that the other had none. Clearly, he was correct. Ling Zeyu was momentarily stunned, then turned to Huo Yuan, convinced that he would believe his account. Yet, Huo Yuan looked at him and spoke. "Zhuang Rong is right. One must rely on evidence." Ling Zeyu was taken aback. He had not expected Huo Yuan to doubt him. What did Huo Yuan mean by this? "Ling Zeyu, when catching a thief in the act, not everyone will take your word at face value." He then moved aside, brushing past him. Even after the distance grew, Ling Zeyu remained in a daze. Jiang Yiming poked his arm, hesitantly asking, "Are you all right?" Receiving no response, he offered consolation, "Do not be disheartened." Jiang Yiming assumed Ling Zeyu was saddened by Huo Yuan's decision to have someone new by his side, hence his despondence. He had always been one to defend his friends rather than reason, and he bluntly remarked, "Huo Yuan is truly despicable. It has only been a few days, and he has already found someone new, and Zhuang Rong is no better," refusing to admit the glaring truth. In reality, Ling Zeyu was not upset about Huo Yuan's new companion. He was angry that the other did not believe him. If you choose not to believe, then so be it. Who would care? In the end, it will be the Huo family that suffers. What does the loss to his company have to do with me? You do not believe me? Just wait for the consequences. Ling Zeyu was nearly consumed by his frustration. Ultimately, he decided to let it all go, channeling his anger into a video game for 2 whole days. At this moment, in the Huo residence, Huo Yuan sat on a single sofa, his head tilted slightly back, eyes closed. His long, articulate fingers tapped rhythmically as he listened to Zhao Yi's report. Once the report concluded, Zhao Yi frowned and asked, "Mr. Huo, should we not?" "No." Huo Yuan replied tersely. "Wait." Yet the longer they waited, the more they risked losing millions, an unnecessary loss. He could not comprehend why they would not seize the opportunity to avert such a situation. Continue waiting and prepare a compensation contract. Huo Yuan commanded as he opened his eyes. Zhao Yi was left speechless. It was clear that Mr. Huo had already resigned himself to the notion of compensation. He would prefer to part with money rather than intervene, all in hopes that young Master Ling would take the initiative to uncover the truth behind the matter. With a resounding crash, Ling Zeyu slammed his keyboard down in frustration. He could no longer endure the situation. How could Huo Yuan remain so composed? So indifferent to the need for investigation? Huo Yuan could tolerate it, but he could not. He recalled that it was at this very moment in his previous life that the Huo company began facing compensation claims. He refused to believe it. Was it not merely a matter of evidence? Is it not merely about convincing Huo Yuan? What difficulty lies therein? Once he uncovers the evidence, I shall thrust it upon him, inciting his frenzy and sowing seeds of doubt within him. Ling Zeyu once again graced that bar, intent on scrutinizing the surveillance footage. Unfortunately, the manager informed him that the cameras were malfunctioning and thus inaccessible. Excellent. He then sought nearby surveillance, only to discover it had been deleted as well. Well then, let us examine the bar's consumption records. Surely they would reveal some traces, perhaps even the accounts of Zhuang Rong or that despicable fellow. However, before he could even initiate the inquiry, Ling Zeyu encountered a formidable obstacle. He lacked the necessary access permissions. Frustration nearly made him choke on his own rage. Very well, he would pursue an alternate route. He commenced following individuals. Based on his previous acquaintance with Zhuang Rong, he positioned himself at intervals, ultimately managing to spot him. Having learned from his prior failures, he was exceedingly cautious, cloaking himself in the guise of a distant observer. He noted the locations Zhuang Rong frequented, particularly a restaurant. After gathering information, he did not hastily pursue, but rather waited until the individual departed, then approached the proprietor, claiming that an employee had damaged his watch and demanded compensation. The employee vehemently denied the accusation, insisting he had never touched the watch. Yet Ling Zeyu remained adamant, asserting that it was indeed the employee's fault and insisting on a compensation of 300,000. The employee, thoroughly intimidated, promptly requested to review the surveillance footage to prove his innocence, to which the restaurant owner acquiesced without objection. Thus, Ling Zeyu successfully accessed the footage. Upon Zhuang Rong's entry into the restaurant, he nonchalantly glanced around before retreating into a private room. Ling Zeyu furrowed his brow, pulling the frame forward and pausing it. Zooming in, he heard the aggrieved employee declare, "I did not pass through here just now." Ling Zeyu replied, "I just came through here, so I wish to clarify if there has been a misunderstanding." This statement alleviated the employee's distress, and he no longer contested the claim. Ling Zeyu observed the first individual to enter the private room, a tall figure adorned with a hat, who, while traversing the monitored area, deliberately pressed down the brim of his hat, effectively obscuring his face. Although there was no frontal view, the individual's fingers were exposed. The nail of the left index finger bore a bruise, rendering half of it black, as if it had been pinched by something. An unsettling feeling lingered within Ling Zeyu. Though he could not pinpoint its source, he could only replay the footage repeatedly. He watched as Zhuang Rong entered shortly after the other individual, and soon both emerged from the private room, parting ways at the entrance. Ultimately, Ling Zeyu stated, "My apologies. It appears I have misunderstood you. This is compensation for your troubles." He then produced several red banknotes, leaving them behind as a form of restitution for the employee's emotional distress. The employee exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, nearly convinced he would be extorted, grateful it was merely a misunderstanding. At that moment, the owner approached, Having overheard the gist of the situation and felt no sense of incongruity, casually reminding that today, as surveillance footage should be deleted, nearly forgetting it altogether. Ling Zeyu, overwhelmed with irritation, was acutely aware that something was amiss, yet could not unearth any evidence. That night, he tossed and turned restlessly, ultimately knocking something to the floor. Assuming it to be his phone, he bent down to inspect it, momentarily taken aback before swiftly retrieving it. What the hell? Slow down. Where are you taking me? Jiang Yiming was being dragged by Ling Zeyu to a certain location, nearly out of breath. Lower your voice, Ling Zeyu whispered, concerned that others might realize we are following someone. He continued, I must tell you, soon my life will rest in your hands. What do you intend to do? Jiang Yiming exclaimed. I have gathered intel that Zhuang Rong will be at this location once every month, and today is the day, so I must seize this opportunity. Is that true? Where did you hear this? Jiang Yiming clearly doubted the authenticity of the information. From my gun, Ling Zeyu replied. You have a gun? Why was I not aware of this? It's merely a prop to frighten people, he added, though he was surprised it had indeed worked. Chapter 14. The bodyguard must stay alert. I need you to stand guard a bit further away from the entrance, keeping a close watch on the private room. If you notice anything amiss, call the police immediately, Ling Zeyu instructed, pointing to a specific area. He had intended to suggest that Jiang Yiming take a photograph, but thought better of it due to the inherent danger, deciding against it. Once you call the police, just make sure to distance yourself. Do not worry about me. Jiang Yiming was uncertain of Ling Zeyu's intentions, but one thing was clear. His actions were perilous. All right, be careful. Ling Zeyu, dressed in a server's uniform, blended into the bustling background, soon locating a black tray. He lifted it to reveal something concealed beneath a cloth, then nonchalantly exited. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yiming spotted Ling Zeyu entering a private room in his work attire, searching for an optimal spot to install surveillance. However, before he could finish, he overheard Jiang Yiming's voice outside. I apologize, I wasn't paying attention and bumped into you. Damn, someone else here. Wasn't he it said that the meeting was scheduled for noon? How could they have arrived so soon? Had he lied? Now, it was too late to escape. Ling Zeyu hastily concealed himself behind a sofa, grateful for the curtain that provided some cover. Thanks to Jiang Yiming's warning, he avoided a direct encounter with the individuals entering. Almost as soon as Ling Zeyu crouched down, the door swung open, and he discerned two voices approaching. Soon, a server said, Enjoy your meal, preparing to leave. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Wait, where's your boss? It was Zhuang Rong. He had finally caught a break. However, upon hearing the inquiry about the restaurant owner, Ling Zeyu felt a pang of anxiety. The server replied, The boss is caught in traffic and may arrive late. Zhuang Rong was about to respond when another man's voice interrupted. All right, you may leave now. Close the door. Ling Zeyu, hiding behind the sofa, stealthily took out his prepared phone, which was already on silent, and checked the flash. He slowly positioned the phone through a gap beneath the sofa, though he could only see the lower half of the individuals and their shoes. Nevertheless, that was sufficient for now. At least it was discreet and hard to detect. Immediately, Ling Zeyu nearly pressed himself against the ground to eavesdrop on their conversation. He was intimately familiar with Zhuang Rong's voice. What are you doing? I never see you stuck in traffic. Why today? Zhuang Rong's tone was clearly filled with suspicion. The other party responded, Traffic jams are a common occurrence. You are merely overreacting. Besides, the matter has already been settled. Once tonight passes, the money will flow into our hands. So what is there to fear? Zhuang Rong's voice darkened. It's all that useless Ling Zeyu's fault for exposing us in person. Thankfully, Master Huo didn't believe him. Otherwise, you and I would already be in prison. Ha indeed. But it's only logical to think that President Huo would not take his word for it, right? Did you not hear him say at the previous banquet that he's merely a minor ghost kept by his side, not worth his concern? Upon hearing this, Ling Zeyu felt a stab of pain in his heart. Zhuang Rong sneered. You really believe that? My time in the Huo family has not been wasted. Do not underestimate Ling Zeyu. He truly is Master Huo's favorite. Zhuang, I know you have feelings for Huo Yuan, so why undermine your own prestige by boosting his? If you put in some effort, you might just end up in President Huo's bed. You don't believe me? Zhuang Rong chuckled lightly. The reason Master Huo said that at the banquet was merely to protect him from those with ulterior motives present. Thinking of this, his eyes darkened. Yet in the end, he is just a fool, easily deceived by my few words. It is quite satisfying to see him expelled by Master Huo. The other party pondered for a moment. It seems I truly underestimated him. Ling Zeyu was completely stunned. So, it was like this. He had misunderstood Huo Yuan. Before he could contemplate further, the man continued. Nevertheless, we must express our gratitude to him. If he had not persuaded President Huo to agree to this project, we would likely have had to expend considerable effort. What? What project? What did he persuade Huo Yuan to agree to? Ling Zeyu's mind was in a state of confusion. Naturally, it benefits him. Why should we bear the risks while he sits back and enjoys the rewards? Zhuang Rong's tone was laced with unmistakable resentment. Well, at least he is helped behind the scenes. Once the Huanl project is finalized tonight, what risks will remain? Only profits await us. However, we must exercise caution. We cannot let anyone discover that Huanl is merely a shell. Ling Zeyu completely missed the latter part of the conversation, his head buzzing. Before he could process his thoughts, he heard the sound of a pen scratching against paper. At that moment, in front of a vast floor-to-ceiling window on the 33rd floor of a tall building, Huo Yuan stood by the window, gazing down at the bustling city below. His expression was remarkably calm. Yet ripples stirred in his eyes upon hearing a certain name from his assistant. After entering the restaurant, young Master Ling brandished a pistol to threaten the owner, compelling him to divulge Zhuang Rong's habits of coming here, the reserved private rooms, and even the timings. Subsequently, he bound the owner's hands and feet, gagged him, and tossed him into the restroom, placing a listening device under the tray of food being sent out, while he disguised himself in staff attire to infiltrate the restaurant. However, the boss had been cautious, advancing the time by half an hour, which meant that Master Ling had not yet had the opportunity to set up his surveillance equipment when he arrived. Consequently, to this day, Master Ling had not found a moment to emerge. After a prolonged contemplation, Huo Yuan finally spoke, instructing the bodyguards to remain vigilant. Indeed, Ling Zeyu was resolute in capturing the visage of his target. After recording the critical information, he cautiously retrieved his phone from beneath the sofa, gradually elevating it from the backrest, capturing the individuals at the dining table through the narrow gap between the two single sofas. Splendid. He had secured the evidence. Ling Zeyu was certain that the man in question was the rotund individual from that night at the bar. At last, he had proof. After slowly lowering the phone and tucking it into his pocket, he intended to bide his time, waiting for their departure before making his exit. However, fate was not on his side. As he secured his phone, his elbow inadvertently brushed against the curtain behind him, causing an immediate reaction. Who is there? The air suddenly thickened with tension. Ling Zeyu's breath stilled, sensing someone approaching him. Chapter 15. You were eavesdropping. What to do, what to do, what to do. Panic surged through Ling Zeyu as he swallowed hard. As the shadow drew closer to him, he decisively rose to his feet, swiftly drawing an object from his pocket and aiming it at the intruder's forehead. Don't move, Ling Zeyu commanded coldly, his tone stern and unwavering. Despite the terror that gripped him internally, he silently prayed for divine protection, hoping desperately that the other party would not discern that his gun was a mere replica. Otherwise, he was certain he would meet his demise at their hands. The cold sensation pressed against his forehead rendered the man momentarily hesitant, valuing his life above all else. Zhuang Rong, upon recognizing Ling Zeyu, momentarily exhibited a flicker of sternness in his gaze, instantly grasping that the other had overheard something significant. He could no longer feign ignorance. You were eavesdropping? Ling Zeyu had no intention of engaging in idle banter. Having secured leverage, there was no need to prolong the encounter. Seizing the moment before the man realized the gun was a facade, he urged, "Open the door. Otherwise, I will shoot him." His commanding presence remained formidable, exuding confidence without a trace of fear. The man became flustered, hastily signaling Zhuang Rong to comply, prioritizing his own survival. Yet, Zhuang Rong remained unfazed, disregarding the man's silent plea, instead inquiring, "Oh, your gun isn't a toy, is it?" Ling Zeyu felt a twinge of guilt, about to respond when the corpulent figure interjected, "What nonsense! It's real. How could the sensation possibly be fake? He was trembling with fear, terrified that Zhuang Rong might utter something that would further provoke the intruder, ultimately costing him his life. After all, he was affiliated with the whole corporation, well-versed in the ways of the world. Observing the youth's grip on the gun, perfectly poised with no unnecessary movements, he was convinced that the weapon was indeed genuine. Zhuang Rong, unwilling to relent, narrowed his eyes at Ling Zeyu and queried, "Where did you obtain that gun?" He was perplexed, having had no prior knowledge of Ling Zeyu's possession of a firearm. Ling Zeyu showed no signs of embarrassment, matter-of-factly stating, "Who else could have given it to me? You know how well Huo Yuan treats me. This handgun is undoubtedly a gift from him. What? Would you like to give it a try? I would be more than willing to oblige." With that, he pulled the trigger. Zhuang Rong ultimately hesitated to wager his life. He approached the door, swung it open, and uttered, "You may leave." Ling Zeyu's heart raced as he gradually shifted his position, gripping his handgun tightly. As he neared the threshold, he began to retreat, almost crossing the threshold, when suddenly Zhuang Rong struck swiftly, seizing his wrist and forcing his hand to pull the trigger. The gun fired with a resounding bang, causing the man to widen his eyes in terror, mistakenly believing he had been shot, unaware that the weapon was devoid of bullets. Seizing the moment, Ling Zeyu dashed outside, while Zhuang Rong, realizing he had been deceived, swiftly pursued him. Outside, Jiang Yiming promptly chose to call the authorities as soon as the door was opened. Ling Zeyu opted to flee towards a crowded area, convinced that Zhuang Rong would exercise some restraint in a populous setting. However, he was taken aback by Zhuang Rong's unwavering determination to capture him. In his frantic escape, Ling Zeyu overturned stalls along the roadside, scattering fruit vendors, pancake stands, and snack vendors in a desperate attempt to hinder his pursuer. Behind Zhuang Rong trailed two accomplices. One decisively instructed you how you handle these matters. "I will follow young Master Ling." With that, he nimbly vaulted over an obstacle. Yu Hao complied, retrieving money from his pocket to compensate each vendor whose stalls he had disrupted. Ling Zeyu lost track of how long he had been running until he stumbled and fell. Utterly exhausted and breathless, resigned to the inevitability of capture, Zhuang Rong, who appeared to be a mere weakling, surprised him with his formidable speed. As he saw Zhuang Rong charging towards him, he suddenly noticed someone standing behind him. He paused in surprise, only to see the figure stepping in front of him just as the alarm blared, heralding the arrival of the police. Zhuang Rong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ling Zeyu to react so swiftly. He turned to flee, but was intercepted by a police vehicle. Ling Zeyu observed the man who had blocked his path inexplicably bend down to pick up a discarded bag, smiling as he said, "My apologies, I believe this is mine." After pocketing the item, he departed. Ling Zeyu thought to himself, what madness! Who would contend with him over a trash bag? He even thought he was there to protect me. How naive of me to think so. The police apprehended Zhuang Rong, and at that moment, Jiang Yiming arrived, helping Ling Zeyu to his feet. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Ling Zeyu, relieved, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and shook his head. "I'm fine. Just a close call." Then he recalled something, took out his phone, unlocked it, glanced at the screen, and relaxed, saying, "I need to send this to Huo Yuan. They indicated that if I don't act by tonight, it will be too late." Without hesitation, Ling Zeyu hailed a cab to the Huo residence, though he did not enter. Instead, he handed the items to Butler Chun at the entrance of Qi Garden. Seeing Ling Zeyu not stepping inside, Butler Chun hesitated and inquired, "Young Master Ling, want you come in for a moment? Or perhaps personally deliver the items to the eldest young master?" Ling Zeyu paused in silence for a moment before shaking his head. Certainly he did not wish to see me. The crux of the matter was that he had unfinished business. He needed to verify something. The butler's face bore several cracks, suggesting that perhaps the young master wanted to see you. Yet, Ling Zeyu dismissed this as mere consolation, smiled faintly without uttering a word, and after setting down his belongings, turned and departed. Meanwhile, Huo Yuan, who had just returned from the company, was seated on the sofa in the living room, awaiting the arrival of a certain someone, even instructing the servants to prepare the dishes favored by this individual. However, upon the butler's entrance, he announced, "The young Master Ling instructed me to deliver this to you." "Where's he?" Huo Yuan inquired. Young Master Ling has already left, the butler replied. He said you would not wish to see him. Noticing the young master's displeasure, the butler hesitated before suggesting, shall I go invite him back? It's fine. You may leave, Huo Yuan commanded before ascending the stairs. On his way back, Ling Zeyu's mind was plagued by the dialogue he had overheard. What did it mean that he had persuaded Huo Yuan to agree to this project? He had never done so, had he? Wait, there had been once, 2 months prior. He had indeed urged Huo Yuan to give the Ling family a chance. The impetus for this was his elder brother's lament about their father's distress over the company. A project was in dire need of funding, and they sought to bring in a partner for investment. With sufficient capital, everything could be resolved, and both parties would profit. He thought this was not a bad idea, and thus approached Huo Yuan. Chapter 16. Get Lost. Speak as you will, that was the first time he had proactively sought Huo Yuan as assistance, and the latter did not refuse. He acquiesced. In his previous life, after this instance, he had implored Huo Yuan several more times. Without exception, Huo Yuan had consented, never once questioning him. Whatever he requested, Huo Yuan granted. In the ensuing days, Ling Zeyu learned that the man who had dined with Zhuang Rong was dismissed by the Huo group and was even taken to court for leaking company secrets, facing both fines and imprisonment. The swiftness of these actions suggested premeditation, leaving many astonished. Zhuang Rong was not faring any better, as she too found herself incarcerated. Jiang Yiming could hardly contain his excitement in sharing this news with Ling Zeyu, yet the latter seemed unperturbed, burdened by unspoken thoughts. After much contemplation, Ling Zeyu decided to call his father. Although he was particularly reluctant to speak with Ling Feng in his previous life, the reason he had agreed to persuade Huo Yuan was due to their tenuous familial ties. Ultimately, he could not bear to witness his father's distress over company matters, leading him to the hospital. Hence, when his brother broached the subject, he had implored Huo Yuan from behind the scenes. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Ling Feng's voice came through. Why are you calling me? He was indeed puzzled, as Ling Zeyu rarely reached out. The sudden call left him somewhat disoriented. Yet, to Ling Zeyu, this was interpreted differently, as if to say, what? Can I not call? However, recognizing he had matters to inquire about, he suppressed his annoyance. I wish to ask you something. What is it? The Ling Feng meeting was abruptly halted, and I rose to take a phone call. 2 months prior. What was the name of the project for which you urged me to seek assistance from Huo Yuan? He cut straight to the point, intending to clarify before promptly ending the call. However, Ling Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed. What are you talking about? When did I ever ask you to solicit help from Huo Yuan? Although the Ling family was not a large corporation, they possessed a certain pride. Such requests were beneath him. Ling Zeyu felt a surge of irritation, but upon reflection, he realized that his elder brother indeed did not mention that it was their father who had prompted him to seek Huo Yuan due to his concerns. It was 2 months ago. You were troubled about a project investment issue and even ended up in the hospital. Ling Zeyu reminded him tersely. Ling Feng's anger intensified. You little rascal. I am your father. It is one thing for you to disregard my well-being, but to curse me with hospitalization is unacceptable. Ling Zeyu fell silent. Sensing something amiss, he directly inquired, 2 months ago, my elder brother called me, stating you were ill due to overworking yourself with company matters, asking if I wanted to return to see you. You fell ill because there was a project requiring investment. After Ling Zeyu finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence on Ling Feng's end. His tone turned slightly grave. Indeed, I was unwell 2 months ago, but it was nothing serious. Merely a slight cold that was remedied with some medication. As for the investment issue you mentioned, that is unfounded. However, your brother did initiate a new project 2 months ago, and to date, it has been quite profitable. If I recall correctly, it is called Wanolf. Ling Zeyu softly murmured, yes, Wanolf. Ling Feng suddenly recalled, yes, that's it. After Ling Zeyu hung up the phone, he felt a wave of disorientation. Indeed, it was his doing, and he had persuaded Huo Yuan. Did Huo Yuan not realize that this was merely a facade, a tactic to extract funds? Why did he still acquiesce? And what of Ling Yao? Why did he initially use their father's name to convey such matters to him? Was it intentional or accidental? What role did he play in all of this? Innocent or the orchestrator? As he pondered these questions, Jiang Yiming approached. Stop overthinking. It won't lead to clarity. It's better not to dwell on it at all. At least your mind can find some peace. Ling Zeyu sat cross-legged, clutching a cushion, resting his chin on his hands, and shot Jiang Yiming a glance. I truly envy you. You seem to have no worries. This was indeed the truth. Jiang Yiming always appeared cheerful, unaffected by troubles. Though somewhat naive, Jiang Yiming chuckled. How could I be without worries? I even dream about them. What troubles you? Ling Zeyu inquired curiously. I dreamt that the king of hell was choking me. Jiang Zeyu laughed. Didn't you say before that you were unafraid of ghosts? What is this all about now? Jiang Yiming awkwardly rubbed his ear, defending himself. I'm not afraid of ghosts, but the king of hell is a different matter. Just as Ling Zeyu was about to ask another question, Jiang Yiming interrupted. Let me tell you. Guess who I saw on the road a couple of days ago? Who? Ling Zeyu casually inquired. With a mysterious air, Jiang Yiming replied, guess. Ling Zeyu retorted, are you asking me to guess if I will guess? Jiang Yiming teased. You guess if I guess whether you will guess? Ling Zeyu, leave, say whatever you want. Hey, don't be anxious. I spotted your brother. Ling Yuchen? Ling Zeyu spoke with indifference, as if it were nothing remarkable. Do you know where I saw him? Jiang Yiming inquired again. This time, Ling Zeyu considered several places, a hotel, an internet cafe, an arcade, a nightclub. Ling Yuchen was not much better off. His personality was even more unruly and arrogant. He suspected that once he grew older, Ling Feng would be preparing to train a new account. You guessed it right. Jiang Yiming exclaimed. I saw him at a bar. Ling Zeyu was not surprised and chuckled softly. Now that they were in their third year of high school, a crucial period, he was still frequenting bars. It seemed Ling Feng's discipline was rather lax. No, he wasn't there to have fun. Jiang Yiming clarified, noticing Ling Zeyu's gaze. I saw him wearing work attire, delivering drinks. This revelation left Ling Zeyu in shock. Was his hearing impaired? Ling Yuchen was actually serving others? Even if it was merely delivering drinks. He believed he understood this younger brother better than anyone. When they were kids, to obtain a toy from him, he had once trapped him in a room, refusing to let him out. No matter how much he coerced or tempted, the other refused to relent. Even when he offered to pour him a glass of water in exchange for the toy, he would not comply. If he were to describe him, he was nothing short of a little tyrant. And now, he was working part-time in a bar? Is this for real? Could Ling Feng's method of raising him with little luxury actually be effective? No, he had to check it out. He was eager to see what abilities Ling Feng's most cherished and anticipated son possessed. Which bar? Qingye. Qingye is familiar to me. Let us go take a look. Chapter 17. I remember you. Ling Zeyu and Jiang Yiming walked out together, but fate is often peculiar. By chance, he spotted Huo Yuan here. Huo Yuan was also heading out, accompanied by several individuals, one of whom he recognized as Zhao Yi, Huo Yuan's assistant. In his previous life, it was Zhao Yi who, after Huo Yuan's accident, transferred the company's year-end bonus into his bank account. He felt a pang of sorrow. After all, at that time, Huo Yuan did not believe in him. Nonetheless, he still wanted to see him, unwilling to part ways. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up. If he leaves, I'll see where you find him. Jiang Yiming urged. Ling Zeyu felt a mix of anxiety as he gazed at Huo Yuan's retreating figure, torn between the desire to see him and the fear of being disliked, creating a tumult of emotions within him. Finally, as he took a step forward, someone suddenly pushed him from behind. Stop hesitating. I'll help you. Ling Zeyu was truly taken aback. Without even a word of thanks, he pushed him forward. As he inadvertently stepped on something, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The sensation of weightlessness struck him suddenly, and he stumbled forward. Oh, that hurts, damn it. It's killing me. Meanwhile, the bodyguards beside Huo Yuan, noticing someone suddenly lunging toward them, instinctively positioned themselves to protect him, hands already reaching for their waists. However, they witnessed the person slip and fall to the ground. Ling Zeyu, upon raising his eyes, found himself surrounded, their gazes scrutinizing him. It is truly embarrassing. Perhaps I should remain on the ground. Why has Huo Yuan changed his bodyguard? I do not recognize any of them, and most importantly, no one has come to assist me. Such humiliation. Ling Zeyu buried his face, wishing to be unseen, waiting for the crowd to disperse before he would rise. As for Huo Yuan, he was still out of sight. Upon hearing a familiar exclamation, Huo Yuan hesitated momentarily before turning around. raising his hand to signal the bodyguards to step aside. Zhao Yi, following closely behind, exchanged glances with the bodyguard nearest to Ling Zeyu, seemingly questioning what's going on. Why hasn't anyone helped him up? The bodyguard blinked in confusion, replying, "Who is he? Why should I assist him?" Zhao Yi retorted, "You will soon discover his identity. He is your ancestor." Huo Yuan gradually crouched before the other, his voice gentle. "Please rise, the ground is cold." Ling Zeyu looked up in astonishment, not expecting Huo Yuan to return. He rose slowly, awkwardly, wishing to speak yet faltering in his words. Instead, Huo Yuan scrutinized him and asked, "Did you hurt yourself?" Ling Zeyu shook his head, brushing his palms, feeling somewhat dirty. Huo Yuan glanced at Zhao Yi, who promptly retrieved a wet napkin from his pocket and handed it over. The bodyguard, recently summoned, appeared bewildered, seemingly astonished that Zhao Yi could comprehend Huo Yuan's intent. Huo Yuan was about to assist Ling Zeyu in cleaning his hands, but Ling Zeyu withdrew, stating, "I prefer to clean my hand in your car." This was deliberate. He sought the opportunity to converse earnestly with Huo Yuan, hoping to persuade him not to dismiss him. However, with so many onlookers, expressing himself became challenging. Thus, the car was undoubtedly the optimal choice. As a competent and vigilant bodyguard, San was determined to eliminate any potential threats to Huo Yuan. Upon learning that Ling Zeyu wished to be alone with Huo Yuan, his first thought was that the individual harbored ulterior motives. It was utterly unacceptable for them to be alone together. Consequently, he immediately interjected, "Huo Yuan, this person likely has ill intentions. I fear he may pose a danger to you. You mustn't acquiesce." At that moment, he failed to notice Zhao Yi fervently signaling him. And once San concluded his warning, he was left speechless, muttering a silent wish for the boy's safety. Ling Zeyu's expression faltered. Unable to maintain his composure after being exposed, anger was inevitable, for he did indeed harbor ulterior motives. He lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a long while, perhaps having resigned himself to the belief that Huo Yuan would not acquiesce. Feeling somewhat humiliated, he contemplated departing. Before he could leave, Huo Yuan, who had been observing him closely, suddenly spoke, "Then let us get into the car." Ling Zeyu's eyes brightened with hope. "Really?" "Indeed." A smile broke across Ling Zeyu's face. He knew Huo Yuan would eventually show him leniency. Just as San was about to speak again to intervene, Zhao Yi interjected, "Young Master Ling, it has been a while. Please, step into the car." Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, San realized this was a familiar acquaintance. Ling Zeyu smiled at Zhao Yi, remaining silent, but just as he was about to enter the car, he turned back and inquired of the bodyguard, "Oh, by the way, what is your name?" The bodyguard, still perplexed by the relationship between the two, was taken aback by a sudden remark. He instinctively responded, "I didn't call." Ling Zeyu remarked, "Zhao, he was nearly driven to madness by San. How did this come up? Is it true that the Huo family's assessments only measure martial prowess and not intelligence? That young Master Ling, he is called San," he stated. 13. Ling Zeyu echoed, then smiled at the other. "I shall remember you." San? Zhao Yi exclaimed, "We're doomed." Once the car door shut, only Ling Zeyu and Huo Yuan remained. As he watched the latter clean his fingers, Ling Zeyu found himself overwhelmed with unspoken emotions. After the cleaning, Ling Zeyu withdrew his hand and said, "You've seen the video, right? I showed it to Butler Chun." Huo Yuan, his gaze lingering on Ling Zeyu's thick eyelashes, slightly lowered his eyes and affirmed, "Yes, I have." Ling Zeyu continued, "I did not lie. Everything I said during that time was the truth. Now you believe me, don't you?" Huo Yuan did not attempt to defend himself, replying, "Yes, what you said was correct. Thankfully, you helped me find the evidence. Otherwise, the losses would have been severe." Noticing the flutter of the other's eyelashes, he added, "Thank you for your significant assistance." Ling Zeyu felt a pang of bitterness. Why should he thank Huo Yuan when all of this stemmed from his own actions? Had he not pleaded with Huo Yuan 2 months prior, the latter would not have found himself in such a predicament. Ling Zeyu remained silent for an extended period, while Huo Yuan patiently waited. Gathering his courage once more, Ling Zeyu spoke, "Could you not push me away? I wish to stay." Before he could finish, Huo Yuan interrupted him, "No." The response was resolute and merciless. Ling Zeyu doubted his hearing. Just a moment ago, Huo Yuan had been gentle, yet in the next second, he was unyielding. What? He stammered. Huo Yuan avoided meeting his gaze. It was too heart-wrenching. Do you still wish to drive me away? Ling Zeyu could hardly believe it. He thought he had rectified the damage he had caused, and that Huo Yuan would reconsider. After all, he loved him. Yet, he could not fathom why Huo Yuan persistently rejected him, time and again. Yes, why? He pressed. Chapter 18. Young Master Ling causes trouble again, Xiao Yu. Have you forgotten? What you desired was freedom from constraints. That was in the past. I no longer want that. I only want you. Ling Zeyu shouted in anger. Huo Yuan, helpless, wished to ruffle the boy's hair to soothe the irate youth before him. But Ling Zeyu, still in a huff, grasped his hand, preventing him from tampering with his slightly disheveled hair. Huo Yuan, do you no longer love me? Do you have someone new? Huo Yuan replied, if that were the case. Ling Zeyu's voice caught in his throat. Then I promise I will leave this place far away from you, never to see you again. Impossible. If he truly dared to find someone new, he would surely confront Huo Yuan. To be far away? In his dreams. Even in death, he would cling to him. Seeing the sorrow in Ling Zeyu's expression, Huo Yuan could not bear to be cruel. The thought of driving him away had taken immense mental preparation. He watched the boy's every move for 24 hours, reporting on his every action. If this person truly left him, disappearing forever, he might just lose his sanity. No, I do not love you any less, nor do I have someone new. The heartfelt words slipped out. In Ling Zeyu's eyes, a flicker of light danced. Huo Yuan remarked, Xiao Yu, the world outside is vast. Venture forth, explore, and comprehend its myriad forms. Perhaps in the end, you shall glean unexpected rewards. The essence of Huo Yuan's words eluded him, yet one thing was abundantly clear. Huo Yuan was resolute in expelling him. To love him, yet wish to cast him away. What sort of love was this? Ling Zeyu found himself perplexed. Must I truly leave? His voice remained calm, though a keen listener could discern the stubbornness and ire beneath. You must leave, Huo Yuan declared. Just as Ling Zeyu turned to exit the vehicle, Huo Yuan called out to him, Ling Zeyu. His hand paused momentarily, yet he did not look back, silently hoping for a plea to stay. However, he understood that departing from the Huo family would hasten his growth. Life was long, and ultimately, he must forge a path for himself. Ling Zeyu chuckled softly, tears shimmering in his eyes. Ah, so Huo Yuan believed him to be lacking in understanding, did he? The car door slammed shut with force, and those outside wore expressions of shock, especially Shi San, who glanced between Ling Zeyu and Zhao Yi, as if to say, such audacity, he ought to be detained. Zhao Yi feigned ignorance, yet an ominous premonition gnawed at him, particularly upon witnessing the tear-streaked visage of Ling Xiaoyi, which indicated that their conversation had been far from pleasant. If Ling Xiaoyi was distressed, then Huo Yuan would undoubtedly be even more so. How could they, his subordinates, expect to enjoy good fortune in such circumstances? Ling Zeyu strode away without a backward glance. Upon reflection, he felt a profound sense of failure. His father's indifference, his brother's estrangement, and Huo Yuan's assertion that the world outside would facilitate his growth. Very well. He would see for himself why Huo Yuan believed the outside world could foster his development. He would make Huo Yuan realize just how dreadful and regretful it was to push him away. Must I leave? To hell with that. In the afternoon, having just concluded a meeting, Huo Yuan was approached by a visibly anxious Zhao Yi, who brought news from Yuhao. Huazong, Ling Xiaoyi has gotten himself into trouble again. Huo Yuan's grip on his pen faltered as he lifted his gaze. What has he done this time? He has been detained at a bar for failing to settle a bill exceeding $1 million. Zhao Yi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This little ancestor was truly incorrigible. In just a few days, a series of significant troubles had ensued. Upon hearing that it was a bar and the amount involved, Huo Yuan instinctively furrowed his brow. Had he requested special services? A hint of frost laced his words. Zhao Yi, taken aback, hurried to clarify, no. The high expenditure was due to Ling Xiaoyi getting drunk and insisting on covering the entire bill for the evening. Incredible. In a matter of hours, 7 figures had vanished, and Zhao Yi suspected Ling Xiao Yi was deliberately provoking Huo Yuan. It was known that this bar, Qingya, was not under the Huo family's ownership. How could Ling Xiao Yi coincidentally choose this establishment and then brazenly refuse to pay? Huo Yuan's expression softened considerably, and he lowered his head to continue with his paperwork, stating, "Send someone to deliver the payment and secure his release." Understood, Zhao Yi replied. However, it was not long before Zhao Yi reappeared at the office door. Huo Yuan, fully aware of the situation, did not wait for the other party to speak before inquiring. What has he done now? Young Master Ling refuses to leave. He claims he has run out of money and is merely helping at the bar to earn his keep. Absurd. Huo Yuan slammed the table, frowning, clearly incensed. Zhao Yi also shared the sentiment, agreeing that this was indeed outrageous. They could simply compensate him and be done with it. Yet, young Master Ling stubbornly lingered, causing unnecessary trouble. He ought to be taught a lesson to understand the gravity of the situation. What are you all doing? Huo Yuan interrogated. No one reported to me that Ling Zeyu has run out of money. Zhao Yi responded. Who? Transfer 50 million to his account. Such a situation must never occur again. Huo Yuan commanded in a deep tone, visibly displeased. Yes, fortunately, he had refrained from speaking recklessly earlier, or he might have jeopardized his position. Meanwhile, in the bar, Ling Zeyu drowned his sorrows in alcohol, yawning as he leaned against the sofa, indifferent to the phone lighting up before him. Beside him, Jiang Yiming caught a glimpse and, astonished, exclaimed, "Ling Zeyu, have you won the lottery?" Ling Zeyu lifted his gaze, devoid of inebriation, and asked, "What is it?" "A sum of 50 million has just been credited to your account." Ling Zeyu paused, lowering his eyes in contemplation, remaining silent. "Who transferred it to you? Your father?" Ling Zeyu was disinclined to engage in conversation or provide an explanation. It was irrelevant who had transferred the funds. There are always individuals in this world with ample wealth. After that, he shifted the topic. "By the way, you mentioned Ling Yuchen is working here part-time. Why have we not seen him yet?" "It has been 2 days." Ling Zeyu began to question Jiang Yiming. Jiang Yiming swore to the heavens. "I assure you, I did not miss C. I just asked the boss." And he confirmed that he will definitely be here today. He took leave the past couple of days due to some matters. So please be a little patient. Ling Zeyu waited a while longer, glancing at the clock, which read 1 in the morning. He felt drowsy and yawned. However, he was nudged by Jiang Yiming, who urged, Hey, look quickly. Isn't that your brother?" Ling Zeyu paused, following Jiang Yiming's gaze to see a young man, approximately 1.80 meters tall, bent over, setting down a tray of drinks before moving to the next table. Ling Zeyu narrowed his eyes. It truly was his brother, Ling Yuchen. Chapter 19. Are you looking to hit me? Ling Zeyu did not rush to approach. Instead, he observed his brother, who greeted customers with a smile, adeptly handling their unreasonable or demanding requests. Throughout, his expression remained patient, never revealing any sign of irritation, always smiling. Ling Zeyu possessed striking looks, and naturally, his brother Ling Yuchen was no less remarkable. Both shared exceptional features, with sharp, elegant facial contours. When not smiling, Ling Yuchen appeared somewhat aloof. Yet his smile was like the radiant sun in winter, capable of melting all frost. Consequently, many patrons were drawn to his handsome visage, often uttering playful remarks, to which Ling Yuchen responded with a smile, but no words. This left Ling Zeyu astonished. In just 2 years, how had he changed so drastically? Previously, whenever they interacted, if anyone had said something displeasing, Ling Yuchen would have instantly confronted them. Once, there was an individual who merely proclaimed his own beauty, only to resort to violence against another, believing that the term beautiful was exclusively reserved for girls. He felt disrespected, which led to Ling Feng bringing a gift to apologize and urging him to offer a sincere apology. Both Ling Yu and Chun were profoundly resistant to this notion. Although he had spent limited time with Ling Yu and Chun over the past 2 years, their encounters were infrequent, and their conversations even rarer, with the other party having directly blocked him. This abrupt change took him by surprise. Ling Zeyu exchanged a glance with Jiang Yiming, curious to witness how his younger brother's temperament had evolved. "Waiter," Jiang Yiming called out to Ling Yu and Chun. Ling Yu and Chun approached, maintaining a facade of polite smiles. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Jiang Yiming rested his chin on his hand, gesturing towards Ling Zeyu. I have no needs, he does. It was only then that Ling Yu and Chun directed his gaze towards the other individual. As he began to speak, hello, his words faltered upon meeting those half-smiling, half-sneering eyes, causing his smile to vanish entirely, replaced by visible annoyance. Ling Zeyu observed the transformation of his brother's demeanor, as if it were a magic trick. Shifting in an instant, he languidly remarked, Ling Yu and Chun, what does this mean? Why are you glaring at me? I am your brother. Ling Yu and Chun clenched the tray in his hands, glaring at the person before him, his voice laced with anger. I don't have a brother like you. Ling Zeyu was not known for his patience, and Ling Yu and Chen's words undoubtedly irked him. Indeed, you do not have a brother like me. You only acknowledge Ling Yao, don't you? He is your brother. What am I to you? Ultimately, Ling Zeyu harbored resentment towards Ling Yu and Chun. Their relationship had been amicable during childhood, yet as they grew older, they drifted apart, unable to tolerate one another. After his car accident in a previous life, Ling Feng had not visited him, nor had his younger brother. They had nearly severed all ties, leading to a complete estrangement. At times, he found it difficult to comprehend how a once unified family could arrive at such a point. However, that was a matter of a past life. Now, given a second chance, he had long since come to terms with it. If his brother was not close to him, so be it. He did not require that closeness. Seeing Ling Yu and Chun remain silent, Ling Zeyu felt he had struck a chord. He scoffed. Ling Yu and Chun, how does it feel to work here part-time? When I asked you for a glass of water in childhood, you refused, yet now you're willing to serve others. Ling Yu and Chun's fists tightened, but he refrained from retorting, merely glaring intensely at Ling Zeyu. His eyes reddened with anger. Are you looking to hit me? Ling Zeyu, perceiving the hatred simmering beneath the surface, provocatively continued, Unfortunately, you cannot. If I were your brother, you might strike me, but as it stands, I am a guest here. If you were to hit me, I would ensure the owner deducts your pay. Ling Zeyu rested his chin on his hand, observing as Ling Yu and Chun's hands trembled with rage, evidently agitated. Ling Zeyu, through gritted teeth, refrained from articulating a coherent response. In truth, Ling Zeyu was not fond of the current situation. After all, they shared a blood bond, and it was rather inappropriate to bicker upon their first meeting. Moreover, it had been an entire lifetime since they last saw each other, leaving Ling Zeyu quite contemplative. He finally spoke, How about this? I shall request a leave for you. It has been ages since we last met as brothers, and we ought to sit down and have a proper conversation. Do not fret about your salary being docked. Your boss happens to be my boyfriend. It is merely a matter of exchanging a few words. Ling Zeyu believed he had articulated his thoughts quite well and found nothing amiss. However, in an instant, Ling Yuchen erupted as if ignited. Ling Zeyu, he called out his brother's name with fury. Could you refrain from such behavior? I do not require a break. I have no desire to rest, nor do I need you to plead with anyone. With that, Ling Yuchen stormed off in a huff. Ling Zeyu was left bewildered, and Jiang Yiming was equally stunned. It was perplexing how someone who was supposed to be his younger brother could explode like a firecracker. Ling Zeyu pondered, what did I just say? Why is he so agitated? Is it merely because I suggested he sit down and take a rest? One oddity. When I was teasing him earlier, he showed no reaction, yet now he is furious? He found it incomprehensible and was too disinterested to dwell on it further. That evening, Ling Zeyu decided to call Ling Yao. He had been mulling over the matter, particularly why Ling Yao had mentioned the investment under their father's name. After much contemplation, he resolved to make the call for clarification. The other end was picked up swiftly. Ling Zeyu's relationship with this brother was not particularly close, but it was also not as strained as that with Ling Yuchen. It was rather conventional, neither good nor bad. Brother, Ling Zeyu began, seated on his bed, fiddling with a Rubik's Cube. Zeyu, why are you calling so late? Ling Zeyu had prepared his thoughts in advance and asked, I just wanted to inquire about the company project you mentioned 2 months ago. After he finished speaking, he awaited a response. There was a brief silence before Ling Yao replied, Zeyu, I owe you an apology regarding that matter. Ling Zeyu's heart skipped a beat, and he remained silent. Countless thoughts raced through his mind until finally, Ling Yao continued, I should not have called you. At the time, I misunderstood. I thought father was hospitalized due to concerns about the project, but it turned out to be merely a cold. It was my oversight. I was solely focused on resolving the issue and did not consider the implications, hence the call to discuss solutions together. As this is a project of the Ling family company, Ling Zeyu's gaze fell, pondering the possibility that the call had been unintentional. However, if that were the case, why was the Huanju project merely a shell? Then who was the main person responsible for Huanju? Ling Zeyu inquired directly. Chapter 20. A plea from the boss without hesitation. The other party spoke again. Originally, the project was under the purview of a shareholder from the Ling family company, but I was unaware of the reasons behind his resignation a month ago. He even transferred the project into my name. It was only a couple of days ago that my father mentioned this matter, revealing to me that the project was, in fact, a mere shell. Fortunately, I acted swiftly to halt any further investment. Otherwise, I would have faced a total loss of my funds. Ling Zeyu fell silent, his brow furrowing in suspicion regarding the veracity of the claims made by the other party. Although no losses had been incurred, I felt compelled to extend my apologies, as the potential damages were nearly irreparable. Ling Yao continued to speak at length, while Ling Zeyu managed to respond with a few obligatory remarks before ultimately ending the call. He did not entirely trust Ling Yao's statements, prompting him to contact Ling Feng to inquire whether anyone had indeed resigned from the shareholder position a month prior. The response he received was affirmative. Ling Yao had not lied. Thus, the individual who had relinquished their shareholder status was indeed the one referenced by Zhuang Rong, the person reaping the benefits from the sidelines. Ling Zeyu requested Ling Feng to send him the information regarding that shareholder, yet all he received was a single document. Name: Zhang Qi. Age: 38. Height: 182 centimeters. Weight: 73 kilograms. Afterward, Ling Feng remarked that this was all he could find. Ling Zeyu sat on his bed, lost in thought. Was this really considered personal information? Although it technically was, he found it utterly useless due to the absence of any crucial details. Ling Feng then urged Ling Zeyu to return when he had the time, mentioning that his brother had injured his hand while moving things recently and could use some assistance. Frustrated, Ling Zeyu felt no inclination to respond. He considered Ling Yao to be nothing more than a foster child. Ling Zeyu collapsed onto his bed to sleep, but as he drifted into slumber, thoughts of the other party's personal information lingered in his mind. Just as he was on the brink of dreaming, he suddenly jolted awake. A realization struck him. He recalled a person who had entered the restaurant alongside Zhuang Rong during the surveillance check. This individual bore a striking resemblance in height and build to someone named Zhang Qi. It had to be him. Determined, Ling Zeyu resolved to investigate this Zhang Qi during the day. Over the following time, he began to inquire about the whereabouts of this Zhang Qi, starting with obtaining the individual's address and asking the neighboring residents for any information. Regrettably, his efforts yielded no results. Mr. Hua, young Master Ling is investigating someone named Zhang Qi, Zhao Yi reported candidly. This time, Huo Yuan did not respond directly. He simply instructed, have Ling Yuchen dismissed. Understood. Zhao Yi found himself in a state of confusion. While he could previously decipher Huo Yuan's intentions, he was now utterly perplexed. What connection did young Master Ling's search for Zhang Qi have with the dismissal of Ling Yuchen? Why did it seem that Huo Yuan was not in a hurry? Most importantly, young Master Ling was aware that the Chengya bar belonged to the Hua family. If he discovered that it was Huo Yuan who had dismissed Ling Yuchen, would he not confront Huo Yuan? Or was this Huo Yuan's deliberate strategy to draw young Master Ling to him? That seemed implausible. There were myriad ways to entice young Master Ling without resorting to such tactics. If one is not careful, one may truly find oneself in dire straits. It is impossible to predict what will unfold. One must simply wait and observe. Speaking of which, Ling Zeyu was utterly exhausted, unable to locate this individual who seemed to have vanished in a thin air. Parched, he decided to enter a shop to purchase a bottle of water. However, his attention was inadvertently drawn to the adjacent restaurant, where a crowd had gathered, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Indifferent to the quarrel, he proceeded into the convenience store to acquire his drink. Upon exiting and twisting the cap off the bottle for a sip, he felt the heat of the day as beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Just as he intended to depart, he heard a familiar voice exclaim, I was merely a day late. Why have you deducted my entire salary? I made up for it later, yet you still penalize me. Is this not excessively unfair? Should I not withhold your wages for your tardiness? The complete deduction was necessitated by the significant loss you caused me that day. You should be grateful I did not demand compensation. How is that fair? A coarse voice bellowed, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Ling Zeyu pushed through the crowd, peering inside, and immediately spotted a young man in an apron, his fists clenched, obscured from view, yet visibly distressed. A smirk of derision crept onto Ling Zeyu's lips. Could this pampered young master truly endure such indignity? The brutish man spat at the youth. Want your wages? Then beg me. I will settle your pay for these past few days, but do not even think of reporting me. I have connections. So if you have any sense, you will plead with me for your money. If you consider taking legal action, I shall not spare you or your family. Ling Zeyu found the scene maddeningly laughable. That rotund man was in for a surprise. Ling Yuchen had studied Taekwondo. How audacious! Spitting, no less. Suddenly, the sight before him caused Ling Zeyu's body to tense. Boss, I beg you, please pay me my wages. This utterance made Ling Zeyu's pupils constrict. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of anger. Ling Yuchen, what on earth are you saying? Infuriated, he yanked the submissive Ling Yuchen back, fiercely gripping his collar. You are begging him? Have you lost your mind? Ling Zeyu was deeply incensed. While it was true that he and Ling Yuchen were not particularly close, and their mutual disdain was evident, they nonetheless shared the same blood. They were brothers, and that was an undeniable fact. He could not tolerate his younger brother, who had always been arrogant before him, now groveling before another. Ling Yuchen had not anticipated encountering Ling Zeyu here. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt Ling Zeyu release him, only to stride directly toward the man, dousing him with a bottle of water. A chaotic brawl ensued. How can one work without pay, deducting all wages for a single day's lateness? Is this the rule you established? Ling Zeyu shouted, fists flying in a furious display. Connections, you say? I am eager to see just how strong those connections are if they allow you to deny wages to your employees. You foolish scoundrel. Just watch. I will annihilate you. With each proclamation, he landed a punch. In the midst of a tumultuous brawl, it appeared that Ling Zeyu was on the verge of succumbing to defeat. Ling Yu and Chun, coming to their senses, rushed forward, angrily berating Ling Zeyu. Can you not meddle in my affairs? Stop fighting. Yet, despite their words, they consistently shielded Ling Zeyu from the onslaught of punches directed at him. Consequently, Ling Zeyu grew increasingly brazen, disregarding the pain coursing through his body. At that moment, several individuals intervened, attempting to break up the fray. Among them, one person firmly restrained the assailant's arm, imploring him to cease the violence. However, his grip remained unyielding, rendering the man immobile. The beleaguered boss, sporting a bruised visage and a bleeding nose, shouted, Stop! Stop! I'll pay. Isn't that enough? It was only then that Ling Zeyu relented, panting heavily, extending his hand, demanding, Hurry up and give it. The boss, clutching his nose in distress, fumbled in a drawer for his ledger. After some calculations on a calculator, he extracted 10 red bills, 2 20s, and a 5, along with 2 1s. Ling Zeyu, upon observing the meager sum on the table, nearly burst into laughter in exasperation. Haven't you been beaten enough? This is barely enough to toss to a beggar. Tell me the full amount. No skimping on the overdue payments. He recalled hearing Ling Yuchen mention that the back payments had already been settled. The boss, still cradling his nose, replied, Yes, that is the total. He comes twice a week, 8 days a month, 100 each day. I calculated it for a month. Ling Zeyu was left speechless, staring at the disjointed pile of money, a portion of which was compensation for a previous mishap involving a drunken customer colliding with the table edge. Ling Zeyu was at a loss for words, feeling a sharp pang of irony. After a prolonged silence, he turned to glance at Ling Yuchen, who had remained silent. His head bowed as he fiddled with his fingers. Ling Zeyu gathered the money on the table, then grasped Ling Yuchen's arm and headed outside. He was unsure how long they walked, but when Ling Yuchen finally shook off his hand, he halted. Turning around, he was met with Ling Yuchen's gaze. His eyes reddened. Ling Zeyu, can you not interfere with me? It was impossible for him to feel unhurt. After rolling the money and stuffing it into Ling Yuchen's pocket, he solemnly inquired, Didn't you rest at all over the weekend? Have you been working here all this time? Just tell me, if you don't want me to speak to father. Before he could finish, Ling Yuchen interrupted him, his voice hoarse, yet filled with resentment. I don't need your interference. Could you please keep your distance? You are not my brother. My affairs are of no concern to you. You don't need to plead for me. I will only despise you. I loathe you. Each word pierced like a dagger into Ling Zeyu's heart. Ling Zeyu's eyes also glistened with unshed tears, yet his frustration surged. Was he truly being scorned? He felt an overwhelming urge to slap him senseless. A brother? What kind of brother behaves like this? Fine, if he relished such a wretched existence. Then let him endure it alone. All right, fine. Who cares about you? You even hate me. I haven't even begun to harbor resentment towards you, and yet you've already turned against me. If I continue to meddle in your affairs, I might as well share your surname. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. After Ling Zeyu stormed off in a fit of anger, he found himself increasingly vexed, truly exasperated. Yet, his mind lingered on Ling Yuchen's plea, Boss, I beg you, please pay me my salary. Ultimately, he halted his steps, resigned to fate, and turned back. Upon his return, he discovered a youth beneath the tree, hugging his knees and weeping silently. Ling Zeyu's heart sank further, muttering a curse under his breath. Serves you right. That evening, Ling Zeyu, clutching a bottle of liquor, had indulged excessively, leaving him in a state of hazy inebriation as he leaned against the sofa. Jiang Yiming shook Ling Zeyu's shoulder, inquiring, You haven't told me what happened. Why does your face look so bruised? Who did this to you? It was truly perplexing. Without uttering a word, Ling Zeyu had resorted to drinking, and now he was intoxicated. Soon, Jiang Yiming would have to trouble himself to escort him home. As fate would have it, Jiang Yiming's phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he instantly panicked, hurriedly covering the phone to answer. Hello, sis, I understand. I'll be back right away. He vigorously shook Ling Zeyu's shoulder again, exclaiming, Hey, I must leave. My sister is back. If I don't return soon, she'll surely scold me. Ling Zeyu, irritable, pushed his hand away without a word. It was evident he had drunk too much. Jiang Yiming, hands on his hips, felt helpless and said, You see the situation, please do me a favor and keep an eye on him. With that, he headed to the front desk. At that moment, apart from Ling Zeyu, there was no one else present. After arriving at the front desk, Jiang Yiming instructed them to ensure Ling Zeyu was taken home, leaving behind a few bills before departing. What danger could a grown man possibly face? Ling Zeyu had indeed overindulged, to the extent that he was oblivious even to being held, finding the other person's scent rather pleasant and instinctively snuggling closer. Huo Yuan gazed down at the person in his arms, noticing the bruises on his mouth. And at that moment, the young man was obediently nestled against him, nuzzling closer. His heart felt both sour and tender. He then lifted his foot to carry him away. Just as they stepped outside, the wine bottle that had been resting on the low table suddenly toppled over, producing a noise, yet with no one around, it went unnoticed. A bartender at the front desk spotted Ling Zeyu and was about to intervene, but Zhao Yi, following closely behind, produced a stack of cash and coldly instructed, Seal it. The bartender nodded repeatedly, Of course. In a chauffeur-driven car, Huo Yuan laid Ling Zeyu on the bed, then opened a medical kit, gently lifting the fabric of his shirt to examine the bruised areas, furrowing his brow in concern. Hadn't they agreed to prevent such injuries? He meticulously applied ointment and, observing the peaceful face of the sleeping youth, took his hand and gently pinched it, saying, Little rascal, why do you have to be so reckless? Do you think you could take on anyone? You just charge at them? He then lightly brushed the tip of Ling Zeyu's nose. The next morning, Ling Zeyu awoke in his own bed, feeling somewhat disoriented, unable to recall how he had returned the previous night. He vaguely remembered drinking with Jiang Yiming. The events that followed escaped his memory, but upon opening his phone, he found a message from Jiang Yiming stating that his sister had returned, prompting him to leave and arrange for Ling Zeyu's return. Oh, so that was it, he mused. Jiang Yiming inquired about what transpired the previous day, prompting memories of Ling Yuchen's words to resurface, which ignited his frustration anew. Ultimately, he resolved to investigate further. Thus, Ling Zeyu began to observe Ling Yuchen's daily activities. For an entire week, he followed him, discovering that aside from attending school, Ling Yuchen spent nearly all his weekends working part-time. On weekdays, after classes, he would take on night shifts, often rising at 6 in the morning and retiring to bed at 2 in the morning, managing 3 or 4 jobs simultaneously. There was even a day when he seemed to be suffering from a cold, sneezing repeatedly, yet he remained undeterred, continuing his grueling routine. Ling Zeyu sat in his car, arms crossed, watching the young delivery worker, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Was this truly a good way to live? Would Ling Feng's actions truly lead to no repercussions? He found himself at a loss. Consequently, his pursuit of Zhang Qi had to be postponed, temporarily shelved due to Ling Yuchen's situation. As Chapter 22 unfolded, Ling Yuchen could no longer endure the worsening of his cold, beginning to cough and experience a runny nose, all while riding a shared bicycle to deliver meals. Ling Zeyu, unable to watch any longer, contemplated intervening. At that moment, another vehicle pulled up beside Ling Yuchen, and a tall man alighted. It was Ling Yao. Upon seeing Ling Yuchen, he hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. His lips formed the word brother. Ling Zeyu couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Ling Yuchen addressed him by name, while he referred to Ling Yao as brother, a clear distinction in treatment. However, it was understandable. Although he had once shared a close bond with Ling Yuchen, the distance that had developed over the years had indeed created a rift. It was no wonder that Ling Yuchen did not feel as close to him. With Ling Yao present, he would likely persuade Ling Yuchen to visit a hospital, thus rendering Ling Zeyu's involvement unnecessary. Consequently, he started his vehicle and departed. He resumed his search for clues regarding Zhang Qi, even broadening his scope. Yet the results were disheartening. He found nothing. Ling Zeyu pondered where he had gone astray. Suddenly, he noticed a multitude of balloons drifting in the sky, and many children were joyfully laughing and playing in the square. He read the inscription on the balloons, wishing Happy Children's Day, that explained the throngs of children in the square. Just as he intended to leave, the left side screen abruptly illuminated, and Ling Zeyu instinctively glanced over. There was nothing remarkable, merely an advertisement. However, since it was under the auspices of the Huo family, he lingered a moment longer. In his previous life, it was here that he had witnessed a festive New Year's Eve, with merriment abounding, except for the serious demeanor of the host on the grand screen, dressed in black and white. As he prepared to withdraw his gaze, he caught sight of a line of text in the bottom right corner. Running on the wrong path is futile. He stared at those words for an extended period, eventually falling into a contemplative silence. Ling Zeyu departed, feeling a sense that his direction might be flawed. Otherwise, how could he have achieved so little? Thus, Ling Zeyu commenced the meticulous reorganization of his search for clues. However, before he could put his plans into action, an unforeseen incident transpired. Ling Zeyu presumed that upon seeing Ling Yuchen in such a state, Ling Yao would ardently dissuade him from his endeavors, advising him to take a well-deserved rest, which would, in turn, allow Ling Yuchen to settle down. Yet, while en route to Zhang Qi, he chanced upon Ling Yuchen once more. If 2 days prior, Ling Yuchen had merely exhibited symptoms of a cough and a runny nose, at this moment, he appeared unsteady on his feet, his complexion flushed abnormally, and his expression somewhat dazed. Moreover, he was still clutching a takeout bag. Was he still delivering food? What on earth was happening? He was clearly running a fever. Ling Zeyu was infuriated, feeling an overwhelming urge to alight from his vehicle and confront him. Observing Ling Yuchen hastily enter the residential complex, he surmised that he had accepted numerous orders, far more than before. Why was this the case? What was Ling Feng, that old man, trying to accomplish? How far was he willing to push someone? As Ling Zeyu watched Ling Yuchen prepare to leave on his bike, he swiftly maneuvered his vehicle to obstruct his path. Ling Yuchen, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a car, and in his feverish state, was unprepared. In his haste, he inadvertently collided with the vehicle. Stunned, he exited his bike and promptly apologized. Upon opening the car door, anxiety gripped Ling Yuchen. He still had deliveries pending, and now, having crashed into another vehicle, he feared whether the driver would allow him to leave. Most importantly, Who would bear the responsibility? Would he be liable for damages? His funds were dwindling. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, he stammered as he offered his apologies. However, before he could finish, he felt a firm grip on his wrist, and upon looking up, he was met with the fierce countenance of Ling Zeyu. Ling Zeyu was seething, especially as Ling Yuchen continued to apologize. He could feel the heat radiating from his wrist. Ling Yuchen, are you valuing money over your life? He demanded, his voice rising on the busy street. Yet, Ling Yuchen remained silent, his gaze lowered. I told you not to concern yourself with me. You are not my brother, and my affairs are none of your business. With that, he attempted to push Ling Zeyu's hand away. Let me go. I need to deliver this food. Otherwise, I'll be late. Ling Zeyu, though enraged, still retained a semblance of composure. Without further ado, he firmly ushered Ling Yuchen into his car. Just wait. Once your fever subsides, I will ensure you regret this. Today, I will compensate you double for any losses incurred due to your negligence. You must accompany me to the hospital immediately. Otherwise, I will ruin all your work. He secured the car door, fearing that Ling Yuchen might attempt some reckless escape. Fortunately, Ling Yuchen was not so reckless. After a prolonged silence in the car, Ling Yuchen reached out to touch the door, his gaze cast downward. Observing this, Ling Zeyu's anger diminished somewhat. He recognized Ling Yuchen as merely a naive student. What was there for an adult to quarrel about with him? Thus, when he noticed Ling Yuchen caressing his car, he let out a soft hum. Do you like it? If so, consider it a gift. Ling and Chun released their hands, their fingertips brushing against each other, and after a prolonged silence, Ling inquired about the origin of the car. Ling Zeyu found the question perplexing, especially given the subtle undertone of inquiry in the other's voice. He retorted sharply, What business is it of yours where my car comes from? It's neither stolen nor ill-gotten. It was purchased through legitimate means. Although it was originally bought for him by Huo Yuan, the two fell silent again, the atmosphere growing tense once more. Ling Zeyu, unfazed, drove directly to the hospital, urging, Hurry up, get out of the car. His tone was undeniably harsh, but this time, Ling and Chun did not argue, following him into the hospital without protest. After a series of tests, including a temperature check and blood work, Ling Zeyu insisted on a comprehensive examination, but Ling and Chun adamantly refused. Ling Zeyu was nearly beside himself with frustration. However, considering that Ling and Chun was currently feverish, he reluctantly agreed not to pursue the full examination. Nevertheless, when the results arrived, and he glanced at the blood test indicating alarming levels, he understood that something was amiss. Indeed, the fever had reached 39 degrees. White blood cell counts were elevated, indicating inflammation, and red blood cell count were low, suggesting moderate anemia. Ling Zeyu was taken aback. Was Ling and Chun truly anemic? He had thought that despite Ling Feng's stern demeanor, he would only impose hardships on Ling and Chun to teach him about life, but never to the extent of jeopardizing his health. Moderate anemia? In the past, Ling and Chun had been even more robust than he, having practiced Taekwondo. Turning his gaze towards the anxious figure waiting outside, Ling Zeyu noted the man's fidgeting hands. Years of delivering takeout had darkened his skin, and his eyes were downcast in nervous anticipation. He appeared gaunt, his frame frail, and whether it was due to the fever or something else, his face had grown even more drawn. Chapter 23. This is juice for reasons unknown. Ling Zeyu felt a sudden sting in his eyes. He turned away, retracting his gaze, and inwardly berated Ling Feng, reflecting on whether it had been the same in the past, relentlessly honing Ling and Chun, forcing him to endure hardships, only to hand the company over to Ling Yao. When Ling and Chun looked up at him as he stepped out, his eyes fell upon the examination report in Ling Zeyu's hand, prompting him to inquire about the doctor's verdict. Ling Zeyu, however, evaded Ling and Chun's attempt to see the results, warning him coldly, What do you think it will say? That you're beyond help? You need to be hospitalized and take medication. He proceeded to handle the hospitalization paperwork without delay. Unexpectedly, Ling and Chun vehemently resisted, grasping Ling Zeyu's arm. I will not be hospitalized. Ling Zeyu replied sternly, I'm not asking for your opinion. His irritation mounted, particularly when Ling and Chun protested. But I have classes in the next few days. I can't be late. What is more important, your health or your studies? Ling Zeyu challenged, his clenched fists nearly striking Ling and Shun. It seemed as though Ling and Shun was deliberately opposing him, insisting that studies were paramount. Ling Zeyu felt a surge of frustration, realizing how Ling Feng's rigorous upbringing was manifesting its effects. The once rebellious child was now prioritizing academics. It appeared that their family's ancestral spirits were indeed stirring. Ling Zeyu was resolute in his determination to care for Ling and Shun, disregarding his resistance. And firmly ensured he was admitted for intravenous treatment. Fearing it might affect other patients in the ward, he arranged for a private room, where he stood guard at the door, resolutely forbidding him from leaving. Initially, he had prepared himself for a confrontation with Ling Yuchen, but fortunately, despite the latter's anger, he showed no intention of resorting to violence. Don't look so displeased, as if I've taken a monumental advantage over you. Do you think I wish to remain in the hospital? Ling Zeyu retorted with irritation, tilting his chin after the nurse removed the four from his hand. All right, let us go. After 2 exhausting days in the hospital, he was weary. Ling Yuchen remained silent, merely applying pressure to his hand to staunch the bleeding as he followed Ling Zeyu. Upon reaching the school gates, Ling Zeyu retrieved a stack of money from his car and handed it to Ling Yuchen in the passenger seat. For the next few days, refrain from part-time work and focus on your studies and recovery. However, Ling Yuchen resolutely refused, stating, I've told you, I don't want your money, and you needn't concern yourself with me. I can earn my own. Listen to how infuriating that is, Ling Zeyu thought, nearly throwing the money at him in exasperation. Yet, he refrained, lacking the patience to argue further. Instead, he tugged at Ling Yuchen's clothing and slipped the money into his pocket, insisting, consider this a debt. You'll repay me later. With that, he pushed him out and closed the car door. Ling Yuchen, holding the money, watched as the white Pagani drove away, his gaze dropping to the cash in his hand, fingers tightening around it until his knuckles turned white, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. Ling Zeyu found himself yearning for Huo Yuan. Since their abrupt and unsatisfactory conversation in the car, they had not seen each other. He was acutely aware that Huo Yuan had been tirelessly managing the repercussions of his actions from behind scenes. This made his confusion all the more profound, pushing him away while simultaneously resolving his troubles, yet never appearing before him. He sat melancholically on the sofa in the reception area of Huo's company, surrounded by fruits of his liking and an assortment of exquisite delicacies. He remained there from noon until afternoon, his stomach full, yet still no sign of Huo Yuan descending from above. Feeling disheartened, he absent-mindedly played with a bonsai tree. Young Master Ling, please refrain from tampering with that bonsai. It is President Huo's favorite black pine. If you continue to pull at it, it will be left with nothing but a bare trunk, the receptionist cautiously advised. Ling Zeyu plucked at the pine needles, counting, see me, don't see me, see me, don't see me. The receptionist, after careful consideration, decided to report the matter to her superiors, fearing repercussions if she did not. After listening, Zhao, he remained silent for a moment before replying, I understand. I will inform President Huo. He knocked on the office door and, upon receiving permission, entered to find President who was still engrossed in his computer work. He couldn't help but reflect on Huo Yuan's diligence and sense of responsibility as a leader, working tirelessly even into the afternoon. Is there something you need? Huo Yuan inquired, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. Zhao, he organized his thoughts to speak. It's just that, Ling. But as he began, his eyes caught sight of Huo Yuan's computer, and he fell silent. Oh, he's reviewing the surveillance footage. He realized, suddenly recalling the cameras in the reception area. It seemed that everything young Master Ling had done was known to President Huo. President Huo knows? What does he know? Huo Yuan asked, his voice calm and steady. Zhao, he pointed to the person in front of the computer, indulging in snacks. Master Ling. How should this be addressed? Should we sternly reprimand and warn against damaging the bonsai? Given the affection for Master Ling, surely Mr. Huo would not condone such a breach of principle. After a brief pause, noticing the frown on Mr. Huo's face, Zhao, he felt a pang of dread. It seemed he was indeed displeased. It was understandable, for Master Ling had been anything but composed lately, provoking the enterprises under the Huo family was one thing. But now he dared to challenge the company directly. Mr. Huo certainly had his limits. Soon after, Huo Yuan spoke up, requesting a cup of milk tea for him, as consuming 2 pieces of baiwa cake could easily lead to choking. Zhao Yi pondered. Was that truly what he meant? Very well. The principle, it is not my fault. The bottom line, it has nothing to do with me. Just as Zhao Yi was about to leave, he was called back. Wait, did Mr. Hua have further instructions? As the wall clock chimed, Ling Zeyu glanced at the time. It was 6 o'clock. Not too late, but it was time to return. Just as he prepared to rise, he noticed Zhao Yi approaching with a steaming cup of milk tea. Master Ling, this is the juice I prepared for you, Zhao Yi said with a smile, presenting the cup with both hands. Instinctively, Ling Zeyu accepted it, then inquired, and where is Mr. Hua? Mr. Hua is still busy. He asked me to tell you not to wait. Is he not seeing me? Ling Zeyu questioned, tilting his head to take a sip. This time, Zhao Yi remained silent. Ling Zeyu felt a twinge of disappointment. After drinking, he placed the mug down, suddenly realizing, had Assistant Zhao misspoken? This was hardly juice. It was a casual remark. But Zhao Yi insisted this is indeed juice. This is milk, Ling Zeyu retorted, slightly irritated. It is juice, Assistant Zhao maintained, smiling. Ling Zeyu, not in the mood for folly, said, you must be mistaking your vision. Here, take a look for yourself, as he handed the cup back, revealing a layer of milk at the bottom. Does this resemble juice? Does your juice contain milk? Feeling quite wronged, Zhao Yi persisted, it is juice. Ling Zeyu found the absurdity amusing and turned to leave, only to hear Zhao Yi's voice behind him. Master Ling, do not judge by what is said, but rather by what is done. Chapter 24. Are you ill? Ling Zeyu scoffed. Are you unwell? As the bell rang, he strolled outside the school gates alongside Ling Yuchen. He had located a restaurant and intended to attend an interview today, but just as he reached the entrance, he was intercepted. Upon seeing Ling Yuchen's demeanor, Ling Zeyu knew he was off to a part-time job again. What did I tell you? Have you forgotten? Are you feeling better? Ling Yuchen's eyes flickered, revealing a sense of guilt as he replied, I am fine now. I can work. Ling Zeyu sighed, often wishing to reveal the truth. Yet he felt this matter was not his concern. How Ling Feng treated Ling Yuchen, how he nurtured him, was entirely unrelated to him. He merely found it hard to watch at times. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent, focusing solely on his own responsibilities, for after all, he was still his brother. Dear brother, Ling Zeyu took him to the mall, where he coolly tried on clothes, purchasing what suited him. Observing the attire of Ling Yuchen, he noted the pale blue jeans that were evidently worn for quite some time, pondering how long it had been since new clothes were acquired. I don't want any more. This is already plenty, Ling Yuchen remarked, glancing at the tangible items he held in both hands, a frown inevitably forming on his brow. Ling Zeyu stole a glance, nodded in approval, and thus they loaded their purchases into the car, proceeding to a lavishly decorated restaurant. They nearly sampled every dish on the menu. Eat up. I know it's been a while since you've come here, Ling Zeyu remarked, recalling how often he and Ling Yuchen used to frequent the establishment before university life gradually drew them away. Ling Yuchen tightened his grip on the chopsticks, his gaze falling to the table before he slowly lifted it, questioning the expense of the meal. Whether it's expensive or not, it's already ordered. Don't create unnecessary trouble here. Hurry up and eat. I have matters to attend to. Yet, Ling Yuchen's expression darkened further. Ultimately, he said nothing and consumed the food bit by bit. Despite their considerable appetite, a significant amount remained uneaten. Once back in the car, Ling Yuchen grew even more silent. Upon arriving at the school gate, someone recognized Ling Yuchen as he exited the vehicle, whispering to a companion. Ignoring them, Ling Yuchen walked directly into the school. Ling Zeyu stared at his retreating figure, mulling over a question. What kind of person was Ling Yuchen at school? Why did he so vehemently resist spending his own money? Was he perhaps resentful of the wealthy? Hey, classmate, could you come over for a moment? Ling Zeyu beckoned to 2 students. As they approached, he retrieved several banknotes from his pocket. This is basic courtesy. May I ask you a few questions? He inquired with a smile. The 2 students exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Could you tell me about Ling Yuchen, the boy who just left? One of them asked, Ling Yuchen, who are you to him, and why do you want to know? Ling Zeyu replied, I am his brother. Upon hearing this, the students clearly expressed disbelief. We've never heard of him having such a wealthy brother. Is he really that poor? Indeed, every time he goes to the cafeteria, he only takes 2 buns. His tuition and class fees are always the last to be paid, and his school uniform is never new. We've heard he even works part-time jobs. His family must be in need. Whenever his brother visits, he seems to take a sum of money from him, so we speculate it might be to settle debts. Ling Zeyu was taken aback, left in stunned silence. Eventually, he sat in the car for an extended period before dialing Ling Feng's number. Ling Feng was busy and did not answer immediately. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he returned the call. Ling Zeyu, what's the matter? The concern in his voice was laced with a hint of impatience. Ling Zeyu, feeling equally irritable, cut straight to the point. What exactly have you told Ling Yuchen? Why is he so resistant to spending my money? Moreover, did you not mention that the family is bankrupt? Doesn't he find it strange that I am living so lavishly? He genuinely seems perplexed. After a long pause, he remained silent. Ling Zeyu furrowed his brows and inquired, what reason makes it difficult for you to speak? Ling Feng hesitated before responding, not articulating much, merely stating that he believed you were being supported. To encourage him to study diligently and aspire for more, I suggested that you were selling yourself to gather his tuition fees. This tactic proved effective. He is now working hard, understanding the toil of earning money, and his academic performance has improved. No wonder he is reluctant to accept money from himself. It seems he believes his situation is a result of being bought. Well, this matter can remain unspoken for now. But what about his part-time job? Ling Feng saw no issue with it. What is wrong with letting him experience life? Ling Zeyu, in frustration, hung up the phone. It was futile to reason with Ling Feng. Let him try working multiple jobs in a day himself. The thought of Ling Yuchen filled him with unease. Thus, it appears that his brother does indeed harbor feelings for him. However, in his past life, after the car accident, Ling Yuchen never came to see him. Was it the same in his previous life? Did Ling Feng also raise Ling Yuchen in poverty? The twilight was enchanting. Jiang Yiming pushed a glass of juice towards Ling Zeyu, saying, what troubles you? Just tell your brother that everything is a fabrication. Ling Zeyu was perplexed about one thing. His brother is a rational person. No matter how Ling Feng pretended to be impoverished, the company's existence was undeniable. Had Ling Yuchen never harbored suspicions? Had he not investigated? Did he truly believe in the family's bankruptcy? Something felt amiss. I feel you've been quite unfortunate lately. Nothing seems to go your way, Jiang Yiming remarked, swirling his glass. Ling Zeyu retorted, indeed, I feel as though I am haunted by misfortune. How could I be this unlucky otherwise? Jiang Yiming glanced behind him and calmly replied, rest assured, you are not being haunted. How do you know? I can see. Stop trying to frighten me. Ling Zeyu snapped. Jiang Yiming innocently shrugged. Without further explanation, Ling Zeyu reached for the glass of juice on the table and suddenly recalled Zhao Yi's words. Do not focus on what the other person says, but rather on what they do. Why did he say this? What was the significance of his statement? Chapter 25. Young Master Ling jumped off the building that night. Huo Yuan was awakened from a nightmare. Upon waking and checking the time, it was only 3 in the morning. He threw off the covers, got up, and took a sip of water. Rubbing his weary brow, he made his way to the study, pushing aside the bookshelf to enter. Ling Zeyu was indeed unfortunate. As he prepared to return home, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Ling Yao, his brother. Out of curiosity regarding how Ling Yao came to be there, he followed him into the Xinyage bar. It was indeed the place where he awakened from his rebirth, and it left him astonished, stirring doubts within him. What brought Ling Yao to this location? Could it be that he harbored feelings for Ling Zeyu? After following him inside, he noticed that the ladder ascended to the 2nd floor. He too climbed up, concealing himself at the door to eavesdrop. However, just as he caught a few words, he heard footsteps approaching. Despite not having committed any wrongdoing, Ling Zeyu felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He hastily attempted to leave, but the path was obstructed, leaving only his solitary window. Initially, he had no intention of hiding, but upon hearing the door creak open, he acted on instinct and leaped through the window. In that fleeting moment of descent, Yu Hao, who had followed closely behind, felt a jolt of apprehension. My goodness, why are you jumping off a building? He thought, this is it. Lord Huo will surely have his head. If he had known, he would not have trailed after him. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Yu Hao, who paused in surprise before scrutinizing him and inquiring, "Who are you?" Yu Hao maintained an air of nonchalance, glancing at the room number. "Apologies, I must have taken a wrong turn," he replied, promptly turning to leave. Anxiety gnawed at him. Although the height was not great, it was still the second floor. Would he truly be unscathed from such a jump? Dread filled his thoughts. Ling Zeyu was not so foolish. He had ensured his safety before leaping, noticing a pipe below and climbing down it. Nevertheless, his hand bore a slight sting, having inadvertently scraped it against a sharp object during his descent. Sitting on the ground, he examined the small wound on his palm, reassured that it was nothing serious. As he prepared to rise, he suddenly spotted Yu Hao rushing towards him. "Young Master Ling, are you all right? How's your leg? Is it broken? Why aren't you getting up? What are you thinking, jumping from the second floor? What should I do if you're injured?" Panic enveloped him. Ling Zeyu wondered why Yu Hao was there and how he knew of his leap. In an instant, realization struck him. Had Huo Yuan been keeping someone on his tail all along? "Oh, my leg hurts terribly. Yu Hao, could you check if it's limping or broken? I heard a crack when I landed. What if I can't walk again?" Ling Zeyu exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with concern. Yu Hao's expression grew increasingly pale as he observed Ling Zeyu, looking worse for wear than the one who had jumped. In quick succession, he tremblingly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi was busy organizing the notes from a recently concluded meeting when his phone rang. Upon seeing Yu Hao's name on the screen, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Typically, such reports were made in the evening. The fact that it was not yet night suggested an urgent matter had arisen. He speculated that young Master Ling had likely stirred up trouble once again. Casting a glance at the nearby Mr. Hua, he answered the call. "Something's gone awry. Young Master Ling has jumped from a building." The words nearly caused Zhao Yi to drop his phone in shock. "What nonsense are you spouting? What has happened to young Master Ling?" At that moment, Huo Yuan paused with his pen, narrowing his eyes in concern. Observing Zhao Yi's stunned expression and the tremor of his lips conveying the disconcerting news, "Mr. Ling has jumped off the building," the pen clattered to the ground, shattering into 2 fragments. In an instant, Ling Zeyu delivered a sharp slap to Yu Hao, exclaiming, "Must you be so succinct? What kill you to elaborate a little?" Yu Hao, glancing at the now disconnected call, defended himself. "I did say something," but he hung up. "We're doomed." Ling Zeyu truly felt a sense of impending doom. At that moment, he suddenly found himself reluctant to feign illness. The thought of Huo Yuan arriving and discovering him in good health filled him with dread that his legs might actually fracture. "What should we do?" Yu Hao asked, his tone lacking conviction. "You're asking me? I wish I knew what to do." Ling Zeyu replied, panic rising within him. "Should we run?" "Yet." Yu Hao seemed to discern his intentions, swiftly grasping the fabric of Ling Zeyu's sleeve. "You absolutely cannot run. What'd I do if you did? That would be a false report. And your leg, it's injured, which could exacerbate your condition." Ling Zeyu weakly countered. "What if my leg is uninjured?" Yu Hao glanced at the rolled-up pant leg, revealing perfectly healthy legs, devoid of swelling, redness, or even a trace of injury. His face paled further. "We're finished. It's over." Ling Zeyu felt tears welling up, echoing the sentiment of impending catastrophe. While he pondered their next steps, the atmosphere in the car grew icy as it approached absolute zero. Just as Ling Zeyu sat on the ground, lost in thought, he heard a deep, frigid voice call his full name, Ling Zeyu. It was a disaster. Huo Yuan was enraged. Thus, as Huo Yuan neared Ling Zeyu, before he could assess the situation or examine his injuries, Ling Zeyu enveloped him in a tight embrace, weeping inconsolably, the kind of tears that could shake the heavens. "Huo Yuan, why did it take you so long to arrive? I've been waiting for ages. Do you not care about me? Do you not love me?" Ling Zeyu took the initiative, seeking to pin the blame on him. Surrounding Ling Zeyu like a fortress was the arrival of an ambulance. He clung to Huo Yuan, furtively opening his eyes to survey the scene, his heart sinking with dread. Given the circumstances, it would be unacceptable not to have sustained some injury. At that moment, Zhao Yi observed Ling Zeyu embracing Huo Yuan in tears, and his expression soured. He glanced at Yu Hao, who averted his gaze, clearly uneasy. Huo Yuan remained oblivious to the underlying tensions, consumed by worry. Upon hearing the distressing news that Mr. Ling has jumped off the building, his heart plummeted, even as Zhao Yi reassured him that it was merely a leg injury and not life-threatening. Ling Zeyu, what possessed you to jump? Are you all right? Huo Yuan's tone was stern, laced with concern, as he attempted to pry him loose. But Ling Zeyu clung to him with desperation. It hurts. Please don't pull me away. Yu Hao observed, and Huo Yuan's concern only intensified. Yet he insisted on examining Ling Zeyu's injuries, his voice sharp and cold. On the count of 3, you must let go. 1 Chapter 26. You had better not be deceiving me. Ling Zeyu screamed internally. Regardless, let it be. He must persist in his act. One must remember that in his previous life, he had terrified Huo Yuan with threats of jumping off a building, which genuinely angered him. Although Huo Yuan ultimately chose to overlook the incident involving the male model who had escorted him back, he had issued a stern warning. Should there be a next time, he would not show mercy. Subsequently, there were no further developments. This time, he initially intended only to feign an injury, a mere ploy to catch a glimpse of Huo Yuan to elicit sympathy. Little did he anticipate that Yu Hao would announce his supposed leap from the building, effectively severing his avenues of retreat. In an instant, Ling Zeyu released his grip, pitifully clutching at Huo Yuan's sleeve. Huo Yuan, please listen to me. Whatever the matter, let us discuss it after a hospital examination. Huo Yuan knelt, grasping Ling Zeyu's ankle, and gradually rolled up his trousers. The skin was fair and smooth. There was not a single trace of injury. Although it may not appear so, I assure you, it hurts immensely inside, Ling Zeyu replied, unabashedly, though guilt certainly gnawed at him. Ultimately, Huo Yuan chose to believe Ling Zeyu, lifting him into the car and heading directly to the hospital. Throughout the journey, Huo Yuan maintained a stoic silence, his demeanor ominously low. Huo Yuan, please don't be silent. Your silence is truly frightening, Ling Zeyu persisted, poking at Huo Yuan's arm with reckless abandon. Zhao Yi, seated in the front, felt a chill of anxiety for Ling Zeyu. Did he not recognize that Master Huo's expression was dire? How could he be so audacious in the face of such fury? Moreover, his legs hardly resembled those of someone with a fracture. Huo Yuan surely noted this discrepancy. Noticing Huo Yuan's disregard, Ling Zeyu leaned closer, even attempting to perch upon his lap. A penetrating gaze from Huo Yuan made Ling Zeyu swallow hard, prompting him to immediately behave himself. Not in pain, no fractures. You can still walk, Ling Zeyu weakly countered. Upon reaching the hospital, he awaited the results in a patient room while Huo Yuan sat on the couch, fixated on him. Ling Zeyu began to feel uneasy under Huo Yuan's unwavering stare. Huo Yuan, could you please sit closer? He requested, but Huo Yuan remained motionless. Ling Zeyu frowned again. My leg really hurts. At that moment, Zhao Yi observed Huo Yuan stand and move to the edge of the bed, just as Ling Zeyu's heart swelled with hope. Huo Yuan gently ran his fingers through Ling Zeyu's hair, his voice soft yet grave. Ling Zeyu, you had better not be deceiving me. A pang of dread struck Ling Zeyu's heart. The doctor knocked and entered, delivering the examination report. Huo Yuan accepted it, glancing briefly before revealing no visible reaction. Ling Zeyu's heart raced with apprehension. Where is Yu Hao? Huo Yuan inquired. Zhao Yi quickly called for him, and Yu Hao entered. Master Huo, he acknowledged, but Huo Yuan's sharp gaze bore into him. How could you allow him to jump? Why did you not intervene? Are you prepared to bear the repercussions of his fractured leg? The words hung heavy in the air, leaving both men momentarily stunned. Ling Zeyu was taken aback. Wait, did he truly fracture anything? This was unfathomable. Could there have been an error in the examination? Was the equipment faulty? Or had his performance been so convincing that the doctor had been misled? Yu Hao, equally bewildered, could only wonder, did not young Master Ling claim there were no fractures? Did I truly fall too hard? Swallowing hard, I realized that it was my negligence. Of course, it was your dereliction of duty as a bodyguard. What purpose do you serve if you cannot ensure the safety of your employer? Huo Yuan rose, casting the report onto Yu Hao. The documents scattered upon the ground, and Yu Hao, lowering his head, caught sight of the examination results, his complexion instantly paling. You have seen the results. His leg is fractured, yet yours remains intact. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ling Zeyu, who felt increasingly uneasy, although he was unaware of how the report had been generated. The sight of Yu Hao's ashen lips indicated that the physician's findings were indeed dire. From Huo Yuan's words, could it be that he intended for Yu Hao to compensate for his leg? Goodness, that would be utterly unacceptable. Despite his disdain for Yu Hao, he had no intention of pushing the matter to such extremes. What? Are you going to plead for him? Huo Yuan's calm gaze fixed upon him. Ling Zeyu wrestled with his inner turmoil, feeling utterly helpless. Huo Yuan discerned the struggle within his eyes. He averted his gaze and spoke with a measured tone. Yu Hao, Ling Zeyu's leg was lost because of you. Before he could finish, Ling Zeyu, in a show of desperation, leapt from the bed and stood before Huo Yuan, his voice trembling with urgency. Please do not punish him. The doctor's report is certainly false. Look at me. I am perfectly fine. I believe my leg is without issue. So please do not penalize him. After speaking, he even twirled and jumped twice. Yet, at that moment, Ling Zeyu felt the atmosphere grow even colder and more oppressive. Huo Yuan's profound gaze remained fixed on him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh, is that so? Ling Zeyu found it difficult to pinpoint what was amiss. Turning to Yu Hao, only to see his countenance had turned beyond pale. His eyes fell upon the examination results on the floor, and he slowly crouched to retrieve the scattered report. After adjusting his position, he focused on the final line. Examination results, all normal. Ling Zeyu stood frozen, his head snapping up. You deceived me? Huo Yuan turned his attention towards him, his voice tinged with gravity. Who is deceiving whom? I merely wish to see you. What wrong have I committed? Ling Zeyu, now irate, felt as though he had been toyed with. What wrong? Huo Yuan echoed his words. Is it necessary to resort to such measures to see me? Must you threaten me with your own life? Ling Zeyu, have you grown addicted to jumping? Must you only find satisfaction in provoking my anger? Ling Zeyu felt a pang of distress. It had been far too long since Huo Yuan had last seen him. What else could he do? If I seek you out, will you even meet with me? Am I not always sent away by Zhao? You can meet me at will, but why am I denied the same privilege? If I were not feigning injury, would you still be standing here? Would you still come to see me? Zhao, he remained silent, discreetly diminishing his presence. If you have no desire to see me, why do you concern yourself with my well-being? Why do you care if I am injured or if I have broken my leg? Why send people to follow me? Would it not be better to sever all ties? Ling Zeyu's voice rose in frustration, his eyes reddening. Huo Yuan's expression darkened, barely restraining his temper. Ling Zeyu, do not speak in anger. I'm not speaking in anger. Reflect upon your own conscience. Since my return to the Ling family, how many times have you seen me? Either you evade me, or we do not meet at all. When we do meet, you shout at me and scold me. Do you have any idea how much this hurts me? Those who know think we are in a romantic relationship, while those who don't assume I am being kept by you. Now my family is spreading rumors that I am engaging in illicit activities. My brother refuses to spend any money on me because of this. Chapter 27. No need for you, Zhao. My heavens, dear ancestor, could you not speak so much? Do you not see that President Hua is so enraged he cannot even utter a word? Ling Zeyu was both angry and distressed. He simply could not contain himself. He feared that if he remained any longer, he might utter even more hurtful words. Thus he turned and fled. President Hua, Zhao, he hesitated to speak. Huo Yuan rubbed his temples, intending to investigate what had transpired, wondering why someone would attempt to jump from a building. As night fell, Zhao, he cursed Yu Hao profusely in his mind. President Hua, the crux of the matter is this. Young Master Ling did not jump from the building. He merely descended via the pipes on the second floor. Due to a blind spot, it indeed appeared to Yu Hao as if he had jumped. Huo Yuan stood by the window, silent. Ultimately, a significant portion of the blame lay with Yu Hao for conveying incorrect information. Young Master Ling's initial intention may have merely been to feign illness, but it spiraled unexpectedly. However, it was evident that President Hua was genuinely fearful for young Master Ling's safety and was concerned he might indeed jump. Ling Zeyu, have you indulged a bit too much? Jiang Yiming counted the bottles on the table, then turned to the figure on the sofa, clutching his phone and muttering curses. Cursing your phone is futile. How can the other party hear you? Ling Zeyu glared at him, irritated. If I were to curse someone, why need to curse my phone? Clearly, you are not intoxicated, Jiang Yiming remarked. I'm not drunk. My mind is quite clear. Just consider this. He merely eavesdropped. How could that lead to such chaos? The key issue is that he did not even comprehend what he overheard before the words mental hospital slipped away. Jiang Yiming clicked his tongue, suggesting he refrain from drinking as he headed to the restroom. Ling Zeyu ignored him, pouring more wine into his glass, downing it, and preparing for another round, only for someone to grip his hand. He squinted at the figure before him, locking eyes with those dark depths. Do not drink anymore. What does it matter to you? Ling Zeyu snapped, his temper flaring. He attempted to snatch his wine glass back, but Huo Yuan, stronger, took it from him. As Huo Yuan lunged toward him, he swept Ling Zeyu into his embrace. Ling Zeyu tried to struggle, but Huo Yuan held him tighter, his low voice whispering in his ear, "Do not be upset. I misunderstood you." Ling Zeyu fell silent, remaining still as Huo Yuan ruffled his hair, eventually releasing him. Huo Yuan reached out to touch Ling Zeyu's face, asking almost unconsciously, "Does it hurt?" Realizing his own words, he then bent down and lifted Ling Zeyu, saying, "Let us go. I will take you home." Ling Zeyu's reaction was somewhat sluggish. Huo Yuan's grip was gentle, and surely it did not hurt him to this degree. He was not so fragile after all. However, this situation could not be entirely blamed on Huo Yuan. He was aware that he bore some responsibility. After all, he had intended to deceive him from the very beginning, and thus, at this moment, he felt little inner turmoil. Desiring to embrace the other, he followed his heart's inclination and held him close. He was not entirely intoxicated. He was cognizant of his actions. When Huo Yuan placed him in the car, Ling Zeyu squinted and leaned closer, pecking at Huo Yuan's lips. Huo Yuan seemed taken aback by Ling Zeyu's kiss, his body momentarily still, his eyes deep like a tranquil sea. Ling Zeyu gazed at him, questioning whether he did not relish the kiss or perhaps had found someone new. Before he could finish his thought, Huo Yuan's lips descended upon his, leaving Ling Zeyu momentarily stunned, a bit dazed, feeling lightheaded and breathless, only aware that Huo Yuan's lips were icy cold. He squinted at Huo Yuan, who remarked, "You are intoxicated." Ling Zeyu was not drunk. He was lucid, albeit not entirely so. Many words could only be expressed without reservation under the influence of liquor, just as at this moment. "Huo Yuan, could you refrain from avoiding me? Please do not hide from me." Typically cheerful, he appeared unfazed by anything, yet all his worries were buried deep within, with no one to share his burdens, no one to comprehend his anguish. "I fear the feeling of not being able to find you. It is truly agonizing. I dread hearing that you do not wish to see me. I would interpret it as your rejection of me." Ling Zeyu's voice was somewhat hoarse, gazing at Huo Yuan as if he were looking through him at another person. Huo Yuan's heart trembled at Ling Zeyu's words. "You do not want me." There was no rejection, never had been. He merely sought a different way, an alternative lifestyle to accompany him. Yet, seeing the profound sorrow and despair in Ling Zeyu's eyes, witnessing a tear cascade down his cheek, Huo Yuan felt a pang of guilt. "Huo Yuan, you are deceiving me. You have abandoned me. Do you know how despondent and heartbroken I was during those days you left me? I blame you, but I also blame myself. I fault you for leaving me, for not being present, and I reproach myself for not being attractive enough." Ling Zeyu's tears flowed endlessly, trickling down from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, only he understood that he was speaking of events from a past life. A flicker of compassion crossed Huo Yuan's eyes as he used his thumb to wipe away Ling Zeyu's tears. "It is my fault. I did not consider everything thoroughly. My dear little you, I promise you, I will ensure you never feel lost again." It was his negligence, his oversight. His fingertip brushed against the tear stains on Ling Zeyu's cheek. "You are the most beautiful, the most exquisite. How could you ever be deemed unattractive?" Ling Zeyu choked on his words, speaking in a muted tone. "Even if I were disfigured, would you still find me appealing? Just now where your fingertip grazed, there's a long scar etched upon my face. Do you truly not find it repulsive? How could I possibly dislike you when I cherish you so dearly?" Huo Yuan's emotions were tumultuous. Watching Ling Zeyu weep so sorrowfully caused him great distress. He could only soothe him gently. "There is no need for apologies. It is not your fault. Be good. Do not cry. Your eyes will swell by tomorrow. Indeed, I promise you, I will ensure you never feel lost again. Huo Yuan escorted Ling Zeyu back to his residence, and after much coaxing, finally lulled him to sleep. As he gazed at the sleeping figure, whose eyelashes glistened with moisture, a wave of conflicting emotions washed over him. After observing for a while, he quietly departed. Once in his car, he lingered downstairs for an extended period, igniting a cigarette that rested between his fingers. Ling Zeyu enjoyed a deep and restful slumber, stretching lazily as he recalled the events of the previous night, which instantly lifted his spirits. After all, Huo Yuan had promised him that he would not be left searching for him and would not disappear from his life. It seemed that all his tears shed last night had finally softened Huo Yuan's heart. He felt compelled to discover whether Huo Yuan's words held any truth. Chapter 28. A place to stay, whether one desires it or not. Upon arriving at the office, Ling Zeyu immediately spotted Zhao Yi. He raised his chin and inquired about Huo Yuan's whereabouts. Zhao Yi smiled and replied, President Huo is still in a meeting. He received word of your arrival and sent me to escort young Master Ling. President Huo will be available shortly. He then led Ling Zeyu upstairs, bringing him to the office, where he poured a glass of milk and presented some snacks. The moment Ling Zeyu laid eyes on Zhao, memories of their previous playful banter flooded back. Sensing the mischievous glint in Ling Zeyu's gaze, Zhao Yi felt an unsettling premonition. As anticipated, the next moment, Ling Zeyu said, Zhao Assistant, I have a perplexing question I wish to consult you about. Zhao Yi, maintaining a gentle smile, replied, Consulting is perhaps an exaggeration. Young Master Ling is welcome to voice any concern, and I am here to alleviate your burdens. He anticipated the inquiry with trepidation. Pray tell, from which part of the cow does an apple originate? Just as Ling Zeyu was about to continue, the office door swung open. Zhao Yi cast a desperate glance toward the entrance, where he spotted Huo Yuan's eyes gleaming with curiosity. Upon noticing Ling Zeyu leisurely seated in his chair and Zhao Yi's expression of despair, Huo Yuan felt intrigued. After signaling for Zhao Yi to step out, he asked Ling Zeyu, What have you done? Ling Zeyu pouted, What could I possibly have done? I merely posed a question to Zhao Assistant. Yet he was unable to answer, which suggests that your assistant's capabilities are rather limited. Huo Yuan mused, his confusion deepening. After all, Zhao Yi had undergone rigorous selection and testing. What question could possibly stump him? What did you ask? Huo Yuan probed further. Nothing too complex. Just inquiring which part of a cow an apple comes from. Ling Zeyu replied. A flicker of amusement danced in Huo Yuan's eyes as he approached and playfully pinched Ling Zeyu's cheek. Isn't that rather unfair to him? Ling Zeyu placed his cup down with a thud. He initiated the unfairness. The last time I was here, he served me a cup of milk tea and declared it juice. Huo Yuan took hold of Ling Zeyu's cup, and then he advised me to focus not on what someone says, but rather on what they do. That is indeed a wise sentiment, Huo Yuan acknowledged. Ling Zeyu remained silent. His curiosity piqued as he noticed the item in Huo Yuan's hand. What do you have there? This is my itinerary. I thought it prudent to share it with you. Huo Yuan replied, extending the document toward Ling Zeyu. To ensure you can locate me, I brought this along. My phone is also readily accessible. Should you call, I will answer. Ling Zeyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed that what Huo Yuan had said the previous night was indeed true. However, he was also quite curious as to why Huo Yuan had changed so swiftly. Could it be due to the fact that he had wept so intensely the night before? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Ling Zeyu was in high spirits, his smile lingering on his face for several consecutive days. Jiang Yiming vowed to himself that he would no longer meddle in their emotional affairs. Regardless of whether the outcome was favorable or not, they would eventually reconcile. Yet, before Ling Zeyu could revel in his joy for long, upon encountering Ling Yuchen, he was utterly taken aback. Beneath the maple trees outside the school gates, Ling Yuchen was holding his backpack with one hand, blood streaming from his nose. He carelessly wiped it away with the back of his hand, but the flow persisted. Not far off, a group of boys were laughing and boasting about how their earlier fight had not been satisfying enough, promising to return the next day. Some even remarked that he was too meek, failing to resist, rendering the beating meaningless. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? Ling Zeyu would never have believed this was his brother, Ling Yuchen. How could he simply allow himself to be bullied? Why? Why? He could not fathom it. Anger surged within him. Yet at that moment, he found himself inexplicably calm. Ling Yuchen was still clad in his old clothes. Having not donned the new ones Ling Zeyu had purchased for him, his shoes were the same. Why was he bleeding and not seeking medical attention? Why did he not fight back? What was he afraid of? Ling Zeyu stood before Ling Yuchen, gazing at him with indifference. Ling Yuchen, taken aback by Ling Zeyu's sudden appearance, instinctively called out, "Brother." Ling Zeyu's heart skipped a beat, and he remained silent. He grasped Ling Yuchen and attempted to lead him away. When Ling Yuchen struggled, Ling Zeyu warned, "If you continue to resist, do you believe I will knock you unconscious?" Upon reaching the hospital, Ling Zeyu wasted no time and ordered a full-body examination. Previously, they had only conducted a blood test due to Ling Yuchen's reluctance. But that was no longer an option. "Ling Yuchen, if you do not heed my words, I shall disown you as my brother," he declared with utmost seriousness. Ling Yuchen found himself rendered speechless, and after a lengthy hesitation, he silently followed the nurse for the examination, especially when he saw Ling Zeyu threatening him with a shovel he had obtained from somewhere. Ling Zeyu sat on a bench outside, directly dialing Ling Feng's number, determined to take charge of the situation. Just based on Ling Yuchen's utterance of brother, he could not allow Ling Feng to continue in this manner. He made the call and stated plainly, "I will be back tonight. There is something I wish to discuss with you," before hanging up without further ado. Ling Zeyu contemplated finding someone to keep an eye on Ling Yuchen, ensuring he stayed at the hospital until the results were available the next day, as this was the doctor's recommendation. Yet, Ling Yuchen was not known for being compliant. Who could he enlist? Jiang Yiming? No. Jiang Yiming was not the sharpest tool in the shed. While he pondered this, his gaze was drawn to a certain spot, and a light of recognition illuminated his face as he approached. "Ah, you look somewhat familiar," he remarked. "I am sure San, as in 13. I remember you. If I recall correctly, you are Huo Yuan's bodyguard, aren't you?" "Indeed," came the reply. "I also recall that you once spoke ill of me, didn't you?" Ling Zeyu said with a playful smile. "I was merely jesting. Did you think I sought revenge? Am I truly a narrow-minded person?" Ling Zeyu gazed at the strained smile of the other and chuckled. "How come it's you? What about you, Hao?" After the incident, he had mentioned this matter to Huo Yuan, expressing his desire for the bodyguards to follow him openly rather than covertly, as the latter made him feel as if he were being surveilled. Huo Yuan had agreed. Sure San responded, "Yu Hao cannot come for the next 2 months, so I've been sent in his stead." Ling Zeyu chuckled inwardly, mocking the absurdity of such statements. It was akin to saying nothing at all. Nevertheless, he continued, "In that case, I need you to do me a favor. Keep a close watch on someone. We cannot allow them to escape from the hospital. Monitor them closely." Seeing the other's hesitation, Ling Zeyu reassured him, "Rest assured, I will inform Huo Yuan." At that moment, Ling Yuchen had also completed his examination. Upon learning of his hospitalization, he remained obstinate, but Ling Zeyu was too weary to engage in further debate. "You will stay, whether you like it or not," he asserted. Turning to Sure San, he commanded, 13, "Ensure he is well looked after." With that, he turned and departed, for he had an important conversation to have with Ling Feng that evening. Chapter 29, To Give or Not to Give. A simple question after Ling Zeyu made a call to Huo Yuan regarding this matter. Huo Yuan did not elaborate further, simply advising him to remain vigilant. Upon hanging up, Ling Zeyu felt perplexed. What safety precautions did he need to take at home? Meanwhile, as soon as Ling Zeyu ended the call, Sure San contacted Zhao Yi to report the situation. "Young Master Ling has instructed you to keep watch, and President Hua is aware of this matter. Yu Hao has already been dispatched to assist." With this knowledge, Sure San felt reassured and settled into his watch. Yet Ling Yuchen was not one to comply easily. Once Ling Zeyu had left, he attempted to make a swift exit. However, just a few steps beyond the door, he was halted. "Young Master Ling has given orders. You cannot leave this place," Sure San stated firmly, standing in his path. Ling Yuchen ignored him, attempting to slip away from his side. He had a part-time job, and being late would surely result in a deduction from his wages. Sure San blocked his way once more, and when Ling Yuchen attempted to force his way past, Sure San seized his wrist, apologizing, "I'm afraid I must insist." Ling Yuchen's anger flared. Though he uttered words of apology, he couldn't help but scoff. How much do you earn in a month to be so devoted? Can't you just let it slide? Must we engage in this unnecessary altercation? Sure San remained silent, lips pressed together. Just as Ling Yuchen was about to further ridicule him for releasing his grip, he heard Sure San reply, 50,000 a month. Surely that cannot be true, Ling Yuchen retorted. Does it include meals and accommodation, along with comprehensive insurance? Ling Feng had made reservations at a restaurant, so Ling Zeyu went directly there. In the interim, he learned that Ling Yao was also present, a fact he regretted missing when he had hastily hung up the phone with Ling Feng, failing to hear a mention that Ling Yao had returned home as well. What he initially intended as a private conversation with Ling Feng had now transformed into a gathering of three, which he did not mind. It provided him the perfect opportunity to inquire about the individual named Zhang Qi. Ling Zeyu arrived last at the restaurant, where Ling Yao and Ling Feng had been waiting for some time. Ling Feng pulled out a chair for Ling Zeyu, playfully reproaching him. We've all been waiting for you. How could you be so inconsiderate? Ling Zeyu harbored grievances against Ling Feng, and at this moment, hearing his words only intensified his discomfort. However, with Ling Yao present, he refrained from confronting Ling Feng. Zeyu has arrived. Please take a seat and let us dine. As the dishes have grown cold, Ling Yao cheerfully suggested. Although Ling Zeyu felt little affection for this non-blood-related brother, they had grown up together, prompting him to address him as brother. It has been some time since you visited. Both father and I have been eagerly awaiting your return. What have you been busy with lately? Ling Yao inquired with a smile, pouring a glass of water for Ling Zeyu. Ling Zeyu reached out to accept the glass, intending to discuss matters concerning Ling Yuchen. However, as he began to speak, his attention was suddenly drawn to the hand that Ling Yao had used to pass him the water. He noticed a small dark mark on the fingernail of his index finger, causing him to pause in shock for several seconds. In an instant, memories of the surveillance footage he had previously examined flooded his mind. A person wearing a hat, slender and tall, with a similar dark mark on their left index finger. Ling Yao matched the description perfectly. His heart raced, causing the glass he held to tremble. What is the matter? Ling Yao asked, concern etched on his face as he withdrew his hand. Ling Zeyu fought to mask his unease, managing a smile as he replied, I just slipped. I didn't grip it properly. Ling Yao dismissed it, casually asking, what were you saying about Ling Yuchen? Ling Feng, also looking at him, interjected, have you seen Ling Yuchen? Isn't he busy studying for his exams? Ling Zeyu's heart sank, vivid images flashing in his mind. He recalled how Ling Feng had previously invited him home for dinner, mentioning that Ling Yao had injured his hand, urging him to return to check on him. At that time, he had paid little heed to it. He had investigated a person named Zhang Qi, a piece of information provided by Ling Yao. But what if that information were false, a mere ruse to mislead him? Could it be that Zhang Qi was, in fact, himself? Moreover, the individual he had overheard discussing the benefits of a hidden agenda was none other than Ling Yao? Yes, it was undoubtedly so. But why would Ling Feng defend Ling Yao? Was he deceiving himself, or was he also unaware, having been misled by Ling Yao? If that were the case, what was Ling Yao's true intention? Was it merely to pocket that money, or did he harbor ulterior motives? The chilling realization sent shivers down his spine, yet he needed to maintain a facade of indifference. Enough. I once saw him at a bar. Before I could exchange a few words, he began shouting at me. Now he doesn't even call me brother. How rude. I see your notion of raising me in poverty is quite misplaced. Ling Zeyu exclaimed in indignation. Ling Yao remained silent, while Ling Feng frowned, remarking, this kid is the least obedient. He is about to take his college entrance exams and still loves to play. Perhaps we should reduce his allowance to teach him a lesson. In the past, Ling Zeyu would have been angered by Ling Feng's words, ready to argue. Yet, at this moment, he gleaned crucial information from the exchange. Ling Feng's initial assumption that Ling Yuchen was merely out for leisure, akin to his own past, indicated that he was unaware of Ling Zeyu's part-time job at the bar. As for living expenses, Ling Feng would never skimp on food. Without further contemplation, he turned to Ling Yao and suggested, reduce the living expenses for Ling Yu and Chen a little more, so that he can no longer squander it recklessly. Ling Zeyu's fingers tightened beneath the table, his expression serene, yet resolute. Indeed, cut his allowance. Let him see who he dares to challenge. Ling Yao did not rush to respond. He paused before saying, I must advocate for Xiao Chun. He has always been quite diligent. Regarding Ziyu's claim about him being at a bar, he shifted his scrutinizing gaze to Ling Zeyu. Have you not realized he is working part-time? Ling Zeyu chuckled lightly. Is that so? I was unaware. I thought he was simply intoxicated and not paying attention. But on the subject of part-time work, this is quite unusual. Ling Yao clarified. Xiao Chun mentioned it to me, saying he wanted to take up a part-time job during his free time. I agreed and informed our father of this. Ling Feng suddenly understood. Oh, so he is working part-time. Now I see. Ling Zeyu smiled, but chose not to comment further. By the way, you mentioned you had something to discuss upon your return. What is it? Ling Feng inquired of Ling Zeyu, who was now the focus of Ling Yao's attention as well. Ling Zeyu put down his chopsticks, languidly replied, It's nothing significant, merely to inform you that I have exhausted my funds, so please provide me with some money. Ling Feng, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table. How dare you ask me for money? Who is it that insisted on spending not a penny from the family? Yes or no? Just say it, he demanded. Ling Ziyu's face was brimming with audacity, exuding the demeanor of a young rogue. It was intentional, although Ling Feng berated him. He still instructed Ling Yao, transfer 100,000 over to him. Ling Zeyu wore a smile, yet within him, an icy chill resided. So, the money was now controlled by Ling Yao? Chapter 30. The information he desired. What was Ling Feng truly contemplating? Could it be that Ling Yao was indeed his illegitimate son, to be trusted so implicitly? Throughout this meal, Ling Zeyu was consumed by his thoughts. Ultimately, he departed, while Ling Feng and Ling Yao felt no sense of wrongness, as Ling Zeyu had always been like this, leaving or staying at his whim, dictated solely by his mood. Once outside, Ling Ziyu's heart plummeted to despair. Seated in the car, his limbs were icy, realizing that his investigation into Zhang Qi had been entirely misguided. It bore no significance. The individual he should have been investigating was, in fact, Ling Yao. That night, Ling Zeyu was ensnared in confusion and uncertainty, pondering how to proceed with his investigation. Suddenly, he recalled overhearing Ling Yao mention something about a mental hospital. After a moment of contemplation, he started the vehicle and headed towards that bar. Mr. Huo, young Master Ling has gone to Shengye, Zhao reported candidly. Huo Yuan glanced at the time, his brow furrowing slightly. It was quite late. Young Master Ling still wished to review the surveillance footage, yet he lacked the necessary access and was obstructed. Let him investigate. Give him the information he seeks directly, but remember not to be too overt about it. Huo Yuan's heart softened. How could he remain merely a bystander? Understood. Ling Zeyu was on the verge of cursing, as the other party was impervious to both persuasion and coercion. Ultimately, he invoked Huo Yuan's name, deciding to take advantage of the situation. The other party remained silent for a considerable time. Then a person approached and whispered something in the boss's ear. Subsequently, the individual silently yielded their position to Ling Zeyu. Ling Zeyu's eyes brightened. Had he known such methods were effective, he would not have exerted himself in vain. He scrutinized the surveillance footage, pinpointing the time when Ling Yao arrived. Before Ling Yao, an unfamiliar man entered the private room. Pause. Zoom in on this man's face. His hair was somewhat graying, his figure slightly plump, and he wore spectacles, appearing to be around 50 years of age. Ling Zeyu furrowed his brow, perplexed about the identity of this individual. Could he be affiliated with the company? Is he complicit with him? ISNT, this the director of the 3rd Hospital's psychiatric ward? A voice emerged from behind him. Ling Zeyu turned in surprise to face the speaker. Do you know this person? The other person nodded, clad in work attire. Indeed, I saw him on television, featured in a variety interview. Ling Zeyu did not doubt this, for he had indeed heard the term psychiatric hospital that day. What connection did Ling Yao have with the psychiatric hospital? With that thought, he resolved to start investigating the director of the psychiatric hospital to uncover any links to Ling Yao. However, it was too late, and Ling Zeyu planned to follow up the next day. Initially, he intended to consult Huo Yuan, but after glancing at the time, he surmised that Huo Yuan had likely retired for the night, so he refrained from disturbing him. That night, Ling Zeyu was plagued by recurring nightmares. He dreamt once more of the car accident, reliving the moment when the truck barreled toward them, Huo Yuan's body drenched in blood, his face obscured by crimson. Ling Zeyu screamed in his dream, yet his voice remained trapped in silence, a profound sense of despair enveloping him. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have invited Huo Yuan out that day. I caused him harm. The frigid river water engulfed him, his body feeling the icy grip, oh so cold. Suddenly, Ling Zeyu jolted awake from the nightmare, his heart pounding fiercely. He placed his hand over his chest, feeling the violent rhythm of his heartbeat, which gradually subsided after some time. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he noted that the room's light remained on until dawn, and he could not fall asleep again. At dawn, he drove to the hospital, uncertain whether the results had been finalized. However, before he could reach the hospital, his phone rang. The doctor informed him that the results were in. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Had you delayed even slightly longer, it could have severely impacted his future. The doctor stated. Ling Zeyu was taken aback. What did this mean? Was his condition serious? Had his nose been broken? Surely not, for the nosebleed had already ceased. The doctor had previously mentioned there was nothing significant concerning his nose. A rib is fractured. As an older brother, you seem somewhat negligent. A sudden screech of tires accompanied by an emergency brake jolted Ling Zeyu into a daze as he stared at the illuminated red light, his foot pressing firmly on the brake. What? Fortunately, there was no severe dislocation. Otherwise, if it had pierced the pleura or damaged the internal organs, and he had delayed seeking medical attention for so long, he might have lost him. Each word the doctor uttered was comprehensible, yet when pieced together, Ling Zeyu felt utterly bewildered. Oblivious to the green light's illumination, he remained unaware until the vehicles behind him urged him forward, prompting him to steer his car to the hospital's entrance. The doctor informed him that Ling Yuchen's fractures were not recent injuries, but rather remnants of an old affliction. During his last visit, the patient had complained of coughing and chest pain, which were attributed to this very condition. However, at that time, he had stubbornly refused a comprehensive examination. Thus, the issue went undetected. Ling Zeyu sat in the car, eyes closed and head tilted back, his thoughts a mystery to all. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as visions of Ling Yuchen's humble demeanor flickered through his mind, pleading with his employer for his wages, delivering takeout despite suffering from a cold and fever. When had he sustained such injuries? Why had he not sought medical attention? With a sudden resolve, Ling Zeyu opened his eyes, wiping the tears from his face with the back of his hand. He promptly departed from the hospital, making a swift U-turn towards the psychiatric hospital. Upon arrival, he decisively approached the registration desk. Ling Zeyu had intended to meet with the director. However, fortune was not on his side, as the director was absent, and thus he could not secure an appointment. Nevertheless, having come this far, he refused to leave empty-handed and registered with a random physician instead, using an alias rather than his true name, while discreetly inquiring about Director Zhang Ran's whereabouts. Doctor, do you know when the director will be present? Or he might have gone. I would prefer to consult him regarding my condition. Though the doctor offered no verbal response, his expression clearly betrayed a sense of disapproval towards Ling Zeyu's lack of trust. If you choose to wait, it might take another week. The director's schedule is fully booked this week. Ling Zeyu chuckled softly. In that case, I shall return another day. He resolved to gather more information at the nurse's station. The doctor, clearly unenthusiastic about Ling Zeyu's presence, made no effort to retain him. After exiting the doctor's office, Ling Zeyu proceeded towards the nurse's station, his mind preoccupied with thoughts, so much so that he failed to watch where he was going and collided with an oncoming nurse, causing the documents she held to scatter across the floor. Regaining his composure, Ling Zeyu apologized profusely. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. He bent down to assist her in retrieving the fallen papers. The nurse, equally apologetic, replied, I'm sorry too. I'm new here. It's my first day, and I'm still getting familiar with the layout. Ling Zeyu smiled, intending to reassure her that it was no trouble. But his expression faltered when his gaze fell upon a particular personal file, the name upon it extinguishing his smile entirely. Chapter 31. Its brother's fault, Ling Yuchen? How could Ling Yuchen's name be here? A tempest of emotions surged within Ling Zeyu as he forced himself to maintain composure, the smile nearly slipping from his face. He strove to steady his voice, inquiring nonchalantly, "Hello, are these all patient records?" As he perused the information, he also glanced at the other documents strewn on the ground. The nurse, caught off guard, replied, "Yes. These are all recent patient files that need to be entered into the computer." Ling Zeyu noted that Ling Yuchen's file differed from the others, containing only personal details, name, age, height, and weight, while the diagnosis section remained conspicuously blank. "Thank you, I must be on my way," he said, his mind racing. The other party left with the documents, and Ling Zeyu found himself bewilderedly exiting the hospital. The sunlight outside was radiant and dazzling, yet he felt no warmth enveloping him. Coldness, an excruciating chill, permeated his being, even extending to his heart. How could Ling Yuchen possibly suffer from a mental disorder? He was undeniably normal, exhibiting none of the traits associated with such afflictions. If that were the case, why then was his dossier contained within these files? Why did Ling Yao feel compelled to communicate with the director of the mental institution? It had to be him, right? What if he had never uncovered any of this? What if, from the very beginning, he had remained oblivious to Ling Yuchen's part-time struggles, his humble pleas, and the bullying he endured? What would have become of him in the end? Ling Zeyu dared not delve deeper into these thoughts, yet found himself inexorably drawn to them. It seemed he had already arrived at a conclusion. His eyes brimmed with tears, and his fist struck the steering wheel with a force born of regret and anguish. In his previous life, had Ling Yuchen experienced a parallel existence, born into the Ling family, yet reduced to consuming mere steamed buns, bearing the brunt of humiliation, suffering from illness and even broken bones while still working part-time, all to alleviate the burdens of their family? Thus, in the end, he met with an accident. And the true reason for Ling Yuchen's absence, even the lack of a message, was that he had been confined to a mental hospital, wasn't it? Brother? One incompetent brother he was. Ling Zeyu managed a bitter smile, his knuckles turning pale as he gripped the steering wheel, ultimately driving to the hospital. Ling Yuchen sat on the hospital bed, gazing at the payment slip in his hand, feeling a pang of sympathy. It was exorbitantly priced. Why was it so costly? Surely, his brother hadn't been swindled. In this room, why did he need to be in a single room when a regular ward would suffice? Before he could ponder further, the door to the room swung open. Expecting Sher San, he lifted his gaze only to find Ling Zeyu. He opened his mouth, but before he could utter a sound, he instinctively fell silent, calling out his brother's name devoid of emotion. Just as he spoke, Ling Zeyu approached him, casting a shadow as he enveloped him in an embrace. "It's my fault," Ling Zeyu confessed. Ling Yuchen was taken aback, noticing the hoarse quality of his brother's voice, which prompted a frown and a hint of concern in his tone. "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Ling Zeyu released him and took a seat opposite, speaking gently. "Ling Yuchen, I need you to answer my questions truthfully, all right?" Ling Yuchen hesitated before responding. He noticed the redness around Ling Zeyu's eyes, as if he had been crying, and his own gaze dimmed. Finally, he spoke. "Are you caught up in this because of us?" Ling Zeyu did not understand his reasoning, but shook his head. "No, but I have encountered some difficulties and need your answers. So, I hope you will not withhold the truth. Is that acceptable?" After a brief silence, Ling Yuchen replied, "All right. The doctor mentioned that you have a fractured rib. When did this happen? What caused it?" Ling Yuchen fidgeted with his fingers, feigning indifference as he replied, "A year ago, during a fight." He paused, then continued, "They said you got involved with Huo Yuan for money," but Ling Yuchen fell silent, his fists clenched, his expression darkening. Ling Zeyu understood that a year ago he had indeed begun a relationship with Huo Yuan. However, it must be noted that very few were aware of this development. Moreover, back when they initially got together, his father provided him with a monthly allowance of 10,000. While 10,000 seemed reasonable, it was actually reduced from the 20,000 he previously received. Given Ling Feng's notion of poverty, a reduction was certainly expected. Yet, he found himself perplexed. If his monthly allowance was merely 10,000, why then did he still need to take on a part-time job? Ling Yuchen gazed at him and remarked, "Are you not aware that the family has gone bankrupt?" Ling Zeyu countered, "Ling Yuchen, do you not question this? If father provides you with a monthly allowance of 10,000, it indicates that we are not destitute to the point of being unable to afford food. How can you believe we are truly so impoverished that you must seek additional work? Ling Yuchen sighed, for the Ling family was indeed in a state of financial loss. This was no fabrication. Their father had stated, "You are with Huo Yuan for the sake of money, so strive diligently and do not disappoint his expectations." Ling Zeyu was infuriated. Ling Feng's words were utterly baseless and misleading. Father is deceiving you. The family has not gone bankrupt. They merely wish for you to strive for success, not to become like me. Ling Yuchen paused for a few seconds before turning away. You need not deceive me. I harbor no resentment towards you. I understand that all your actions are for the sake of the family. Despite his reluctance to see his brother sacrifice himself for their family's sake. Just as Ling Zeyu was about to clarify, Ling Yuchen continued, "Moreover, I have witnessed it with my own eyes." "What did you see?" Ling Zeyu asked, bewildered. "Initially, I did not believe it. However, my elder brother took me to the Huo family. I sat in the car and saw with my own eyes that you wanted to leave, yet were restrained by bodyguards. They would not allow you to depart. And I heard you curse Huo Yuan, condemning him for imprisoning you and asserting that once the debts were settled, you would distance yourself from him." As Ling Yuchen spoke, his eyes grew darker, his fists clenched tightly, revealing his unrestrained anger. Ling Zeyu fell into contemplation. Had he truly uttered such words? It seemed he had, a year prior when he first encountered Huo Yuan at a club during a graduation celebration. A group of friends had been playing a game, and upon losing, he chose a dare that involved drinking with the first person who descended from the stairs. In youthful bravado, he had readily agreed. As he awaited the descent of the individual, it was none other than Huo Yuan who appeared. At that moment, Huo Yuan exuded an aura that seemed to repel strangers, conversing with his assistant as he walked. Approaching him, Ling Zeyu heard him inquiring after someone. Ling Zeyu stepped forward, holding 2 glasses of wine, blocking Huo Yuan's path. With what he believed to be his most dazzling smile, he exclaimed, "Handsome, care for a drink." Chapter 32. You have a boyfriend at that time. He had no understanding of who Huo Yuan was, and thus remained fearless, oblivious to the dangerous scrutiny in Huo Yuan's gaze. They exchanged glances for a prolonged moment until Huo Yuan's assistant attempted to usher Ling Zeyu away. Huo Yuan raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal, taking the wine glass from Ling Zeyu's hand, and with keen interest proclaimed, "Drinking is acceptable, but I have one condition." "What is it?" Ling Zeyu inquired. "Be with me." "Very well." At that time, under the influence of alcohol, he found himself inexplicably captivated by that visage and acquiesced. On that day, Huo Yuan settled their bill, a considerable sum. Subsequently, he was taken back to the Huo residence, and upon regaining consciousness, he began to deny any responsibility and attempted to leave, even shattering a few antiques in the process. However, the other party remained resolute, asserting that if he mentioned leaving again, he would be liable for damages. In that moment, he did indeed shout those words. As his thoughts coalesced, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "So you believed him?" Ling Yuchen gazed at him, questioning why he would not believe. "Is it not true that you are with him because you have feelings for him?" Ling Zeyu was perplexed by Ling Yuchen's expression. "Isn't it so?" "He indeed is." Ling Yuchen's countenance darkened, and he glared at Ling Zeyu, demanding, "Have you forgotten? You're already in a relationship. Isn't Huo Yuan my boyfriend?" Ling Yuchen fell silent, his gaze lowered, and his demeanor caused Ling Zeyu great distress. "Speak. What do you mean by that?" Ling Yuchen pursed his lips, and after a long pause, he replied, "During the summer of your senior year, you had a boyfriend whom you claimed to adore, professing that upon your return from your travels, you would introduce him to me." The moment these words were uttered, Ling Zeyu felt a chill run down his spine. "No. When did I ever have a boyfriend? What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind? Is it possible that Ling Yuchen truly has a mental affliction?" Ling Yuchen, equally irate, retorted, "I am speaking the truth. It is precisely because you profess your love for him that I cannot believe you would fall for Huo Yuan." Observing that Ling Yuchen did not appear to be lying, Ling Zeyu inquired, "If you are aware that I have a boyfriend, then pray tell, who is he? What does he look like? How could he possibly have a boyfriend? Even if he did not remember, surely this so-called boyfriend would recall him and come seeking him?" This question rendered Ling Yuchen silent. "I do not know what he looks like or his name. You never told me." Ling Zeyu concluded that Ling Yuqin might indeed be suffering from a mild mental disorder. All right, enough of that for now. What I must convey to you is that our family has neither gone bankrupt nor incurred any debts. That was all a deception by my father. Ling Zeyu directly dismantled this falsehood. Otherwise, if this continued, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Thus, your primary task now is to recuperate in the hospital. I have arranged for your leave from school, so do not even think of wandering about. I will have someone watch over you. Ling Yuqin hesitated before asking, "Is it truly true that we owe nothing?" "Indeed," he affirmed, "but I distinctly saw my elder brother showing me the company." Before he could finish, Ling Zeyu interrupted. "That was all fabricated. Creating falsehoods is not difficult at all. Furthermore, I must inform you that this matter is closely tied to Ling Yao, and I will investigate thoroughly. During this time, you're not permitted to meet Ling Yao." After a moment's hesitation, Ling Yuqin nodded. Ling Zeyu proceeded to ask Ling Yuqin several questions, and perhaps due to his belief in Ling Zeyu's words, their subsequent conversation flowed more smoothly. However, after their discussion, Ling Zeyu's expression remained as grim as it had been at the outset. Originally, Ling Yuqin was aware of the family's financial difficulties, and compounded by his belief that Ling Zeyu was with Huo Yuan for monetary reasons. He chose not to accept the entirety of the monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan provided by his elder brother. He merely took enough to sustain himself and even took on part-time work to alleviate the burdens on his father and brothers, intending to contribute his earnings towards repaying their debts. He hoped his elder brother would keep this matter confidential, as he did not wish for his father or brothers to worry. As Ling Yuqin spoke, he noticed Ling Zeyu's eyes had turned red, and he couldn't help but frown. "Did you not say our family had not gone bankrupt? If that is the case, why are you crying?" Ling Zeyu shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Who is crying? Stay in the hospital and don't go see Ling Yao." As Ling Zeyu opened his mouth, he quickly added, "Don't ask why. If there is anything, just call me." He then departed. Ultimately, Ling Zeyu chose to call his father, but he did not disclose everything directly. Instead, he fabricated a reason to ask for assistance in checking the accounts, insisting that it remain confidential. Some matters, he felt, were better discussed face-to-face. Upon exiting the hospital, Ling Zeyu rubbed his eyes and was about to leave when a discreetly luxurious car came to a halt before him. The window rolled down, revealing a pair of deep, dark phoenix eyes. Observing Ling Zeyu's tear-streaked face, Huo Yuan frowned slightly and beckoned him to get in. Once inside the vehicle, Ling Zeyu immediately nestled into Huo Yuan's embrace, wrapping his arms around his waist and seeking comfort. Huo Yuan gently patted Ling Zeyu's head, asking, "What is the matter? Speak to me." Ling Zeyu shook his head, his voice muffled, "It's nothing." Huo Yuan, noticing that this was clearly untrue, refrained from urging him and allowed Ling Zeyu to bury his head in his chest. As his fingers wove through Ling Zeyu's hair, he gently massaged his scalp. "If it's nothing, then why are your eyes red?" Ling Zeyu emerged from Huo Yuan's embrace, sitting up to meet his gaze. "Huo Yuan, if my family were to go bankrupt, would you still love me?" In the front seat, Zhao Yi, who overheard this exchange, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He hadn't intended to eavesdrop. It was simply that his ears had betrayed him. It was an excellent question. However, for Huo Yuan, it seemed that the financial status of the Ling family made little difference. Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Why do you ask?" Ling Zeyu's brow furrowed in thought. "I was just curious. My brother spoke so earnestly about it that I almost believed our family was on the brink of bankruptcy." Huo Yuan playfully pinched Ling Zeyu's ear, inquiring, "Are you afraid?" "Of course, I am," Ling Zeyu replied without hesitation. "Isn't that obvious? With me around, nothing will go awry," Huo Yuan reassured him softly, observing Ling Zeyu's genuine concern. "If you encounter something insurmountable, just seek my help." Ling Zeyu, somewhat unconvinced, muttered, "What could possibly happen? Haven't you assigned bodyguards to follow me? Even if something arises, they are there." Huo Yuan gently grasped Ling Zeyu's face, compelling him to meet his gaze. "There are matters beyond their capability or yours. In such instances, do not be stubborn. Learn to leverage support." "Oh, explain? To whom? Huo Yuan?" Ling Zeyu inquired curiously. "By the way, what brings you to find me today?" A car key mysteriously appeared in Huo Yuan's hand, which he handed over, declaring, "I am gifting you a vehicle. It is time for an upgrade." Ling Zeyu paused, gazing at the key in his hand before accepting it. "You should refrain from driving your current car. It is time to embrace the new," Huo Yuan remarked casually. Ling Zeyu nodded in agreement. "All right." Chapter 33. The gift of a car. Huo Yuan had business to attend to and departed. Ling Zeyu, clutching the car key, felt an ominous premonition. In his previous life, Huo Yuan had also gifted him a car, only for it to meet a tragic fate, sinking alongside him into the depths of the river. Accompanied by assistant Zhao to the garage, Ling Zeyu did not find the familiar vehicle he expected. Instead, a silver Maserati caught his eye, its aerodynamic body and dynamic lines exuding an aura of elegance. The rich hue and meticulous details promised a stunning spectacle under the moonlight, resembling a flowing silver shadow that captivated all gazes. "How splendid!" Ling Zeyu marveled, then turned to Zhao Yi. "Did Huo Yuan not promise to give me a car?" Zhao Yi gestured with his palm up. "Young Master Ling, this very car is the one he bestowed upon you." With that, he opened the door, inviting, "Would you like to try it?" Ling Zeyu was taken aback. "Is this truly a gift from Huo Yuan? I thought it would be a silver McLaren." He expressed his confusion. "Shouldn't it be different? Has my rebirth altered so many things? Even the car Huo Yuan gifted me?" Zhao Yi inquired with a smile. "Do you not like it? If it displeases you." Ling Zeyu hastily shook his head. "No, I adore it. This is perfect." Initially apprehensive, he now felt elated. "Then please, take it for a spin. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to inform me." "I shall take my leave now," Zhao Yi said. Ling Zeyu, entranced, caressed the car's exterior, unable to part from it, completely disregarding Zhao Yi's words. He waved him off. "You may go." After Zhao Yi exited, he cautioned Yu Hao, who was standing nearby, "Be vigilant this time. Just because Mr. Huo did not penalize you last time does not mean you are in the clear. Should there be another incident, your position may be at stake." Yu Hao, filled with despair, replied, "Am I unaware of that?" Zhao Yi patted Yu Hao's shoulder. "Now, please take young Master Ling's former vehicle away." "Why?" Yu Hao queried. "Why else? With a new car, why would you drive an old one?" "Za Yuda Torthit. Besides, this is Mr. Huo's directive. If you seek answers, I suggest you inquire with him." Yu Hao remarked. Nonetheless, young Master Ling's previous car was truly beautiful. "How much did it cost? I wonder how many years I would need to serve as a bodyguard in the Huo family to afford it." His eyes followed the silver luxury car zipping down the road, unabashedly filled with envy. "Zhao," he scoffed, "you cannot purchase it for any amount. It has been customized by Mr. Huo. Even if you aimed a gun at the glass, it would remain unscathed." "Wow, it has bulletproof features." Yu Hao's eyes sparkled. "Bulletproof, collision-resistant, and equipped with a protective system that activates if submerged." Zhao Yi elaborated before adding, "Remember to drive the old car away. I will take my leave now." Jiang Yiming had not seen Ling Zeyu for quite some time, but today he finally managed to catch him. "What have you been up to lately? It has been ages since we last met." Jiang Yiming obstructed Ling Zeyu's path, expressing his discontent as he pointed to the car parked by the roadside. "You buy a new car and don't even take me along? Are we still good friends?" Ling Zeyu hastily grasped Jiang Yiming's arm as he attempted to enter the vehicle. "I'm not going out for leisure. If I were, I would certainly bring you along. I have pressing matters to attend to." "What urgent matters?" Jiang Yiming inquired. "I need to discuss some issues with my father. Otherwise, my family is on the brink of bankruptcy," Ling Zeyu replied with a hint of melancholy, briefly outlining his situation to Jiang Yiming. However, he overestimated Jiang Yiming's capacity for comprehension. "What does this have to do with your elder brother?" Jiang Yiming asked earnestly. Ling Zeyu responded, "Let me tell you, I recently opened a shop. You have no idea. My sister constantly berates me for being idle and frivolous, for indulging in a life of leisure and pleasure." "Who are you scolding?" Jiang Yiming was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Indeed, you're just like me. Don't be angry. You have no idea that I've opened a shop. You should invest in me, and we can split the profits 70-30. Ling Zeyu was astonished that Jiang Yiming was unaware of his entrepreneurial venture. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of shop it was. "Let us go, I'll show you," Jiang Yiming exclaimed, pulling Ling Zeyu in another direction. "It's only been open a day or two, and there aren't too many customers yet. So I really need your support." Ling Zeyu hesitated momentarily and asked, That shouldn't be the case. New shops usually attract decent foot traffic. Haven't you offered discounts or done any promotion? I did promote it, but no one paid attention. Some even took their frustrations out on me. Thankfully, I was lucky enough to avoid any physical confrontation. Ling Zeyu remarked, people these days are quite irritable. It doesn't take much for them to become angry and resort to violence. This is simply outrageous. At that moment, Ling Zeyu noted the bustling foot traffic around them, recognizing that Jiang Yiming had at least chosen a suitable location for his business. After all, a high volume of pedestrians is essential for success in commerce. Here we are, Jiang Yiming announced, and Ling Zeyu halted his steps. They found themselves on a commercial street, with a hot pot restaurant to the left still bustling with patrons in the afternoon. Adjacent to it was a bubble tea shop, also brimming with customers waiting in line. Conversely, Ling Zeyu observed a massage parlor to the right, which was dismally empty, with a sign posted outside announcing its availability for transfer. Could it be a massage parlor? He pondered, considering the possibility. He noticed several beggars kneeling by the entrance of the massage parlor, some with disabilities, others cradling children, all positioned on the ground with a hospital diagnosis letter displayed in front of them, prompting Ling Zeyu to frown in discomfort. As he reached for his wallet to offer assistance, Jiang Yiming intervened. Hey, what are you doing? Ling Zeyu looked at a small child, no more than 3 or 4 years old, with dark, lively eyes, innocently nibbling on his own fingers. Jiang Yiming understood and said, even if you were to give them all your money, they would still remain here begging. Ling Zeyu remained silent, but took a stack of money from his wallet and approached, placing it into the child's hands. Take him to the central hospital. I hear the doctors there are quite commendable. The woman bowed her head in gratitude towards Ling Zeyu, expressing her thanks. He smiled at the child before rising and turning to Jiang Yiming, saying, I am aware, hence I didn't give her much. If she takes the child to the hospital, all medical expenses will be waived. If she chooses not to take him, then I shall accumulate my merits while she faces her own misdeeds. Jiang Yiming, intrigued, was about to inquire why the hospital would waive all fees when he noticed the child holding a red safety talisman. Chapter 34. Are we bankrupt? Hey, the shop you mentioned isn't this massage parlor, is it? Ling Zeyu asked with curiosity. No wonder there aren't many customers. The number of beggars around here suggests some impact. However, Jiang Yiming shook his head and pulled Ling Zeyu to the other side, then stopped, pointing to a nearby lounge chair on the ground. Behold, this is my shop. Ling Zeyu nearly burst into laughter at the scene before him. The makeshift stall resembled a street vendor's setup, complete with a lounge chair and a canvas sign that read, Master of Exorcism. Upon the stall lay a folding fan, a pair of sunglasses, a cup of tea, and a gaming console. Jiang Yiming, are you out of your mind? Ling Zeyu was left speechless. Jiang Yiming, undeterred, plopped down onto his lounge chair, donned the sunglasses, and dramatically opened the fan, gently waving it. Ling Zeyu, look, doesn't this resemble a ghost-catching master? My appearance with these glasses makes me seem blind, enhancing my credibility, doesn't it? Jiang Yiming clearly reveled in his attire. He then set down the fan and picked up the tea. See? Drinking tea adds to the mystique of a hidden master. Ling Zeyu scoffed. No wonder people want to hit you. If I were them, I would too. Have you resorted to deception? Are you inviting me to join your scheme? I see your earnings are likely the result of a beating. Jiang Yiming, displeased, tossed aside the sunglasses. I'm not deceiving anyone. What I say is true. I can truly see ghosts. Ling Zeyu was about to question him further when Jiang Yiming suddenly tugged at his arm. Oh no, this is embarrassing. You're aware of embarrassment? Ling Zeyu retorted with a cold laugh. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud thud echoed, freezing the air for a few seconds, followed by a scream. Someone had jumped from the upper floor. Ling Zeyu's expression turned serious as he slowly turned around, witnessing a figure fall from above. Now a mangled sight. His legs weakened, and Jiang Yiming hurriedly supported him. Are you all right? Compared to Ling Zeyu's shock, Jiang Yiming remained somewhat composed. Ling Zeyu swallowed hard, still processing the scene, and pulled out his phone to dial for emergency assistance. Don't call the hospital. Just report to the police. This person is beyond saving. Moreover, he had just noticed that there were still people upstairs. How do you know he couldn't be saved? Ling Zeyu hesitated to ask, though the other's demeanor certainly suggested that survival was unlikely. The messengers of death have arrived. The soul has already been claimed. Ling Zeyu swallowed hard and ultimately called the police. After their arrival, the officers posed several questions to the witnesses, took notes, and subsequently dispersed the crowd to commence their investigation. Although Ling Zeyu was not particularly frightened, he was undeniably shaken, especially since the incident had occurred so close to him. Thus, when Jiang Yiming attempted to persuade him to stay and observe the situation, he resolutely declined. "I want tea. Look, I have matters to attend to." With that statement, Ling Zeyu departed. He had assumed that Jiang Yiming would accompany him, but to his surprise, Jiang replied, "You go ahead. I will stay for a while longer." That evening, Ling Zeyu invited Ling Feng out for dinner. This time, it was just Ling Feng who attended. Ever since his conversation with Ling Yuchen, a question had been persisting in Ling Zeyu's mind, since Ling Yuchen had been confined to a mental institution in his previous life, which had consequently led to Ling Zeyu's accident and their missed meeting. What about their father? What was his reason? Was there perhaps a misunderstanding here, or some unavoidable circumstance? After all, both he and Ling Yuchen were his beloved sons. Surely, he wouldn't leave them with nothing in the end. Lost in thought, Ling Zeyu sat at the dining table, awaiting Ling Feng's arrival. "What brings you to remember me?" A booming voice echoed as Ling Feng pulled out a chair and seated himself. "Can we converse civilly?" Ling Zeyu replied. Ling Feng, looking displeased, retorted, "You are the one who sought me out, not the other way around. You called me out of the blue the other day to investigate the accounts, and I still haven't questioned you about that. Moreover, am I not speaking properly? Can you not discern the concern in my words? Is it that your funds have run dry again? I knew it. You spend money as if it were water. Thankfully, I had the foresight to cultivate Ling Yuchen. Otherwise, if the company were to fall into your hands, it would surely face ruin." Ling Feng's expression was one of triumph. "Speak, how much do you need?" Ling Zeyu felt that he and Ling Feng were fundamentally incompatible, perpetually at odds with one another. "Listen to yourself. Does that sound like a reasonable statement? If you had nurtured me from a young age, perhaps the company would not be in such a dire state." Ling Feng, without lifting his head from the menu, replied, "And how did I fail to nurture you? I invited you to learn at the company the year you graduated high school. Did you come? What did you say? You insisted I focus on cultivating Ling Yuchen, expressing your desire to distance yourself from the company, feeling it restrictive. After ordering several dishes, he handed the menu to the waiter without offering it to Ling Zeyu. And now you blame me for not nurturing you?" Ling Zeyu fell silent, questioning whether such a conversation had ever transpired. "Do you not recall? Over these years, you have been with the Huo family, and our time together has been scarce. Can we not simply enjoy a meal together today?" Ling Feng queried. Ling Zeyu felt a sense of discontent, as if the blame lay with him. After all, how often had he been provoked by Ling Feng? As the dishes were served, Ling Zeyu succumbed to silence, each plate containing the flavors he once adored. "In the past, you and Ling Yuchen often frequented this establishment for meals, sneaking out behind my back, thinking I was oblivious to your antics." Ling Feng let out a cold snort, asserting that a father should never be deceived by his child. "Have you recently quarreled with Huo Yuan?" Ling Zeyu replied, "You are overthinking. Even if I were to argue with you, it would not involve him. Is this the demeanor you ought to display toward your father?" Ling Feng glared at him, exclaiming, "What a temper!" Ling Zeyu smoothly interjected, "With such a temperament, which son would dare to support you in your old age?" "You, father," Ling Zeyu called out. Ling Feng visibly stiffened, his expression shifting uncomfortably. "Let us address the matter at hand." Ling Zeyu paused momentarily before inquiring, "Has our company gone bankrupt?" "Hey!" Before he could finish, Ling Zeyu interrupted, raising his gaze with earnestness. "I am serious. This is no jest." Ling Zeyu was gambling, wagering that Ling Feng cared about his relationship with Ling Yuchen and was not solely focused on Ling Yao. Hence, he posed the question directly. Chapter 35. The troublemaker, seeing that Ling Zeyu was not joking, Ling Feng furrowed his brow. "Why do you ask?" Ling Zeyu responded, "Father, I am not jesting, but I wish for you to keep this matter confidential, even from elder brother Ling Yao. I suspect something is amiss. If you trust my judgment, perhaps you should discreetly investigate several key departments within the company. Ling Yao has been with the firm for many years, and he undoubtedly has associates. So, Please be subtle in your inquiries. If everything checks out, then I am merely being paranoid. However, if things are not as they should be, it would indicate a definite issue. Ling Zeyu's words echoed in Ling Feng's mind as he sat in the car, resting with his eyes closed. Since the day Ling Zeyu suggested he scrutinize the company's accounts, a seed of suspicion had already taken root in his mind. Ling Zeyu would not make such assertions without cause. Consequently, he dispatched individuals to investigate, though results had yet to surface. Coupled with the day's revelations, his heart remained tumultuous. His son had always been rebellious. As a child, he was willful, and now, as an adult, even more so. Yet his heart was kind, tender, and easily swayed by others, which was not a virtue in their circumstances. Having been raised in such a family, he understood early on that Ling Zeyu's temperament was ill-suited for managing the family business. Thus, he placed his hopes on Ling Yao. Although he was an adopted son, he had been nurtured from childhood. Surely, there was some bond. However, it was impossible to leave everything to Ling Yao alone. It is said that one should not fear 1,000 uncertainties, but rather the one that truly matters. After all, he was not flesh and blood. Currently, the brothers shared a strong bond, but what would happen in the future? What if he were to pass away? Therefore, he had long contemplated leaving the company under the management of Ling Yao and Ling Yuqin. Ling Yuqin shared the same blood as Ling Zeyu. Even if Ling Yao were to encounter misfortune, with Ling Yuqin present, Ling Zeyu would never find himself destitute. Little Chun cared deeply for his brother, and he was well aware of it, which gave him great comfort. The conversation Ling Zeyu had today was not without reason. He must have sensed something amiss. Mr. Hua, something is wrong. After knocking, Li Yin hurriedly exclaimed, young Master Ling has been summoned to the police station. Li Yin felt an overwhelming longing for Assistant Zhao. Had Zhao been present, it would not have been him standing here at this moment. Huo Yuan, lifting his gaze, spoke in a soft tone. What has he done this time? Young Master Ling witnessed someone fall from a building and was summoned for questioning. Huo Yuan frowned. Did he see it with his own eyes? Yes, of course. Otherwise he wouldn't have been taken in for questioning. I heard that young Master Jiang was also present. He must have been terrified. Whether he was scared or not is uncertain. But what is certain is that young Master Ling was arguing quite fiercely. When Huo Yuan brought him out, Ling Zeyu was still seething with indignation, his fists tightly clenched, and he exclaimed, is he out of his mind? What does he have to do with me? I merely stood there and glanced a few times, yet they accuse me of being the murderer. The surveillance footage will prove my innocence. Ling Zeyu was infuriated. He had been preparing to go home when he was unexpectedly taken to the police station. Initially thinking it was for a statement, he was met with accusations of murder and demands for compensation. They claimed that if he wasn't guilty, why would he report it? This enraged him further. Seeing that Huo Yuan remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, Ling Zeyu paused and incredulously asked, Huo Yuan, you don't believe I'm the murderer, do you? I am truly innocent. Observing Ling Zeyu's anxious demeanor, Huo Yuan reached out to pat his back in a comforting gesture. What are you worrying about? How could anyone think you're the murderer? The police have already stated that this matter has nothing to do with you. Leaning against Huo Yuan's arm, Ling Zeyu spoke in a dazed manner. You scared me. I thought you believed it. After saying this, he seemed to recall something and turned to ask, you're not upset that I got you into trouble, are you? Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at Ling Zeyu, playfully teasing him. You're aware of it? A troublemaker? Ling Zeyu, realizing Huo Yuan was jesting, turned back and muttered in rebuttal, I'm not a troublemaker. Then what are you? A disaster bringer? As Ling Zeyu prepared to retort, he unexpectedly found Huo Yuan's face mere inches away. Gazing at those thin lips, he instinctively swallowed hard. Huo Yuan's eyes narrowed dangerously as Ling Zeyu leaned in closer. Just as he was about to press his lips against Huo Yuan's, Huo Yuan raised a finger to Ling Zeyu's lips, his deep voice asking, what do you intend to do? Ling Zeyu swallowed again, feeling a rush of infatuation, wanting to kiss him. Huo Yuan raised his brow, a smirk playing at his lips. Answer a question for me. Answer correctly, and I will allow you to kiss me. What? Ling Zeyu asked, his lips brushing against Huo Yuan's finger, which deepened Huo Yuan's gaze. Look at me and tell me, who am I? Huo Yuan? Ling Zeyu believed this question posed no difficulty. Incorrect. Guess again. Frowning in thought. Ling Zeyu's eyes lit up. Master Huo. Huo Yuan still shook his head wrong. After answering incorrectly twice, Ling Zeyu felt it was not his fault. Huo Yuan was merely being difficult. He tossed his head back and crossed his arms. You were just toying with me. I want to kiss you. Besides, kissing me is your honor. All right? Do you see me kissing anyone else? I only kiss you because I hold you in high regard. Driver. So this is the legendary KTV. As Huo Yuan observed Ling Zeyu's flustered demeanor, a low chuckle escaped his throat. He then placed his hand on the back of Ling Zeyu's head, turning him around to kiss those lips. It was only when Ling Zeyu was nearly breathless, pushing him away, that Huo Yuan released him. Do you still wish to kiss? Ling Zeyu licked his lips and replied, No, your lips are somewhat icy. Are you feeling cold? Huo Yuan chuckled softly, patting Ling Zeyu's head, remaining silent. Huo Yuan, why haven't you spoken and allowed me to return home? Ling Zeyu thought that this constituted a reconciliation between them. After all, if they had made amends, Huo Yuan had no reason to dismiss him. He assumed that Huo Yuan had simply forgotten. Thus, when the silence stretched on and Huo Yuan did not respond, Ling Zeyu hesitated and spoke again. So you still prefer that I stay outside? Is that it? Huo Yuan gazed at him and said, Shall you? Just wait a little longer. Wait for what? Ling Zeyu was perplexed, but he heard Huo Yuan say, See more the outside world. This phrase again reminded Ling Zeyu of the time in the car when Huo Yuan had said, Leaving the Huo family will help you grow faster. Did Huo Yuan truly find it bothersome? A nuisance? No, that could not be the case. There must be a reason for his actions. Ling Zeyu reassured himself internally, yet the smile on his face faded somewhat. Ultimately, he called for the car to stop, opting not to return home, and departed on his own. Chapter 36. The Target. Ling Zeyu in the days that followed, Ling Zeyu refrained from seeking out Huo Yuan. In the interim, he visited Ling Yuchen, who remained relatively calm in the hospital under the watch of Shursan. He was also awaiting news from his father, and at last, he received a call. From his father's tone, Ling Zeyu discerned that he was extremely serious, even angry and indignant. I never expected he harbored such intentions. Ling Feng stood in his room, clutching a report on the company's operations. The veins along his hands were prominent, and the document had been crumpled in his grip. I trusted him so much. How dare he act behind my back? Ling Zeyu was taken aback, opening his phone to view the images sent by his father. Ling Zeyu, you and Ling Yuchen must be cautious. I fear he may target you. Upon hearing this, Ling Zeyu fell silent. Ling Yao had already taken action, starting with Ling Yuchen. To ease his father's worries, he ultimately said nothing more, simply assuring, Rest assured, Ling Yuchen is with me. I have someone watching over him. He'll be fine. As for you, please refrain from investigating for now. I worry about your safety alone. Ling Zeyu's words were interrupted from the other end. Does he dare to lay a hand on me? After all these years of raising him, I've never wronged him. How could he do this? Ling Feng was evidently furious, his chest heaving, his expression dark. My subordinates risked their lives to uncover this information, and he dares to act so recklessly. How could a perfectly fine person suddenly jump off a building? This must be the doing of Ling Yao. Ling Zeyu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling an incident. At the police station, the family of the victim had adamantly insisted that he was the perpetrator. Why? Dad, is the person who jumped from the building the one in the central business district? Upon receiving a confirming answer, Ling Zeyu was struck with clarity and immediately stepped out, hurriedly donning his shoes while saying, Be cautious over there, don't rush, and avoid being discovered. I have a way to apprehend Ling Yao. The matters concerning the company were already set in stone and could not be altered. The only thing left to salvage was to ensure that Ling Yao regurgitated everything he had ingested. It was astonishing how ruthless Ling Yao was. He did not desire the inheritance of the company, but sought to obliterate it entirely. He had even transferred the shares given to him by their father, having deceived Ling Yuchen into relinquishing his share as well. No wonder Ling Yuchen believed the company was bankrupt. It turned out that the company truly was insolvent. Why would his family accuse him of being the murderer? There must have been a reason for such an unfounded claim. After Ling Feng finished his call, he intended to visit Ling Yuchen. After all, No matter how significant the company was, it paled in comparison to the importance of his own son. However, just as he opened the door, he was met with someone approaching leisurely, a false smile plastered across their face. "Dad, where are you headed?" Ling Zeyu had finally unearthed valuable information. The reason the victim's family was so certain of his guilt was due to the discovery of torn remnants of paper in the victim's palm, which bore incomplete letters, yet prominently featured Ling Zeyu's name. The target, Ling Zeyu. The family was unaware of the events that transpired, leading them to instinctively suspect him as the assailant. However, it was now evident to Ling Zeyu that this was a result of someone obstructing the investigation, leaving behind a final clue. "Ling Yao, you are truly ruthless." Ling Zeyu dialed Jiang Yiming, recalling that it was Jiang who first pulled him aside that day, the first to witness the unfolding events. Perhaps he could uncover some leads. Jiang Yiming reiterated his previous statement. "I told you, he was truly dropped. He had already lost consciousness before he fell. If you don't believe me, have a coroner conduct an autopsy." If the family had consented to the examination, he wouldn't need to question Jiang Yiming further. "Are you certain?" Ling Zeyu inquired. "Didn't you say you didn't see it with your own eyes?" Jiang Yiming fell silent. "While I cannot provide you with an explanation or claim to have witnessed it firsthand, I assure you that what I said is true. Perhaps you could have the police check upstairs?" Ling Zeyu replied, "They have checked, but it will take some time to investigate thoroughly." "Wait a moment. I will inquire further," Jiang Yiming said. On the other end, silence lingered for several seconds before Jiang Yiming's voice returned. "Perhaps you should examine the 8th floor of that building, specifically the area beside room 537, near the window." In an instant, goosebumps enveloped Ling Zeyu, and he swallowed hard. "Who did you ask?" "My friend. Do you wish to know who it is?" "I can tell you." Without hesitation, Ling Zeyu ended the call, feeling that if he were to learn the truth, he might not find peace even in sleep. Regardless of whether Jiang Yiming's claims were true or false, he resolved to report the matter to the police and have them investigate further. As a police car sped away, Ling Zeyu perused the documents his father had initially sent him, yet he had not finished reading them when his phone redirected, ringing with a call from the hospital. His father had been admitted, and he nearly dropped his phone in shock, his mind blank for several seconds. Regaining his composure, he immediately waved down a passing vehicle. During the ride, Ling Zeyu's thoughts spiraled into a whirlpool of anxiety. Why had his father gone to the hospital? They had just spoken on the phone. Was it Ling Yao? Had he discovered something? His hands and feet turned icy as he repeatedly opened and closed his phone, pondering what he intended to do. Ultimately, he dialed Huo Yuan. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. He had never felt that waiting for someone to answer could be so interminable. So much so that the call was automatically disconnected without a response. Ling Zeyu switched off his phone, refrained from making another call, and soon arrived at the hospital. After settling the payment, he hurriedly exited the vehicle and rushed to the 2nd floor. He intercepted a medical staff member and, with urgency, introduced himself. "Hello, I am Ling Zeyu. I received a call instructing me to come to the hospital. The patient's room is straight ahead on the left." The staff member replied before vanishing from sight. Upon reaching the room, Ling Zeyu expected to find Ling Feng lying unconscious in bed, burdened with dread and anticipation, trembling as he pushed the door open. However, the scene before him left him astonished. Ling Feng was seated cross-legged on a hospital bed, a table before him adorned with chess pieces, engaged in a game with none other than Huo Yuan. Ling Zeyu stood in disbelief. "Aren't you supposed to be unwell?" He stammered, his heart racing, only to find Ling Feng calmly playing chess. Ling Feng coughed lightly, casting a glance at Huo Yuan. "I owe my well-being to Mr. Huo. Without his assistance, I would likely be bedridden at this moment." Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Ling Zeyu turned his gaze toward Huo Yuan, confusion evident. What had transpired? Chapter 37. Danger. It turned out that after their phone conversation, Ling Yao had blocked Ling Feng's path, even demanding he sign over the last of his shares. Ling Feng had stubbornly refused, leading to a prolonged struggle that attracted the attention of the guards below, prompting intervention. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng fled, but his pursuer was relentless. At a critical moment, Huo Yuan appeared, and Ling Feng sought his help. Upon witnessing this, Ling Yao ceased his pursuit and fled instead. Relieved, Ling Zeyu took a seat beside Huo Yuan. How did you come to be here? I was on my way to the company and happened to encounter the situation. Huo Yuan explained. Ling Zeyu, reassured, exhaled deeply. I'm grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have happened. His hand, restless, found its way to Huo Yuan's, while Ling Feng observed with a look of exasperation. Clearing his throat, he subtly reminded Ling Zeyu that there were others present. Yet, Ling Zeyu paid little heed, reasoning that he had done nothing wrong. Merely holding hands should not be frowned upon. Huo Yuan, smiling, gently patted the back of Ling Zeyu's hand, reassuring him there is nothing to fear. Ling Zeyu had barely exchanged a few words with Huo Yuan when the latter stood up, prepared to leave. After exchanging a few polite remarks with Ling Feng and offering Ling Zeyu some parting words of advice, he departed. There's no need to linger. He has already gone far, Ling Feng remarked, glancing towards the door. It was only then that Ling Zeyu turned his head, taking a seat beside Ling Feng and expressing his concern. The nurse did not communicate clearly, which frightened me into thinking something was terribly wrong with you. Upon hearing Ling Zeyu's complaint, Ling Feng's mood soured instantly. Are you wishing for me to be more gravely injured? Besides, I am already on oxygen. Is that not serious enough? Ling Zeyu could not be bothered to argue, knowing that Ling Feng was merely frightened, hence his need for oxygen. The thought of Ling Yao's situation extinguished Ling Zeyu's desire to banter. After a brief silence, he finally inquired, will Ling Yao return? Ling Feng picked up the oxygen tube from the bed, placing it back on, his tone grave. What face does he have to return after committing such an act? I'm still enraged. I believed he was better than this, yet his heart is so malicious. Ling Zeyu recalled the note in the hands of the person who had jumped, asking Ling Feng if he was aware of the matter or understood the meaning of those few words. Unfortunately, the answer was disheartening. The individual was gone before any clarity could be attained. Ling Zeyu could not remain here indefinitely. He had other matters to attend to. Thus, he arranged for Ling Feng to be placed in a higher-level ward, ensuring that someone would be present to watch over him for at least 24 hours. In a couple of days, once Ling Feng's mood lightened and his health stabilized, he could return home. Ling Zeyu was determined to apprehend Ling Yao. With a clear lead, the police swiftly uncovered evidence at the location provided by Jiang Yiming, where signs of struggle were evident, along with traces of blood. Upon comparison, it was confirmed that, aside from the deceased, there was also a bloodstain belonging to Ling Yao. Police vehicles were dispatched, initiating a citywide manhunt for Ling Yao. Meanwhile, Ling Zeyu felt somewhat disoriented, beginning to believe Jiang Yiming's earlier words. He awaited news from the police and called Ling Yuchen, choosing not to disclose the matter, as it would be difficult to convey over the phone. He intended to discuss it thoroughly once the situation was resolved. That very night, Ling Zeyu received a message containing a location, which coincidentally was the hospital where Ling Yuchen was staying. The call came from an unfamiliar number, and Ling Zeyu promptly informed the police, convinced it must have been sent by Ling Yao. Ling Yuchen was in danger. Clutching his phone tightly, he decisively opted to accompany the police. As they sped down the dark roads, sirens blared. Sitting in the police car, with his hand resting on his knee and biting his nails, his thoughts were chaotic. He was deeply concerned for Ling Yuchen. Perhaps guilt was driving his anxiety, fearing for Ling Yuchen's safety. However, as he sat in the police vehicle, he attempted to regain composure. Ling Yuchen was not alone. Shursen had been keeping watch. Even if something were amiss, Shursen would surely find a way to send him a message. Thus, the location sent by Ling Yao was intended for. Oh no! His father. Stop the car, turn around, and head to Linjiang Hospital. That evening, after reviewing the contract regarding the acquisition of company shares, Ling Feng realized it was getting late. He informed the nurse, who promptly turned off the lights and departed. As he prepared for sleep, he contemplated sending a message to Ling Zeyu the following day, letting him know that he was feeling significantly better. Although he had been quite agitated, after a couple of days of recuperation, his health had improved considerably. Not long after closing his eyes, he heard the slight sound of the ward door opening. Initially, he assumed it was the nurse returning to adjust his oxygen supply, so he paid it little mind. However, the footsteps that followed were distinctly different, heavier. Yet the individuals seemed to be deliberately suppressing the dull thud of their shoes. In an instant, All traces of drowsiness vanished. His hand, hidden beneath the covers, slowly tightened into a fist. As the footsteps drew nearer and the sounds became more pronounced, they abruptly halted, and a hand extended toward him. Ling Zeyu's lips formed a straight line as he realized his suspicions were confirmed. Everything was normal on Ling Yichen's side, but he could no longer reach his father by phone. When Ling Yao reached for Ling Feng's oxygen tube, Ling Feng swiftly seized his wrist, exerting force to restrain him. What are you planning to do? How dare you return? As the room's lights flickered on, Ling Feng's gaze fell upon the object in Ling Yao's hand, his eyes widening in rage. You ungrateful wretch! Are you truly contemplating my murder? Ling Yao, unfazed by the grip on his wrist, clutched the syringe tightly, a mocking smile gracing his features. Is there any need to feign a deep father-son bond? Do you not realize I picked you up? If I had known it would come to this, I would have preferred never to have brought you back. Ling Feng shouted, his anger boiling over. He did not rush to act. Instead, a hint of ferocity crept onto his usually placid face. You would rather not have brought me back? I would have preferred you never did. Do you think I hold any gratitude towards you? Should I be thankful for being raised, or for the title of the Ling family as eldest son? Ling Feng's gaze remained fixed on him, his grip unwavering. However, age had begun to take its toll on him, and Ling Yao, a fully grown man, quickly recognized the disparity in their strength. The stalemate did not last long, as he sensed the inevitable. Otherwise, the unknown substance in Ling Yao's possession would soon pierce his veins. I consider myself to have wronged you in no way. Ling Feng bellowed, his face flushed with indignation. Chapter 38. Do you wish to kill me? Wronged in no way. Ling Yao scoffed, a cold smile spreading across his face. Very well, let us settle the score today. Just as he was about to continue, the distant sound of sirens drew nearer, darkening his expression. He glanced outside, his demeanor turning sinister. How quickly they arrive. When did Ling Zeyu acquire such wit? Sign this, and I shall send you on your way. Ling Yao pressed the syringe against Ling Feng's carotid artery, his threat unmistakable. Ling Feng tilted his head slightly, panting, questioning, what is this? He could make an educated guess, but to buy time, he feigned ignorance. Ling Yao was not easily deceived. His expression turned icy. Old man, stop stalling. Hurry up, or I won't hesitate to take you down before pressing my fingerprint. The contrast between the once humble and polite Ling Yao and the current situation is stark. Ling Feng swallowed hard, declaring, I'll sign. Don't move. Hand me the pen. He was remarkably compliant. Ling Yao snorted coldly, passing him the pen while glancing back at the window, seemingly contemplating an escape route. Ling Feng observed him discreetly, signing at a painfully slow pace. When Ling Yao turned back, he noticed Ling Feng's hand trembling uncontrollably, the signature a mere scribble. A flash of derision crossed Ling Yao's eyes. Was this all he was capable of? Would it not have been better to relinquish the company sooner? Why the need for such turmoil? As footsteps drew nearer, Ling Yao's brow furrowed tighter. Just as Ling Feng completed the final stroke, Ling Yao decisively snatched the document, preparing to leave. At that moment, the door was forcefully kicked open, prompting Ling Yao to leap towards the window. However, Ling Feng acted swiftly, grabbing hold of Ling Yao's leg. Where do you think you're going? Ling Yao was taken aback by Ling Feng's trembling fear, now thwarting his escape. Anger surged within him. He had no intention of killing you, yet you wish for my demise. Do not blame me for my lack of mercy. He aimed for Ling Feng's neck, plunging downward. Simultaneously, a gunshot rang out, bang. Ling Yao's wrist was struck. Dad! Ling Zeyu rushed in, witnessing Ling Feng on the ground, and was horrified to see Ling Yao attempting to stab him. Yet, unexpectedly, Ling Yao redirected his assault towards Ling Zeyu. Ling Zeyu, you've ruined my plans. Ling Yao roared in fury, realizing escape was futile. He might as well take someone down with him. Everyone was caught off guard, focused on Ling Feng's condition, unaware of Ling Yao's sudden change of target. In a critical moment, Yu Hao sprang into action, executing a spinning kick that disarmed Ling Yao. The police seized the opportunity to restrain him. Ling Feng's heart raced. Seeing Ling Zeyu unharmed, he sighed in relief, patting his chest. You scared me. Why did you rush over? Ling Zeyu was still shaken, staring blankly at you. How? Thank you. Ling Zeyu, why don't you just die? If it weren't for you, I would be in this predicament. Ling Yao, handcuffed and seething with rage, shouted at Ling Zeyu. I should have killed you long ago. You thwarted my plans all this time. His hatred was palpable. Ling Zeyu, however, found it hard to grasp the reality of the situation. The Ling Yao before him felt utterly unfamiliar. Was this truly the elder brother he had known? While they had never been particularly close, their relationship was not one of animosity. He couldn't understand why Ling Yao harbored such deep hatred. You want to kill me? Ling Zeyu stood before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. I haven't even considered such a thing. What reason do you have to wish for my death? Just because I disrupted your plans? I truly cannot fathom it, Ling Yao. Reflect upon your actions. Whom do you think you're righteous towards? Ling Yao chuckled mockingly. You consider yourself a good person? Innocent? Who compelled me to commit these acts? It was all of you. You, Ling Zeyu. You, Ling Yuchen. And most of all, you, the true instigator, Ling Feng. If you had not adopted me in the first place, I would not be in this predicament today. His venomous words echoed throughout the hospital room. The sound of his accusations drowned out all else. He was the sole speaker. Ling Feng felt a chill at each of Ling Yao's pointed remarks. Mistreated? When have I ever mistreated you? Ling Yao scoffed. True. Initially you did not mistreat me. You adopted me out of a desire for a child. Yet the very next year, you had Ling Zeyu. Before he could finish, Ling Feng interrupted in anger. So what if I had Ling Zeyu? Even with Ling Yuchen, I treated you the same as them. Everything was divided equally among the three of you. What more could you possibly want? Ling Yao did not counter. Yes. In our childhood, everything was indeed equal, but what of it? If they had never been born, everything would have belonged to me. Every single thing would have been mine alone. Why should I have to share with them? He roared, but soon regained his composure. Let that be, it cannot be changed. When my mother died, giving birth to Ling Yuchen, you did not place the blame on him. Instead, you showered him with affection. Why? Why? I once had a mother too. It was Ling Yuchen who caused her demise. Why should you expect me to care for him? You treat him with such indulgence while I am left to shoulder the burden. At that moment, Ling Zeyu fell silent, taken aback by Ling Yao's words. So you are implying that Ling Yuchen was the first one you harmed? Ling Zeyu inquired. Ling Yao laughed derisively. No, the first person I sought revenge upon was you. You, Ling Zeyu. Do you think you are so special? Just because Ling Feng allows you to intern at the company, does that mean you're suited for it? And when you choose not to manage, he lets you be. Why? Just because you are his biological child? What about me? Do I have a choice? I must strive to rise, or does my existence mean nothing to him? He constantly reminds me to care for my younger brother. Why does he not ask you to look after me, your older brother? Ling Zeyu replied, It matters not. I do not require it. However, what I detest most is that when you chose to step away from managing the company, you promised I would inherit it. Why, then, must you cultivate Ling Yuchen? Am I to relinquish all that I've earned? If you desire it, I must concede. If you do not want it, only then do I receive my share. Ling Yao's eyes burned crimson as he confronted Ling Feng, standing before him. Ling Feng rose to his feet, his gaze filled with sympathy. Ling Yao, I never intended to reclaim what is rightfully yours. However, I also never contemplated granting you sole possession of everything. You are correct. Ling Zeyu and Ling Yuchen are my biological children, and therefore, they will always hold their share. Chapter 39. What did he deceive me about? As Ling Feng and Ling Yao continued their standoff, Ling Zeyu remained a silent observer. Listening to Ling Feng's words, he finally grasped the truth. The events of his past life had been mere illusions. At that moment, he understood why his father had not reached out to him before. In his previous life, he harbored resentment towards Ling Yuchen, towards his father. Unbeknownst to him, it was his own blindness that led him to misjudge those around him. Ling Yao vehemently lamented the injustices he had endured over the years, declaring that he had not shown favoritism. Yet, was there ever a meal prepared at home that did not cater to the tastes of Ling Zeyu and Ling Yuchen? Do you even recall what I cherish? Why should I conform to their whims? Why should I? Seeing Ling Feng at a loss for words, Ling Yao suddenly laughed, a mocking curve gracing his lips as he turned his gaze towards Ling Zeyu. Ling Zeyu, I truly regret it. I regret sparing you during that summer of your senior year. I should have ended you then and there, rather than showing mercy because of your amnesia. Had I done so, none of this would have transpired. Ling Zeyu stood in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend. Had Ling Yao laid hands on him? He had no recollection of such an event. Meanwhile, Ling Feng continued to berate Ling Yao, gasping for breath in his anger. As the police escorted Ling Yao away, he cast a significant glance back at the dazed Ling Zeyu, declaring, "Do you believe that by imprisoning me, you will remain unscathed? Dream on." Snapping back to reality, Ling Zeyu furrowed his brow. "Ling Yao, do you still entertain the notion of being released? You have committed murder. The evidence is irrefutable. There is no way for you to deny it." As the crowd dispersed, only Ling Feng and Ling Zeyu remained in the hospital room. Ling Zeyu helped Ling Feng to his feet. "Are you all right?" "I am perfectly fine. What about you?" Ling Feng scrutinized Ling Zeyu, perplexed by the implications of Ling Yao's words. What had transpired during that summer of senior year? Ling Zeyu was equally bewildered. "You ask me? I wish to inquire about this matter as well. Did you not say I was ill with a cold?" His memories of that summer were hazy at best. He only recalled suffering from a fever and lying in the hospital for what felt like an eternity before awakening to find his father by his side, saying he had gone out to have fun and only realized he needed to return when he fell ill. Ling Feng fell into contemplation. It was Ling Yao who had called him back then, stating he had encountered Ling Zeyu feverish and had taken him to the hospital. When he had asked Ling Zeyu upon awakening where he had been, Ling Zeyu had no recollection at all. At the time, he had dismissed it, believing it to be a minor issue, attributing Ling Zeyu's confusion to the fever, convinced that it would resolve itself in time, hence he did not pursue further investigation. Yet, Ling Yao's words today suggested that the situation was far more complex than he had assumed. Suddenly, Ling Zeyu realized that perhaps the cryptic writing on that tattered note was indeed evidence of Ling Yao's initial assault on him. With Ling Yao now apprehended, matters seemed to reach a conclusion. Ling Zeyu picked up the fallen documents, brushing off the fine dust that clung to them. Though Ling Yao had been captured, the acquisition of shares bore a striking resemblance to bankruptcy. Ling Feng reached for the documents in Ling Zeyu's hand, grinning as he spoke. "Who told you the company was on the brink of bankruptcy? Is it not?" Ling Zeyu retorted, for even if Ling Yao had failed in his final endeavor, Ling Feng now held fewer shares than had been sold. Even if they had not reached the point of bankruptcy, the change in ownership was akin to it. "You might want to consult with Mr. Huo about that," Ling Feng remarked, a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. Ling Zeyu paused, suddenly coming to a realization. After listening to Ling Feng's words, Ling Zeyu recalled what Huo Yuan had previously mentioned, that if there were matters he could not resolve, he should seek Huo Yuan's assistance. Thus, it was indeed Huo Yuan who was addressing his concerns, wasn't it? Ling Zeyu felt an immediate urge to inquire, as he wished to ascertain whether Huo Yuan's actions would bring him any trouble or discomfort. He did not wish to burden him, nor did he want to be a source of trouble. Most importantly, Huo Yuan had once stated that leaving the whole family would facilitate his growth, prompting Ling Zeyu to strive to resolve matters to the best of his ability. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Ling Feng intercepted Ling Zeyu. "To find Huo Yuan. What else would I do? First, tell me about Ling Yuchen. What has happened to him? Are you concealing something from me? The issue has already been resolved. There's no longer any point in keeping it hidden, especially since he desires to keep it that way. Get in the car. I will take you to Ling Yuchen. I'll explain everything to you on the way." Ling Zeyu made a decisive choice. "Yu Hao, why do you look so troubled?" Li Yin, not yet having stepped into the living room, noticed Yu Hao staring at his phone with a look of despair, arousing his curiosity. Yu Hao tucked away his phone and forced a smile. "It's nothing, just young Master Ling inquiring about Elder Huo's whereabouts." "Is that so difficult?" "Ah, therein lies the problem. Elder Huo has been preoccupied these past few days and instructed not to disclose anything. I cannot comprehend why. When Elder Huo has already informed young Master Ling that he has been busy and will visit him tomorrow, that persistent fellow refuses to listen. He insists on seeing him, claiming there is something important to discuss. What am I to do? Caught in the middle. Then just tell him the truth. Say Elder Huo is busy. If that doesn't suffice, you can claim ignorance," Li Yin suggested, believing it was not a significant issue. Yu Hao sighed deeply. Do you know what Elder Huo calls young masterling? What? A troublemaker. If you do not adhere to his wishes, he will drive you to madness. After speaking, Yu Hao sighed and shook his head. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. I need to go to young masterling to swap shifts for the 13th. With that, he turned to leave. However, upon turning, he encountered a pair of cold, piercing eyes, akin to a venomous snake lying in wait, accompanied by a wicked smile. Young masterling? Who is he? In the past, had Ling Zeyu learned that Huo Yuan was too busy to meet him, he would have dismissed it as merely an excuse. After all, couldn't he spare a moment amidst his busyness? But now, upon realizing that Huo Yuan was assisting the Ling family in overcoming difficulties, he felt a twinge of guilt. Thus, when Huo Yuan stated he was busy, Ling Zeyu chose to believe him and was willing to wait a couple of days for their meeting. Initially intending to celebrate this matter, he now found that he could only revel in the company of Jiang Yiming. He had not consumed much alcohol, but Jiang Yiming had indulged considerably. Ling Zeyu, I tell you, Huo Yuan is definitely deceiving you. A drunken person speaks without restraint. Ling Zeyu bit into a piece of fruit, dismissing the comment. Deceiving me? What could he possibly deceive me about? You truly are intoxicated, Jiang Yiming replied, setting down his bottle and, with a flushed face and squinted eyes, confessed. I ran into Huo Yuan at the airport a couple of days ago. Chapter 40. Do we know each other? Upon hearing those words, Ling Zeyu came to an abrupt halt. The airport? What business did Huo Yuan have at the airport? When? Ling Zeyu inquired. Jiang Yiming pondered for a moment and raised 3 fingers. 2 days ago, Ling Zeyu exclaimed, you must be intoxicated. I'll arrange for someone to take you home. Stop drinking, or you may start hallucinating. As he spoke, he reached out to assist Jiang Yiming, but the latter brushed his hand away, earnestly stating, you don't believe me, do you? I'm telling the truth. Ling Zeyu crossed his arms and retorted, 2 days ago, Huo Yuan told me he was at the office. Stop trying to sow discord between us. Would I deceive you? I was picking up my sister. I saw it with my own eyes. Could I possibly misidentify him? Jiang Yiming clearly felt indignant at Ling Zeyu's lack of trust, continuing, I noticed he was accompanied by many people, but I swear I saw a stranger get into the car with Huo Yuan. What's so surprising about that? Is it strange to share a vehicle? Ling Zeyu remained unconvinced. However, Jiang Yiming's next words plunged him into silence. It's not strange to share a car, but the driver was Huo Yuan and the man was seated in the passenger seat. Do you think that's normal? Seeing Ling Zeyu rendered speechless, Jiang Yiming, unsure of his belief, added, the man in the passenger seat appeared to be around your age. Before he could finish, Ling Zeyu shot him a glare. Impossible. Jiang Yiming fell silent, clutching the bottle, muttering to himself, it is indeed possible. After Jiang Yiming departed, Ling Zeyu sat alone on the sofa at the club, scrolling through the messages Huo Yuan had sent. Huo Yuan mentioned being busy these days and asked Ling Zeyu to visit him in a couple of days. This message was sent 2 days prior. Ling Zeyu chose not to dwell further on it, putting away his phone and returning to the Ling family home. Ever since Ling Feng learned about Ling Yuchen's situation, he had been engulfed in guilt and remorse. Rather than providing a meager upbringing, he wished to shower them with all the good things he had. Ling Yuchen was a sensible child, the kind who bore burdens silently, while Ling Zeyu was not. When he was unhappy, he ensured that everyone around him shared in that discontent. It was a matter of, if I suffer, you shall not find solace either. Moreover, Ling Feng's words were often harsh, resulting in Ling Zeyu occasionally exchanging sharp retorts upon returning home. However, the misunderstandings and estrangements among family members had dissipated. Ling Yuchen, on the other hand, still wore a stubborn demeanor, clearly fond of Ling Zeyu, yet feigning aloofness. Ling Zeyu found this amusing, but chose not to engage much. Nonetheless, he would occasionally ask a few questions to check in on him. He had also taken Ling Yuchen for a follow-up visit to the hospital, where the doctor confirmed that everything was fine and that rest was all that was needed. Thank you, Doctor, Ling Zeyu said before preparing to leave with Ling Yuchen. Just as they reached the elevator, someone called out to him, tapping him on the shoulder. A cool voice resonated, you dropped something. Ling Zeyu turned to find a pair of cold brown eyes staring back at him. The individual, clad in a white coat with silver-rimmed glasses and a mask, held a medical report in hand. Ling Zeyu glanced down and, indeed, noticed a missing document. He accepted the item with gratitude, thanking Dr. Su. The other party paused momentarily. Do you know me? Ling Zeyu pointed to his name tag. Isn't it written right here? Su Huo. Besides Dr. Su, have you forgotten? You treated me during a bout of abdominal pain not long ago. The words were spoken through gritted teeth. He certainly had not forgotten. It was the first time he feigned illness, only to be ultimately exposed. Su Huo hesitated for a few seconds before responding. Feigning illness is unwise. With that, he turned and walked away. Do you know him? Ling Yuchen inquired. Ling Zeyu handed over the items he was holding to Ling Yuchen, saying, "This is yours. Don't lose it again." Only then did he respond to Ling Yuchen's question. I don't know him well, just a few encounters. After exiting the hospital, Ling Zeyu hailed a cab for Ling Yuchen. You should head back first. I have matters to attend to and won't be returning today. Where are you going? Ling Yuchen asked suspiciously. Why does it concern you? He pushed Ling Yuchen into the car and shut the door. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to a corner and beckoned. Shi-san, come here. Not interested, Shi-san replied. Young Master Ling, is there something you need? Ling Zeyu glanced around. Is it just you following me? Yes. Well, I need a favor. Please escort Ling Yuchen home. That's not possible. Ling Zeyu was denied by Shi-san, crossing his arms. Why not? Currently, I am your only companion. If I leave, you will be alone, which is absolutely unacceptable. Ling Zeyu had initially anticipated needing to persuade Shi-san further. But to his surprise, Shi-san simply walked away without saying much. He sighed in relief. However, the subsequent events left Shi-san feeling quite distressed. Ling Zeyu was not in a good mood. That day, Huo Yuan had mentioned to come find him in a couple of days, but he had not done so. He also had not sent Huo Yuan a message, although the latter had sent him a text that morning, advising him not to wander about and to wait until he was finished with his business before contacting him. It was the same old rhetoric. Ling Zeyu chose not to respond, maintaining a cold demeanor. Coupled with Jiang Yiming's words, he felt anger rising within him, with Shi-san following him closely, reporting his every move. His frustration deepened. Why was it that Huo Yuan could detect his every action while he remained entirely oblivious to Huo Yuan's affairs? It seemed so profoundly unfair. They had once promised to keep each other informed, ensuring he would never be left in the dark. Deceitful of fraud, Ling Zeyu intended to drown his sorrows in alcohol. But before he could take a sip, someone approached him with a drink. All alone, Ling Zeyu cast a cold glance at the individual, scrutinizing from head to toe. The insincere smile, the robust physique, adorned in designer clothing, 10 fingers bedecked with 8 golden rings, as if he yearned to proclaim his wealth to the world. Unconcealed disdain. Keep your distance. The other person, evidently unfazed, handed Ling Zeyu a business card, introducing himself. I am UXN. Ling Zeyu did not answer. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the words above. So, it is the president of a certain bank. No wonder he exudes an aura replete with the scent of wealth. Noticing Ling Zeyu's glance, UXIN assumed that the other would no longer remain indifferent towards him. With a smile, he initiated a conversation. I see you here drinking alone. Are you troubled by something? I would gladly be a listener. Perhaps I might even offer a solution. Ling Zeyu crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly to regard him, a mocking smirk gracing his features. Are you unwell? Do we know each other? Chapter 41. Who are you? Hearing Ling Zeyu's lack of tact, UXIN's smile faltered, yet he remained undeterred. After all, the other possessed an undeniably striking appearance, which naturally afforded him a sense of pride. We may not know each other now, but that does not preclude future acquaintance. UXIN maintained his confidence. How about this? Join me for a drink, and I shall provide whatever you desire. Without awaiting Ling Zeyu's response, he seated himself beside him. Ling Zeyu, amused yet exasperated, retorted, Is your mind not functioning properly? Did you not hear what I said? Who wishes to become acquainted with you? What do you think you are? In the past, Ling Zeyu would have merely exchanged a few sharp words and departed. However, today, this individual chose to provoke him at a time when he was already in a foul mood, so he felt no need for civility. This was the first time UXIN had encountered such resistance. His smile faded. After all, he was a figure of authority, accustomed to others seeking his favor. It was his first experience with someone so unyielding, and despite Ling Zeyu's appealing looks, his heart inevitably sank. I invited you for a drink because you are handsome, but if you respond in such a manner. Yu Exen hesitated, the threat in his tone unmistakable. Ling Zeyu, with a defiant gaze, replied, crossing his arms. And what will you do about it? How exactly do you intend to handle me? His eyes were dark and bright, framed by long, thick lashes. His face was flawless, and his lips, stained crimson from the drink, were strikingly beautiful. Yet, the derision and provocation in his eyes were impossible to overlook. Suddenly, Yu Exen chuckled, swirling the contents of his glass, and spoke softly. Do you know this is my territory? If you wish to leave, it won't be so simple. Ling Zeyu smirked disdainfully, about to respond, when a thought struck him. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his exquisite face and uttered, "Fool." Yu Exen's expression darkened significantly, and he abruptly splashed the contents of his glass towards Ling Zeyu's face. You think you can act so brazenly here, don't you? I have encountered many like you, willing to do anything for a bit of money. Ling Zeyu, doused in alcohol, was unperturbed. He smiled and asked, You say this is your territory? Indeed. And what of it? Are you regretting your stance now? Yu Exen inquired, lifting his chin defiantly. Ling Zeyu wiped the moisture from his face, grinning as he replied, If this is indeed your territory, then that simplifies matters. With that, he stood and began to wreak havoc, shouting, 13. Stop him. Before Yu Exen could fully comprehend the situation, or even the staff present could react, Ling Zeyu had already begun to throw whatever he could find. Yu Exen was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing as he urgently called out to his companions. What are you standing there for? Stop him. Yet, their efforts proved futile. They couldn't even brush against the hem of the opponent's garment before being thwarted. Ling Zeyu, feeling fatigued, surveyed the chaotic scene around him and cast a glance at Shursan, who was entangled with the group. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes before he shouted, Shursan, block them, without waiting for response. He seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Once outside, he decisively jumped into his car, leaving Shursan behind. He was eager to discover what Huo Yuan was up to. As he sped down the road, his damp hair tousled in the wind, he vented his frustration aloud. How dare they spill wine on me? I want to rest until I've demolished their entire establishment. Finally, he arrived at Qiyuan. With determination, Ling Zeyu exited the vehicle, pondering what excuse he might concoct to gain entry. He wondered if Huo Yuan was home and whether Butler Chen would allow him through the gate. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he approached the entrance, preparing to inquire with the guard. However, his gaze drifted past the gate, catching sight of a scene in the front yard. A man clad in a dark red knit sweater lounged in a chair, his long legs resting on a low stool, leisurely enjoying the sun while holding a bunch of grapes. From a distance, Ling Zeyu could only discern the man as profile. Suddenly, he recalled what Jiang Yiming had mentioned to him. A stranger had entered Huo Yuan's vehicle. Was this the same individual? What was their relationship? Perhaps Ling Zeyu's gaze was too direct and intense, or maybe the man possessed an instinctive awareness, for he swiftly turned his head to meet Ling Zeyu's eyes. In that brief moment, both recognized the scrutiny in each other's gaze. Ling Zeyu instinctively furrowed his brow. The man's eyes were like venomous serpents lying in wait, cold and unmasked in their appraisal, scanning him from head to toe. After merely a glance, the stranger averted his gaze, beckoning a nearby servant with a subtle gesture, then casting a significant glance in Ling Zeyu's direction. The servant hesitated, glancing back at the butler before approaching Ling Zeyu. Although he could not hear their conversation, a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. What did this mean? Confusion enveloped him, with numerous questions swirling in his mind. Why had Huo Yuan not sought him out in recent days? What was he preoccupied with? Who was this man, and how did he come to reside at the Huo Yuan household? Why was he denied entry while another was permitted to stay? Before Ling Zeyu could formulate any answers, the door swung open. Young Master Ling, what brings you here? The servant inquired. Ling Zeyu remained silent as he followed the servant inside, his gaze fixed on the unfamiliar man. The stranger's skin was unnaturally pale, almost sickly so, with sharp, cold features. A hint of mockery and disdain curled at the corners of his lips, and his gaze bore a menacing intent as it lingered on Ling Zeyu. Keep staring. and I'll pluck your eyes from their sockets, he threatened. Ling Zeyu, unperturbed by the remark, met the man's gaze with unwavering resolve and directly questioned, "Who are you to Huo Yuan?" The man in red expressed a slight surprise at the inquiry, casually tossing the grapes into a bowl before rising to approach Ling Zeyu. "Oh, calling him by name, are we?" The other party scrutinized Ling Zeyu once more, this time with an added glint of intrigue in their eyes. Naturally, Ling Zeyu's fists clenched tightly in response to their words, as if beset by anxiety. This subtle reaction did not escape the gaze of the other, whose eyes glimmered with a serpentine malice. Their smile grew ever more wicked as they uttered, "Huo Yuan's lover." Instantly, a pallor swept over Ling Zeyu's countenance. "Impossible," he retorted vehemently. Huo Yuan could not possibly have anyone but him. The other was merely spouting nonsense. He attempted to convince himself of this. Yet his mind could not cease its tumultuous speculations. Why had Huo Yuan not sought him out in recent days? Could it be that he had taken a new love? Why the urgency to cast him aside? Why the need for someone to keep watch over him? Was it out of concern for his well-being or mere surveillance? At that moment, Steward Chun appeared, about to speak, but was silenced by a mere glance from the man in red. No movement was made, and even the surrounding servants dared not approach. Not even the bodyguards would venture near. "Do you not believe what I say?" The man in red inquired languidly. "Why should I trust your words?" Ling Zeyu replied coldly, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. The man chuckled lightly, speaking nonchalantly. "Have you ever shared a bed with Huo Yuan?" Ling Zeyu fell silent. If you had, you would have noticed a red birthmark on his lower back. Almost instantaneously, the color drained from Ling Zeyu's face, his lips turning ashen. How could he possibly know? This revelation pleased the man in red, whose eyes sparkled with a teasing mirth. Recalling a conversation he had eavesdropped on, he continued, "He does not care for you. He believes you bring him nothing but trouble. Huo Yuan sees you as a harbinger of misfortune. Hence, he has cast you aside. Of course, my knowledge comes from eavesdropping. You wouldn't happen to be Ling Zeyu, would you?" A flicker of confusion crossed Ling Zeyu's eyes. His limbs turned icy, leaving him speechless. Had Huo Yuan truly spoken of him this way? At that moment, Shursen dashed in from outside, visibly relieved upon seeing Ling Zeyu, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. This little imp had caused quite the ruckus, managing to elude him. As he noticed someone emerging from the front courtyard, he sought to follow, only to be halted. "Hold on. You stay here. Who told you to follow?" The man in red spoke coldly. Shursen was taken aback for a moment. "I need to keep an eye on young Master Ling," he began, but was swiftly interrupted. "What do you intend to watch him for? Who truly holds authority in this household?" Yu Hao, observing the scene, instinctively furrowed his brow and reached for his phone, only for a hand to snatch it away. "What is this? Am I not in control of this household anymore? Does a mere bodyguard dare to defy me? What treasure is so precious that you must guard it so closely?" Yu Hao watched helplessly as his phone was taken from him, anxiety gnawing at him while he dared not resist, scheming to secretly call Master Huo later. Yet, the very next second, the man declared, "I shall remain here today. Should anyone dare to relay information, let them try." Ling Zeyu drove, the words echoing in his ears. "I am Huo Yuan's lover. Huo Yuan perceives you as a harbinger of calamity. Thus, he has chosen to sever ties with you." Ling Zeyu's lips curled into a bitter smile, his grip on the steering wheel tightening, his heart plagued by waves of sharp pain. It is impossible. It cannot be true. He must seek clarity. He must confront Huo Yuan directly. He refuses to be deceived. Ling Zeyu accelerated, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes reddened, his hair damp and disheveled, exuding an air of disarray. Suddenly, a familiar vehicle came into view. Ling Zeyu froze, eyes widened as he beheld the luxury car ahead. This other vehicle. In his previous life, it was this very car that Huo Yuan had driven. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest, blood rushing in familiar patterns. He stiffly turned his head, and indeed, it was that large truck again. Goosebumps erupted across his skin, and his scalp tingled. How could this be? Why so soon? When had Huo Yuan's car changed? Why could the accident not be evaded? Ling Zeyu nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel, trembling, his teeth clenched tightly as memories of past calamities flooded his mind. Huo Yuan had ultimately perished in that accident. No, Not again. Ling Zeyu pressed down on the accelerator, the speed surging, the windows locked tight, as he could almost hear the frantic pounding of his own heart. Huo Yuan must not be harmed. This singular thought consumed his mind, overshadowing all else. He raced forward to intervene. As the large truck drew nearer, it became clear it was barreling straight towards his vehicle. At that very moment, Huo Yuan stood beside his car, half leaning against its body, manipulating the autopilot while casually directing his attention elsewhere, instructing, make sure to clarify everything with the police. I do not wish for him to have any chance of release. Understood, Mr. Zhao Yi replied, hesitating momentarily. Huo Yuan shot him a glance, his tone indifferent. What is it? Zhao Yi, puzzled, responded, I regularly check the bodyguard's location, but I noticed that you, Hao, and the 13th are still at the 4 residence. Mr. Old, have you arranged for anyone else to be near young Master Ling? Before Zhao Yi could finish, Huan's voice deepened ominously. What did you say? Yet, before Zhao Yi could respond, the device in his hand suddenly emitted an alarm. He glanced at the display, which read, Danger alert, vehicles too close. Instantly, he turned his gaze towards a certain direction, where the silver Maserati sped towards his car like a bolt of lightning. No, it surged past him, aiming directly for the oncoming truck. Huo's pupils dilated, fear gripping him. Ling Zeyu, what are you doing? The other vehicle showed no signs of slowing down, resolute in its intent to intercept the truck. There was no time to intervene. Panic surged through Huo Yuan as he continued to manipulate the autopilot to avert disaster. As the truck closed in, Ling Zeyu's car overtook his, obstructing the truck's path. Finally, he slammed on the brakes, the blinding headlights forcing him to squint, instinctively shielding his eyes from the harsh glare. A cacophony of honking erupted. Moments later, he felt his vehicle jolted from behind, followed by another violent impact, and the airbags deployed instantly. Ling Zeyu's head throbbed intensely, leaving him in a daze, as if he had been turned inside out. His mind was flooded with fleeting images. So familiar. Who is this little ghost? I cannot keep calling you that. What is your name? You like me? After just a few days. You dare to say that? Come here. I will teach you how to handle a gun. Little ghost, I am not teaching you to point it at me. Ling Zeyu, who taught you to aim it at me? The pain in his head was excruciating, and that voice felt hauntingly familiar. Ling Zeyu, do not sleep. Open your eyes and look at me. Shall you? Huo Yuan emerged from the vehicle, cradling Ling Zeyu in his arms, drenched in blood. As crimson streams trickled down his cheeks, his breaths were shallow, and his lips were pale. Huo Yuan's hands trembled as he held Ling Zeyu, his eyes reddened with despair. His voice hoarse, pleading, Shall you, open your eyes and look at me. Just one glance, please. Tears fell upon Ling Zeyu's face, and with great difficulty, he managed to open his eyes, the pain in his head nearly overwhelming. He raised a trembling hand to wipe away Huo Yuan's tears, only to catch sight of an object lying on the ground, the remote control. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon him. So, he was unable to help, was he not? A wave of sorrow washed over him. I have caused trouble again, have I not? Tears streamed down his face, his complexion pale and pained. His voice low and strained, Please don't abandon me. As soon as the words left his lips, Ling Zeyu's hand fell limply to the side, his lashes fluttering shut as he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Shall you? Ling Zeyu. Huo Yuan's voice broke, devoid of composure, as he struggled to maintain his calm. Chapter 43. Don't abandon me, Huo Yuan. In truth, I did not curse you in my previous life. Every day since your death, I have thought of you. I only harbored resentment. Resentment towards myself for still thinking of you even after you had forsaken me. Thus, I convinced myself that each thought of you was a curse upon you. Thankfully, you are unharmed. The lights outside the emergency room remained illuminated, and 3 hours had elapsed. Huo Yuan leaned against the hospital wall, his head bowed, obscuring his expression, while blood trickled down the back of his hand, drop by drop. Zhao Yi, witnessing this, felt a heavy weight in his heart, hesitating in place before finally stepping forward to address him. Mr. Huo, perhaps you should tend to your hand. Yet, no response came. Zhao Yi sighed inwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. They were all bound to suffer the consequences. After a prolonged silence, Huo Yuan slowly lifted his gaze. Turning to Zhao Yi with a voice as cold as ice, "What on earth happened? Why was I not informed sooner?" Zhao Yi, having gathered the details, replied candidly. Young Master Ling dismissed the 13 and visited the Huo residence. He hesitated for a moment. Huo Yuan's tone remained frigid. Young Master Ling encountered the second young master. He continued, "Furthermore, he misled young Master Ling, claiming to be your lover and telling him that you do not care for him, viewing him as a troublemaker, and suggesting that you no longer want him." Zhao Yi recounted the events that transpired at Qi Garden, detailing how the second young master had prevented the bodyguards from accompanying young Master Ling and forbade any communication regarding the situation. Huo Yuan's eyes blazed crimson. His fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. "Huo Xian, you will pay for this." Zhao Yi felt a chill of anxiety for the second young master. Although his usual arrogance was tolerated by Lord Huo, injuring young Master Ling had surely crossed the line. As seconds ticked by, Huo Yuan had never experienced time dragging so painfully. When the surgical door finally swung open, he hurried forward, his voice laced with panic. "How is it?" He knew well that the damage to the car was not severe, and since he had maneuvered the vehicle to shield Xiao Yu from the fatal impact, logically, there should be no significant issues. Yet, fear gripped him. He could not afford to gamble. There was only one Ling Zeyu. The doctor removed his mask and respectfully assured, "Mr. Huo, please rest easy. There is no risk to his life. We only need to wait for young Master Ling to awaken." Huo Yuan did not relax. As long as Ling Zeyu remained unconscious, his heart would remain in turmoil. Ling Zeyu was moved to a premium ward under close observation, with staff monitoring his vital signs every hour. The figure on the bed, clad in a patient gown, had a bandage wrapped around his head, his palm-sized face pale and devoid of color. His thick eyelashes cast shadows like fans, and the vibrant smile that once graced his face replayed in Huo Yuan's mind. Now, he lay there, even his breath faint. It was utterly pitiful, and his heart ached for him. Huo Yuan gently cradled Ling Zeyu's hand, pressing it to his lips in a tender kiss. "Xiao Yu, haven't you always known my true feelings for you? Why would you believe the words of others? That I have found a new love? You must not believe it. You surely wanted to ask me, didn't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been there." Each time he recalled Ling Zeyu's words before his unconsciousness, his heart would seize with an unbearable pain. How could he ever consider him a burden? How could he dislike him or wish him away for causing trouble? "Don't abandon me." It felt as though a dull knife were mercilessly carving away at his heart, an unrelenting ache that rendered his breathing painful. Huo Yuan's hand brushed against Ling Zeyu's face, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. "I still couldn't protect you. Do you blame me?" Despite his countless schemes and plans, he had overlooked one crucial detail: Huo Xian. Ultimately, it was his negligence. Had he arrived a moment later, might this situation have been avoided? That night, Huo Yuan kept vigil by Ling Zeyu's bedside, neither eating nor drinking, simply remaining with him. Zhao Yi visited twice, but his attempts at persuasion proved futile. As he prepared to leave, he was called back. "Bring him here." Zhao Yi had a sense of whom he referred to. "Yes." After his response, he departed. "Xiao Yu, you've slept through the entire night. Why haven't you awakened?" Huo Yuan's voice was gentle. Gazing at that pale face, he spoke softly. "Is it because I haven't avenged you? Are you upset? Don't listen to him. He is only deceiving you. Once you wake, you will have the final say in this household. You will be in charge, all right?" That afternoon, Zhao Yi's voice echoed outside. "Mr. Huo, the second young master has arrived." Only then did Huo Yuan slowly rise, looking at the lifeless figure on the bed, his heart heavy with sorrow. He leaned down to kiss those pale lips. "Be good. I will teach him a lesson. Wait for my return." As the words fell, he rose, the tenderness in his eyes vanishing without a trace, leaving only indifference and coldness. Outside the hospital room, a young man, around 22 or 23 years of age, donned casual attire accompanied by a gray coat and a hood pulled over his head. His gaze was dark and fixed on the door, his fists clenched tightly. When the door swung open, a tall figure emerged, an aura of intimidation radiating from his piercing gaze as he approached the young man. The man's clenched fists relaxed slightly. a forced smile gracing his face. Just as he began to speak, "Brother, I was just joking with him." Huo Yuan patted the young man's shoulder before ushering him through a door behind them, slamming it shut with a resounding thud, effectively shielding them from the eyes of the bodyguards and outsiders, thus preserving his dignity. However, the voices inside remained audible. "You hit me?" The incredulity in the voice was palpable. "Huo, have you not suffered enough while abroad these years? I kindly brought you back to the country, and this is how you treat me?" Huo Yuan's tone was both cold and grave, devoid of any leniency. "If you wish to remain here, you must put away all those twisted whims of yours. I do not care whom you torment, nor do I wish to interfere. But should you dare to lay your schemes upon my people, you may as well test me. If I could retrieve you from my grandfather, I can certainly send you back. You must decide whether you prefer to stay quietly in this country or endure suffering abroad." Blood trickled from the corner of Huo Yuan's mouth as he spoke darkly. "Twisted whims? How can you call them that? Have you forgotten? I am an ill individual. Everything I do is justified." Huo Yuan scoffed. "Oh, is that so? Huo Yuan, do you truly believe I am unaware of your circumstances?" At this, Huo Yuan faltered. His gaze locked onto Huo Yuan, rendered speechless. "In the past, you could do as you pleased, but now that you are here, you must abide by the rules of this place and adhere to my arrangements. There is one more matter I must clarify. In this household, you are not in charge." Chapter 44. Lost memories. As the door opened, the Yuan stepped out, his tone inscrutable. "You had better pray he awakens soon, or else." The remainder of his words lingered unspoken, yet understood. Following closely behind, Huo Yuan emerged from the room, clutching his abdomen, his pale hand gripping the doorframe tightly. His eyes brimmed with resentment, his expression dark and blood staining the corner of his mouth. The surrounding bodyguards dared not approach, bowing their heads as if they were invisible. Huo Yuan wiped the blood from his mouth with determination, descending the stairs step by step, muttering to himself, "Pray? In your dreams. Sir, perhaps you should tend to your wounds first?" A nurse, who had just ascended the stairs, noticed Huo Yuan's frail and uncomfortable demeanor and kindly inquired. However, he cast her a cold glance, uttering two chilling words, "Step aside." The frigid intensity of his gaze rendered the nurse speechless, instinctively parting to create a path. "Shaolin, what are you staring at?" A doctor approached, seeing her in a trance, and asked. The nurse regained her composure and exclaimed, "Ah, Dr. Su, I just noticed someone appearing unwell." I inquired further, but it seemed they were indifferent. Su Boyan paid little heed to her words, merely advising, "Well then, go attend to your duties." Having said that, he prepared to descend the stairs, but his gaze fell below, and he was momentarily stunned. He remained transfixed until that fleeting silhouette vanished, his lips quivering beneath the mask. Huo Yuan. Nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Huo Yuan gently covered Ling Zeyu with a blanket. His voice raspy, "Xiao Yu, why are you still asleep? Must you be so indulgent in slumber?" Yet Ling Zeyu found himself ensnared in a nightmare, surrounded by a dense fog that obscured the path ahead. He could only navigate through it blindly, filled with curiosity and confusion. "Huo Yuan?" he called out, but no one answered him. The white mist was all-consuming, seemingly endless. Ling Zeyu could not discern what lay beneath his feet, something akin to clouds, light and soft, presenting a sensation that suggested he might plummet if he were to lose focus. He dared not tread, opting instead to remain still and wait. However, before long, the fog around him dissipated, revealing the scene clearly. It was the year he graduated from high school at the age of 18. Was this the lost memory he sought? A premonition stirred within him. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to move forward. His curiosity compelled him to explore the moments flashing through his mind when he had fainted in that car accident. He recalled that summer after graduation, during which he had traveled to a city not far from S City, known as Huai City. A torrent of images surged into his mind, fragments of memories coalescing, unveiling what he had lost and forgotten. It was a vast expanse of grass, lush and vibrant, yet he could not enter, for it was enclosed by an electrified fence. As if it were private property, he lingered for a moment, intending to capture a few photographs before departing. At that moment, a magnetic and melodious voice rang out. "What brings this little ghost here?" He froze, turning to regard the speaker. The figure within the enclosure stood tall and imposing, clad in military attire, wielding a long rifle. Their expression was stern, with chiseled features and piercing, obsidian eyes assessing him. Strikingly handsome, exceedingly so. Ling Zeyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on the black rifle in their hands, asking, "Is that gun real? Does it actually kill?" The individual clearly chuckled, raising the weapon towards his heart. "You may find out for yourself." Ling Zeyu waved his hands in protest. Never mind, never mind. I only wish to take a couple of photos. I do not wish to meet my end just yet. Would you consider allowing me entry, given your striking looks, so that I might capture a few more images? The person chuckled lightly. On what ground should I let you in? Moreover, any photos on your phone must be deleted. Ling Zeyu vehemently countered, "No way. I need to show them off to my younger brother." "Choose one. Keep your photos or your life," the individual threatened. Ultimately, Ling Zeyu relented, handing over his phone. Through the gaps in the fence, he believed he could navigate without consequence. "Hey, don't touch," he exclaimed. But the moment the words left his lips, Ling Zeyu's eyes widened as he fell backward. "You should have mentioned that sooner." When he awakened once more, he found himself in a strange room, feeling somewhat disoriented. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and a voice remarked, "If you do not wake up soon, I shall have to arrange for someone to escort you out." The individual who entered had changed from their combat attire into casual wear, appearing rather amicable. He recalled the events leading to his fainting and muttered, "You could have informed me beforehand. If I fainted, who can I blame but you?" Rather than reflect on his own actions, it was easier for him to cast blame upon another. This was a belief that Ling Zeyu had held since childhood. "Fortunately, I possess a strong constitution. Otherwise, who knows how others might fare?" "You think too much," the other replied, tossing his phone to Ling Zeyu. "This is private territory. Rarely does anyone come here. You're the first in 2 years. Moreover, even if you were to experience an electric shock, it would not be fatal. You would merely lose consciousness." Ling Zeyu asked a few more questions and learned that he had taken a wrong turn. The place he intended to visit was across the way, yet by some twist of fate, he ended up here. He also discovered that in this vast expanse, despite its offerings, he was the sole occupant, now joined by another, himself. This revelation astonished Ling Zeyu. How could one remain here for nearly 2 years without succumbing to madness? "Ah, you brought me here, essentially seeking someone to converse with, right?" Ling Zeyu surmised, believing he had seen through the other's intentions. The gaze of a newcomer drifted lightly over his face, and he conceded, indeed. "Also, I have a name. Remember it. I'm Huo Yuan." As time passed, Ling Zeyu chose to remain in this place. Firstly, he had no means of departure, for Huo Yuan had mentioned that a vehicle would only arrive once a month. Secondly, he was initially there for leisure, and with the splendid scenery and the company of a handsome companion, why would he wish to leave? Thus, he resolutely stayed. Huo Yuan stated, "I am 6 years your senior. I am 24, so you ought to address me as brother." Ling Zeyu smiled. "Call you brother? That is quite simple." He paused, contemplating. There are 2 kinds of brother. One is just brother, while the other. Ling Zeyu grinned at him, "Big brother." He noticed Huo Yuan's expression darken. Laughing heartily, he said, "Huo Yuan, how should I address you?" Initially, Ling Zeyu felt a twinge of fear towards Huo Yuan, given the intimidating presence of a firearm in his possession, which suggested he was not one to be trifled with. However, after spending some time together, he discovered that Huo Yuan was rather amiable. Though his demeanor was somewhat cool and he spoke little, this did not hinder Ling Zeyu's proclivity for conversation, nor did it prevent him from occasionally testing Huo Yuan's patience, much to the latter's annoyance. Within just a week of their acquaintance, Ling Zeyu found Huo Yuan seated atop a mountain, gazing at the sunset. He rushed over, covering Huo Yuan's eyes, and playfully asked, "Guess who I am?" Chapter 45. "Let me steal a kiss, little demon." "You guessed correctly." Ling Zeyu removed his hands, resting them on his knees, slightly bending to meet Huo Yuan's gaze, his eyes sparkling with delight. Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow at him. "I cannot simply call you little demon forever. What is your name?" Ling Zeyu smiled brightly. "Why not? I enjoy hearing you call me that." Huo Yuan perceived that Ling Zeyu was reluctant to divulge his name, yet he did not dwell on it. After all, it was merely a title. Huo Yuan, I seem to have developed a fondness for you. Ling Zeyu, ever bold and forthright, expressed his feelings unabashedly. Huo Yuan, taken aback by such directness, paused momentarily before breaking into a bemused smile. You like me? After just a few days? Perhaps the solitude of his prolonged stay had dulled his senses. With no one to converse with, watching the seasons change had grown tiresome. Thus, when this lively youth professed affection, intrigued him. In the past, he would have dismissed such a declaration, hardly granting a glance. Yet now, boredom compelled him to entertain the notion. Indeed, Ling Zeyu replied, his gaze fixed intently upon Huo Yuan. With such striking looks, it's hard not to be liked. Wouldn't you agree? Of course, he continued, gently touching his own face with a cheerful smile. I am not lacking in charm either. So being with me is quite advantageous for you. Think it over. Huo Yuan scrutinized the youthful visage before him. It was no wonder the boy exuded such confidence. He had the attributes to back it. You are indeed attractive, a rather obedient face, he conceded. However, I find no interest in such matters. He curled his lips in a slight smile, not considering it. You are just a child. Do you truly understand what it means to like someone? Unperturbed by the rejection, Ling Zeyu remained steadfast. Of course I do. I like your liking me. Huo Yuan, come be with me. I'll take care of you. You need not guard this place any longer. Huo Yuan doubted his ears, narrowing his eyes at Ling Zeyu. What did you just say? Repeat that. Ling Zeyu innocently spread his hands, pointing to the locked door nearby. Isn't that the case? Aren't you stationed here to guard? Why else would the door be locked from the outside? And why can't you leave? With a gun on you. Surely you were hired by some affluent family for protection? Huo Yuan's expression darkened, and he forced out two words through clenched teeth. Not true. With that, he dismissed Ling Zeyu and turned to leave. Ling Zeyu hurried after him, sensing he had struck a nerve. Oh, if it's not true, then it's not. I didn't mean to offend you. If you follow me, I promise to treat you exceptionally well. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you, even plucking stars from the sky if that's what you wish. In youthful exuberance, he spoke without restraint, daring to dream aloud. Huo Yuan found it amusing. It was the first time someone had uttered such whimsical words to him. Plucking stars? How absurd. He chuckled, bemused by the audacity of the statement. Entertain yourself. I have matters to attend to. I shall return by 5, Huo Yuan declared before departing. Ling Zeyu had grown accustomed to this routine over the days, gradually understanding that Huo Yuan's role extended beyond mere guarding. He spent much of his time engaged in physical training, endurance, speed, strength, and more. He had stumbled upon the shooting range in the back mountains one morning, realizing the purpose of the sounds he had heard. That evening, they lay atop the rooftop, gazing at the starry expanse. Ling Zeyu loved the view. Propped up on his elbows, he dangled his legs in the air, peering into the distance. Huo Yuan, when will you be able to leave this place? Huo Yuan rested his hands beneath his head, gazing at the night sky, his long legs slightly bent. Upon hearing the remark, his expression remained rather indifferent. It won't be long now, will it? Ling Zeyu tilted his head to observe him. If I were to pay you, could you leave earlier? Come out with me? Huo Yuan chuckled, teasing him. And how much would you be willing to offer? Ling Zeyu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he replied. I'll take out all my savings for you. 1 million. Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow. Such a large sum? A hint of pride glimmered in Ling Zeyu's eyes. Of course. I've been saving for a long time to buy a sports car. Do you like cars? Huo Yuan inquired. Ling Zeyu nodded. What boy could resist a car? Huo Yuan smiled, but remained silent. Ling Zeyu, entranced by Huo Yuan's smile, leaned closer, cupping his face as he gazed at his lips. Swallowing hard, his legs swaying eagerly behind him. What do you intend to do? Huo Yuan eyed him warily. Ling Zeyu licked his lips and said, Let me have a kiss, and I'll give you 1,000. 1,000 is a bit low. How about 10,000? Ling Zeyu replied with a grin. Huo Yuan, unfazed, left Ling Zeyu somewhat deflated. Furrowing his brows, Ling Zeyu muttered, Then tell me, who is the owner of this mountain? Whatever he pays you, I'll match it. Just let me have one kiss. Is that too much to ask? He swallowed again, inching closer to Huo Yuan's lips, eyes closing, only to be halted by Huo Yuan's outstretched finger. Opening his eyes in dismay, he fixed his gaze on Huo Yuan's face. Just one kiss. If it's impossible, I'll let you kiss me back, all right? Huo Yuan was bemused by Ling Zeyu's unreasonable logic. You want to even tell me your name? You wish to kiss me? What kind of reasoning is that? Huo Yuan's voice was melodious, and Ling Zeyu had always known it, especially the last word, a deep, magnetic, and alluring sound that left him yearning. With narrowed eyes, a glint of cunning flashed within them. Ling Zeyu smiled and said, I am Yuziling. Yuziling? Huo Yuan echoed softly. Yes. Ling Zeyu asked with a smile, can I have that kiss now? Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow, withdrawing his finger, then leaned closer to Ling Zeyu. Their breaths became shallow as Ling Zeyu instinctively closed his eyes. Suddenly, a seductive and magnetic voice whispered in his ear, no. Ling Zeyu's eyes snapped open, but Huo Yuan had already stood up, leaving him with only his retreating figure. If you wish to sleep upstairs, then do so. I'm heading back to my room. Huo Yuan, you're playing with me. Ling Zeyu exclaimed in frustration, pounding his fist against the blanket. After a moment, he rolled his eyes and muttered, humph. Anyway, my name isn't real, though my feelings for you certainly are. Chapter 46. Dare to stick out your tongue. Huo Yuan, I never expected your skills to be this remarkable. Ling Zeyu, wearing disposable gloves, gnawed on a chicken leg, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Is there anything you can't do? Ling Zeyu asked, cheeks puffed. Huo Yuan did not respond, merely handing him a piece of paper. Your face is dirty. Ling Zeyu did not hesitate. He leaned forward, his face alight with mischief. Could you wipe my face? My hands are quite occupied. The tone was unmistakably playful, yet his other hand was clearly free. Come on, Huo Yuan, help me out. Ling Zeyu purred, flashing a charming smile. Huo Yuan, however, furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with such casual banter. Could he not speak like that? Yet, he ultimately relented and wiped the sauce from Ling Zeyu's face, prompting an even brighter smile from him. On this scorching day, with the sun high in the sky, Huo Yuan returned from the training grounds only to find Ling Zeyu absent. Frowning, he called out several times into the empty house. Little brat? Little brat? Silence enveloped the space, with no response. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured outside, speculating on where Ling Zeyu might have gone. You Zealing, he called, but again, silence met his ears. Had he left? This fleeting thought stirred an inexplicable feeling in his heart, and before he could fully grasp it, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Huo Yuan, help me, please. At the sound of those words, Huo Yuan's heart raced, his worry unabashed. Was he electrocuted again? That was the only conclusion he could draw. Following the voice, he looked up to see Ling Zeyu perched precariously on a large tree, clinging to the trunk with tears welling in his eyes. What should I do? I can't get down. Please help. Seeing Ling Zeyu stuck in the tree, Huo Yuan exhaled in relief, but couldn't help but retort. What on earth possessed you to climb a tree? Ling Zeyu was on the verge of tears. Please stop talking and just get me down. Huo Yuan crossed his arms, regarding him with an air of stubbornness. He turned to walk away, prompting Ling Zeyu to panic and reach out, nearly losing his grip on the tree. Don't go. I'll tell you. I promise it's important. Huo Yuan paused, waiting for him to continue. I saw a bird's nest up here, and I wanted to see if there were any eggs inside. He then managed to free a hand to show Huo Yuan what he had found. His face brightening as he exclaimed, Look, there really are eggs. Huo Yuan gazed at that radiant, smiling face, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows. Tom seemed to pause at that moment. As he watched, a smile crept onto Huo Yuan's lips. You Zealing, is it? I'll remember that. Now come down. I'll catch you. Ling Zeyu shook his head. I can't. It's too high. First, throw down the eggs. Ling Zeyu protested. No. I worked hard to get them. I'll catch them. Just throw them down. When Ling Zeyu remained reluctant, Huo Yuan had no choice but to persuade him. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Zeyu finally nodded. You better catch them. Once Huo Yuan affirmed, Ling Zeyu tossed the eggs down, and Huo Yuan deftly caught them. Ling Zeyu's eyes lit up, impressed with Huo Yuan's accuracy. Listen to me, slowly slide down and don't let go. Huo Yuan instructed as he placed the eggs down carefully. Ling Zeyu descended the tree trunk slowly, initially finding support in the smaller branches above. However, as he ventured lower, the trunk thickened, rendering him unable to embrace it securely. His hand scraped against the rough bark, causing a sharp sting, Yet he endured the pain, furrowing his brow. "What are you dawdling for? Jump down." Huo Yuan observed Ling Zeyu's hesitation and frowned. "I'm too scared," Ling Zeyu replied, glancing down at the considerable height. Climbing had not seemed daunting, but now the prospect of descending filled him with trepidation. "If you don't jump, I won't concern myself with you. I truly will leave." Wait. I will jump," Ling Zeyu reluctantly conceded, clinging to the tree. "But after I land, could you allow me a kiss?" "You Zeeling." All right. Please don't be angry, I'll jump," he exclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, the pain in his hand became unbearable, and he released his grip. Huo Yuan swiftly caught him, but due to inertia, he staggered back 2 steps, ultimately pinned beneath Ling Zeyu. In that fleeting moment when their lips met, Ling Zeyu's eyes widened in shock. "So soon? What is happening? I've never kissed anyone before. All right, I need to use my tongue." As he tentatively extended his tongue, Huo Yuan, gritting his teeth, warned, "Dare to stick out your tongue and see what happens." Their lips remained connected, allowing Ling Zeyu to feel the warmth radiating from Huo Yuan's mouth. Under the weight of that piercing gaze, Ling Zeyu awkwardly chuckled and quickly stood up, helping Huo Yuan to his feet. "Are you all right? Don't worry. I will take responsibility for you." Huo Yuan stood and began to walk away, prompting Ling Zeyu to chase after him, calling, "Wait for me. My hand hurts." To his surprise, Huo Yuan halted and turned back. Upon noticing the blood oozing from Ling Zeyu's palm, he frowned but said nothing, leading him to a room to tend to the wound. Ling Zeyu, restless even while receiving treatment, attempted to provoke Huo Yuan with playful antics. "Blow on my hand for me. I'll give you $1 million if you sleep with me." "Why are you silent, brother?" "Brother?" Huo Yuan. Ling Zeyu tilted his head, but before he could continue, Huo Yuan lifted his gaze and warned dangerously, "Be quiet." Ling Zeyu fell silent, pouting in displeasure. Unbeknownst to him, they had been together in that place for an entire month. Ling Zeyu was roused from his slumber by Huo Yuan's call. Bleary-eyed, he murmured, "What time is it? Why are you waking me?" Huo Yuan's expression was neutral as he stated, "The car has arrived outside. You can leave now." Ling Zeyu's eyes brightened as he sat up. "Really?" Huo Yuan nodded. "Of course." Without pausing to change his clothes, Ling Zeyu rushed outside. Huo Yuan lingered in the room for a while, then ascended to the rooftop, watching the car drive away with a bittersweet smile. "Little liar, is this what you call liking me? Not even a farewell?" It wasn't until the vehicle disappeared from view that Huo Yuan descended the stairs, intending to practice shooting in the back mountains. However, upon reaching the ground, he was taken aback to see Ling Zeyu returning. "You were supposed to leave," he said, slightly stunned. Ling Zeyu yawned, bewildered. "Leave? I'm just bringing some things for my brother. I mentioned that I'm with my boyfriend and have no intention of going back yet." Huo Yuan. Suddenly, Ling Zeyu squinted. "You were actually hoping I would leave." Huo Yuan. "I'm angry. Let me have a kiss to feel better." "All right." Chapter 47. I like you so much. Ling Zeyu widened his eyes and decisively stood on tiptoe to kiss. However, once again, he was met with a finger pressed against his lips, causing his expression to fall into a deep sulk filled with resentment. "You liar." Huo Yuan found it amusing and said, "Go brush your teeth." Ling Zeyu's dull gaze brightened once more. "Okay, I'll go right now." He then swiftly disappeared. After brushing his teeth, Ling Zeyu searched for Huo Yuan and eventually found him at the shooting range. The sound of gunfire echoed, each bullet striking true to the target. Ling Zeyu applauded, his face radiating admiration and affection for Huo Yuan. When Huo Yuan removed his earplugs and protective goggles, Ling Zeyu raised his chin and spoke. "You're not going to back out, are you? You promised to kiss me." Huo Yuan chuckled and waved him over. "Come here. I'll teach you how to handle a gun." As Ling Zeyu approached, he found himself enveloped in Huo Yuan's arms, a deep, magnetic voice resonating beside him. "Didn't you want to learn before? I'll teach you." Ling Zeyu pouted. "Do you think it means I won't get a kiss? Let me tell you, that's impossible." Despite his words, his eyes remained fixed on Huo Yuan as he expertly handled the firearm. He had indeed wanted to learn, but was also aware of the inherent dangers, preferring to observe from a distance. "Wow, is this a real gun?" Ling Zeyu asked, the question almost trivial. Huo Yuan smiled. Does it have bullets?" Ling Zeyu inquired curiously, weighing it in his hands and feeling its heft. Huo Yuan, assembling another gun, replied without looking up, "Yours doesn't tea. It's not assembled yet." Ling Zeyu felt reassured and playfully pressed the gun against Huo Yuan's head, threatening, "Huo Yuan, agree to date me, or I'll pull the trigger." "Huo Yuan sighed, "Kid. I'm teaching you how to handle a gun, not to point it at me." Ling Zeyu stuck out his tongue and returned the handgun. Huo Yuan then fitted him with earplugs and protective goggles, guiding his hand to hold the assembled pistol. His voice murmured in Ling Zeyu's ear, "Grip the handle firmly. Place your index finger on the trigger, stabilize your thumb, and ensure the web of your hand is aligned with the handle. Lock onto your target and pull the trigger. Remember, the gun should only be aimed at your enemy." "Don't worry, I'll remember." Ling Zeyu beamed with joy. That night, Ling Zeyu began to cling to Huo Yuan. "Let us sleep on the rooftop tonight. There will definitely be stars. Please, Huo Yuan." Ultimately, Ling Zeyu succeeded in persuading Huo Yuan to ascend to the rooftop for the night. Ling Zeyu, lying beside Huo Yuan, gazed up at the twinkling stars. "Are you asleep?" he asked, noticing Huo Yuan's eyes were closed. Receiving no response, Ling Zeyu nudged him again. "Are you asleep?" "No," came the reply, still with eyes shut. Ling Zeyu's hand grew restless, extending 2 fingers to slowly crawl from the ground up to Huo Yuan, eventually reaching his arm and gently entwining his fingers with Huo Yuan's. As Huo Yuan was about to retract his hand, a soft, elongated voice reached his ears. "Huo Yuan, would you go out with me? I genuinely like you immensely." With reassurance, the speaker continued, "Once we are together, I will treat you well, trust you, adore you." Ling Zeyu pondered earnestly on how to move Huo Yuan's heart, completely oblivious to the gradual opening of Huo Yuan's eyes. "Do you really like me that much?" Huo Yuan inquired. Ling Zeyu snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously yes. He leaned closer, breaths mingling as his gaze sparkled with unrestrained affection, a smile blooming on his lips. "What if I don't like you?" Huo Yuan asked. Instantly, Ling Zeyu's smile faltered. "Why wouldn't you like me? Am I not attractive?" Huo Yuan remained silent, prompting Ling Zeyu to mumble unhappily, "What should I do? You don't like me, but I like you so much. I need to think of a way." He turned away, seemingly lost in contemplation. Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow, curious about Ling Zeyu's thoughts, his smile unwavering as he closed his eyes and waited. However, he soon heard a soft sob. His body stilled, and upon opening his eyes, he turned to see Ling Zeyu's trembling shoulders, frozen for a few seconds in surprise. "Is he crying?" Huo Yuan frowned, calling out, "Hey kid." Ling Zeyu did not respond, but merely wiped at his eyes. "Turn around," Huo Yuan commanded. When Ling Zeyu did not move, he called again, "You Zealing." Finally, Ling Zeyu slowly turned to face him, revealing tear-streaked cheeks and reddened eyes. A wave of indescribable emotions washed over Huo Yuan, his heart aching slightly. He reached out to wipe away Ling Zeyu's tears, asking, "Why are you still crying?" Ling Zeyu spoke through his sadness, his voice low and hoarse. "It's just that I like you so much. Hearing you say you don't like me makes me incredibly sad. No wonder you wouldn't let me kiss you. It's because you don't like me." Before he could finish his thought, he felt an arm encircle his waist, and before he could process it, his lips were captured. Ling Zeyu's eyes widened in surprise, but excitement quickly replaced his initial shock as he responded to the kiss, arms gradually wrapping around Huo Yuan's neck. He couldn't recall when he had been pushed down, his mind slightly hazy from the rush of emotions. As he cradled Huo Yuan's face, whispering sweet nothings, "Huo Yuan, I like you so much. Truly, I'm not lying. What should I do if I can't be without you?" The atmosphere grew increasingly heated, Huo Yuan burying his face into Ling Zeyu's neck. His breaths hot enough to sear, his voice husky, "Don't move." Ling Zeyu swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Huo Yuan, I can." "Can what?" The ambiguity hung in the air, yet they both understood without needing clarification. Huo Yuan cleared his throat. "Be good. It's not the right time yet." The young boy, still naive, needed to comprehend. Ling Zeyu frowned, displeased. "Why not? You just don't like me." Unable to restrain himself, Huo Yuan pinched Ling Zeyu's cheek. "It's precisely because I like you that I haven't taken you." "You're lying." Ling Zeyu pouted, playfully kicking at Huo Yuan's abdomen. Huo Yuan grasped the opponent's ankle, his voice low and threatening, urging him not to tread carelessly. "This time, I expect you to owe me properly. The next time we meet, Even if you refuse, I shall not show mercy. Ling Zeyu smiled with narrowed eyes, responding, very well, I shall await that moment. Besides, I would never refuse. I certainly hope so. Ling Zeyu reclined, gazing at that handsome visage, a smile gracing his lips as he called out, Huo Yuan. I truly adore you. I am aware. Rest assured, once you are with me, I shall protect you. No one shall bully you. Chapter 48. Loving you is already a challenge. 2 months swiftly passed. Ling Zeyu could not remain here indefinitely. With school approaching, it was time for him to depart. Huo Yuan, do not worry. I shall return to find you. Ling Zeyu perched on Huo Yuan's lap, wrapping his arms around his neck, pecking at his chin and the corners of his mouth. Huo Yuan chuckled softly, saying, good. You need not come to me. I will seek you out. So, would you like to sleep with me now? Ling Zeyu grinned, expressing his desire to share a bed with him. Huo Yuan was rendered speechless by his candidness, playfully tapping Ling Zeyu's forehead, stating that they could discuss it upon their next encounter. Next time, we can indeed share a bed. That is implied. Huo Yuan sighed, affectionately ruffling his hair, then handed Ling Zeyu an item, saying, I have nothing of value to offer you here, so keep this handgun as a memento. Ling Zeyu beamed with delight, taking the gun. Really? Does it contain bullets? Could I then shoot anyone I wish? Huo Yuan could not help but pinch Ling Zeyu's cheek, remarking, you lovely creature, you think you can shoot anyone? It is devoid of bullets. Moreover, what did I previously mention? Seeing the seriousness in Huo Yuan's inquiry, Ling Zeyu rolled his eyes playfully, declaring, I know. The gun's muzzle should only be directed at my enemies. After uttering this, he began to tease Huo Yuan, playfully asking, what if I aim the gun at you? Huo Yuan narrowed his eyes dangerously, retorting, I would confine you and give you a good thrashing. Ling Zeyu erupted into laughter, his lips brushing against Huo Yuan's, his voice sweet and coaxing, reassuring him, fear not. The day shall never come when my gun is aimed at you. I love you too much for that. Finally, the vehicle arrived. Ling Zeyu climbed aboard, his eyes glistening with emotion as he prepared to depart. Huo Yuan, please wait for me. I will come and find you. Huo Yuan smiled, replying, all right. Afterward, Ling Zeyu descended the mountain, switched vehicles, and continued his journey home. In the interim, Ling Yu and Chun began messaging him, persistently inquiring about the identity of his boyfriend. He chose not to divulge this information, instead responding with a simple statement. You need not concern yourself with who he is. Just know that I love him dearly, with all my heart. However, it was then that Ling Zeyu sensed something amiss. The driver was veering off course, the vehicle speeding toward the precipice. In a panic, he attempted to open the door, but found it locked. Overwhelmed by fear, he decisively seized the steering wheel. The driver, taken aback by Ling Zeyu's reckless determination, had not anticipated such madness. He was merely a hired hand, unwilling to sacrifice his own life. The road was so desolate that Ling Zeyu found himself unable to call for help. After crashing into several trees, the vehicle came to a complete halt. As he swung open the car door, he hastily made his way out, only to spot Ling Yao. He called out, elder brother, and moved towards him, intending to seek assistance. However, a sudden realization struck him. Why was the other party not surprised to see him here? Why did the driver glance at Ling Yao? They were acquainted. Ling Yao intended to harm him. Understanding this, Ling Zeyu immediately bolted forward. Behind him, Ling Yao indeed pursued him. When cornered with no escape, Ling Zeyu gazed at the river behind him, swallowing hard. You wish to kill me? He asked. It's your misfortune for crossing paths with me over a company. Ling Yao retorted, advancing towards him. Without hesitation, Ling Zeyu leaped into the river. He could swim and believed that reaching the opposite bank was his only chance. Ling Yao clearly did not anticipate Ling Zeyu's resolve to jump into the water for survival. He did not relent, patiently waiting and searching for him. As night fell, Ling Yao finally found Ling Zeyu at a hospital, unconscious and lying in a bed. He felt satisfied, as this spared him the need to dirty his own hands. It would be best if Ling Zeyu never regained consciousness. The hospital was bustling with people and surveillance cameras, leaving Ling Yao uncertain about his chances of escaping unscathed after eliminating Ling Zeyu. Ling Zeyu had developed a high fever and remained in a coma for 3 days. Just as Ling Yao contacted their father to inform him of Ling Zeyu's hospitalization due to illness, Ling Zeyu unexpectedly awakened. Ling Yao's fingers tensed, and a fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. He could still awaken. But the next moment, Ling Zeyu asked, "Elder brother, why are you here? Where am I?" Ling Yao paused, furrowing his brow in silence. Ling Zeyu pressed on, "Why am I in the hospital? Didn't I tell father I was going out to have fun?" Ling Yao inquired with the doctor, who disclosed that Ling Zeyu had suffered a blow to the head, resulting in partial memory loss. He felt reassured. Now was not the appropriate time to take action, especially since Ling Feng had also arrived, thus leaving the matter unresolved. As lost memories surged back into his mind, Ling Zeyu trembled all over, feeling intensely cold. Yet this was not the end. The scene shifted once more. There he was, holding a gun to Huo Yuan's forehead, desperately shouting, "Can you please stop calling me little ghost? It's truly nauseating. You make me sick. I can't keep calling you little ghost forever. Can I? What is your name? Why not? I enjoy hearing you call me that. Ling Zeyu, who taught you to aim a gun at me? Little ghost. Remember this. The gun should only be pointed at your enemies. Rest assured, I will remember. There will never be a day when my gun is aimed at you." Huo Yuan departed, casting a glance at him that was obscure and inscrutable. As a participant in the past, he could not comprehend or see clearly, but now, from a perspective of an observer, the emotions hidden within that gaze caused him profound heartache. The pain and sorrow evident in Huo Yuan's eyes were unmistakable, even as he branded him as disgusting. "Ling Zeyu, oh Ling Zeyu, how can you be so wicked? He is someone whom Yu Ziling adores immensely. She truly wishes to pluck the stars and the moon for him, yet he is so cruel. I am truly sorry." After that, he did not see Huo Yuan for a week. Upon their reunion, he was inebriated beyond measure, having been ensnared by Zhuang Rong, and returned home escorted by several male models from a gay bar. What thoughts occupied Huo Yuan's mind as he beheld him lying in another's embrace? Was he reflecting on the words Yu Ziling once expressed to him? He had said, "Huo Yuan, I really like you. Let us be in a relationship. If you stay with me, I will treat you well. Rest assured, once you are with me, I will protect you and ensure no one bullies you." Huo Yuan's expression darkened. He was enraged and confronted him, unfastening his belt as he demanded answers. Why the deceit? Had he not treated him well? Why associate with those individuals? That night, Huo Yuan took him. Huo Yuan declared, "This is what you owe me." He argued, raged, and smashed things, cursing Huo Yuan, telling him to leave, to keep his distance. His hatred, what was it? Merely a bitter response to the words he had heard, merely a petulant spirit kept close. Love? That was not the case. His animosity stemmed from a mere affection for his own visage. He resented the way Huo Yuan gazed at him, as though observing another. It became evident that he had been scrutinized all along by a deceiver who professed love yet had never even shared his true name. Chapter 49. Huo Yuan. "I'm in great pain." He threatened to leap from the building, insisting Huo Yuan refrain from controlling his life. Subsequently, Huo Yuan acquiesced, agreeing to let him be. He could go out with whomever he pleased, return at any hour. Huo Yuan would not inquire. Though they resided under the same roof, their hearts had drifted apart long ago. Huo Yuan left early and returned late, while he returned early and left late. In truth, he ventured nowhere. He merely stayed alone in his apartment, seated by the window, watching the ebb and flow of life below. He was not the only solitary soul at night. A car lingered below, just like him, remaining parked for an entire evening. Almost every time he came to this spot, he would see that car, its occupant smoking one cigarette after another. He surmised that the individual was likely the breadwinner of a household in that building, a husband to someone, a father to a child. From the vehicle's modest appearance, it seemed they too were toiling for a living, burdened by financial woes, preferring the solitude of their car to the warmth of home. There were times late at night when he yearned to strike up a conversation with that person, to share their respective troubles. Perhaps a dialogue would bring solace to both. Yet he never did. Over time, his first action upon arriving there became checking for the presence of that car. It was always there, until one fateful night when an accident claimed its owner, and thereafter he never saw that vehicle again amidst the countless nights that followed. Now, as a mere observer, he stood beneath his apartment building, gazing up at his floor, where the lights still glimmered, faintly revealing a figure seated by the window. He knew it was himself. The owner of the car lowered the window, extending a hand to brush off the ash from a cigarette. That hand was remarkably beautiful. He was unaware of how long he had been standing there, only remembering that the lights on that floor of the apartment had turned off. Finally, the car door swung open. Strangely, he had yet to meet the owner of this vehicle. His gaze remained fixed on the door, pondering if this meant he was going home. As long legs emerged, a familiar figure descended from the car, standing before it, gazing upwards toward a specific point in the apartment. Tears cascaded down Ling Zeyu's face at last. It turned out that he did not wish to avoid home. He was merely awaiting his return. Was it not said that he would awaken soon? Why had he still not come to? Huo Yuan's voice brimmed with suppressed fury, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging in his hands. Mr. Huo, please remain patient. Young Master Ling does not bear any life-threatening injuries. He should awaken soon. However, it ultimately hinges on young Master Ling's own will to wake. In the depths of the early morning, Huo Yuan clasped Ling Zeyu's hand, his voice hoarse. Why do you refuse to awaken? What is so captivating in your dreams that you choose to linger there? His hand gently caressed Ling Zeyu's pale face, brushing against his eyes, only to feel wetness on his fingertips. Looking at the tears upon his hand, Huo Yuan's expression grew increasingly obscure. What did you dream of? Why are you crying? What sorrow has befallen you? Huo Yuan wiped away his tears, a pain that was beyond words enveloping his heart. As time passed and dawn lightened the sky, Huo Yuan remained vigilantly by his side, his knuckles growing increasingly pallid, his eyes a fiery crimson. His heart sank to the depths of despair. Just as he prepared himself for the worst, he felt a hand grasp his fingers. In that instant, Huo Yuan's body stiffened, trembling slightly, afraid to turn and face him, fearing it might be a mere illusion. Yet a soft, plaintive voice drifted from behind. Huo Yuan, he turned stiffly, finding the person in bed sitting up, clutching his fingers, tears streaming down his pale face, his beautiful eyes misty, yet he appeared deeply distressed. It hurt so much. Ling Zeyu's tears flowed uncontrollably, his voice hoarse and trembling. Huo Yuan, it hurts. Please hold me. How could Huo Yuan refuse him? The moment he heard those words of pain, his heart ached with a tender agony, and without hesitation, he enveloped him in his arms, his voice unexpectedly gentle. What does it hurt? I'll call for a doctor. Huo Yuan questioned, reaching for the call button. Ling Zeyu stopped him, shaking his head as he grasped his hand. No, let me hold you. Ling Zeyu buried his head in Huo Yuan's neck, crying with an intensity that conveyed profound sorrow, a desperate wail escaping his throat. Huo Yuan had never seen Ling Zeyu in such anguish. Concern and heartache mingled within him. What has brought you to this state? What does it hurt? Tell me, shall you? Ling Zeyu wept inconsolably, his voice rendered hoarse and unable to articulate, tears and snot staining Huo Yuan's neck. Yet he refused to let go. Huo Yuan believed Ling Zeyu's sorrow stemmed from past events, his heart heavy with compassion as he reassured him, I would never abandon you. How could I? You have done nothing wrong. You have acted rightly. Ling Zeyu sobbed, leaning against the shoulder of the other, trembling as he cried. Huo Yuan gently patted his back, caressing the nape of his neck, and softly said, please do not cry. I promise to take you back to the Huo family. Ling Zeyu's tears ceased, and he looked up at him, his voice hoarse as he asked, really? Huo Yuan smiled slightly, affirming, yes, truly. Just as Ling Zeyu was about to smile in joy, a thought seemed to cross his mind. His lips curled downwards, and tears began to fall once more. You have found someone new. Huo Yuan immediately frowned in defense. What new love? You are my only old love. That person is my brother, Huo Yuan. Ling Zeyu was taken aback for a few seconds. Huo Yuan has a brother? When did this happen? How was he unaware? In his previous life, he had never met Huo Yuan's brother. While lost in thought, he heard Huo Yuan continue. When you're discharged from the hospital, I will have him apologize to you. Ling Zeyu was one to bear grudges. Recalling the taunts from that day, he clenched his fists in anger and directly reported to Huo Yuan. He bullied me. Huo Yuan, you cannot favor your brother. He deliberately misled me and forbade San from following me. After his emotions settled, he began to vent his grievances. A smile finally appeared on Huo Yuan's face as he lovingly rubbed Ling Zeyu's cheek, saying, all right, I will help you, and will not be biased towards him. After Ling Zeyu finished speaking, he looked back at Huo Yuan, noticing the weariness etched on his face, the stubble unshaven, and the depths of his soulful eyes gazing at him with profound affection. Ling Zeyu's expression became inscrutable as he reached out to touch Huo Yuan's face, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. His nose began to sting again as he asked, "Huo Yuan, have you been by my side without sleeping?" Huo Yuan chuckled softly. "I have slept. How could I not?" Ling Zeyu observed the red veins in his eyes, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "Liar." Chapter 50. Ling Zeyu, do you have regrets? Ling Zeyu remained in the hospital for 2 more days. Once the bandages on his head were removed, he insisted on looking in the mirror, and Huo Yuan did not stop him. Standing before the mirror, Ling Zeyu touched his heartbeat, feeling a lump in his throat. "My face is still fine." There was no denying that in his previous life, he believed his disfigurement was the reason Huo Yuan no longer loved him, leaving him with psychological scars. Though he now knew the truth, fears still lingered in his heart. His head was fine, with no issues, and he had regained a portion of his most crucial memories. After missing out on a lifetime, he had found them again. "Ling Zeyu, do you have regrets? Have you ever regretted it? At the moment you pointed a gun at Huo Yuan, did you hate him for not loving you yet trying to keep you? Or did you resent him for gazing through you at someone else? In those 3 years spent together in your previous life, you never trusted him, believing Zhuang Rong's words and viewing him as an enemy. Did you fulfill the promises you made, the declarations of love and trust? Even to this day, you lack the courage to be honest. Ling Zeyu, your name is a facade. Your promises hold no weight. Even in your previous life, he died for you. Place your hand on your heart. What face do you have to be honest? Do you dare to confess? Confess all the secrets you have concealed, everything, every single detail, including what transpired in your past life. Ling Zeyu, do you dare? You do not dare. You fear his hatred. You dread the thought of him discarding you, of him no longer wanting you. During the 2 years of your separation, each day was a torment, a pain you would never wish to endure again. Am I right? The reflection of Ling Zeyu in the mirror was already streaming with tears, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. The one questioning him was not another, but the inner voice of Yu Ziling, the one who deeply loved Huo Yuan and despised Ling Zeyu with fervor. Xiao Yu? Huo Yuan, concerned by Ling Zeyu's prolonged absence, hurried over to check on him, only to find him weeping before the mirror. Instantly furrowing his brows, he strode over and asked, "What is wrong? Why are you crying?" Ling Zeyu snapped back to reality, rubbed his eyes, and embraced Huo Yuan's neck, his voice hoarse. "Huo Yuan, I am sorry." Huo Yuan paused for a moment. "What is it? Why the sudden apology? You have done nothing wrong. Why apologize?" Ling Zeyu could not articulate the reason. Huo Yuan, undeterred, patted his back. "It's all right. Let us go home." Ling Zeyu opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to voice his thoughts. The anguish was overwhelming. Was he truly to confess everything? He did not wish to deceive Huo Yuan. He longed to reveal all without reservation. As for the outcome, he would accept whatever came, be it hatred or resentment. It was all his fault, and he could blame no one else. After struggling internally for some time, he lifted his gaze to meet Huo Yuan's eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through all his secrets, dark as ink. He clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and began, but before he could finish, a finger pressed against his lips, and he slowly opened his eyes to see Huo Yuan's index finger resting at his mouth. Huo Yuan gazed deeply into his eyes and said, "If what you wish to say will cause you distress or turmoil, then keep it within your heart for now. There is no need to tell me. Regardless of what it is, I will not blame you. I understand you may have things hidden from me, but that is all right. I know you wish to share, yet I do not want to see you in anguish. So for now, there is no need to reveal it. Remember, I will never hold it against you." Ling Zeyu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. How could Huo Yuan be so kind? Ling Zeyu, oh Ling Zeyu, how blind you have been. His nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. Huo Yuan's hand moved to rest gently on his eyelid, frowning slightly. No more tears. Ling Zeyu looked at him innocently. "How many times have you cried since you woke up?" "Not many," he replied. "I have yet to settle the score with you." As he spoke, Huo Yuan took Ling Zeyu's hand and led him outside. "Why did you just walk straight into that large truck?" Ling Zeyu. The Yuan squinted at him. And I haven't even questioned you about why your vehicle was autonomous, Ling Zeyu murmured. Huo Yuan lowered his gaze for a moment, then lifted it again. His expression unperturbed. The company recently launched a new project on autonomous driving, so I thought I would give it a try. I never expected such an incident to occur. Ling Zeyu acknowledged with an O, aware of autonomous driving. As technology advances and artificial intelligence rises, various industries began to embrace new technological developments. He was merely perplexed, unable to comprehend why the incident of the car accident had occurred prematurely. Nonetheless, everything seemed to be all right. Ling Zeyu suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired, "By the way, you must not inform my family about my situation at the hospital." Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow at him. Why? In any case, I'm fine now. I believe if I'd been injured, Ling Feng would have prohibited me from running around. Would I still be able to stay here with you? Thus, it seemed wiser to keep a secret. Huo Yuan opened the car door, shielding his head with his hand. All right, I will heed your wishes. Ling Zeyu felt elated. Once inside the vehicle, it was evident that his hands were rather restless, playing with Huo Yuan's fingers, pinching and kneading them. Huo Yuan initially intended to intervene, but upon seeing the uncontrollable smile at the corner of Ling Zeyu's mouth, he too found himself curving his lips into a smile, allowing it to proceed. After disembarking, Ling Zeyu couldn't help but lean against Huo Yuan, yearning to be close to him, to touch him, and to hold his hand. Thus, he did just that, hesitantly brushing his fingertip against Huo Yuan's hand. Noticing no response, he grew bolder, hooking one of Huo Yuan's fingers, and, after a moment of satisfaction, he intertwined their fingers completely. Huo Yuan halted, turning his head to gaze down at him. Ling Zeyu returned a broad smile, knowing that no one could bear to refuse such an endearing gesture. Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow at him, and Ling Zeyu, with eyes crinkled in delight, questioned whether holding hands was too much to ask for between lovers. Huo Yuan's eyes twinkled with a hint of mirth. Ultimately, he said nothing, transitioning from a passive to an active role, and took Ling Zeyu's hand as they walked inside. Ling Zeyu's smile deepened. However, before he could utter a word, he caught sight of someone he despised, and his expression immediately soured. Huo Yuan observed the shift in Ling Zeyu's demeanor, but chose to remain silent, guiding him homeward. As they passed a certain individual, Huo Yuan spoke indifferently, "Huo, come here." Ling Zeyu shot a glare at the person as they walked past. Huo, evidently not one to be easily intimidated, cast a sinister look at Ling Zeyu, as if his gaze could devour him whole. Yet, under the pressure of his elder brother, he concealed his resentment and reluctantly approached. Chapter 51. Apology. Huo Yuan settled onto the sofa, and Ling Zeyu took a seat beside him. Though it was more accurate to say he leaned against Huo Yuan, his body languidly draped over him, as if devoid of bones. Huo stood opposite them, his fingers clenched tightly behind his back, particularly irked by Ling Zeyu's audaciously raised chin and the way he playfully shook Huo Yuan's hand, as if to taunt, "Come on, hit me." Huo Yuan shot him a cold glance, laden with unspoken threats, and spoke in a low voice. "Huo, apologize. You already hit me at the hospital. Why should I apologize?" Huo words momentarily stunned Ling Zeyu. Huo Yuan struck his brother? He truly stood up for him. It was a pity he hadn't witnessed it. Why should I? Because all of this stemmed from you. How dare you dismiss my bodyguard? You think you can silence me? Who gave you the audacity? Ling Zeyu gently touched the tip of his nose, swallowed hard. When Huo Yuan was angry, he was truly fearsome. He held onto Huo's hand, careful not to move it recklessly, squeezing it lightly. "You must understand what I said last time." Huo Yuan reminded him again. Huo's expression was beyond description, his gaze fixed on Ling Zeyu, filled with uncontainable resentment as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "I'm sorry." Just when he thought that would be the end of it, Ling Zeyu raised his chin defiantly. "But I cannot forgive you." "Why should I?" Heaven knows that when Huo declared him to be Huo Yuan's lover, it felt as if the sky was collapsing around him. Forgiveness came too easily. That was not in his nature. "You." Huo clenched his fists, ready to advance, causing Ling Zeyu to instinctively lean against Huo Yuan, exclaiming, Hey. He is going to hit me. You need to control him." Huo Yuan placed a protective hand on Ling Zeyu's back and cast a calm glance at Huo, who ultimately refrained from any action, his knuckles cracking as he seethed. "You want my forgiveness?" In the next moment, Yuan Shang spoke indifferently. "I've arranged for your accommodation. You'll be moving from the second floor to the south courtyard. You will reside there from now on." Huo Yuan, taken aback, realized this meant he would have to walk a distance to return to his room at night. He had yet to question the reasoning behind this when he heard his brother continue. "Furthermore, you must find a way to earn Ling Zeyu's forgiveness. Otherwise, I doubt you will be allowed to stay in the south courtyard at all." Huo Yuan felt as though the world was crumbling around him. The greatest torment in life is to have your enemy, utterly defenseless, standing before you, provoking you, while you are powerless to retaliate. Oh, and one must even placate him. Ling Zeyu, feeling delighted, leaned in and pecked Huo Yuansheng's cheek as they ascended the stairs together. Huo Yuansheng pinched Ling Zeyu's cheek, a smile dancing in his eyes. "Are you happy now?" He then led him to Ling Zeyu's room, pushing the door open. "I've kept your room just as it was. If you're tired, feel free to rest." Ling Zeyu smiled brightly and nodded, "Okay." Zhao Yi stood waiting outside the door, and Huo Yuansheng glanced at him before ruffling Ling Zeyu's hair, advising, "I'll head to the study to deal with some work, and I'll come down to keep you company later." After Ling Zeyu nodded, Huo Yuansheng ascended to the study, followed closely by Zhao Yi. Once inside, Zhao Yi handed over the neatly organized documents. "Mr. Huo, we've located the accurate information. There's indeed a connection with Ling Yao. The director of the psychiatric hospital, named Zhang Ran, bribed the truck driver, which led to the subsequent events." Huo Yuansheng perused the material thoughtfully. Upon reaching the last page, he noted the genetic testing results indicating a familial relationship. Zhao Yi continued, "Zhang Ran, over 20 years ago, abandoned his wife and child due to business failure. The child was sent to an orphanage and eventually adopted by the Ling Feng couple, who is none other than Ling Yao. A couple of years ago, Zhang Ran located Ling Yao, but they did not make their relationship public. They merely acknowledged each other privately." Huo Yuansheng slammed the documents onto the desk, his voice cold and resolute. "Ling Yao is not to be released again." "Understood." Zhao Yi, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not inquire further. "Yes." He turned to leave, but was halted by Huo Yuansheng's voice. "Wait, what further instructions does Mr. Huo have?" Huo Yuan handed the document to Zhao Yi, instructing him to shred it, ensuring that Ling Zeyu remained unaware of this matter. Furthermore, the incident involving the car accident should be regarded as merely an unfortunate accident. Zhao Yi was perplexed by Mr. Huo's motives. It was evident that this was directed at young Master Ling. Had it not been for their constant surveillance of each other's actions, replacing Ling Zeyu's car and disseminating information, one could only speculate about the potential consequences. Although he found it difficult to comprehend, he nonetheless replied affirmatively. At the dinner table that evening, Huo Yuan occupied the seat of honor, with Ling Zeyu to his left and Huo Yuan to his right, directly across from Ling Zeyu. Ling Zeyu felt somewhat pleased, as the dishes served were all to his liking. After a recent illness that necessitated hospitalization, during which he had to adhere to a bland diet, he was finally able to indulge his appetite. His chopsticks reached once more for the plate of spicy chicken wings in the center, only to discover that another pair of chopsticks simultaneously grasped the last remaining wing. Ling Zeyu looked up to meet Huo Yuan's gaze. Neither party relented, their chopsticks firmly locked in place. Their eyes met in silent confrontation. "Release it," Huo Yuan intoned darkly. Ling Zeyu was no pushover. He firmly held on. "I reached for it first." "You've already eaten plenty," Huo Yuan retorted through clenched teeth. "Just look at the pile of bones in your dish." Ling Zeyu felt a twinge of guilt, rubbing his nose as he raised his voice. "So what? I've just been discharged from the hospital. I need to replenish." Huo Yuan had never encountered someone so brazen, his frustration morphing into a sardonic smile. Yet he remained resolute in his pursuit of the chicken wing. As Ling Zeyu attempted to pull the wing toward himself, Huo Yuan deftly knocked his chopsticks aside. Just as Huo Yuan aimed to seize it, Ling Zeyu quickly pressed down with his own chopsticks. The clattering of their utensils echoed, and Huo Yuan could no longer maintain his role as an observer. "Look at him!" Ling Zeyu exclaimed, seeking assistance. Huo Yuan turned to his brother. "How much has he eaten? And he still dares to compete with me." Huo Yuan cast a glance at the pile of bones in Ling Zeyu's dish, then at Huo Yuan's empty plate. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Huo Xinyan, let him have it. Huo Xinyan. Seizing the opportunity during Huo Xinyan's moment of surprise, Ling Zeyu deftly snatched the last wing into his bowl and took a bite. Huo Xinyan let out a cold laugh, glaring at Ling Zeyu, muttering through gritted teeth, disgusting. After dinner, Huo Xinyan did not linger in the main hall and left for his own quarters in the south garden, wearing a sullen expression throughout the journey. Chapter 52. Oh, you are finished. Yu Hao, what are you mumbling about? Li Yin observed Yu Hao and Shi San engaged in a discussion outside the door. Yu Hao shook his head, a sheepish smile on his face. What? I'm not mumbling. What could I possibly be mumbling about? He exchanged a knowing glance with Shi San. We were merely discussing what to eat tomorrow, right? Li Yin directed his gaze towards Shi San. What did he just say to you? Shi San replied candidly. Yu Hao mentioned that our days together are bound to be difficult, with the swan tormenting the heart and the poisonous flower tormenting the body. Li Yin? What swan and poisonous flower? As Shi San was about to speak, Yu Hao swiftly covered his mouth, chuckling, It's nothing, nothing at all. I merely believe that two different species coming together would undoubtedly lead to conflict. Let's go, let's go. Li Yin felt somewhat bewildered, pondering what they were discussing. After finishing his morning routine, Ling Zeyu sat on the swing chair on the balcony, a white towel draped over his head as he casually dabbed at his damp hair. What are you looking at? Came Huo Yuan's voice from behind, who then naturally positioned himself behind Ling Zeyu to dry his still wet hair. Ling Zeyu leaned against him, curious as he pointed toward a specific direction. Why has the light in that building gone out? I remember it was always lit before. Huo Yuan followed Ling Zeyu's gaze before withdrawing his eyes and responding nonchalantly. That's the south courtyard. Huo Xian lives there now. He prefers to have no lights on at night, so he turned them off. Ling Zeyu, intrigued, turned to ask, Can he see clearly? Doesn't it feel a bit eerie with an entire building in darkness? Huo Yuan neatly folded the towel, smiling, Well, just don't go there. Ling Zeyu nodded eagerly. Of course not. Why would I go there? It's pitch black. It looks terrifying. The following day, Huo Yuan went to work while Ling Zeyu slept until noon. After freshening up, he donned his pajamas and descended to eat. To his dismay, he found Huo Xian there as well. He felt reluctant, wondering if Huo Xian would take advantage of Huo Yuan's absence to provoke him. Just as he intended to avoid Huo Xian, he was called over. Ling Zeyu. Huo Xian beckoned, rising to grasp a cup of grapefruit tea from the table. Ling Zeyu took a step back, questioning what now. He wondered if Huo Xian intended to splash the drink in his face. However, Huo Xian offered a gentle smile. I owe you an apology. I was wrong to deceive you, but there were reasons, after all. This is my home, and I couldn't help but feel a bit hurt. As he spoke, his voice softened, and his eyes lowered, making it difficult for Ling Zeyu to discern his expression. Yet, it seemed apparent that Huo Xian was quite sorrowful. Ling Zeyu was not unreasonable. Seeing Huo Xian's earnestness, he felt it inappropriate to hold a grudge. After all, Huo Yuan had already taught him a lesson. Viewing it from another angle, Huo Xian likely did not intend any harm. This is honey grapefruit tea I made myself, meant to express my apology, Huo Xian said, his demeanor tinged with sadness. My brother said if you don't forgive me, I'll be sent back abroad, so. Ling Zeyu was more receptive to gentle persuasion. Noticing Huo Xian's sincerity, his anger had dissipated, as his temper was fleeting. He accepted the cup, feeling somewhat awkward. Yet he replied, I never said I wouldn't forgive you. I'm not that petty. He then took a sip of the honey grapefruit tea. At that moment, he failed to notice the victorious smile curling at the corners of Huo Xian's lips. As Ling Zeyu took a large gulp, the flavor registered, causing him to stiffen, and he subsequently spat the tea out. Huo Xian had been prepared, swiftly dodging the spray. Did you mix up the sugar and salt? Even at this very moment, Ling Zeyu harbored no suspicion towards Huo Xian. However, upon witnessing the cruel mockery etched upon the latter's face, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Slamming his cup forcefully onto the table, he seethed, Huo Xian, I shall end you. To forgive you would be akin to living as a dog. With that, he lunged forward, intent on delivering a blow. Yet Huo Xian, quick on his feet, evaded capture despite Ling Zeyu's fervent attempts. The latter taunted him, Come on. What's the matter? Can't keep up? Pathetic. Fuming, Ling Zeyu ground his teeth and shouted, "If you possess the courage, then stop darting around the dining table. Why should I care where you run?" Ling Zeyu, in a fit of rage, seized a nearby pillow and hurled it at Huo Yuan, exercising restraint to ensure the soft object would not cause actual harm. After all, this individual was, in truth, the younger brother of Huo Yuan. Despite Huo Yuan's own desire to retaliate with something more substantial, he feared inflicting genuine injury, understanding all too well the repercussions that would inevitably follow. Since that fateful day in the hospital, this lesson had been made abundantly clear. Thus, he picked up a fallen pillow from the ground and tossed it back at Ling Zeyu. The exchange intensified, becoming more fervent and fierce. Though neither struck one another directly, collateral damage ensued, with vases and cups from the table shattering upon the floor. In a moment of reckless abandon, Huo Yuan threw a pillow too high, causing it to become ensnared in the crystal chandelier, rendering it unreachable. Ling Zeyu, hands on his hips and standing on the staircase, laughed gleefully. "You're in for it now. When Huo Yuan returns, he will surely scold you." Huo Yuan's expression darkened as he glanced at the mocking Ling Zeyu, then at the chandelier. Resolutely, he removed one of his slippers and hurled it directly at the chandelier. Ling Zeyu was momentarily taken aback. As his gaze followed the flying slipper, laughter erupted from him. "Ha ha, you've truly made a spectacle of yourself. It's clear who is responsible now." He regarded Huo Yuan with amusement. Huo Yuan shot a murderous glare at Ling Zeyu, wishing he could strip the skin from him. "Butler, where is the butler?" Ling Zeyu, with a smile, reminded him, "Didn't you send the butler away earlier? Otherwise, how could you have put salt in the cup?" Huo Yuan replied thus, "It seems you must retrieve it yourself, lest Huo Yuan returns soon." As he spoke, Ling Zeyu nonchalantly began to munch on an apple, exuding an air of leisure. Huo Yuan, his eyes fixed on the slipper dangling from the chandelier, wore a grim expression. Finally, gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and threw the other slipper with great force. He was determined to bring it down this time. With a resounding crash, the impact startled Ling Zeyu so much that he dropped his apple. Staring at the scene before him, his eyes widened and his mouth formed a notch shape. Taking a moment to process the chaos, "What the hell? You're finished." Chapter 53. Has a thief arrived? Huo Yuan surveyed the shattered remains of the chandelier on the ground, plunged into silence. Stealing a glance at the snickering Ling Zeyu, his mind raced with thoughts. When his brother returns and witnesses this chaos, it goes without saying that he will undoubtedly be furious, especially since he himself has shattered the lamp. While he could shift the blame to the fact that he and Ling Zeyu broke it together, he knows his brother would not be too upset about that. However, the lamp is entirely his responsibility. This won't do. He must ensure that Ling Zeyu makes a significant mistake as well. In doing so, his brother would surely find it hard to chastise Ling Zeyu, thus providing him an opportunity to evade punishment. But what kind of mistake could he possibly make? At this moment, Ling Zeyu remains oblivious to the fact that Huo Yuan has set his sights on him, as evidenced by the unusual glint in his eyes. Huo Yuan remains still, surveying the cluttered living room, ultimately deciding to sit on a chair with a broken leg. Ling Zeyu, filled with curiosity, asks, "Aren't you going to tidy up? Just waiting for Huo Yuan to return like this?" Huo Yuan replies with a hint of melancholy. "What would tidying up accomplish? He'll be back soon, and there's no time for that. Let's just leave it be." Ling Zeyu can't help but reflect on the bond of brotherhood. If he were to break the lamp in such a manner, Huo Yuan would certainly scold him, though he believes this to be the case. He soon notices Huo Yuan tapping on the wine cabinet, prompting his curiosity. "What are you doing?" Huo Yuan, persistent in his efforts, pulls and pushes but fails to open it, refusing to give up, seeking solace in alcohol to drown his sorrows after causing such a disaster. Ling Zeyu chuckles internally, thinking, "You feel uneasy? I find this rather amusing." However, observing Huo Yuan's strenuous attempts to open the cabinet, he cannot help but wonder why it requires such effort to retrieve a bottle of wine. Huo Yuan glares at Ling Zeyu, accusing him. "Did you lock my brother's wine cabinet? Why can't I open it?" Ling Zeyu, feeling utterly wronged, exclaims, "Why would I lock the cabinet? It's your own lack of strength that's the issue." Huo continues to struggle, unable to extract the bottle. Ling Zeyu frowns and suggests, "Are you sure you're not turning it the wrong way?" "I'm not. It's just one tea budge." Ling Zeyu, not convinced, strides over and asserts, "Step aside. Let me try." He grips the cabinet firmly, summoning all his strength to yank it outward. In an instant it loosens, before Ling Zeyu can revel in his success. He watches in horror as the bottles tumble out, rolling chaotically, and he instinctively reaches out to catch them. However, his forceful pull causes nearly all the red wine bottles to crash to the ground. Just as one nearly strikes his head, Huo reacts swiftly, pulling him back. Ling Zeyu stands momentarily dazed, then turns to Huo, ready for a scolding or possibly a fight. Huo has prepared his retorts, but is taken aback when Ling Zeyu simply says, "Thank you." Huo retorts, "Otherwise, that wine bottle would have cracked my skull open." He muses that perhaps it is better to lose the head than to see the shattered bottles strewn across the floor, vintage wines now reduced to ruin. Swallowing hard, he surveys the living room, a scene of utter chaos, resembling a disaster zone, while Ling Zeyu is on the verge of tears, with crimson liquid seeping everywhere. It could easily be mistaken for a crime scene if paired with a knife. What to do? Everything is ruined. In contrast to Ling Zeyu's palpable anxiety, Huo remained remarkably composed, casually perched on a chair with his legs crossed, intoning softly, "What else can be done? We shall see." Just as Ling Zeyu contemplated a means of salvaging the situation, the sound of an engine echoed from outside. It was a calamity. Upon returning, Huo Yuan noted the unusual stillness of the front yard. At that moment, he remained oblivious to any misgivings, merely catching a whiff of alcohol, the scent intensifying as he approached the living room. Zhao Yi trailed behind him, equally aware of the aroma, pondering who might be brewing such fragrant wine. However, there Huo suddenly halted in his tracks. Just as Zhao Yi was about to inquire, he followed Huo's gaze to the ground, and a wave of dread washed over him. Blood! Zhao Yi was about to step forward to investigate, but Huo Yuan raised a hand, signaling him to retreat. As he ventured further inside, the scent of wine grew more pronounced, and the quantity of liquid on the floor increased. Zhao Yi's instincts kicked in, yet a foreboding feeling lingered in his mind. Huo Yuan entered a code and pushed open the door. The scene before him caused him to hesitate, his body momentarily frozen at the threshold. Zhao Yi, perplexed, wondered why he did not proceed inside. He discreetly peered into the room, and a single glance sent his pupils into a tremor. Good heavens! Had a thief finally targeted Huo's residence? Why were they rummaging through everything? The level of destruction rivaled that of a Siberian husky. No, it was even worse, a case of excess. A chair stood askew, missing a leg. The dining table was bare save for a few wilted flowers. Cushions were strewn haphazardly about, and the chandelier's support rod hung precariously in midair. Shards of glass littering the floor, red wine splattered everywhere. No wonder Huo hesitated to enter. Who could bear to step inside this chaos? Huo Yuan's gaze swept across the living room, searching for the source of this calamity, and finally spotted a figure in a corner, seated amid the cushions, displaying an air of nonchalance, though discomfort flickered in their eyes. Huo Yuan then glanced towards the curtains, where a person was conspicuously concealed, hands gripping the fabric as if to muffle their presence. "Calm. Remain calm." He stepped inside, disregarding the two individuals, and ascended the stairs directly to the study, making a call. "Lian, have the living room cleaned and everything replaced." After hanging up, a knock resounded at the door. "Enter, Ling Zeyu." He was taken aback when Ling Zeyu stepped inside. Huo Yuan turned his chair to face Ling Zeyu, raising an eyebrow in silent inquiry, his expression inscrutable. Ling Zeyu felt a surge of uncertainty. It was difficult to discern whether his counterpart was angry. He cautiously approached, tentatively extending a finger to poke at Huo Yuan's hand. Speaking in a soothing tone, "Huo Yuan, please don't be so upset. Just hear me out." Noticing that Huo Yuan neither resisted nor objected to his touch, Ling Zeyu began to formulate excuses, his hands fidgeting restlessly. While caressing Huo Yuan's hand, he explained, "You see, the wine bottle was exceedingly perilous. You cannot imagine. Today, when we attempted to open it, We found it sealed tight, so we exerted all our strength to pull at it, and it ended up crashing down. It was truly frightening, but fortunately, I managed to resolve such a perilous matter today. Otherwise, what would have happened if you encountered such a situation and it fell upon you? Ling Zeyu, as he spoke, squeezed himself on Huo Yuan's lap. Resting on the other's legs, Huo Yuan squinted at him, neither pushing him away nor objecting to his presence, even lightly supporting his waist as he swayed. He simply inquired, "What about the mess on the ground?" Ling Zeyu was momentarily at a loss for words, touching the tip of his nose, unable to explain. Yet, he still leaned into Huo Yuan's embrace, resting his head on the other's shoulder, burying his face in the crook of his neck, murmuring, "Oh, my hands were itching. And it was an accident. It wasn't intentional. There won't be a next time." Ling Ziyu's breath brushed against Huo Yuan's neck, eliciting a tingling sensation in both heart and skin. A hint of amusement sparkled in Huo Yuan's eyes as he placed his palm on the back of Ling Ziyu's neck, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Did you hurt your hand?" he asked. Ling Zeyu paused momentarily before quickly shaking his head. "No, it just shattered when it fell." "That's good. But you mustn't play like this again. It's far too dangerous." Ling Ziyu's eyes widened, and he instantly lifted his head to look at him. "You're not angry with me?" Huo Yuan reached out to pinch Ling Ziyu's cheek. "No, I'm not angry." Ling Zeyu was overjoyed, wrapping his arms around Huo Yuan's neck and pressed his lips against him. However, as he prepared to pull away, he was held back by a firm grip on the back of his head. Trying to escape? Meanwhile, Huo was pacing downstairs, calculating how to have Ling Zeyu gauge his brother's fury before he made his move. As time passed, and Ling Zeyu still hadn't descended, he felt a growing apprehension. Would Ling Zeyu shift all the blame onto him? It was indeed a possibility. He had to check on the situation. Just as he approached the study door, he had not yet had the chance to eavesdrop when the door swung open. Huo was taken aback, and Ling Zeyu emerged, equally startled. Noticing Ling Zeyu's misty eyes and the way he covered his neck, Huo wondered if he had been choked. After all these years, he knew nothing of his brother's temperament. After Ling Zeyu hurriedly left, Huo lingered outside the study, hesitating about whether to enter. "Aren't you coming in? Should I fetch you?" Huo Yuan's voice resonated from within the study. After a moment of silence, Huo finally stepped inside, reassuring himself that no matter what, they had both been involved, and any punishment should be shared. He felt somewhat better. He pushed the door open and entered. Once inside, Huo Yuan, without lifting his gaze, directly asked, "Do you think you were in the wrong?" Huo replied, "Both he and I were at fault. You even managed to escalate it?" Huo Yuan shot him a glance, his eyes somber. "I'm speaking the truth." Huo maintained a serious expression. "Wasn't it you who deliberately provoked him to shatter those bottles? I wonder when that cabinet ever required such force to be opened?" Huo was rendered speechless, realizing it must have been Ling Zeyu who had complained. How could he have been so naive? It was all a facade. However, the shattered remnants on the ground were undeniable. He had indeed thrown them. Huo Yuan propped his chin on his hand, his expression inscrutable. When Huo glanced over, Huo Yuan tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. Huo followed the direction of his brother's hand, and the computer screen displayed a scene of him pouring salt into a cup after dismissing the servants. Huo Yuan pressed a specific key, and the image shifted to a moment where he had deliberately lured Ling Zeyu to open the wine cabinet. Did he truly believe that I would remain oblivious in my absence? Huo found himself at a loss for words. He had forgotten that the entire place was under surveillance. "Go and clean up the living room downstairs," he instructed silently, turning to leave. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, he spotted Ling Zeyu on the steps. He was about to speak when he noticed an unclear mark on the latter's neck. He paused, recalling that Ling Zeyu had been clutching his neck upon exiting his brother's study. Initially, he assumed it was a sign of being choked, but now, given the ambiguous mark, Huo wished fervently to blind himself. What choking? It was clearly something else. Therefore, he was certain that his brother had not punished Ling Zeyu. Was he the only one left to handle the cleaning? Ling Zeyu sat on the steps, waiting for Huo, wanting to inquire if Huo Yuan had expressed any anger towards him. Sensing a strong aura of resentment, he felt someone behind him and instinctively turned to find Huo glaring at him ominously. Before he could utter a word, Huo Yuan was the first to inquire, "What did my brother tell you?" Ling Zeyu stiffened his neck defiantly. "Why should I tell you? If you tell me, I will tell you," Huo Yuan countered. Ling Zeyu replied, "He didn't say much, just that I should be careful not to cut myself." He felt obliged to share this information because Huo Yuan had aided him when he toppled the wine cabinet. Huo Yuan scoffed. "And you?" Ling Zeyu curiously retorted. Without turning around, Huo Yuan continued his descent down the stairs, leaving behind two icy words, "the same." Ling Zeyu was perplexed. What was the issue with the same? Why the anger? For reasons unknown to him, Huo Yuan's gaze towards him felt unsettling. It was not just directed at him, but also at Huo Yuan. Between them lingered an overwhelming sense of unexpressed anger. Initially, Ling Zeyu felt displeased, but with time, he chose to ignore it, treating Huo Yuan as if he did not exist. After a long absence, Jiang Yiming was overjoyed to see Ling Zeyu, eager to share the fruits of his entrepreneurial endeavors. "Is that so impressive? Well done." Upon hearing how Jiang Yiming had gained considerable trust due to his capabilities, Ling Zeyu felt genuinely happy for him. But then he recalled something, and with a hint of melancholy, he inquired, "So you mean you could truly see them?" Despite having known the answer previously, Ling Zeyu still found it hard to believe. Indeed, in fact, they're not as terrifying as one might think. Sometimes they even lend a helping hand, Jiang Yiming enthusiastically shared. "When I was younger, I never understood why I always managed to escape danger. Now it seems they were aiding me." At the mention of they, Ling Zeyu felt a tremor in his heart, swallowing hard and forcing a smile. "Perhaps you are just special, which is why you can see them. If I could see spirits at any time, I would surely be terrified." "No, that's not it," Jiang Yiming retorted. "It is actually because of this." As he spoke, he reached into his collar and, moments later, revealed a jade ring. "I have worn this since childhood. My mother said it is a family heirloom. I discovered that the reason I can see those things is due to this." Ling Zeyu glanced at it with curiosity. "It seems somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't quite recall. There's nothing extraordinary about it. I've worn it since I was little, so it's quite normal for you to have seen it," Jiang Yiming replied. Ling Zeyu didn't dwell on it further and merely nodded. Perhaps it was so. Jiang Yiming placed the ring back and said, "So, if you encounter any troubles like this in the future, feel free to find me. As a friend, I can give you a 50% discount." Chapter 55. Tell me who I am, Ling Zeyu. Thank you. After Jiang Yiming left, Ling Zeyu noticed the day was growing late and decided to head back. However, just before getting into his car, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Huo Yuan. Ling Zeyu paused slightly, but saw that the other party was also looking over, then turned and walked away without a backward glance. He didn't think much of it, nor did he dwell on it, but upon returning home, he discovered that Huo Yuan had arrived long before him. Given their strained relationship, Ling Zeyu had no intention of initiating a conversation. When he saw Huo Yuan coming in from outside, Ling Zeyu had just approached, but before he could say anything, Huo Yuan walked past him and casually remarked, "He was drinking with another man today." Ling Zeyu. Huo Yuan's eyes darkened instantly as he gazed at Ling Zeyu. "No." Ling Zeyu was infuriated. He couldn't understand how he ended up encountering Huo Yuan there. It turned out the latter had been following him. He hurriedly defended himself. "That was Jiang Yiming, my friend." Huo Yuan remained by, watching the unfolding drama with amusement, waiting for his brother's inquiry. However, after Ling Zeyu's explanation, Huo Yuan's expression softened. He said nothing more, but turned his gaze towards Huo Yuan. "You went out?" Huo Yuan paused briefly, then smirked. "Indeed. Would I remain here all the time? One must venture out to bask in the sunlight." Huo Yuan had no further comments, merely observing Ling Zeyu's annoyed expression directed at him, which he found inexplicably amusing. He ruffled Ling Zeyu's hair and said, "Don't be upset. I'll listen to you." Ling Zeyu's mood improved considerably, yet he remained irate, unable to fathom that Huo Yuan would resort to such underhanded tactics to complain about him. It was truly shameless, even though he had done nothing wrong. The lessons from his past life reminded him that his relationship with Huo Yuan had deteriorated due to others' provocations, which fueled his resentment towards Huo Yuan. After dinner, Huo Yuan, as was his custom, enjoyed sitting on the swing in the garden, gazing at the distant lights until the quiet of the night enveloped him. And only then did he slowly return to his residence. This night was no different. However, just as he settled onto the swing, preparing to cross his legs, he heard a faint sound. Just as he was about to rise, the rope suddenly snapped. Despite his preparedness, he fell to the ground, his expression darkening instantly. What were the servants doing here? Was no one responsible for checking and repairing this? Suddenly perceiving a gaze upon him, he abruptly lifted his head and caught sight of the culprit standing on the balcony, covering their mouth and laughing unabashedly. Upon noticing him, they hastily pulled the curtains shut. With a sinister gleam in his eyes, Huo Yuan gritted his teeth and declared, "Ling Zeyu, you shall await your fate." At that moment, Ling Zeyu remained oblivious to the impending danger, yet he was acutely aware that Huo Yuan would undoubtedly seek revenge. Consequently, he had been meticulously avoiding him, exercising caution to prevent any encounters. Later that evening, after freshening up, Ling Zeyu settled onto the sofa, awaiting Huo Yuan's return. He had been working late over the past few days. Not long after, he noticed Huo Yuan approaching. Out of instinct, he shifted back slightly, yet the latter made no move toward him, simply taking a seat opposite, leisurely consuming grapes. Before long, Aunt Zhang arrived with a plate of pastries, placing it beside Ling Zeyu. "Young Master Ling, this is what you requested earlier." After expressing his gratitude, he reached for a piece. But upon meeting Huo Yuan's gaze, who regarded him with a smirk, he hesitated. Ling Zeyu fixated on the pastry in his hand, remaining silent for a moment before ultimately deciding against eating it. Who could ascertain whether he had tampered with it? After being duped previously, he refused to fall into that trap again. Thus, he decisively set it aside. As he prepared to drink some water, Huo Yuan's smile remained fixed upon him, causing Ling Zeyu to hesitate even in that simple act. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he retreated to his own room. However, as he passed the second floor, he caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma. Uncertain, he paused to inhale deeply. Curiosity piqued. When had the upstairs scent changed? Dismissing it, he returned to his room and shut the door. He coughed a couple of times. The fragrance outside was overwhelmingly strong, permeating even into his room. Lying in bed, he attempted to sleep, but soon found himself uncomfortably warm and restless. Tossing and turning, what had initially felt like fatigue transformed into heightened alertness. Huo Yuan returned late, with only a single lamp illuminating the living room. Noticing the time was already 10 o'clock. He recalled the housekeeper mentioning that Ling Zeyu and Huo Yuan had been relatively peaceful lately, with no notable incidents. This reassured him. After all, the two would need to coexist harmoniously in the future. As Huo Yuan passed Ling Zeyu's room, he noticed the door was closed. He knocked gently twice, but received no response, assuming the other had succumbed to slumber. He thought little of it and retreated to his own room. After freshening up, he emerged from the bathroom clad casually in a bathrobe, loosely tied, revealing his well-defined chest, droplets of water cascading down. Holding a white towel, he carelessly dried his hair and sat on the sofa, opening his computer to check what time Ling Zeyu had retired for the night. He had gone to bed rather early. However, Huo Yuan observed that Ling Zeyu lingered outside his room for a moment, seemingly sniffing the air. He continued watching, then paused the playback. Huo Yuan had indeed visited the second floor, and the incense at the corner had been replaced. Instantly, Huo Yuan's expression darkened. With a decisive click, he shut the laptop and rose, intent on heading to Ling Zeyu's room. Before he could approach, there was a knock at the door. With a flutter of concern, Huo Yuan hastened to open it. Ling Zeyu stood at the threshold, and as the door swung wide, he lunged forward. His exquisite visage was flushed, eyes misty, lips of vibrant crimson, radiating warmth. Huo Yuan quickly steadied him, furrowing his brow. "Ling Zeyu, what is the matter?" Ling Zeyu's hand curled around Huo Yuan's neck, his voice soft and feeble. "Huo Yuan, I feel unwell," he murmured, on the verge of tears, leaning into Huo Yuan's embrace. He rose onto his toes, striving to tilt his head back, his lips brushing against Huo Yuan's jaw. His body was frail, relying solely on Huo Yuan's grip around his waist for support. Huo Yuan soothed Ling Zeyu, gently assuring, "I will fetch a doctor, just hold on." Observing Ling Zeyu's condition, He grasped the situation with clarity. Huo Yuan, it seemed, had shown considerable audacity. He nearly carried Ling Zeyu towards the sofa, yet the latter clung tightly, fully aware, yet unable to restrain himself. Not content with mere words, he nestled against Huo Yuan's neck, biting gently at his rolling Adam's apple, even extending his tongue to tease, a tantalizing torment. Huo Yuan, with no other recourse, cupped Ling Zeyu's face, compelling him to gaze into his eyes. His own eyes were dark and profound, his voice gravelly as he uttered, "Ling Zeyu, tell me, who am I?" Chapter 56. Do you deny it? Ling Zeyu's face was pinched, causing him discomfort as he furrowed his brow and opened his eyes to meet Huo Yuan's gaze. He murmured softly, "Huo Yuan." Huo Yuan frowned, about to speak, but Ling Zeyu continued, "Aren't you my boyfriend?" He cast a discontented glance at Huo Yuan, questioning, "Are you going to deny it?" Huo Yuan's eyes darkened further, but he could not disguise his satisfaction with the affirmation. Yet, a flicker of apprehension lingered. He feared that once Ling Zeyu regained full consciousness, he might regret this moment and blame him. Thus, he inquired, "Ling Zeyu, do you know what we're doing right now?" Ling Zeyu, already fraught with discomfort and agitation, had been eagerly awaiting Huo Yuan's return. His patience had long since dissipated. He was acutely aware of their actions and Huo Yuan's concerns. He would not regret this. It was his heart's desire, one he had long sought. Hence, disregarding any hesitations, he pushed Huo Yuan's hand away, determined to demonstrate through action that he was fully conscious. Huo Yuan did not resist. His gaze lingered on Ling Zeyu's face, shrouded in shadows, silent as he sought confirmation of a truth. Finally, witnessing Ling Zeyu's evident distress, he called out softly, "Huo Yuan." The sound was gentle yet tender, reminiscent of a mewling kitten. Huo Yuan's heart melted at the sound. Whatever request Ling Zeyu might voice at that moment, he would acquiesce. No longer able to restrain himself, he acknowledged he was no paragon of virtue, unable to maintain composure at such a juncture. Yet, he wished to honor Ling Zeyu's choice, leaning in to kiss him softly. "Ling Zeyu, I offer you one final opportunity. It is not too late to reconsider." Ling Zeyu licked his lips, narrowing his eyes as he replied, "Huo Yuan, I truly like you. I like you so much, more than anything." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Huo Yuan's eyes as his calloused fingertip brushed against Ling Zeyu's lips, intentionally pressing down. The soft glow of the lights illuminated the room on the second floor of Qi Garden. The moon hung in the night sky, seemingly intrigued by some distant sound, blinking curiously as it strained to discern the source of the commotion. Enveloped in the hazy night, the moon ultimately blushed and retreated behind the clouds, reluctant to reveal itself again. The dim, warm lights flickered, while the leaves rustled gently in the breeze, the soft wind caressing with a tender and lingering touch. What transpired thereafter was lost to Ling Zeyu's memory. He only recalled the powerful gusts of wind outside, and beyond that, nothing else. Huo Yuan tenderly tucked the covers around Ling Zeyu, his expression softening as he slowly lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on the other's forehead. He touched the spot over his heart, his eyes brimming with infinite warmth and affection. No matter how frigid his heart might be, it would inevitably be melted by the fervor of the person before him. No matter the pain or chill, a simple declaration of love from the other would render him willingly content, ready to embrace anything. The following day, Ling Zeyu awoke, staring blankly for long while his memories of the previous night flooded his mind. Glancing around the room confirmed that he was indeed still in Huo Yuan's quarters. This was no dream. As he moved, a sense of discomfort washed over him. Woken up, Huo Yuan emerged from the washroom, concern etched across his features. "Is something wrong? Are you unwell?" Ling Zeyu hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "No." However, Huo Yuan remained uncertain about the veracity of Ling Zeyu's words. Despite having administered medicine the previous night, an underlying worry persisted, particularly since this was Ling Zeyu's first time. "Would you like to lie down a bit longer?" Huo Yuan inquired. Ling Zeyu shook his head, recalling last night's events. He grasped Huo Yuan's hand, saying, "I must tell you, when I returned to my room last night, I caught a whiff of something fragrant, and I believe it must have." Before he could finish, Huo Yuan gently patted his hand in reassurance. Yes, I know. It was made by Huo. Ling Zeyu exclaimed. He knew it. Instantly incensed. He clenched his fists. I won't let him off easily. Huo Yuan crouched beside the bed, helping Ling Zeyu into his slippers. Lift your feet. Let's go eat. Ling Zeyu nodded, but as he stood, he grimaced, his face contorting in discomfort. Gripping Huo Yuan's hand tightly, he suddenly sank back down. Shall you? Huo Yuan sensed something was amiss and quickly lifted Ling Zeyu's chin to examine him. His lips were pale, and his eyes trembled slightly. Huo Yuan was taken aback. What's wrong? Ling Zeyu furrowed his brow. My stomach hurts. Could it be due to the cold water he had drunk this morning? Without hesitation, Huo Yuan scooped Ling Zeyu into his arms and hurried downstairs, leaving a command, Zhao Yi, prepare the car. Ling Zeyu curled up in Huo Yuan's embrace, silent and unresponsive, pressing his lips together and refusing to answer regardless of Huo Yuan's reassurances. Huo Yuan's expression darkened further, a tempest of anger and worry brewing within him, fearing that the fragrance might indeed harm Ling Zeyu's health. If that were the case, he would hold Huo accountable. Upon arrival at the hospital, the doctor pressed on Ling Zeyu's abdomen, his clear voice cutting through the tension. Does it hurt? Recognizing the familiar voice, Ling Zeyu struggled to open his eyes, only to encounter a pair of icy, penetrating gazes. After a moment of surprise, he stammered, Dr. Su, you remember me? Ling Zeyu forced a grim smile at the corner of his mouth, assuring himself that he was not so forgetful. Su Boyan, maintaining his usual demeanor, continued to inquire about his discomfort, asking where it hurt. Ling Zeyu replied that it was his stomach, yet he pointed to his lower abdomen. After a brief silence, Su Boyan asked, have you engaged in sexual activity recently? Ling Zeyu waited outside for a moment before seeing Huo Yuan emerge from the doctor's office. Upon approaching, Huo Yuan expressed his concern, asking if he felt any better. Ling Zeyu touched the tip of his nose, avoiding eye contact, and mumbled a vague affirmative. How embarrassing. It turned out it wasn't merely a stomach ache. Huo Yuan, filled with self-reproach, apologized to Ling Zeyu, admitting it was his fault. Despite his best efforts to restrain himself, he had still inadvertently hurt Ling Zeyu. Feeling already embarrassed, Ling Zeyu blushed even more when Huo Yuan brought it up, covering his mouth and insisting, all right. You needn't say more. There are so many people in the hospital. He added, besides, it's not your fault. If it weren't for him smelling that fragrance last night, I wouldn't have clung to you and prevented you from leaving. Blame Huo. Ling Zeyu exclaimed with indignation. If it weren't for the drug, he slipped me. I wouldn't be in this predicament. He is simply retaliating against me. Huo Yuan indulged Ling Zeyu, agreeing, yes, when we return, I shall deal with him and send him abroad. Ling Zeyu assumed Huo Yuan was merely placating him and nodded in agreement. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure. Hey, Dr. Su. Chapter 57. No room for negotiation. Su Boyan snapped back to reality and handed Ling Zeyu his phone, which he had left behind. Ling Zeyu, feeling vexed, accepted it with a grateful, thank you. You're welcome, Su Boyan replied before departing. Ling Zeyu then thrust his phone into Huo Yuan's hands, instructing, hold on to this for me. After returning, Ling Zeyu found that his lower abdomen no longer hurt, which allowed Huo Yuan to breathe a sigh of relief. He reminded Ling Zeyu to eat well, and then instructed Zhao Yi to summon Huo to see him. Huo Yuan subsequently ascended the stairs to his study. Ling Zeyu eavesdropped, a sense of curiosity stirring within him. Was Huo Yuan going to confront Huo? Before long, he saw Huo following Zhao Yi into the room, his gaze turning toward Ling Zeyu with an indifferent expression, as if he were not the least surprised to be summoned. Ling Zeyu glared at Huo, pondering the meaning behind his gaze, which seemed to imply that he was at fault, despite being the one who had initially administered the drug. President Huo is waiting for you in the study, Zhao Yi announced before departing, leaving no one to accompany him. As Huo ascended the stairs, Ling Zeyu felt an overwhelming curiosity. He was eager to discover how Huo Yuan would reprimand Huo. Ideally, he would be able to mock him afterward for having drugged him. Initially, Ling Zeyu was not hungry, but he set down his chopsticks and followed Huo Yuan upstairs. He intended to eavesdrop, and upon reaching the study, he noticed the door was not fully closed. His eyes brightened. What a fortuitous opportunity. Before he could approach, he overheard Huo Yuan's voice from inside. Huo Xinyan, perhaps this place is not suitable for you. You may leave. Ling Zeyu froze. What did Huo Yuan mean? Was he asking Huo Xinyan to leave? Where was he to go? Ah, indeed, during his time in the hospital, Huo Yuan mentioned the intention to send Huo Xinyan abroad. Did he genuinely believe that Huo Yuan was merely pacifying him? Although it is true that Huo Xinyan should not have resorted to such self-harm, is it not excessive to simply cast him away? Ling Zeyu hesitated momentarily. Following that, a voice filled with self-mockery echoed from within. Just because I administered medication to him, you intend to send me back? You protect him, assist him, disregarding your own brother's well-being? As he reached the end of his statement, his words were almost a clenched teeth accusation. Huo Yuan's expression remained indifferent as he sat before his desk, observing him. Is this truly a trivial matter? Have you learned such despicable methods during your years abroad? And you still believe you are in the right? Right? What wrong have I committed? Shouldn't you express gratitude towards me? I have brought you and him closer, fostering a more intimate bond. Huo Yuan's gaze was profound, locking on a Huo Xinyan, who showed no signs of remorse. He spoke slowly. I have already booked your flight. You shall depart tomorrow morning. Enraged, Huo Xinyan slammed his hand on the desk, his eyes bloodshot, teeth gritted. You truly are my dear brother. You say you will bring me back. Yet now you speak of sending me away without even considering my wishes. Are you aware of the life I lead abroad? Have you ever inquired about my well-being? Grandfather forbids my return. He demands that I be completely normal before I can come back. Do you not understand what I endured in my childhood? To be completely normal? How is that feasible? Those were merely my hobbies. What right do you have to suppress me? You have no idea how strict grandfather has been with me. He deems me abnormal, believes I am inferior to you, considers me his disgrace. Thus, he imposes stringent demands on me. Whenever he discovers I have contravened his wishes, he confines me day and night. Do you have any inkling of how unbearable this is for me? Huo Yuan remained unmoved, questioning him. Is this not of your own making? Did you really have to seek out someone to test the drugs for you? Huo Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, you know? He then chuckled softly, countering, did I not pay them? It was a mutual agreement. They needed money, while I required subjects. Not a single one harbors hatred towards me. In the end, they bow in gratitude. It is I, Huo Xinyan, saved them. From beginning to end, I have not harmed a single soul. On what grounds do you blame me? Why? Huo Yuan's gaze deepened as he scrutinized them. You exploited their financial desperation, compelling them to test drugs for you, merely because they had no alternatives. If they had a choice, who would willingly endure suffering to test for you? They had no choice. What about my choices? Huo Xinyan questioned with reddened eyes, his knuckles whitening. What about my past? Was I not innocent? I had good intentions in saving lives. And this is the outcome I received, betrayal. Why is this fair to me? Huo Yuan remained silent. Huo Xinyan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Brother, please do not send me away. Look at my hands. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arms marred with scars, marks left by cuts from a knife that had healed poorly. You see, they confine me, forbidding me from stepping outside. The glaring fluorescent lights surround me. It is too bright, and I cannot sleep. They even take knives to my arms. It truly hurts. Huo Yuan glanced at the other's arms, which bore countless scars, almost devoid of any unblemished skin. Finally, he looked at Huo Xinyan and inquired, did you inflict these upon yourself? Huo Xinyan's expression stiffened for a moment. Yes, indeed. I did it myself. So you truly had the heart to send me away? He nearly shouted. Huo Yuan gazed deeply at him and slowly uttered, there is no room for negotiation. Huo Xinyan laughed in anger. Very well. He then turned and slammed the door, only to find Ling Zeyu standing outside. Ling Zeyu, unable to evade in time, collided with him. Eavesdropping was certainly ill-mannered. Just as he was about to speak, the other, with a solemn expression, walked away. That night, Ling Zeyu, burned with thoughts, paced anxiously at the door of the study. After much inner turmoil, he finally knocked. Come in. Huo Yuan looked up to see Ling Zeyu, seemingly unperturbed, merely asking, what is it? Ling Zeyu hesitated, standing beside Huo Yuan, who pulled him onto his lap. After a moment pause, he said, Huo Yuan, I have forgiven Huo Yuan. Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow, waiting for his next words. Why not give him another chance? If such a situation arises again, you may send him away then. Ling Zeyu felt troubled. He had contemplated teaching Huo Yuan a lesson, but did not anticipate Huo Yuan's ruthlessness in sending him away without a second thought. Observing Huo Yuan's aversion to going abroad, he could surmise that life there was not favorable for him. If Huo Yuan were to send him overseas due to his influence, he would feel a twinge of guilt. After all, he was Huo Yuan's brother. As for the matter of drugging, although he did not fully comprehend it, he knew it was certainly something undesirable. It became evident why Huo Yuan was always surrounded by bodyguards at home. It was indeed for this reason. Yet, something in Huo Yuan's subsequent remarks suggested there were other underlying factors at play. Thus, after much deliberation, he opted to plead Huo Yuan's case, solely for Huo Yuan's sake, not wishing to burden him further. Chapter 58. Pleading on his behalf, Huo Yuan asked him, "He has changed the fragrance. Are you not upset?" Ling Zeyu nodded. While he was indeed angry, he recognized it was not entirely a negative occurrence. After all, he had managed to be intimate with him, albeit with some discomfort. However, despite it not being a bad thing, such behavior was improper. Thus, delivering a punishment was warranted. Simply sending him away, leaving him unprepared, was not the solution. He should be granted an opportunity for redemption. Should he err again, a double punishment would suffice. Ling Zeyu, being an older brother himself, had learned many lessons through his experiences. Moreover, Huo Yuan was not entirely at fault. Let me tell you, when I broke the wine cabinet, he was the one who pulled me away. Otherwise, those bottles would have certainly fallen upon me. Huo Yuan chuckled at Ling Zeyu's words, ruffling his hair, and conceded. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Ling Zeyu's eyes brightened, and he kissed Huo Yuan before departing. Huo Yuan then dialed an internal line, and shortly after, Butler Chun arrived at the study. How is he? Huo Yuan inquired. Housekeeper Chen's expression was grave as the south courtyard remained eerily silent. The bodyguard remarked that the second young master had sequestered himself in his room and had not emerged. Eldest master, do you truly intend to send the second young master away? Was it not you who persuaded the old master to bring him back in the first place? Huo Yuan rubbed his temples, knowing well that both of their temperaments were difficult to manage. To achieve a harmonious coexistence between them would require considerable effort. Having served the Huo family for many years, Housekeeper Chun understood this all too well. After a moment's contemplation, he asserted, with the eldest master present, the young master Ling and the second young master will surely coexist peacefully. Huo Yuan pondered for a moment. No, it cannot merely be that way. I wish for them to get along well, regardless of my presence. Xiao Yu is kind-hearted and too easily trusts others, making him susceptible to deception. Although Huo Yuan's disposition is somewhat cold and obsessive, he is nonetheless a competent leader. This revelation left Housekeeper Chun somewhat astonished. Discerning the eldest master's intention to cultivate the second young master for a role within the company, Huo Yuan's fingers lightly tapped the desk. The Huo family was vast, and having someone to share the burden was indeed beneficial. Housekeeper Chun found himself perplexed until he heard the eldest master continue. Go find someone to inform Huo Yuan that Ling Zeyu has interceded on his behalf, requesting that he not be sent abroad over this matter of the incense exchange. Understood. Housekeeper Chun now grasped that the eldest master was clearly extending a favor on behalf of young Master Ling. Ling Zeyu had not seen Huo Yuan in recent days and had assumed that Huo Yuan had sent him away. Upon inquiry, he learned that the latter had remained in the south courtyard without venturing out. Why? Did Huo Yuan forbid him from coming out? Ling Zeyu questioned. Zhao Yi shook his head. Perhaps the second young master simply does not wish to come out. But does he not need to eat? Ling Zeyu was genuinely curious. Zhao Yi replied truthfully, it appears he is not. The meals sent to him have all been returned untouched. Ling Zeyu was taken aback. He is fasting? After the personnel from the south courtyard reported back to Huo Yuan, he frowned but said nothing, merely gesturing for them to withdraw. As evening fell, the seat opposite Ling Zeyu remained vacant as usual, and Huo Yuan's demeanor was calm. He glanced at the empty chair, but said nothing. Not long after, Li Yin entered, his expression tense, and announced, Master Huo, the second young master has had an episode. Ling Zeyu froze momentarily, while Huo Yuan's expression darkened. He set down his chopsticks and immediately rose to head outside. Ling Zeyu followed closely, making his way toward the south courtyard. Previously forbidden from entering this area, he now felt an overwhelming sense of darkness enveloping him. Before he could step inside, Huo Yuan suddenly halted, turning to Ling Zeyu and instructing, "Do not enter. There is no light inside. Wait for me here, I will be out shortly." Seeing Huo Yuan's insistence, Ling Zeyu nodded. "All right." Li Yin led the way, explaining the darkness. "The second young master has destroyed all the lights here and forbids anyone from replacing them. Please watch your step." "I am aware," Huo Yuan replied. They ascended to the second floor almost in darkness, and vague sounds of Huo Yin's furious reprimands echoed from within. "Get out. Go far away." Ling Zeyu waited outside for what felt like an eternity, uncertain of the situation inside. Reflecting on the events of his previous life, he realized he had never encountered Huo Yin, let alone learned about his past. He paced back and forth, suddenly coming to a halt. A thought crossed his mind. In his previous life, after the accident, why did he not question Huo Yuan's departure? Why did he steadfastly believe that Huo Yuan had ended their relationship due to his appearance? One reason was that the Huo group's interviews had never ceased. They continued as usual, yet Huo Yuan was never seen. The camera consistently focused on the clasped hands resting on the chest of the other party, and he had inadvertently noticed a distinct mark on the wrist. At that time, he thought nothing of it, assuming the mark was a result of the accident. However, upon reflection, he realized that the person he had overheard was Huo Yin. Understanding this left Ling Zeyu at a loss for words regarding his feelings. Huo Yuan had bequeathed him property, funds, and even shares. As long as the Huo family thrived, he could live a carefree life, which indeed came to pass. Despite their breakup, he thrived on the money and properties, but his life felt incomplete. He was merely a soulless shell, devoid of essence. He harbored resentment and squandered the so-called breakup fees with reckless abandon. He did not cherish it, hence he wasted it. In the end, he depleted the houses and funds, left only with the dividends from his shares. This was a substantial amount, envy-inducing and consistently replenished, never once falling short. Yet ultimately, he wished to sever all ties with the Huo family. He loathed them so much that he sold the shares at a pittance, squandering them heedlessly. Despite reminders from stranger, the unfamiliar individual, whom he did not recognize, advised him to think carefully. A luxury car was parked nearby, indicating that this stranger was merely a hired hand. He dismissed them without a second thought, leaving without engaging in conversation. As his thoughts returned, Ling Zeyu remained silent for a considerable time. Soon, he heard a commotion from within Nanyuan, and upon peering inside, he saw Huo Yuan emerging. He rushed over, inquiring, "What happened?" Huo Yuan shook his head, reassuring him, "It's nothing." However, Ling Zeyu, with keen eyes, noticed something was amiss with Huo Yuan's hand and quickly turned on his phone's flashlight to inspect it, discovering that blood was flowing from the palm. "What happened to your hand?" Ling Zeyu exclaimed in distress. "What do you mean nothing is wrong? You're bleeding profusely." Chapter 59, The Past Zhao Yi. "Where is Zhao Yi?" Ling Zeyu cried out anxiously, "Quick, call a doctor." Huo Yuan attempted to soothe him, saying, "Don't worry, it's just a small injury. It's nothing serious." Upon returning to Chiyuan, Ling Zeyu watched as the doctor tended to Huo Yuan's hand, revealing a deep cut across the center of his palm. The doctor applied pressure to stop the bleeding while disinfecting the wound, and the trash bin was nearly filled with bloody bandages, a sight that made Ling Zeyu feel utterly distressed. Just then, Huo Yuan's voice broke through his turmoil. "Be good, don't look." Ling Zeyu felt even worse. He remained still, merely asking, "How did this happen?" Huo Yuan did not rush to explain, simply replying, "I'll tell you later." Ling Zeyu pressed his lips together, choosing silence until Huo Yuan released his hand. Only then did he open his eyes, observing that Huo Yuan's palm was now meticulously wrapped in bandages, though a few drops of blood still seeped through. Li Yan's expression was grave as he inquired, "Master Huo, what about the second young master?" Huo Yuan remained silent for a moment, refraining from answering. At this juncture, Butler Chun interjected, "Perhaps we should arrange for a psychologist to see the second young master?" The events from the past could have left him with profound psychological scars. Huo Yuan consented, instructing Lin, "You shall handle this matter, but ensure to communicate clearly with them about the injuries and potential life-threatening risks. The cost is negotiable." Understood. Ling Zeyu felt a sense of unease regarding Huo Yuan. Remaining by his side, fetching various items for him, determined to prevent Huo Yuan from exerting himself. Noticing Ling Zeyu's incessant activity without rest, Huo Yuan couldn't help but smile, gently taking Ling Zeyu's hand. "Stop fussing about and come lie down." He patted his bed as a gesture. Ling Zeyu did not refuse, climbing onto Huo Yuan's bed and lying beside him, though his gaze remained fixated on Huo Yuan's injured hand, filled with concern. "It's just the left hand. It's nothing serious," Huo Yuan reassured him. Upon hearing this, Ling Zeyu remained silent, casting his eyes downward, clearly displeased. Huo Yuan pondered briefly before speaking. "Do not blame Huo. He did not intend for this to happen. He did not desire this outcome. Would you like to know what transpired in his childhood?" Ling Zeyu's eyes flickered, lifting them in confusion to look at Huo Yuan. Only then did Huo Yuan elaborate. "Something happened to Huo in his youth, which is why he was sent abroad and has not returned since." Ling Zeyu's heart understood. No wonder he had never heard of Huo Yuan having a younger brother. He had long been sent overseas. The incident began when Huo attended a summer camp. Surrounded by numerous students, not limited to his own grade. Due to the large number of attendees, they usually traveled in pairs. However, when Huo needed to use the restroom, he informed his teacher and stepped away. Upon his return, he found that everyone had moved on, so he continued toward his destination. Unfortunately, he took a wrong turn and inadvertently trespassed into someone else's private domain, encountering a situation he should not have. Ling Zeyu was taken aback and instinctively asked, "What did he encounter?" He stumbled upon someone attempting to kidnap a child, with the victim calling for help, and the kidnapper spotted him. Ling Zeyu furrowed his brow, urging, "Run. In such a situation, you must flee." Huo Yuan chuckled lightly, though his eyes held no mirth. He did not run. On the contrary, he stayed behind and admonished them to release the student they had in their grasp, stating he would call the police. The reason Huo dared to act this way was his awareness of his family's influence. No one would dare provoke the Huo family. Wherever he went, he was afforded deference, regarded as paramount. Thus he felt assured that those before him would not harm him. At that time, he was sincere, courageous, and naive, unafraid of malevolence. Consequently, when the kidnappers attempted to seize his phone to prevent him from contacting the authorities, he bit down on one of their hands, aiding the abducted student's escape. Yet, fleeing was not in his thoughts. He had no intention of running away. He instructed the student, who appeared to be of similar age, to seek out the Huo family and inform them Huo has been kidnapped. In such a manner, he would be saved. Subsequently, without waiting for a response, Huo pushed the other away, allowing him to flee while he himself faced the pursuers. After being captured, Huo was knocked unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by blinding white lights, bound to a bed beneath a glaring ceiling, encircled by instruments. To add to his dismay, the air was filled with piercing screams of agony, accompanied by the nauseating scent of blood. Hearing this, Ling Zeyu's heart raced, a dreadful suspicion gnawing at him. He realized he was not the only one imprisoned here. Soon, a person clad in a white coat approached him, an individual with golden hair and blue eyes, conversing in English with his companions. Despite being merely 12 years old, Huo could comprehend their discussion regarding his fate. What fate? Organs. Instantly, Ling Zeyu's countenance darkened. His hands clenched tightly in fury. Huo, eager to glean more information, pretended not to understand, hoping to acquire further valuable insights. Rescuing everyone trapped here was his utmost desire, placing all his hopes on the student he had saved, waiting for the Huo family's assistance. After a prolonged period, he could not distinguish between day and night, only recalling the glaring surgical lights above. Just as he closed his eyes to rest, a searing pain surged through his chest. His clothing was violently sliced open by a blade, the tip piercing his flesh and blood spilling forth. They had begun to assault him. Ultimately, at that moment, Huo was merely a child, confronted with such a situation, How could he not feel fear? He gasped in terror, bewildered as to why his family had not found him. In the end, staring at the gleaming surgical knife, he succumbed to unconsciousness from fright. Yet, at a critical juncture, someone noticed the name stitched on the breast of his school uniform. Huo Yuan. Ultimately, they refrained from inflicting harm upon him, though they did not release him either. After probing for information and hesitating for a long while, they opted to contact the Huo family, demanding a ransom of 100 million. It was then that the Huo family became aware of Huo Yuan's predicament. Ling Zeyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Setting aside the matter of money, why had the Huo family only just learned of this? Did the student he saved not come to seek help from the Huo family? Huo Yuan's expression deepened with gravity, stating, "I have been at home these past few days. No one has come to inquire." Ling Zeyu found it hard to accept that Huo Yuan risked his life to convey a message, yet ultimately failed to do so. Meanwhile, Huo Yuan remained oblivious, desperately hoping for his family's rescue. And then, Ling Zeyu pressed for answers. Then, my grandfather provided the money, and Huo Yuan was returned and sent to the hospital for treatment. Huo Yuan's mental state was far from stable. He was disoriented and bore a deep wound across his chest. Chapter 60. Consulting a psychologist upon awakening. Huo Yuan's first question was whether anyone had come to visit in the past 2 days. When he learned that no one had, his demeanor darkened, emotions spiraling into instability and impatience. My grandfather is a man of decisive action, stern in his endeavors, and he treats both me and Huo Yuan with the same strictness. Upon witnessing Huo Yuan's plight, he reprimanded him for carelessly entrusting his life to strangers, declaring that such suffering was deserved. Huo Yuan endured torment, feeling it was his fault, which led my grandfather to send him abroad for treatment. However, from the outset, Huo Yuan's self-inflicted suffering transitioned into the torment of others, and he did not find a true cure. Consequently, he became heavily guarded against anyone, harboring malice and distrust toward others. He despised that person, loathed himself, resented my grandfather for confining him abroad for treatment, and also resented me for my indifference. Ling Zeyu fell into a long silence, grappling with the realization. What of those who perpetrated evil? Were they allowed to roam free? What of those who shared the same confinement? The Huo family did not spare them. They received their just deserts and saved many. Yet the matter was far-reaching and more complex than it appeared on the surface, rendering it unsuitable for widespread discussion. Numerous individuals from schools, summer camps, and even local governments became involved, ultimately leading to the complete erasure of the incident from public discourse. With time, many became unaware of the existence of the second young master of the Huo family. It was no wonder he remained oblivious to these affairs. It all made sense now. Ling Zeyu sighed, realizing that his peer, Huo Yuan, had faced such tribulations in his youth. All right, it's time to sleep. Huo Yuan extended his arm, signaling for Ling Zeyu to lie down. Ling Zeyu gazed at Huo Yuan's hand, frowning as he shook his head. You've injured your hand. How can I rest my head on it? It's of no consequence, Huo Yuan replied. Yet Ling Zeyu was unwilling, settling down beside him, burying his head against Huo Yuan's chest and closing his eyes. In the following days, due to his injury, Huo Yuan worked from home, with assistant Zhao Yi providing daily reports. Consequently, Ling Zeyu spent more time with Huo Yuan. Ever since their intimate encounter, Ling Zeyu found himself particularly drawn to him, often gazing at Huo Yuan's face, enjoying holding hands and cherishing the moments when he could cradle Huo Yuan's face to whisper sweet nothings. One day, after being held and kissed by Huo Yuan for an extended period, a knock resounded at the study door. Ling Zeyu struggled, prompting Huo Yuan to release him leisurely. Noticing Ling Zeyu's panic as he attempted to cover his mouth, Huo Yuan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he called, "Come in." Ling Zeyu quietly sat on the swivel chair across from him, leaning on the desk while covering his swollen lips. Li Yan, upon seeing Ling Zeyu there, was unfazed. He responded directly, "Master Huo, several psychologists have visited in recent days. I have briefed them on the necessary precautions and potential occurrences, and a few remain. Steward Chun has arranged for them to visit Nanyuan first." The Huo family had made a generous offer that no one could refuse. After Li Yin completed his report and did not leave immediately, Huo Yuan raised his gaze and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Li Yin continued, "Master Hua, there is also an internist who came for an interview. Since he does not meet the requirements, I did not allow him in. However, he claimed what?" Huo Yuan asked. "He claimed that the second young master requires treatment not for a physical ailment, but for his heart." Huo Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Second young master? Are we seeking doctors under the pretense of the Hua family's second young master?" Li Yin nodded repeatedly, pondering how he could dare to question the situation. No, it was the other party who had uttered the name of the second young master. This revelation struck him as peculiar. How could they possibly know the second young master's name? Others were unaware, with many even assuming that Master Hua was ill. After a moment's contemplation, Huo Yuan decided to include him in the equation, albeit with a caution to keep a vigilant eye on him. Although Li Yin was surprised, he complied without hesitation. Once the others had departed, Ling Zeyu quickly lifted his gaze to Huo Yuan. There was certainly something amiss. This person knew Huo name. Such knowledge was no trivial matter. Why would you still allow him entry? Perhaps there might be an unexpected revelation. That evening, Huo arrived at the Qiyuan. His demeanor was icy as he strode into the study and knocked assertively on the door. Standing before Huo Yuan, he immediately demanded an explanation. "Why did you seek a psychologist for me? I have stated clearly that I'm not ill." Huo Yuan, engrossed in reviewing documents sent by Zhao, did not even glance at Huo and retorted, "If you're not ill, then why are you carving into your own arm?" Huo scoffed derisively, crossing his arms defiantly. "What else am I to do? You won't allow me to find amusement in others, so I can only unleash my negative emotions upon myself." Only then did Huo Yuan set down his pen and raise his gaze. "Therefore, you must seek treatment. This matter is non-negotiable. Starting tomorrow, a psychologist will visit Nanyuan daily for your therapy, and you are required to cooperate." Huo expression turned frosty. "I have made myself clear. I do not need it." Huo Yuan remained resolute. "Do not think that because Ling Zeyu has interceded on your behalf, you can avoid going abroad. I assure you, if you do not comply, I will still send you away." Huo bravado diminished momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. "Your efforts to find a doctor will be futile. I will ensure they leave Nanyuan willingly." Huo Yuan regarded him coolly. "Do you think I would allow you to have your way? Let me tell you, your little tricks will not work on the doctors. Otherwise, you can forget about staying in Nanyuan and prepare to wander the streets." Fuming, Huo clenched his fists. Yet when his gaze fell upon Huo Yuan's bandaged hand, his eyes flickered momentarily. Ultimately, he chose silence, slamming the door behind him as he exited. After Huo departure, Huo Yuan summoned Li Yin once more, informed the doctors that if they suffer any psychological or physical harm during treatment, they must report it. The Huo family will provide appropriate compensation. After Li Yin acknowledged the command and disseminated the message, he took a moment to mourn for the doctors. Considering that even Master Huo had sustained an injury, how much more perilous would it be for the doctors whom the second young master despised? Meanwhile, Ling Zeyu, seeking a diversion, settled onto the balcony, observing the doctors being led to Nanyuan by Li Yin below. He pondered a pressing concern. While it may suffice for Huo to receive psychological treatment during the day, the darkness of Nanyuan at night is foreboding. I have heard from you how that there isn't a single light there, is far more terrifying than a haunted house. Huo, having resided there for some time, may be accustomed to it. But what are those new doctors? They cannot even see the path. How can they possibly conduct their examinations? Seeing ghosts is more tangible than seeking medical help. As anticipated, that very night, just as Ling Zeyu closed his eyes to drift into slumber, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. Chapter 61, The Wager. Startled, Ling Zeyu sprang from his bed, his bare feet meeting the cold floor as he rushed to the balcony to peer down below. He soon spotted a figure, frantically sprinting from the direction of the south courtyard, seemingly pursued by a ghost, shrieking in terror. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Moments later, he witnessed Li Yin approaching the individual, seemingly inquiring about the situation. However, the words were lost on Ling Zeyu. As he tilted his ear to listen intently, he turned to see Huo Yuan, who was also standing on the second-floor balcony, casting a bemused glance at his feet. Ling Zeyu, silently retreated to don a pair of slippers. Upon opening the door, he encountered Huo Yuan, who was preparing to descend the stairs. Without further ado, Huo Yuan simply advised him, "It's chilly outside. You should fetch a jacket." Ling Zeyu hesitated. Huo Yuan insisted, "Hurry up. I'll wait for you here." Thus, he reluctantly padded back to his room, retrieving a jacket to drape over himself. Naturally, he took Huo Yuan's hand, urging him to hasten and discover the cause of the commotion. After the doctor gulped down a generous glass of water, he gradually composed himself, panting as he waved a hand apologetically at Huo Yuan. "My sincerest apologies. I lost my composure. It was simply too dark to see the path. And just as I switched on the light, a ghastly face appeared before me. It nearly terrified me to death. Coupled with my naturally timid disposition, I was frightened beyond belief even before encountering anyone. I realize now that I am still rather inexperienced and in need of further fortitude. I must take my leave now." With that, he hastily fled, as if fearing someone might pursue him, neglecting to collect his payment. Ling Zeyu was utterly astonished, pondering what precisely Huo had done. Huo Yuan remained silent. Li Yin offered consolation. "Master Huo, there are still 3 other doctors. We could try them one by one." In the ensuing days, Ling Zeyu found himself repeatedly jolted awake by various terrifying sounds. Each time he heard such noises, he understood that the psychologist had failed and retreated in fear. The first was timid, the second somewhat bolder, yet upon approaching, he was overcome by a strong fragrance, which soon triggered a rash that left him scratching uncontrollably, ultimately declaring his incompetence for the job. Following this, Li Yin settled the doctor's fees and compensations before sending him away. The third doctor, armed with the lessons from the prior experiences and even donning a gas mask for protection, ventured inside. However, he emerged with a gash on his thigh, bleeding profusely. The doctor, unrelenting, demanded an explanation from the Huo family. Huo Yuan, observing the injured man sprawled in the courtyard, wore a grim expression. To his surprise, Huo dared to defy him. Had he forgotten his own words? Moments later, Li Yin hastily approached Huo Yuan, whispering a few words before stepping back, casting a look of disdain at the figure on the ground. A psychologist indeed, taking advantage of the fact that only the second young master and he were present. He attempted to force the second young master to obediently accept treatment, believing that this would yield him a handsome sum of money. Little did he realize that the second young master was not to be trifled with, regardless of who stood before him. He unsheathed a dagger and lunged toward the assailant's thigh, resulting in the current scene. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan displayed no significant emotional reaction. He merely cast a glance at the individual on the ground and instructed Li Yin to settle the expenses. Li Yin found such individuals repugnant, but since Huo Yi had issued the command, he held his tongue and escorted the man away. Ling Zeyu darted out from behind, peering at the departing figure, convinced that the fault lay with that person. He assumed Huo Yuan intended to punish Huo. Having arrived alongside Li Yin, he was naturally privy to the situation before Huo Yuan. Huo Yuan did not refute him, simply acknowledging, "Yes, I know." Ling Zeyu misinterpreted Huo Yuan's demeanor as displeasure and offered consolation. "Do not worry. There is still another doctor, so there remains hope." Huo Yuan affectionately ruffled Ling Zeyu's hair, his expression softening, indeed. At that moment, San interjected, "Hui, that doctor will not arrive until tomorrow evening." Before Huo Yuan could inquire further, Ling Zeyu blurted out, "Why? Why can't he come during the day?" San explained, "The doctor stated he has work during the day." Ling Zeyu immediately turned to Huo Yuan. "Did you perhaps offer too little?" Huo Yuan replied, "No. Huo had yet to dine at Qiyuan. It was the servants who delivered his meals." At this juncture, Ling Zeyu finally comprehended the reason behind Huo pallor. It was due to his prolonged absence from sunlight. After finishing dinner, intending to stretch his legs, he found Huo Yuan still occupied in his study. With nothing else to do, he planned to video call Ling Yuchen to see what he was up to. However, before he could initiate the call, he overheard hushed voices of contention. "I bet 10 o'clock. I bet 11 o'clock. Ling Zeyu craned his neck and immediately spotted San and Yu Hao, both clutching money. "Uh-huh, you two are gambling in secret," he exclaimed, catching them red-handed. Yu Hao quickly concealed the money behind him, standing straight, while San fell silent, adopting a similar posture. Ling Zeyu narrowed his eyes, circling the two. How outrageous! You dare to engage in such activities in broad daylight. Speak up. Is this not excessive? What are you wagering on? Yu Hao attempted to offer an explanation, but Ling Zeyu disregarded him, well aware that Yu Hao possessed far more cunning than San. He turned his threat toward San. You San? Speak. Otherwise, I shall report you to Huo Yuan for your dereliction of duty. It took no effort for San to confess. As it turned out, the two were wagering on what time the doctor would emerge from Nanyuan that evening. Ling Zeyu clicked his tongue in disbelief. You two are chosen bodyguards of the Huo family, and yet you resort to gambling. Are you truly in such dire need of money? Your salaries are not insignificant. He was well aware that Ling Yuchen was envious of their remuneration, having discreetly inquired whether the Huo family was in need of additional personnel. Yu Hao, speak. Yu Hao quietly spoke. No matter how much, it can't withstand the deductions every month. Ling Zeyu was momentarily taken aback. He was about to inquire why there were deductions each month when a sudden thought struck him. He hesitated for a moment, pondering. Could it possibly be because of my deductions? It seemed that indeed there was some truth to that. Yu Hao and San fell silent, clearly acquiescing to this implication. Ling Zeyu chuckled awkwardly a couple of times. Well then, why didn't you invite me to gamble? I'm in too. I'll wager 50,000. I bet this doctor can last the entire night. If I lose, the money shall be divided among you. Yu Hao and San's eyes lit up at this. It was as if he were offering them money. They might not know this doctor, but they certainly understood the character of the young master. Really? Yu Hao asked in astonishment. Ling Zeyu nodded, of course. To be honest, both of you were inadvertently dragged into the situation back then, somewhat innocent in this affair. Consider it a small token of my goodwill. Chapter 62. I will not interfere with you now. Ling Zeyu had developed a habit of needing to hear the exclamations from the direction of Nanyuan before he could settle into a peaceful sleep. Otherwise, he would awaken to the disturbances. Li Yin, as always, led the last doctor toward Nanyuan, offering numerous reminders along the way. Just before the other was about to enter, he added, once inside, Dr. Su, please exercise caution and do not feel compelled to overexert yourself. Understood, the other replied succinctly, posing no further inquiries, and proceeded inside. Li Yin found it peculiar. The individuals he had brought previously were all inquisitive about this and that, yet this Dr. Su asked nothing at all. However, it made little difference. After all, the final outcome could not escape the night. Nanyuan was shrouded in darkness. When sounds emanated from downstairs, Huo opened his eyes, initially thinking that his brother had given up, thus no one had come during the day. It turned out they only arrived at night. Each one seemed intent on seeking recognition from him, their words more alluring than their actions. What did they mean by caring for his health? They were downstairs trying to persuade him to come down for a consultation, timidly afraid to ascend, fearing ghosts and death. It was truly laughable. All of this was merely for one thing, money. Thus, they sought every means to compel his cooperation, and that person yesterday even dared to attempt coercion. What a delusion! Were it not for his brother restraining him, he would have surely severed that person's wrist to feed to the dogs. However, the individual who came today was different from the previous few. They did not attempt to persuade him downstairs. Listening to the clumsy sounds rising from below, he found it amusing. Unfamiliar with the place, and having not visited during the day, he need not lift a finger. It was likely that the injuries of the visitor were not much better. Huo emerged from his room, seated on the second floor of the spiral staircase. Although he could not see the person, he could hear the commotion below. Bang! Ah! The water placed on the stairs spilled. Coughing echoed through the silence of the building. Huo raised an eyebrow. The sound was rather pleasant. Thus, he decided to reward the individual with a piece of candy, some remnants from a previous day that he could not let go to waste. Huo retrieved something from his pocket and tossed it down toward the source of the sound. Let us resolve this swiftly. He felt somewhat weary and desired to sleep. He waited for the other person to leave on their own, but upon hearing some movement, the individual did not utter a word, seemingly pausing in their tracks. Soon, however, Huo heard a rustling sound, and a slight smirk graced his lips, suggesting that the incense had taken effect. Surely, the other must be feeling an unbearable itch at this moment. He should hasten to leave and inform his brother that he is unfit for this job. After all, money is not easily earned. He waited a while longer, yet the individual did not depart. It was only after the incense had been left to diffuse for half an hour, losing its potency, that the other finally rose. At this moment, Huo Yuan began to doubt whether he had mistakenly discarded the incense into the water, thereby nullifying its effect. But if it truly had no effect, why would the other linger downstairs for so long? Conversely, if it had worked, wouldn't the person be itching or uncomfortable? Regardless of the circumstances, Huo Yuan felt a twinge of displeasure. Hearing the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs, he coldly retrieved a dagger from his coat. As the individual reached the top, Huo Yuan quietly approached from behind, pressing the dagger against their neck. Don't move. He felt the other's body freeze instantly. Good. The person was surprisingly compliant. Huo Yuan's fingers slowly lifted, gliding along the other's neck, and he noticed the unmistakable rash. Clearly, the incense had not been submerged. This person was merely enduring the discomfort. His fingertips were still slightly damp. Huo Yuan retracted his hand, a cold laugh escaping his lips. This one seemed to tolerate it better than the previous few. Yet, the message remained, get out. I am not ill, nor do I require a psychologist. If you know what is best for you, leave of your own accord. If not, I won't hesitate to let you assist me in testing the incense. A chilling voice echoed in the dimness. Very well. Huo Yuan paused, narrowing his eyes in the darkness. What did that mean? I am not a psychologist, nor will I interfere with you. Such words were intriguing. Huo Yuan loosened his grip on the dagger, slowly inching closer to the other's face. You're not a psychologist, yet you can come in? You enter, and then claim you want to meddle in my affairs? Can I interpret this to mean you wish for a peaceful coexistence, whereby you obtain the remuneration you desire, and I can manage my brother's expectations? The other remained silent, and Huo Yuan took this as tacit agreement. In truth, this arrangement was rather convenient, sparing him from his brother's incessant insistence on finding a doctor to trouble him. Huo Yuan allowed a faint smile to bloom. Very well. Your name? Su Buyin. Dr. Su. Since we have reached an accord, would you be so kind as to assist me in testing the incense? I wish to ascertain your sincerity. As soon as he finished speaking, the other replied, all right. That night, Ling Zeyu nearly fell asleep, oblivious to the commotion downstairs, and ultimately drifted into a deep slumber. When he awoke the next day, he stretched lazily, gazing at the sky and the bustling people outside. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what was amiss. Descending the stairs, he learned from a butler that the doctor had not emerged from the south courtyard the previous night. Upon hearing this, a sinking feeling gripped Ling Zeyu's heart. Wait, had Huo Yuan made the doctor disappear? At this moment, the doctor was conversing with the eldest young master in the parlor. The butler's words revived Ling Zeyu, who let out a deep sigh. Could he not just say everything at once next time? Ling Zeyu was exceedingly curious about the kind of doctor who could remain in Nanyuan for an entire night. Huo Yuan addressed the individual opposite him, stating that since the doctor was willing to stay, he could request anything, naming any amount. Su Boyan gazed at the check before him, but did not move. He merely replied, no need, I'm not here for this. Huo Yuan's expression remained indifferent. For Huo Yuan, the other person's gaze fell, clearly indicating that he had hit the nail on the head. Although I have interacted with Dr. Su, if this matter concerns Huo Yuan's health, should Dr. Su harbor ill intentions that threaten Huo Yuan, I would absolutely not allow it, nor would I let it go. Su Boyan pressed his lips together and stated, rest assured, Mr. Huo, I will not harm him. Ling Zeyu arrived at the parlor, eager to steal a glance inside, but as he approached the door, it swung open. A stranger stood there, possessing an exquisite appearance, with soft facial features and wearing silver-framed glasses that reflected a cold light, mirroring his demeanor. Upon seeing him, the man's lips curled into a subtle smile, neither eager nor indifferent. Ling Zeyu felt an odd sense of familiarity. Those cold, clear eyes were too recognizable. Have we met before? Chapter 63. Do you know me? It was no wonder Ling Zeyu did not remember, for each time he encountered Su Boyan, the latter wore a mask that obscured everything but his cold eyes. In truth, this was their first formal meeting. Before Su Boyan could speak, Ling Zeyu suddenly exclaimed, "I remember. You are Dr. Su." Upon realizing this, he was astonished. "You were the doctor from last night at Ninyuan?" "Indeed," Su Boyan replied with a smile. "Young Master Ling seems quite surprised." "How could I not be surprised? You're the only one who managed to stay there for so long," Ling Zeyu muttered. His concern turned to Su Boyan as he asked, "You weren't harmed last night, were you? Did Huo Xian mistreat you?" Su Boyan lowered his gaze before responding, "No. Young Master Huo is very easy to get along with." Ling Zeyu was taken aback, pondering how Su Boyan could possibly perceive Huo Xian as easy to deal with. Afterward, Su Boyan excused himself to leave, as he had work in the afternoon, and Ling Zeyu did not detain him. However, he felt great admiration for Dr. Su, who worked at the hospital during the day and treated Huo Xian at night. Did he not require any rest? This seemed quite exhausting. Moreover, how could he assert that Huo Xian was easy to get along with? What evidence had he seen? Ling Zeyu watched Su Boyan's departing figure for a long while before turning to leave himself, only to be startled by a face that appeared behind him. He staggered back several steps and, upon recognizing the person, exclaimed irritably, "Huo Xian, are you out of your mind? Trying to scare someone from behind?" Huo Xian regarded him with cold indifference and spoke in a low voice, "I was observing whether you were ogling other men and being disloyal to my brother. Mind your own business, and don't presume that your plea on my behalf allows you to speak to me in such a tone," Huo Xian retorted, following Ling Zeyu as he strode inside. It is better left unsaid, but once Ling Zeyu's name is mentioned, he becomes irate, abruptly halting his steps to turn and question. "How can you still say that? Huo Yuan has promised not to send you abroad, yet you remain unsatisfied. You even inflicted a wound upon him with a knife when he came to see you." Huo Xinyan's expression was one of cold indifference. "I did not intend to hurt him. I had no desire to injure him. It was he who reached out to stop me, preventing him from harming his own arm. His misguided attempts to protect me were unnecessary. He was merely concerned about your health." Ling Zeyu defended Huo Yuan, yet Huo Xinyan paid no heed, scoffing derisively, "Sick? If he hadn't forbidden me from venting my dreadful emotions on others, would I have resorted to self-harm? Did he not bring this upon himself?" With that, Huo Xinyan lost interest in further arguing with Ling Zeyu and simply walked away. Ling Zeyu was infuriated, declaring it sheer sophistry, utterly ridiculous. Yet, his heart ached for Huo Yuan, for he knew that Huo Yuan was not truly as indifferent as he appeared. That evening, Ling Zeyu sat on a garden bench, legs crossed, gazing up at the moon casting its silvery, cold light upon him, regrettably devoid of stars. Before he could reminisce, a coat enveloped him, draping over his shoulders. Looking up, he saw Huo Yuan's face and smiled joyfully, "You're back." Huo Yuan leaned down and kissed Ling Zeyu's lips before sitting beside him. "What troubles you?" he inquired. Having noticed Ling Zeyu's solitary contemplation of the sky, his expression burdened with unspoken thoughts. Ling Zeyu leaned against Huo Yuan, instinctively placing his hand atop Huo Yuan's. "Nothing, just thinking of you." Huo Yuan wrapped his arm around Ling Zeyu's shoulders, saying, "It's chilly. Let us go inside." Ling Zeyu hesitated momentarily, tilting his head to look at him, "Then carry me back." Huo Yuan chuckled, "All right." Rising, Ling Zeyu wrapped his arms around Huo Yuan's neck, his legs encircling Huo Yuan's waist, while Huo Yuan supported Ling Zeyu's back with one hand, guiding him indoors. Ling Zeyu's soft voice drifted to Huo Yuan's ears. "Huo Yuan, I like you." Upon hearing those words, Huo Yuan's heart quivered slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "Yes, I know." Ling Zeyu was unperturbed by the sentimentality, planting a kiss on Huo Yuan's cheek, a habit from the past that continued unabated. Huo Yuan paused slightly, then gently patted Ling Zeyu. "Be a little good." Ling Zeyu had intended to suggest sleeping in Huo Yuan's room that night, but Huo Yuan spoke first. "The butler mentioned that Yu Hao came looking for you today, claiming he owes you money. Since he couldn't find you, he asked the butler to deliver the money to you. What have you been up to?" Ling Zeyu was taken aback. "Money? Owes me money? What money?" Before he could finish, fragments of the previous night flashed through his mind, and he froze, realizing, had he truly won? Though he had never expected that outcome. Ling Zeyu paused before replying, "Yes, there seems to be some truth to that. But it's not really a debt, it was just a game." Huo Yuan refrained from exposing him, simply twisting the doorknob with one hand. You should have the butler return it to him. Losing would be quite unwise. Huo Yuan chuckled softly without responding, merely holding Ling Zeyu close as he lifted his foot to close the door. As he approached the bedside, Ling Zeyu was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed by Huo Yuan. A soft gasp escaped him, but before he could utter a word, a shadow loomed over him, silencing his thoughts. You nibbled on my ear. Now it is my turn to bite back. Huo Yuan's voice emerged, low and husky. Unbeknownst to him, a tingling sensation coursed through Ling Zeyu's limbs, rendering his entire body weak. He swallowed hard, fully conscious this time, offering no resistance, but rather acquiescing to the other's advances. Huo Yuan smile deepened as he gazed at Ling Zeyu, his voice thick with praise. Xiao Yu, you are obedient. Ling Zeyu's cheeks and ears flushed a vivid crimson. As shadows danced and the lights flickered, the southern courtyard lay enveloped in silence. The servants had long since retreated. Sinyan Ling in a swing chair downstairs, languidly reclined with his feet crossed at the other end. His closed eyes, momentarily disturbed by a flash of light, slowly opened to reveal a figure approaching with a flashlight. Su Boyan found himself at a loss. The night was too dark. Having worked overtime until midnight, he struggled to discern the path ahead. He intended to turn off the flashlight upon entering the southern courtyard, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. Did I not mention that no lights are permitted here at night? Almost instinctively, he illuminated the figure with his phone, but before he could discern the person's features, he caught sight of a pair of brooding eyes narrowing at him. Realizing his mistake, he hastily lowered his phone, tightening his grip. Young Master Hua, what are you doing outside? Hua Xin rose leisurely, approaching him with a measured gait. Do you know me? Unable to see clearly, Huo Xin observed the light in Su Boyan's hand and reached out, his fingertips brushing against the back of Su's hand. With a swift motion, he seized the phone between his fingers, asserting his dominance. Su Boyan offered no resistance. In the next moment, a blinding beam of light illuminated his face. Chapter 64. Beg for me. The light was painfully bright, yet he did not flinch or evade it, allowing himself to be scrutinized, merely lowering his gaze and stating, Young Master Hua, have you forgotten? I heard your voice last night. Despite the absence of light, the darkness had not obscured Huo Xinyan's voice, which remained etched in his memory. Huo Xinyan chuckled lightly, a glimmer of realization crossing his face. Oh, it's you. I thought you might have been too frightened to return last night. I would not have promised to come if I did not intend to, Su Boyan replied firmly. Huo Xinyan shifted the light away from Su's face, adeptly checking the time on his phone before presenting it to Su. Here, would you like to see what time it is now? Su Boyan was well aware of the late hour and found himself without a counter-argument. I have work during the day. I can only come here at night. If I have a night shift, I may not be able to come at all, he explained. Huo Xinyan remained silent, towering over him from the steps, evidently displeased. Su Boyan hesitated, adding, I have already discussed this with Mr. Hua, and he agreed. Though he believed this statement posed no issue, Huo Xinyan's expression suddenly turned icy. Did I agree to that? Seeing Su Boyan rendered speechless, Huo Xinyan scoffed, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Forget it. I shan't hold it against you. It seems you're in need of money as well. Your efforts are commendable, working during the day and then coming here at night. I have always been kind-hearted, and seeing your decent appearance, I shall request that you assist me in trying a different fragrance today. With that, she tossed her phone to him and turned to walk inside. Su Boyan caught the phone but displayed no sign of displeasure, following her into the dimly lit room. On the second floor, the flickering, faintly yellow light barely illuminated the space, revealing rows of shelves adorned with various glass bottles. Huo Xinyan stood before the shelves, resting his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation about which one to choose. He had experimented with this before. Compared to those he had encountered abroad, this individual, named Su Boyan, seemed remarkably resilient. Even when discomfort plagued him, he remained silent, enduring the effects with fortitude. In stark contrast to those who had begged for mercy, kneeling before him in desperation, this person was undoubtedly far more intriguing. There is motivation in challenge. Huo Xinyan uncorked one of the bottles, inserting 3 incense sticks within, and then turned to the person behind him with a smile, saying, "Dr. Su, here you go." Huo Yuan accepted the bottle, gazing at it curiously, and inquired, "What is this?" Huo Yuan released his grip, replying enigmatically, "You'll find out shortly. Of course, if it becomes unbearable, you may always plead for my assistance." In the main bedroom of Nanyuan, Huo Yuan led him inside, saying, "Dr. Su, since it's so late, you may rest here. I will be just across from your room. Should you find it intolerable, you can seek my help." As Huo Yuan watched him close the door, he turned his attention to the incense on the bedside, realizing that a restful night was now beyond reach. Nevertheless, he retrieved his phone and set an alarm. Lying in bed with his eyes closed, sleep eluded him. The scent of incense wafted into his nostrils, and his mind grew increasingly restless. A multitude of images flooded his thoughts, each fleeting moment weighing heavier upon him. The veins in his temples throbbing with intensity, and a dull ache began to set in. Although the pain was pronounced, he bore it with patience. Yet, as the aroma gradually filled the room, the discomfort intensified. He gripped the quilt tightly, finding no relief. He attempted to divert his attention to other matters, but it proved futile. A sense of heaviness settled in his chest, constricting his breath. He longed to open the window, only to discover it was locked, leaving a narrow gap for air circulation. Huo Yuan pressed his hand against his chest, where his heart raced violently. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, cascading down his jawline. He grasped the fabric of his shirt tightly, feeling suffocated within. He tried to turn the doorknob, but it had been locked from the outside, rendering him powerless. He knocked softly on the door, calling out weakly, "Huo Yuan." The pain in his head was excruciating, and he had even forgotten to invoke the name of the second young master. This name was too familiar, echoing through countless days and nights. He wished to apologize, though he knew the recipient would never hear it, nor would he ever know. Huo Yuan had long heard the sounds emanating from the adjacent room, their doors mere feet apart. His own door stood ajar, shrouding his space in darkness as he sat before the computer, intrigued by the unfolding scene. The other party knocked on the door, hands pressed against his chest, brows furrowed, incessantly twisting the doorknob. Eventually, the occupant inside leaned against the door, sliding down to collapse onto the floor, utterly drained of energy. A satisfied expression flickered in Huo Yuan's eyes. He rose leisurely, opened the door, and surveyed the fallen figure. With a casual kick to the person's back, he loomed over, declaring, "Today serves as your lesson. You must understand that Nanyuan is under my command. If you choose to heed my brother's words, then you ought to leave at once. Even if you take leave for a reason, it is I who must be informed, not my brother." Huo Yuan was evidently not a benevolent character, holding grudges as he reflected on the irritation caused by Huo Yuan's late notice to his brother about arriving that evening. Thus, while he professed to be unconcerned, he discreetly locked all the doors and windows behind the scenes. Noticing the silence from the other, Huo Yuan stepped over him, crouching down in front of the gasping figure, whose breath was labored from the lack of oxygen, illuminated by the dim light. He extended his hand, delicately lifting the silver-framed glasses from the other's face, studying the cold visage before him as he spoke. Huo Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he struggled to utter a single word. "Good. Beg me," Huo Yuan said, "and I shall release you today." The other complied, uttering the words, "I beg you," though the request was laced with an icy detachment, tinged with subtle weariness. Huo Yuan found amusement in the situation. It seemed that this individual never resisted him, with good being the most frequent word exchanged between them from yesterday until now. The obedience sparked a flicker of suspicion within him regarding Huo Yuan's true intentions. "What is it that you wish to beg for?" Huo Yuan inquired, playfully toying with the glass's arm. Perhaps Huo Yuan had never found himself in the position to plead with anyone, for he remained silent long after the question was posed. "You do not genuinely wish to beg, do you? It is I who prompted you to say such words, is it not?" Huo Yuan's words pierced through the air, causing Huo Yuan's lashes to flutter as he slowly opened his eyes. Their gazes collided in the space between them. Huo Yuan scrutinized the depths of those eyes, narrowing his own, a dangerous glint surfacing within. Have we met before? Chapter 65. Always agreeing, Su Boyan's body stiffened. His lips, which had been pressed together, parted. No, we haven't. Huo Yuan regarded him for a moment, his expression inscrutable, before reverting to the previous topic. Then, I command you to beg me. Plead for my mercy. Without his glasses, Su Boyan struggled to discern Huo Yuan's expression. Lowering his gaze, he acquiesced. I beg you. I beg you to let me go. A satisfied smirk crept across Huo Yuan's lips as he casually tossed the glasses onto the ground. He then moved to the bedside, retrieving the incense, disregarding the prostrate Su Boyan entirely. That weekend, Ling Zeyu returned to the Ling household. Although the familial atmosphere had softened considerably, confrontations with Ling Feng were still inevitable upon their meeting. However, he could not be bothered to argue, allowing Ling Feng to prattle on incessantly in his ear like an incessant monk. Upon seeing Ling Yuchen still dressed in a simple and casual manner, Ling Zeyu cast him a sidelong glance and inquired, "Why are you still wearing such shabby clothes? Has father not given you any money?" Shabby? Ling Yuchen glanced down at his attire, neat and orderly, and retorted with irritation, "What is shabby about it? They are merely simple styles. Furthermore," he added, "as for father, he has given me plenty." Perhaps due to past experiences, their father felt a sense of guilt towards him, rendering any notion of frugality obsolete. In fact, the amount he received was so substantial that it felt almost surreal. "Oh, that's fine then," Ling Zeyu remarked, thinking that their father had finally come to terms with things. Ling Yuchen discreetly glanced at his brother's clothing, his expression tight-lipped and unable to voice his thoughts. The disparity between people was so striking. His brother donned garments worth 6 figures. Wouldn't he that evoke any feelings of guilt? He could not comprehend why. Despite the improving circumstances and an increase in his finances, he felt an unsettling disquiet within. Even the slightest indulgence in better clothing or sustenance filled him with a sense of guilt. He was bewildered by this emotion, to the extent that he found it difficult to spend his money, and there was nothing more agonizing than that. After Ling Zeyu left, he returned to his apartment, where he discovered a bulletless handgun resting on his bedside table. He held it in his hands for a long time, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He had previously thought it a mere toy, explaining it to Huo Yuan without fully grasping what the other party had been thinking at that time. A profound bitterness welled up within him as he touched it, yet he ultimately set it aside. There was still one person he needed to find, someone responsible for his car plunging into the river in his previous life. Although he had managed to escape through the shattered window, at that moment he was consumed by sorrow and regret, lacking any desire for survival, allowing the waters to engulf him until death. But now was not the time. He would wait a little longer. Upon returning to the Huo family estate, before even entering the house, he noticed a group of people by the swimming pool. Out of curiosity, he approached and discovered they were changing the water in the pool. Although the weather had warmed slightly, it was hardly the season for swimming. Who in their right mind would swim in such cold? Turning around, he saw Yu Hao approaching him. "Young Master Ling, Master Huo is waiting for you in the living room." "Oh, I understand." Ling Zeyu felt a flicker of curiosity. Was Huo Yuan seeking him for something? Upon entering the living room, he found Huo Yuan seated on the sofa, engrossed in his computer. Noticing Ling Zeyu's arrival, he set aside his work and patted the seat beside him, beckoning him over. "I heard you returned without a bodyguard?" Huo Yuan asked, and Ling Zeyu nodded, not sensing anything amiss. "I was merely going home, not venturing elsewhere. Having someone follow me feels rather awkward." Huo Yuan did not dispute this, but instead urged him, "If you are uncomfortable, you can have them follow you discreetly. The outside world is perilous, and I cannot rest easy without them." Ling Zeyu furrowed his brow, but after some contemplation, he ultimately agreed. "All right then." After agreeing, Ling Zeyu recalled the swimming pool outside. Curiously, he inquired, "How can the pool be filled with water? Isn't it rather chilly for swimming at this season?" Huo Yuan cast a glance out the window and nonchalantly replied, "It's temperature controlled, so it won't be cold. Therefore, if you desire, you may commence your lessons now." Ling Zeyu was perplexed. When had he ever expressed a fondness for swimming? He simply disliked it, and besides, when had Huo Yuan ever witnessed him swimming? Thus, he decided to dismiss the notion, stating, "Forget it, I do not like it." Huo Yuan's hand paused momentarily, Yet he chose not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, Huo Yuan approached them. Ling Zeyu, who had never gotten along with Huo Yuan, turned away in an attempt to ignore his presence. Huo Yuan walked directly up to Huo Yuan and stated, "Help me investigate someone." Ling Zeyu feigned disinterest, munching on his apple while attentively eavesdropping. "Who?" Huo Yuan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint lurking within, the one who broke his promise back then. Huo Yuan pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze. "I can, but I have conditions." Huo Yuan responded, "What conditions?" Despite his dissatisfaction, Ling Zeyu found himself asking. Huo Yuan replied, leisurely, "Come to the company to learn." Huo Yuan promptly rejected this. "No, I have no time." Huo Yuan spread his hands. "That makes it difficult for me." "Are you threatening me?" Huo Yuan shot back. "Yes." Huo Yuan retorted, unfazed, "I have found you a doctor. Do you think that doctor can cure my illness?" Huo Yuan questioned, wondering if his brother had lost his sanity for suggesting he go to the company. Huo Yuan met his gaze. "Didn't you say you weren't ill? Besides, I have met Dr. Su. He is quite decent, and in the past couple of days, he reported an improvement in your condition." Huo Yuan dismissed it as nonsense. "Improvement? Have you thought it over?" Huo Yuan patiently awaited his response. Huo Yuan weighed the pros and cons, neither fully rejecting nor accepting the proposition. "Currently, my health is not optimal, and I need Dr. Su's treatment. Therefore, if you manage to find this person, I will agree to come to the company after my illness is resolved, but the timing of my recovery is entirely up to me." Ling Zeyu, having overheard, recognized Huo Yuan's insincerity. He could tell it was merely a ploy. To his surprise, Huo Yuan acquiesced. "All right." Once Huo Yuan departed, Ling Zeyu could hardly contain himself. "Why did you agree? What if Huo Yuan is just deceiving you?" Huo Yuan chuckled and ruffled his hair. "There is plenty of time. No need to rush. He will eventually agree." Chapter 66. Reluctance is not an option. Ling Zeyu silently mourned for the person Huo Yuan sought, certain that Huo Yuan would not let the matter slide. After all, from the days spent together, he possessed myriad ways to torment others. Recently, he encountered Dr. Su downstairs. Noticing that the latter had just exited from Nanyuan, his expression rather dismal, brows furrowed, with beads of sweat faintly visible upon his forehead. He approached to inquire whether something was amiss, if he was feeling unwell, or if he had been subjected to mischief by Huo Yuan. Given the previous instances, he was acutely aware of Huo Yuan's wicked sense of humor. Yet, Dr. Su merely shook his head, expressing gratitude and attributing it to his own reasons, perhaps due to a lack of sleep. Subsequently, Dr. Su departed. Nonetheless, setting other matters aside, Dr. Su truly possessed remarkable abilities. After all, Huo Yuan had transitioned from seclusion in Nanyuan to frequenting Qiyuan, indicating a clear change. These past few days have been characterized by splendid weather and radiant sunshine. Ling Zeyu stood upon the balcony, observing the sunlight dance upon the surface of the swimming pool. Just a couple of days prior, the housekeeper had mentioned that the weather was ideal for swimming. However, at that moment, he had been engrossed in a game with Jiang Yiming and had declined the suggestion outright. Today, with Huo Yuan absent from the company, it would be an opportune time to join in. With this thought in mind, Ling Zeyu knocked on Huo Yuan's door, but received no response. Upon opening the door, he discovered the room to be empty. After closing the door, he intended to ascend to the study, only to unexpectedly spot Huo Yuan downstairs. The latter stood by the window, gazing outside, with his back turned to Ling Zeyu, while the housekeeper appeared to be reporting something. Curiosity piqued, Ling Zeyu moved closer, finally overhearing the housekeeper's words. "Young master, Ling Xiao is still in his room and is yet to emerge. It seems he is unwilling." Ling Zeyu felt a flicker of intrigue. What did he mean by unwilling? What was the implication of the housekeeper's words? "Did you speak to him?" Huo Yuan inquired. "Yes." But young Master Ling refused. "It seems he is not inclined," the housekeeper responded. Ling Zeyu stared blankly for a few seconds, pondering what had been said. The housekeeper had not mentioned anything to him in recent days, save for suggesting that he swim, indicating that even if he didn't know how, he could learn gradually. At that moment, engrossed in his game, he had barely absorbed the suggestion, responding perfunctorily, and continued playing. Could it be regarding swimming? Why was the housekeeper reporting on him? What was the issue if he chose not to swim? Just as Ling Zeyu was about to descend, Huo Yuan's voice resonated, unwilling. That is not for him to decide. Ling Zeyu's footsteps halted abruptly. What did Huo Yuan mean by that? Ling Zeyu hesitated, choosing not to descend, instead turning back to his own room, a heaviness settling within him. Thus, the reason the housekeeper had come to summon him was at Huo Yuan's behest? Perhaps it was due to the fact that Huo Yuan had never forced him to do anything in recent times, that upon hearing such a stern tone from him, Ling Zeyu felt an uncomfortable sensation, a weight pressing upon his heart. Even during mealtime, he found no pleasure in food. Huo Yuan had even deliberately snatched dishes from before him, and had it been any other time, he would have certainly contested for them. Yet today, he simply lacked appetite and set down his chopsticks. Huo Yuan paused slightly with his own chopsticks, glancing toward Ling Zeyu. What is the matter? Why have you eaten so little? At this moment, Huo Yuan found himself in a predicament, delicately poised with a piece of spicy fish in his chopsticks, unable to decide whether to return it or place it in his own bowl. His actions were deliberate, meant to tease the other party by seizing their favorite dish. Yet he had no true desire to claim it, as he did not relish spicy food. His intention was to display to his brother just how biased he was, as it was evident he too enjoyed the dish, yet it was presented before the other. To his surprise today, his brother did not contest for it, but quietly set it aside on a bone plate. Very well, it seemed he was not fond of it either. Ling Zeyu shook his head, indicating he was not particularly hungry. Just as he was about to rise, he felt a firm grip on his wrist. Before he could turn back, Huo Yuan's gentle voice urged him to eat a little more. The tone was soft and coaxing. This afternoon, I will take you swimming. You need to be full of energy to learn. Ling Zeyu lowered his gaze, not turning around, simply posing a question. What if I am unwilling to learn? Huo Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss with Ling Zeyu. He replied, Shall you at that moment? Ling Zeyu turned, meeting Huo Yuan's gaze, and earnestly asked, I said, what if I do not wish to learn? Will you force me? What is your reasoning? Huo Yuan calmly inquired. Not wanting to is not an option. Almost simultaneously, both voices echoed, leaving Ling Zeyu in silence. Huo Yuan continued, learning this poses no harm. It's merely acquiring a skill. However, before he could finish, Ling Zeyu had already lost interest, struggling to free his wrist and striding toward the exit, only to be called back. Ling Zeyu. His steps halted, but he did not look back. Come back. We need to have a serious talk. Hearing Huo Yuan's words made his heart feel heavier, and he turned to face him, voice hoarse. Why didn't you discuss this with me earlier? If you wanted me to learn swimming, why not say so directly? Why did you have the housekeeper hint at it? Ling Zeyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he choked out. Discontent? You don't get to decide for me. Have you even asked me whether I like it? Whether I'm willing? Or if I already know how? Huo Yuan felt a pang in his heart, gripping the water cup tightly as he looked at Ling Zeyu's reddened eyes and heard his words, feeling an ache within. Yet, the last remark left him frowning. What do you mean? Ling Zeyu pressed his lips together, speaking deliberately. Don't you know? I have always known how to swim. With that, he walked toward the door without glancing back. The cup shattered on the floor, splintering into pieces. Huo Yuan froze, his mind racing through countless images, ultimately fixating on what Ling Zeyu had just declared. I have always known how to swim. Therefore, it was not that he could not live, but rather that he simply did not wish to. Huo Yuan found the situation bewildering. What had caused these two to quarrel so inexplicably? Watching his brother ascend the stairs, needing to lean on the railing, he was even more puzzled. Was it merely about swimming? Why did his brother appear so profoundly shaken? Perhaps it was because his little lover had run away from home. How delightful. Stepping outside, Huo Yuan felt the weather was particularly pleasant. Every blade of grass and tree remarkably agreeable. Yet upon seeing the figure in the pool, his previously uplifted lips fell instantly. Had T left? Did he not dislike swimming? Who was that person in the swimming pool? Ling Zeyu unleashed all his pent-up frustration. After all, it was merely swimming, and he intended to see what Huo Yuan would say after he took the plunge. At that moment, Huo Yuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the third floor, intently observing everything below, his palm involuntarily clenching, the back of his hand turning pale. Chapter 67. You have no shame soaked to the skin. Ling Zeyu had not changed his clothes, nor did he bother to put on shoes, as he stepped directly onto the marble floor and walked toward the living room. His damp short hair fell carelessly across his forehead, water droplets clinging to his long, thick eyelashes, and his dark eyes radiated a sense of stubbornness and defiance. "Where is Huo Yuan?" Ling Zeyu inquired, his tone far from amiable, directing his question at Butler Chun. "Young Master Ling, the eldest master, is in the study." However, before he could finish, Ling Zeyu, losing interest, pressed his lips together and ascended the stairs purposefully. With each step, droplets of water cascaded down his ankles, leaving the floor marked with wet footprints. Upon reaching the door of the study, he contemplated entering to confront him, believing that now that he had swum, Huo Yuan would have nothing to retort. Yet, before he could enter, Zhao Yi obstructed his path. "You block me?" Ling Zeyu asked calmly, though his gaze bore into Zhao Yi with intensity. For a few moments, Zhao Yi felt a chill run down his spine, and mustering his courage, he replied, "Young Master Ling, President Hua is busy with work. Please wait until he is finished to see him." Ling Zeyu scoffed. "Busy with work? Are you jesting? I used to enter at will, and now you tell me he is busy?" Zhao Yi fell silent, yet he remained steadfast in his position. Ling Zeyu, nearly exasperated to the point of fury, shouted inward, "Clearly, it is your fault. Why won't he see me? Did he not wish for me to learn to swim? I have done so, and yet he avoids me." Zhao Yi did his utmost to diminish his presence, feigning ignorance. Ling Zeyu, filled with rage, longed to curse, but remembering that it was Huan, he swallowed his words. Yet, he could not suppress his indignation. He had swum as he had been encouraged, even mastering it without needing to learn, and still, Huan evaded him. In a fit of anger, he spat, "Huo Yuan, you have no shame." Zhao Yi shuddered at the outburst, recognizing the tempestuous nature of the young master. Watching Ling Zeyu storm away in fury, his anxious heart finally settled. Tranquility had returned. In the study, Huo Yuan's obsidian eyes were like ink as he gazed at the ceramic bowls on his desk, the crimson liquid within rippling gently before settling into stillness. Listening to the sounds from outside, including the aggrieved and sorrowful reprimands, a pain blossomed in his chest, more profound than that in his wrist. Ultimately, he carried the bowl toward the depths of the room, pushing aside the bookshelf to enter. That evening, Ling Zeyu did not encounter Huo Yuan. Zhao Yi's words had been nothing but deceit. The promise of Huo Yuan coming to find him once he was done was merely a ruse. Ling Zeyu did not perceive this as his fault. Huo Yuan's refusal to see him left him with an unpleasant sense of frustration. Yet during dinner, Huasnian seized the opportunity to provoke him. "Oh, is this not our most favored young Master Ling? What seems to be the matter?" Ling Zeyu paused momentarily, gripping his chopsticks tightly, yet he chose not to engage with Huasnian, instead focusing intently on his bowl of white rice. However, Huasnian was relentless, urging him to eat more vegetables, claiming that otherwise his brother would accuse him of bullying. He then shifted his tone, remarking that it was unlikely his brother would even have the opportunity to see him now. A rather pitiable situation, indeed. Ling Zeyu remained silent, his chopsticks unmoving, his downcast eyes obscuring his emotions. Just as Huasnian was about to speak again, Ling Zeyu slammed his chopsticks onto the table, rising abruptly to cast a cold glance in Huasnian's direction. Huasnian, undeterred, raised an eyebrow, exuding a provocative and audacious demeanor, seemingly confident that Ling Zeyu would not retaliate. Indeed, Ling Zeyu did nothing further. He simply walked out. Huasnian was momentarily taken aback, frowning as he called out, "Where are you going at this hour?" But no response came. A sense of foreboding crept over him. Surely he wasn't leaving for good? Resolutely, he followed him outside, only to witness Ling Zeyu hail a taxi and depart. Huasnian exclaimed, "Why aren't you following him?" To which the assistant replied, "Young Master Ling has forbidden it. Master Hua instructed us to heed young Master Ling's commands." Huasnian retorted, "He just walked away after a few words? What will he say if his brother asks?" "This isn't my concern. He chose to leave." Relieved, Huasnian turned slowly, only to find his brother, Huo Yuan, standing on the second floor, his expression indifferent as he gazed down at Huasnian. "Is there anything else to discuss?" "He left of his own accord." Huo Yuan did not respond to Huo Yuan, but instead instructed Aunt Zhang to clear the dishes, stating that the second young master only enjoyed plain rice. As the city lights flickered to life and the bar's music blared, drowning out most conversations, only the sounds of laughter and clinking glasses could be discerned nearby. Hey, I say, that's enough, Jiang Yiming exclaimed, snatching the wine glass from Ling Zeyu's grasp. Observing the latter slumped on the sofa, seething with anger. He noted how Ling Zeyu seemed to glare at the glass, as if it contained the essence of some villain. It's been a while since you showed up, and you come back drinking so heavily. What's the matter? Ling Zeyu's ire was still palpable, and his words bore a hint of petulance. I broke up with Huo Yuan tonight. Broke up without me? Jiang Yiming inquired directly, only to be met with a withering look from Ling Zeyu that felt like a sharp rebuke. He blinked, realizing, and awkwardly ruffled his hair. Oh, that kind of breakup. Ling Zeyu remained silent, prompting Jiang Yiming to patiently advise. Men are often unreliable. When you're not together, they shower you with affection, but once you are, all sorts of issues arise. I say, if you've parted ways, it's his loss, not yours. Besides, with your looks, who wouldn't he be interested? Just as Ling Zeyu contemplated defending Huo Yuan, someone approached, wearing a self-assured smile that felt insincere. What a coincidence. We meet again, he remarked, addressing Ling Zeyu. Despite the smile, there was a forced quality to it. Jiang Yiming was taken aback and curiously asked Ling Zeyu, "Do you know him?" Ling Zeyu gazed at the face before him, utterly lacking any recollection. However, the sight of 8 rings adorning 10 fingers stirred a vague sense of familiarity within him. Allow me to remind you, XN spoke through gritted teeth. When you wreaked havoc on my territory, do you have any idea how much you cost me? At this remark, a flicker of recognition sparked in Ling Zeyu's mind. He let out a cold laugh. Isn't this merely your just desserts? You splashed wine on my face, and I merely caused you a financial loss. Consider yourself fortunate. Besides, are you not the president of a certain bank? Surely this trifling sum is beneath your notice? UXIN forced a smile that did not reach his eyes, retorting, "To splash wine on your face is a privilege. Some even plead for me to do so, and yet I might refuse." Chapter 68. Who struck first? Ling Zeyu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, disgusted by the audacity. UXIN, under the impression of his own magnanimity, lifted a wine glass from the tray of a nearby server and offered it to Ling Zeyu, tilting his chin in a patronizing manner. "Drink this, and I shall overlook the past." Before Ling Zeyu could retort, Jiang Yiming stepped in, unable to remain silent. "What gives you the audacity to speak so confidently, my friend? Is it the influence of Liang Jingru?" Though it was an inappropriate moment, Ling Zeyu quietly reminded Jiang Yiming that Liang Jingru provided courage. "My apologies for the interruption. Please, continue your conversation," Jiang Yiming said decisively as he took a seat on the sofa. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Jiang Yiming was unconcerned for Ling Zeyu, for it was always Ling Zeyu who held dominion over others. Anyone foolish enough to provoke him was bound to regret it. Ling Zeyu, uninterested in the glass of wine before him, chose to ignore it and busied himself with his phone. UXIN, feeling increasingly slighted by being disregarded, recalled the last encounter where he had left empty-handed and even incurred substantial losses, all due to this very individual. The memory of being insulted as a fool darkened his expression. In a fit of anger, he slammed the wine glass onto the low table, creating a loud noise that drew the attention of several onlookers. "You will drink today, whether you wish to or not." Ling Zeyu's gaze fell upon the glass, and he slowly lifted his eyes to meet UXIN's, mocking him lightly. "I shall not." "You grotesque fool." No one anticipated that UXIN would resort to violence, and in a sudden, unguarded moment, he struck Ling Zeyu across the face. The sudden blow caused Ling Zeyu's head to turn to the side, a crimson mark appearing on his fair skin. He remained still, his expression inscrutable. Jiang Yiming was stunned, bewildered by the turn of events. Someone called for the manager, who, accustomed to such altercations, approached the scene without surprise. "Friends, I apologize for the disturbance. My brother has been struck, and I must seek retribution. Please allow me to disconnect, and do not report me." With that, Jiang Yiming swiftly ended the call, exclaiming, "What the hell? Are you out of your mind? As he grasped the bottle of wine from the table, intending to reason with the other party, he was stopped. The bar manager, Li Xiaohua, assessed the situation. On one side stood a familiar patron, the bank president, and on the other, a youth of little distinction, albeit possessing a handsome appearance. Weighing the pros and cons, he decisively chose to uphold the interests of his loyal customer, Uxin. Jiang Yiming found himself restrained by the manager's staff. With a forced smile, Li Xiaohua bowed and assured Uxin that it was all a misunderstanding. I've been away for a few months, leaving the management of the bar to others, which led to some inexperienced individuals offending you. Allow me to expel him, please. Calm your anger. With a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, Li Xiaohua sought to placate Uxin. This somewhat eased Uxin's temper, resulting in a cold huff. Yet he offered no reply. Turning to Ling Zeyu, he warned, "You've brought this upon yourself. When given a chance, you failed to seize it. Today, you've offended me, and I assure you, your days will not be easy." Ling Zeyu lowered his gaze, his fingers brushing his lips, now stained with a vivid red. Observing the manager's obsequious behavior towards Uxin, he was also cautioned with a warning to reflect on his mistakes. Ling Zeyu found the situation absurd. Was he the one at fault? Was he not the one who had been struck? Jiang Yiming, breaking free from his captors, rushed over in fury. Ling Zeyu, are you all right? I must inform my sister. This place will be bankrupt by tomorrow for daring to lay hands on me. It infuriates me. This was the first time Jiang Yiming had encountered such treatment, and he was seething with anger. Ling Zeyu grasped Jiang Yiming, who was eager to confront the manager, and urged, "Do not go. Neither of us has brought bodyguards today. They are numerous, and we would only suffer further." This matter would not simply be brushed aside. Just as Jiang Yiming was about to speak, Ling Zeyu interrupted, "You should return home." "What about you?" Jiang Yiming asked, his brows furrowed with concern. "I will return shortly," Ling Zeyu replied. After seeing Jiang Yiming off, Ling Zeyu's expression darkened. Just as he intended to re-enter the bar, he turned to see a figure approaching from a distance. Ling Zeyu paused, lowering his gaze. As the person walked past him, he continued to fixate on the tips of his shoes, failing to raise his head. In the early morning streets, there were few people around, with only cars racing by, the sound echoing loudly in the stillness of the night. The dim streetlights elongated their shadows, one head bowed, the other eyes downcast. "Are you angry with me?" Huo Yuan's voice reached Ling Zeyu softly. He remained silent and motionless. Huo Yuan could not discern Ling Zeyu's expression, yet he sensed the discontent and even a shift in emotion. Acknowledging his fault, he said, "Today's events were my misstep. I should have inquired about your wishes first, yet I truly did not know you could swim. Had I known..." Huo Yuan hesitated, leaving unspoken what he would have done. "It's not that I didn't want to see you. I was merely reflecting upon my misjudgments and my insufficient understanding of you." Huo Yuan reached out, gently running his fingers through Ling Zeyu's hair, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "I didn't even know you could swim. It is not my fault. It is my boyfriend's inadequacy." Ling Zeyu lowered his head, biting his lip, feigning indifference as he played with his fingers, though his eyes were already reddened, tears cascading down the back of his hand. Huo Yuan reached out, taking his hand. Shall we go home?" Ling Zeyu was still emotional. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but found it firmly held by the other. Struggling proved futile. Huo Yuan raised his hand, intending to wipe away the tears on Ling Zeyu's face, but as soon as he made contact, he noticed Ling Zeyu flinch in resistance, accompanied by a sharp intake of breath. His hand hesitated, suspended in mid-air, as he narrowed his eyes at Ling Zeyu, who kept his head bowed, refusing to meet his gaze. "Ling Zeyu, look up." After a moment of silence, whether out of stubbornness or something else, Ling Zeyu chose to ignore him. "Be good. Let me see your face." His tone softened, speaking as gently as possible. Yet, Ling Zeyu continued to defy him. Huo Yuan seized his words, directly grasping Ling Zeyu's chin to forcibly lift his face, revealing the delicate beauty under the streetlight, fully exposed. Upon noticing the evident handprint on Ling Zeyu's face, Huo Yuan's expression darkened instantly, a storm brewing in his eyes, his voice cold and heavy. "Who did this?" Chapter 69, Do Not Wipe, It Hurts. Ling Zeyu's eyelashes fluttered gently, his lips pressed tightly together, unwilling to speak. Huo Yuan's fingertip brushed against the corner of his lips, erasing the trace of blood, exuding a chilling aura, his dark eyes terrifying as he gazed into Ling Zeyu's still moist eyes, his voice hoarse. "Let's go home first." This time, Huo Yuan took Ling Zeyu's hand and led him to the car. Though the journey was not long, Ling Zeyu leaned against the seat and closed his eyes, succumbing to sleep. It was too late, and he was utterly exhausted. While waiting for the traffic light, Huo Yuan glanced at Ling Zeyu, noting the severe redness on his face. As he tilted his head to sleep, it was clear he was in pain, his brows furrowed, even in slumber. He reached out, wanting to touch him, but hesitated, fearing it might wake him. The honk of a car behind him snapped Huo Yuan back to reality, and he withdrew his hand, starting the vehicle. Ling Zeyu did not sleep soundly. He retained some awareness, and in a daze, felt himself being carried from the car. The familiar scent of cedarwood, cold and crisp, enveloped him, so he did not resist, instead burying his head into the embrace. Huo Yuan paused momentarily before gently placing him on the bed. Ling Zeyu felt Huo Yuan applying medicine to his face. He was aware of it but found it uncomfortable, furrowing his brow and grumbling, "Don't wipe it, it hurts." Though Huo Yuan's movements were already gentle, Ling Zeyu still resisted. Huo Yuan withdrew his hand, no longer pressing, his voice soothing. "All right, I won't wipe it anymore. Just sleep." When Ling Zeyu awoke the next day, it was already late afternoon. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he frowned and touched his face, which had already begun to swell down. As he exited the room, he had yet to descend the stairs when a mocking voice echoed from below. "Oh." The young master finally decided to rise. Without needing to look, Ling Zeyu recognized the speaker and shot back without hesitation. "Has the second young master changed his taste? Now only eating plain rice?" Huo Yin replied, "Isn't it all thanks to him?" Ling Zeyu descended the stairs and glanced at the bowl of white rice before Huo Yin as he took a seat at the opposite end of the table. Shortly thereafter, the servants began serving the dishes, which had been specially reserved for Ling Zeyu. Huo Yin was indifferent to whose meal it was and, grasping his chopsticks, began to dig into his plate. Ling Zeyu, lost in thought, paid little attention to the proceedings. "Is it true that my brother carried you back last night?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Ling Zeyu paused, wondering if it was indeed strange. "I heard you were assaulted." Huo Yin had merely heard rumors. It seemed his brother had been quite furious the previous night, prompting Zhao Yi to investigate the events of the evening. He soon learned that his brother's cherished one had been wronged. Ling Zeyu remained silent. Just then, Butler Chen approached respectfully, saying, "Young Master Ling, the eldest master has mentioned he will come to take you out for dinner this evening." "Oh." Ling Zeyu's reaction was rather subdued. His brother, Huo Yuan, had apologized to him last night, yet he still harbored some lingering emotions. Was this an attempt to coax him out for dinner? Observing the situation, Huo Yin clicked his tongue, sensing that someone was about to have a misfortune. He intended to accompany them, but was stopped, as the eldest master had specified that only young Master Ling should go, as Butler Chen relayed without alteration. "Not allowed to go? Fine, I couldn't care less," he thought, decisively turning to the garden swing, leisurely swaying back and forth. However, he soon sensed light footsteps behind him. With a languid tone, he remarked, "Are you having second thoughts now? I assure you, even if you beg me, I'll one tea go." After speaking, he noticed the other party did not respond. He paused, tilting his head to glance back. It was still afternoon, the sun descending but still glaring. The other person stood in the sunlight, and Huo Yin squinted, recognizing him through his silver-framed glasses. "Oh, Dr. Su?" Su Boyan approached, and Huo Yin felt taken aback. Usually, Dr. Su came in the evening. What was the matter now? "I have to start my night shift soon, so I cannot come in the evening. I only have time in the afternoon," he stated in a cool tone, which did not sit well with Huo Yin, whose expression turned frosty. "Afternoon time? Is this dictated by your schedule or mine? You're being paid for your services. While your expertise may be in question, you should at least understand the basics of obedience, correct?" Huo Yin stood from the swing and moved closer to Su Boyan, their heights surprisingly comparable. "What do you think, Dr. Su?" Su Boyan avoided meeting his gaze. After a moment's hesitation in response to Huo Yin's questioning, he began, "I mentioned this scenario previously," but before he could finish, Huo Yin interrupted him with a grim countenance. I have made it clear that the person you should report to is me, not Mr. Hua. Su Boyan paused, acknowledging the truth in the matter. I apologize. No need for apologies. Just follow me. Huasnayan turned and headed toward the south courtyard. This was Su Boyan's first time entering the south courtyard during the day. The first floor was spacious, featuring a grand living room and a central spiral staircase. It was no wonder he had taken a long time to find the stairs during his initial visit. Huasnayan crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe, and inquired, "Can you cook?" Su Boyan was momentarily taken aback before nodding. "Yes. Since you just mentioned you can only come in the afternoon, then prepare a meal for me." The days spent observing the expressions of others at the Chiyuan were truly unbearable. With that vixen around, a peaceful existence was utterly unattainable. Noticing the other party's silence, he raised an eyebrow, questioning their reluctance. "What about him?" Ling Zeyu inquired of Zhao Yi. Zai replied truthfully. "President Huo just concluded a meeting and asked me to fetch you for dinner." "Oh," Ling Zeyu said from the back seat, idly gazing out the window. "Is it a romantic restaurant?" Zhao Yi responded, "No." "Oh, is he planning a date with me?" Ling Zeyu asked again. Zhao Yi hesitated. "Perhaps not. It appears quite crowded." Just as he finished speaking, he observed the other man's expression dimming in the rearview mirror, prompting him to quickly amend, "But that doesn't necessarily mean so. President Huo surely has his reasons. Please be patient, young Master Ling. We shall arrive shortly." Upon reaching their destination, Ling Zeyu stepped out of the car and spotted Huo Yuan emerging from another vehicle. Perhaps having come straight from the office, he was still impeccably dressed in a suit. His posture impeccable. Ling Zeyu recalled their first meeting when Huo Yuan had donned military attire. Each had their own allure, undeniably handsome. Nevertheless, Ling Zeyu remained rooted in place, chin raised, awaiting Huo Yuan's approach. Finding this amusing, Huo Yuan walked over, slightly bending down to meet his gaze. "Are you still angry?" Ling Zeyu crossed his arms and turned away, ignoring him. Huo Yuan gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Come now, I'll take you somewhere delicious." With that, he took Ling Zeyu's hand and followed the waiter inside. Chapter 70. My little one. Ling Zeyu had presumed it would be just the two of them dining together. But to his surprise, there were others present. As the waiter opened the door to the private room, he discovered 3 individuals seated within. The moment the door swung open, all 3 rose to their feet. One man, dressed in a dark suit, strode forward with a smile, shaking Huo Yuan's hand. "President Huo, it is an honor. I have long admired your reputation, and today I finally meet you in person." Huo Yuan reciprocated the handshake. "Mr. Feng, a pleasure. Please, take a seat," Feng Zongqing invited. Having weathered many storms in his career, he was somewhat reassured by the youth accompanying Huo Yuan and thus did not dare to be dismissive. Huo Yuan pulled out a chair for Ling Zeyu, gently encouraging him to sit. Ling Zeyu offered no reply, simply taking his seat. Feng Zongqing, taken aback, did not reveal his astonishment and instead pulled out Huo Yuan's chair with a smile. "Please, after you." Huo Yuan nodded in gratitude. Once they were seated, Feng Zongqing took the adjacent chair and glanced at the 2 standing nearby. He coughed lightly to signal them. At that moment, Yu Xian's face was a picture of distress, while the bar manager, Li Xiaohua, was sweating profusely. They had never anticipated that the youth from the previous night was connected to the Huo family. The very head of the Huo group, President Huo Yuan. Had they known, they wouldn't have dared to act so boldly even with 1,000 lives at stake. Upon entering, Ling Zeyu immediately spotted the 2 faces he despised, his displeasure evident as he pursed his lips and sat beside Huo Yuan, clearly unhappy. Huo Yuan's gaze swept over the 2 standing figures, and he coolly remarked, "What are you doing standing there? Why not take a seat?" Feng Zongqing discreetly signaled to the 2. Upon posing such a question, the atmosphere grew tense among those present, save for Ling Zeyu. "No, that won't be necessary," Li Xiaohua replied with a forced smile, wiping away beads of sweat. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Huo." Huo Yuan's gaze floated to another individual. "And you?" he inquired. Yu Xian's complexion was far from pleasant. He managed a smile that resembled more of a grimace. "I just need to stand." Huo Yuan withdrew his gaze, turning to Ling Zeyu, his voice softening. "Are you hungry? If so, let us dine first." Thus, the group lingered nearby, with only Ling Zeyu partaking in a meal, while none dared to utter a word against him. Huo Yuan pulled out a moist tissue, unabashedly cleaning Ling Zeyu's fingers in view of everyone, before slowly raising his eyes to address the matter at hand. Today, I invited Mr. Feng to gather, and I presume he may be somewhat perplexed. However, it is not a grave matter. A smile adorned Feng Zongqing's face, and despite his prior understanding, he complied with Huo Yuan's lead. Please go on, Mr. Hua. Huo Yuan turned his head toward the person beside him, extending a hand to rest upon the back of Ling Zeyu's chair, and began. Last night, my child went out to a bar with friends, enjoying drinks as one does. He paused momentarily, directing his gaze to one of the ashen-faced individuals. Upon encountering Yu Xingchong, he attempted to coerce my child into drinking, even claiming it was an apology. He even resorted to physical force. Huo Yuan's expression remained indifferent as he glanced back at Feng Zongqing. As a member of the supervisory board, you are undoubtedly aware of the events that transpired. If my child indeed offended Yu Xingchong, I shall personally ensure he receives proper guidance and extend an apology on his behalf. Huo Yuan's hand drummed lightly on the back of Ling Zeyu's chair, his eyes dark and penetrating. However, if my child is not at fault, I trust you would not turn a blind eye. Would you, Mr. Feng? Feng Zongqing felt a heavy weight in his chest, fully grasping the implications of Huo Yuan's words. Indeed, you are right, Mr. Hua, he replied, swiftly turning to Yu Xien. Now, speak up and explain what transpired. Yu Xian's face was pale, his lips trembled. Yet words eluded him. He understood that his situation was dire, irreparably so. It was a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. He faltered, but Ling Zeyu was instantly displeased, slamming down his chopsticks with a resounding thud. I'm not eating anymore. Huo Yuan reached out, gently ruffling Ling Zeyu's hair in a comforting gesture. With a faint smile, he remarked, So, according to your assertion, that slap last night was not dealt by you? The air seemed to freeze, with only Huo Yuan's voice breaking the silence. My child possesses fair skin, and after being struck, his mouth bled, swelling and reddening. When I applied medicine, he cried out in pain, unable to sleep. This demonstrates the severity of Yu Xingchong's actions. Thus, I wish to inquire, what precisely did he do to offend you? Huo Yuan's tone turned frigid as he concluded. Yu Xian's mind was a chaotic tangle, and he blurted out, Recently, he vandalized my bar's property. It resulted in significant losses. The recollection of this incident struck him, and he stubbornly laid the blame at Ling Zeyu's feet. Huo Yuan let out a light chuckle, recalling that last night, during a report from my subordinates, it was mentioned that President Yu had taken a fancy to my child and wished to share a drink, only to be rebuffed. In a fit of rage, he had splashed wine onto my child's face. It seems my team is quite inept. Such matters should have been brought to my attention sooner. Had I known earlier, the incident with President Yu would have surely been avoided. Feng Zongqing felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Every word seemed to imply that my child was at fault. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the deeper meaning behind it. Yu Xian attempted to defend himself, but was interrupted by Huo Yuan. Mr. Feng, if I recall correctly, you are due for a promotion soon, are you not? A chill ran through Feng Zongqing as he grasped the implication. Yes, rest assured, Mr. Hua, I will ensure this matter is addressed. He then turned to Yu Xian, stating, You must ultimately demonstrate your stance on this issue. Everyone makes mistakes, but it is crucial to acknowledge and rectify them. Otherwise, you will harm not only yourself but those around you. Yu Xian's eyes were vacant, lost in despair. He struggled to comprehend the weight of the words spoken, finally glancing at the ready bottles of wine on the table. Clenching his fists, he poured the alcohol over his own head. Ling Zeyu was momentarily taken aback, but remained silent, staring at his own hands. One bottle after another, he drenched himself, his clothes soaked through, hair clinging to his scalp, teeth clenched tightly. Once all the bottles were emptied, he paused for a few seconds and began to slap his own face, the sound echoing sharply, startling Ling Zeyu, who had not anticipated such cruelty or the severity of the self-inflicted punishment. Ling Zeyu furrowed his brow. Huo Yuan observed the scene with an indifferent expression, his emotions inscrutable, while Feng Zongqing pondered the significance of Ling Zeyu's presence beside Huo Yuan, which allowed him to dine in such esteemed company. before he could fully grasp the implications. A command rang out. Stop. Xian's face was now unrecognizable, swollen like that of the bee-sting victim, saliva mingling with blood streaming down his chin, his body drenched. Huo Yuan remarked with a casual air, President Yu certainly has a heavy hand. However, I failed to comprehend the purpose of your actions. Feng Zongqing thought to himself. What else could it mean but an apology? Naturally, this was merely his internal monologue. He dared not voice it aloud. Contemplating the situation, he sensed there was a deeper significance at play. The outcome of his impending promotion or demotion hinged entirely on Huo Yuan's words. He could not allow Xian to jeopardize his prospects. He admonished Xian to apologize promptly. What good would silence do in seeking forgiveness? Xian halted his movements, using his sleeve to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. With great difficulty, he uttered, I am sorry, Mr. Hua. Feng Zongqing, feeling overwhelmed, urged. Say a few more words. Indeed, the other party was dissatisfied, remaining silent, neither affirming nor denying. After a moment of tense standoff, just as Feng Zongqing was about to intervene, he heard the other party speak. What are you apologizing to me for? Huo Yuan's deep-set eyes scrutinized him. Are you unaware of your own faults? Xian swallowed hard, the mixture of saliva and blood forcing its way down. He glanced towards the side, where Ling Zeyu noticed Xian approaching him. The latter then bowed deeply, saying, I'm sorry. Ling Zeyu had no intention of conversing with Xian. He certainly wouldn't respond with its all right to the apology. However, recognizing that Xian had already faced the consequences he deserved, Ling Zeyu turned to Huo Yuan and shook his head. Feng Zongqing observed this exchange, mistakenly believing the other party was still unsatisfied and was in a quandary about how to proceed. Then a voice declared, You may leave. It was that of the young man. Huo Yuan did not impede, allowing Ling Zeyu to depart. After Xian left, one person remained in the private room, Li Xiaohua. Witnessing the entire scene, his face had turned ashen. Noticing Huo Yuan's gaze upon him, he repeatedly bowed and apologized. I am sorry. I am sorry. I was blind. I should not have aided Xian in bullying you. Please spare me. He bowed again, pleading with Huo Yuan to show him mercy. Fear gripped him. If Xian faced such consequences, what fate awaited him? A powerless bar manager. Huo Yuan remained silent, merely turning to inquire Ling Zeyu's opinion. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Zeyu blinked at Huo Yuan, conveying his thoughts clearly. Huo Yuan chuckled helplessly, realizing this would be the outcome. He spoke, since you claim to be blind. It seems the position of bar manager may not suit you. I suggest you seek alternative employment. This seemingly light-hearted suggestion struck Li Xiaohua with despair. It was tantamount to a banishment from the industry. With Huo Yuan's words, who would dare employ him again? After arduously climbing to the position of manager, he dared not voice any grievances, offering thanks profusely before exiting only upon receiving Huo Yuan's consent. As Huo Yuan and Ling Zeyu prepared to leave, Huo Yuan turned to Feng Zongqing with a smile, saying, I extend my early congratulations on your promotion. Feng Zongqing's eyes lit up at such words, his smile uncontainable. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Huo Yuan refrained from saying more, taking Ling Zeyu's hand as they departed. Behind them, Feng Zongqing's voice echoed, Take care, Mr. Hua. That evening, Ling Zeyu sat in the passenger seat, silent. Are you still angry with me? Huo Yuan's voice was gentle as he inquired. Ling Zeyu turned away, directing his gaze out the window, presenting the back of his head to Huo Yuan, stating, Unless you provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall not speak to you. Ling Zeyu made his stance clear. Huo Yuan chuckled, well aware of the young one's temperament. He clarified, I had never seen you swim before, so I assumed you could not, and I merely wished to teach you. Such a reason was quite ordinary and reasonable, yet Ling Zeyu remained skeptical. Really? He turned to Huo Yuan and asked. Indeed, came the reply. Oh, well then. All right, my doubts are alleviated. So readily accepting this explanation momentarily left Huo Yuan taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, he realized this was quintessentially him. Ling Zeyu had been gazing out the window, observing the grand bridge outside. He recalled that in his previous life, he had plummeted from that very spot. Despite the window being ajar, he had not emerged from within. Upon uncovering certain truths, he found himself devoid of the will to live. Huo Yuan's hand, gripping the steering wheel, was tense. He maneuvered with one hand while extending the other to hold Ling Zeyu's, drawing his attention back from the outside. "If you're tired, rest for a while," he suggested. Ling Zeyu nodded slightly, closed his eyes, yet his hand remained firmly clasped around Huo Yuan's. That night, Huo Yuan found himself unable to sleep. After carrying Ling Zeyu back to his room, he did not return to his own quarters immediately. Instead, he descended the stairs and settled into the rattan chair where Ling Zeyu often sat. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of smoke. He seldom smoked and had no addiction to it. However, in recent days, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma, unable to make a choice. As the cigarette burned down, the night deepened, yet he remained seated in silence. Huo Yuan, hearing the sound of a car, approached to seek his brother, only to unexpectedly find him in the courtyard. All he could see was his brother's silhouette. Under the light, Huo Yuan sat motionless, the ember between his fingers flickering ominously, creating an impression of profound solitude. He halted his steps, careful not to disturb him. It struck him as odd that his brother would be out here at such a late hour. What the enchanting vixen by his side? Hadn't he seemed quite fond of her? Shouldn't it be he who felt lonely? Resolving to come back the next day, Huo Yuan prepared to turn away, not wishing to intrude. At that moment, Huo Yuan spoke, "Since you're here, stay with me for a while." Upon Huo Yuan's arrival, Huo Yuan extinguished his cigarette, and Huo Yuan, seeing this, remained silent as he took a seat beside him. "What is it? What do you wish to discuss?" Huo Yuan inquired directly. Huo Yuan lifted his gaze to the lights and remarked, "It seems Dr. Su's treatment has been quite effective. At least you no longer find the harsh lights bothersome." Huo Yuan scoffed, "Stop pretending. I know you overcame your psychological barriers while abroad. Let us talk. How have you considered the matter I previously mentioned?" Huo Yuan queried, without hesitation. Huo Yuan lazily draped his legs over the stone table, feigning ignorance. "What are you talking about? What matter? Don't feign." Huo Yuan shot him a cool glance. "Studying at the company." Huo Yuan squinted. "You haven't even found the person yet. What is the point of studying at the company?" With a composed demeanor, Huo Yuan replied, "Who said I haven't found anyone? Learning management. The Huo family is significant and prosperous. Are you not tempted by my position?" Huo Yuan chose to disregard the latter part and cut to the chase. "Found someone? Who?" Almost instantaneously, his expression turned icy, an aura of frost enveloping him. "Answer me first." Huo Yuan, understanding his brother, chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he remarked, "What does it matter if the family is wealthy? I have never coveted your position before, and I do not desire it now. What I could not obtain in the past, I have no wish for now. Besides, what joy is there in you earning while I spend?" His words bore the truth. He genuinely had no interest in his brother's position. Huo Yuan chuckled. "You are aware that I earn for you to indulge in." Huo Yuan retorted, "What of it if I spend a little? You lavish money on that vixen outside. Am I, your brother, not worthy of the same?" His displeasure was evident, and memories of past grievances flooded his mind. "Did I ever spend your money when I was abroad?" he questioned, his demeanor cold. Their relationship had not always been so strained. In their youth, they shared a close bond, but after moving abroad, his brother became indifferent, leaving him to navigate life alone, which led to his resentment. Huo Yuan's expression grew solemn as he gazed at Huo Yuan and inquired, "Huo Yuan, do you think the funds your grandfather deposits into your account each month come from thin air?" Huo Yuan replied, "You pay those people to test drugs and fragrances. Do you truly believe they want to report you afterward? If it weren't for my connections and financial support, would you even be here?" Noticing Huo Yuan's downcast eyes, Huo Yuan paused and added, "Ultimately, I have not fulfilled my responsibilities as an elder brother. The misunderstandings between us cannot deepen. They must be resolved. If I had persuaded grandfather sooner to bring you back home, perhaps you would not harbor such hatred for me." Rising from his seat, Huo Yuan stated, "Ponder this matter carefully. When you join the company, I shall reveal the name of the individual involved." After Huo Yuan departed, Huo Yuan remained seated for a while longer before making his way towards the southern courtyard. "Is he trying to trick me into the company?" he thought, unwilling to fall for his brother's cunning ways. Yet, despite his grievances, he felt a slight softening towards him. For the past few days, Huo Yuan had taken his meals in the southern courtyard. Despite several invitations from Butler Chun to dine elsewhere, he had resolutely declined, discovering that Chef Su's culinary skills catered perfectly to his palate. After a few meals, he grew disinclined to venture out. Each noon, he eagerly awaited the arrival of his meals, to the extent that he had not inhaled the aroma of the other dishes in several days. Seated on the spiral staircase, Huo observed the figure below in the living room, donned in an apron and busy in the kitchen. He found himself entranced, particularly by the person's cool, indifferent gaze, which felt oddly familiar. With a leisurely demeanor, he descended the stairs, treading lightly until he stood behind the chef, eyeing the array of delicately prepared dishes. Unaware of his presence, the chef remained focused on chopping ingredients. They were positioned closely when Huo suddenly exclaimed, "How fragrant!" Startled, Su Boyan's knife slipped, slicing into his finger. "Ouch!" he gasped, grimacing as he clutched his finger and turned to face the unexpectedly arrived Huo. "What brings you here?" Huo did not expect that his sudden utterance would startle the other party, resulting in a direct cut to his hand, from which blood continued to flow. He frowned slightly and remarked, "Where do you find the time for such trivial chatter? Shouldn't you attend to your injury?" Su Boyan remained silent and sought out the medicine box to tend to his wound. Thankfully, the injury was not deep and did not require stitches. Huo sat at the dining table, casually glancing at Su Boyan as he bandaged himself, and coldly quipped, "You've injured your finger. How will you cook for me afterward?" Su Boyan paused and replied, "It won't affect me." After Huo finished his meal, Su Boyan cleared the table and went to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Huo pondered for a long time, observing the other's silhouette, reflecting on the events of recent days. Was this person perhaps too compliant with him? Or was he merely overthinking? Or perhaps it was time for a little test. Almost instantly, Huo formed a thought in his mind. Leaning against the sofa, he furrowed his brow, and, when Su Boyan emerged from the kitchen, he spoke, "Dr. Su, could you refrain from leaving today?" Upon exiting, Su Boyan saw Huo reclining on the sofa, his brow knit, and his voice noticeably softer than usual. Without deliberation, he instinctively asked, "What is wrong? Are you unwell again?" A fleeting shadow crossed Huo eyes, quickly vanishing. The way Su Boyan used that particular word was quite nuanced. Lowering his gaze to conceal his emotions, Huo replied, "I feel unwell." With his naturally handsome features, coupled with his pale complexion, he effortlessly embodied the image of someone in distress, evoking genuine concern. Su Boyan, not one to doubt, squatted before him, frowning as he inquired, "Where do you feel unwell?" Huo contemplated for a moment, meeting the unabashed concern and worry reflected in Su Boyan's eyes. He found it perplexing. Was it genuine concern or merely an act? Huo internally scoffed, deciding a test was in order. "Dr. Su may not know," he began, "but I was once kidnapped as a child, though I was later rescued. The trauma left a significant mark. I cannot tolerate even the slightest light when I sleep, and at times I struggle with self-harm." With every word he spoke, he observed Su Boyan's expression, noting the overwhelming guilt, remorse, and pain that washed over him. Huo demeanor instantly darkened. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the scars that marred his arms. "My brother forbade me from harming others, so I could only inflict pain upon myself. They have no idea what I endured. Only I know." The usually cool gleam in Su Boyan's eyes was tinged with a hint of red as he delicately touched the scars on Huo wrist, his fingers trembling slightly. A cruel smile tugged at Huo lips. "So it was you all along." Chapter 73. Does it hurt? I shouldn't have sought you out. Yet here you are, bringing trouble upon yourself. He continued, "Then let us take our time. Guilt? Pain? What pretense is this? If you feel remorse, then repay it gradually. Dr. Su, I find myself unwell again today. Will you truly leave?" Huo reclined on the sofa, revealing a pale wrist, extending his hand to grasp Su Boyan's, resembling a plea for him not to depart. Su Boyan, already burdened with a sense of indebtedness towards Huo, found himself devoid of any reason to refuse. He withdrew his hand, and under the fervent gaze of the other, he clarified, "I am going to request a leave." Observing the retreating figure, Huo expression immediately turned frigid, his eyes darkening. a slight curve appearing at the corners of his lips, as the setting sun dipped below the horizon. Day transitioned into night. Huo Yuan once again stood amidst the fragrant offerings, meticulously selecting the one that resonated most with his desires. Yet, he turned to the person behind him, inquiring, "Dr. Su, would you prefer to choose for yourself?" Although the question was posed, his finger lingered over a pale, pink glass bottle. "I quite like this one," he stated, his smile deepening. He elaborated, "This particular fragrance is unlike the others. Its effects will not induce suffering." Su Boyan remained skeptical of such simplicity, and despite having acquiesced, he still inquired, "What is it?" Huo Yuan responded with a smile. "A potent CY." Su Boyan's brow furrowed instantly. "Choose another." Huo Yuan's displeasure was palpable. "Change. Who decides that? Why must we alter it? I am merely curious to observe how you might react to this remedy. I yearn to unveil the hypocrisy behind your facade. I am equally intrigued to witness the debauchery that lies beneath your frosty exterior. However, now is not the time for confrontation. It is far more captivating to torment slowly, to see you willingly submit to my whims." Huo Yuan returned the glass bottle to its place, having previously offered Su Boyan alternatives. This individual, even when pushed to the brink of agony, would remain silent, pleading for mercy in accordance with his own desires, yet never uttering a cry of pain. It was rather uninteresting. Perhaps a different approach was in order. Huo Yuan gradually turned back, asking, "Dr. Su, could you stay with me while I sleep? Perhaps having someone by my side would lighten my mood." Noticing the hesitation in the other, Huo Yuan pressed on, "Primarily, I fear I might lose control and harm myself." "Very well," Su Boyan acquiesced. Huo Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction as he entered his room, which featured a large bed and a sofa opposite. The room was illuminated by a dim light, obscuring details from view. Su Boyan settled onto the sofa, while Huo Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, smiling as he gazed at the person fixated on the faint light. "In truth, my room has always been quite dark. I rarely even turn on this lamp. However, with Dr. Su accompanying me today, my fear has lessened. Without the light, how could he discern the true nature of the other's pretense?" After a moment of silence, Su Boyan looked towards the figure on the bed, but clarity eluded him. He averted his gaze, adjusting his glasses. "You should rest now." He added reassuringly, "Nothing will happen." Huo Yuan leaned against the headboard, showing no inclination to sleep. His spirits were high today. "Dr. Su, do you know why I am so afraid of the light?" The other's hand stilled, his eyes downcast. Perhaps due to the dimness of the room, Su Boyan ceased to mask his emotions, feeling despondent. "Why?" He followed the thread of Huo Yuan's inquiry. "After being abducted, I found myself on the operating table, my limbs restrained. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with the blinding glare of the surgical lights, too bright, too terrifying, an experience that left me with deep psychological scars." Huo Yuan's vision was sharp. He noticed the clenched fists of the other party, whose downcast eyes dared not meet his gaze. There was a palpable sense of guilt and shame within him. "Moreover, I still bear a scar on my chest, a remnant from that fateful operating table." Su Boyan suddenly raised his head to look at him, his voice trembling. "You, rest assured, Dr. Su, it was merely a cut. No vital parts were lost," the other party explained, but Su Boyan found no solace in those words. Countless nights, he dreamt of that face, bloodied and seeking retribution. He was consumed by self-reproach and unease, feeling utterly powerless. The other was far abroad, and he could not even utter a simple apology. Now that the other had returned home, that apology remained stuck in his throat, feeling unbearably light. A mere utterance of remorse seemed far too trivial. Huo Yuan reclined, propping his head up to observe the person on the sofa, relishing in their guilt and suffering. It rendered them beautiful to him. Gradually, he closed his eyes, his breaths long and languorous. Su Boyan approached Huo Yuan's bedside, gazing at his face before letting his eyes drift down to the wrist, where scars crisscrossed, layered and intertwined. "Huo Yuan, I owe you." After tucking the other's arm beneath the covers and ensuring they were warm, he prepared to leave, but was suddenly seized by the wrist and pulled back onto the bed. Su Boyan found himself uncontrollably collapsing onto the mattress. Huo Yuan turning to pin him down. Startled, Su Boyan instinctively attempted to push him away, only to have his hand grasped firmly. "Dr. Su, please refrain from touching me while I sleep. I am easily startled," Huo remarked, guiding Su Boyan's hand to the scar on his chest. "It seems you enjoy observing my scars. Let me show you." Su Boyan should have pushed him away, but upon feeling the length and prominence of the scar trailing down Huo chest, his heart quaked violently. He was taken aback by the sheer length of it and the torment it implied. Tears welled in his eyes. Huo, pressing down upon him, absorbed every emotion that flickered across his face, his cold eyes tinged with a hint of red. In the dim light, he could even see the glimmer of moisture in the other's eyes. Suddenly, his throat tightened inexplicably. In a voice that was both cool and husky, he asked, "Does it hurt?" Huo had intended to tease him, but a wave of inexplicable irritation surged within him. He released Su Boyan's hand, rising in annoyance. "Get off. Just go away," he muttered, carelessly tossing a pillow onto the floor. Su Boyan, uneasy about Huo, worried he might harm himself. He did not leave. Instead, he rose from the bed to retrieve the pillow Huo had thrown. "I'll get you a glass of water." After Su Boyan departed, the pent-up frustration within Huo felt as if it had no outlet, weighing heavily on his chest, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Wasn't he supposed to torment him? What was happening? Why had he let him go? Could it be that their time together had softened his heart? Softened? Impossible. Irritated, he simply rose and locked the door behind him, pouring himself a glass of water, though he wondered why he even bothered. Chapter 74. Why don't you give it a try? Ling Zeyu descended from the upper floor, his expression reflecting considerable dissatisfaction. Over the past few days, Huo Yuan seemed preoccupied, leaving early and returning late, retreating to the study upon his arrival. This could be overlooked as they were now together. If they were together, why sleep apart? In the past, it was understandable, given their less than harmonious relationship, but now that they had crossed that threshold, what was the point of keeping separate rooms? Although these thoughts crossed his mind, he refrained from voicing them to Huo Yuan, knowing how busy he was. Just as he prepared to leave, he spotted Huo, whom he hadn't seen in days. He had no intention of engaging and was about to exit when he was called back. "Wait." Huo rose from the sofa and approached. Ling Zeyu turned to him, asking, "Is there something you need?" "Can I speak to you, if there is nothing urgent?" Huo replied, clearing his throat. "Actually, I do have something. I noticed you were heading out. Take me with you." Ling Zeyu regarded him with curiosity. "I thought you wouldn't be going out." Huo cast him a lazy glance. "I'm human, not a ghost. I just prefer to avoid the sun." Ling Zeyu acknowledged this with a slight nod and stepped outside, saying, "Then let us go." As they walked together, Ling Zeyu found it peculiar and inquired, "What are you going out for?" Huo, without concealment, replied, "I'm going to the hospital to see a doctor." He glanced out the window, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ling Zeyu instinctively assumed Huo was unwell, recalling the challenges he had faced previously, which stirred a measure of sympathy within him. "You should take good care of yourself. Nothing is insurmountable." Ling Zeyu felt a certain discomfort as he uttered these words. Despite his disdain for the man, he chose to overlook past grievances for the sake of Huo Yuan's brother. Huo paused for a moment. Then a smile crept onto his lips. "Of course." After a brief exchange, he added, "By the way, do you know where Dr. Su's hospital is? He left something behind at my place last night, and I need to return it." Hearing this, Ling Zeyu readily responded, "It's just ahead." Not far at all. He remained unsuspecting, unaware that Huo words were entirely deceitful. After Huo exited the vehicle and gazed at the hospital before him, he turned back to Ling Zeyu with a smile, saying, "Thank you." How naive he was. What did Huo Yuan see in him? He believed everything he was told, oblivious to being taken advantage of. Ling Zeyu, completely unaware that his good deed was met with scorn for his naivety, stopped before a place ominously named Ghost House. As he approached, he saw the unsettling decorations. Black flowers suspended in the center of the doorframe, flanked by black and white streamers hanging from the entrance. What a ghastly sight! Who could have suggested such a cruel idea to Jiang Yiming? Was this truly a method of the living? Upon entering, Ling Zeyu spotted Jiang Yiming busily rearranging a wooden table, appearing somewhat clumsy. Spotting Ling Zeyu, his eyes lit up as he waved, "Hey, you're here. Just in time. Come help me out." Ling Zeyu, feeling helpless, walked over to assist him in lifting the wooden table. "Why are you doing all this alone? Don't you know you could hire someone?" he remarked, noticing the weight of the table. "What on earth is placed on it?" Jiang Yiming struggled to lift it, both of them gritting their teeth as they elevated it awkwardly. After considerable effort, they finally positioned the table at the center of the high platform. He clapped his hands and let out a long sigh, explaining to Ling Zeyu, "Let us not even talk about it. Just thinking about it makes me weary." He gestured toward the sofa. "Please, have a seat." He then retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from the counter, handing one to Ling Zeyu before taking a seat nearby. "You see, my family disapproves of me opening this shop." "That is hardly surprising," Ling Zeyu replied. "You are the scion of the Jiang family. It's one thing not to inherit the family fortune, but to open a ghost hunting establishment? It's no wonder they oppose it." Ling Zeyu felt that Jiang Yiming was somewhat lacking in common sense. "So my sister simply froze my card and cut off my funds. She insisted that I abandon this line of work before she would unfreeze it," Jiang Yiming lamented, looking at Ling Zeyu with a hint of despair. "Why are they so resistant? I'm only trying to rid the world of evil, after all." Ling Zeyu fell silent for a moment, then inquired, "What are your thoughts on this?" Jiang Yiming's expression turned serious. "I will not yield. If they wish to freeze my account, so be it. I am determined not to close this shop. I searched for a long time to find this place. Initially, I intended to rent a storefront on Lingjiang Street, but someone else took it before I could. Hence, I ended up here." Ling Zeyu twisted open the water bottle and took a sip, intrigued by his next question. "But isn't Lingjiang Street usually rather deserted? There should be plenty of shops available." Jiang Yiming sighed in resignation. "Indeed, but do you know? Recently, rumors circulated that a school was to be established there, which led to nearly all the surrounding shops being booked at exorbitant prices." "Ah, that explains it," Ling Zeyu mused, glancing outside to see the hanging black and white banners. "This is quite unsightly. Don't you think it strange? Such decorations usually signify misfortune in the home." Jiang Yiming understood Ling Zeyu's implication and waved his hand dismissively. "In our line of work, we don't concern ourselves with such matters. Besides, after finally securing a shop instead of street vending, it's only fitting to hold an opening ceremony, right? Come and see. Come and see. This is the talisman paper I drew," Jiang Yiming exclaimed, rising to showcase his work at the wooden table. Ling Zeyu reached out to take the talisman paper he offered, noting the black lines drawn with an erratic yet surprisingly fluid style. However, he found it incomprehensible. Flipping it over and over, he still could not discern its meaning. "Talisman paper? What talisman paper? You drew this?" he questioned, completely unaware that Jiang Yiming possessed such skills. Jiang Yiming proudly lifted his chin. Did you not see me do this before? Where do you think I learned?" Ling Zeyu, filled with curiosity, pressed further. "You mean to tell me you learned this just by observation?" Jiang Yiming, crossing his arms, replied with a hint of arrogance. "Isn't that how it works?" Ling Zeyu retorted playfully, "Let us see you try to feign ignorance again." Jiang Yiming chuckled softly, leaning over the wooden table, and with an air of mystery said, "You won't believe what I dreamed about. I woke up and attempted to sketch it, and guess what? It flowed effortlessly. It was as if my hand possessed a memory of its own. Before my mind could even process it, the drawing was complete. I tried it again later, and indeed, it was unmistakably a talisman for exorcising spirits." Ling Zeyu hesitated for a moment. "Is that true? How extraordinary. Why don't you test this talisman on me?" Chapter 75. Come to my house tonight. Jiang Yiming regarded Ling Zeyu with a look of incredulity. Ling Zeyu touched the tip of his nose. Curiosity piqued. After all, having lived a second life, am I human or ghost? It's perplexing. "Just give it up," Jiang Yiming replied. "This talisman is ineffective against humans. It only works on spirits. However, it poses a low danger level and is quite gentle, ensuring they do not suffer. After all, not all spirits are malevolent. Some are benign. I will persuade those who can be reasoned with, and only the rebellious spirits warrant the use of this talisman." Ling Zeyu responded, "Rebellious spirits? After all, I have emerged from the gates of the underworld myself. Can spirits truly feel pain? I thought once a person dies, they feel nothing. At least, I felt nothing upon entering hell. Of course, Jiang Yiming affirmed. Haven't you heard? Upon death, one must pass through the 10 Yama King's judgment, receiving rewards or punishments based on their earthly deeds before finally reincarnating. Ling Zeyu fell into contemplation. Is that so? How come I have never experienced that? Is that a fabrication? Where did you hear such tales? Surely you aren't gullible enough to believe it? Impossible. It is true. More authentic than pearls. Jiang Yiming retorted. I heard it with my own ears. A fine claim of first-hand experience. Ling Zeyu replied lightly. By the way, my birthday is next month. Do remember to come. I intend to introduce you to a friend. Ling Zeyu and Jiang Yiming had known each other since childhood, and he was familiar with most of Jiang Yiming's acquaintances. Who is this friend? I've never heard of them before. Jiang Yiming pondered briefly. They were the child of my neighbors when I was young, but they moved abroad, so we rarely meet. They only return during summer vacations, which coincides with my birthday, allowing us to dine together. Oh, I see. That explains it. Indeed, seeing someone once a year is quite rare. Su Boyan finished checking the room and briefed on the subsequent care, then returned to the doctor's office to complete the medical orders. Just then, a knock resonated at the office door. Come in, Su Boyan called, not lifting his gaze initially, focusing on the computer until he pressed the enter key and then turned to look at the visitor, momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? Huo Yuan approached with a sly smile. Dr. Su, am I not welcomed? He surveyed the surroundings, smirking, yet his eyes lacked genuine amusement. I merely came to see what Dr. Su's workplace is like. It seems rather pleasant. Naturally, the hospitals under the auspices of the Huo family are commendable. Yet, I find myself pondering why he is able to receive treatment abroad while simultaneously serving as my physician here. Feeling parched, I expressed my desire for water. Huo Yuan, without a hint of hesitation, replied, Please, sit for a moment. I shall fetch you some water. He remained still, gazing at the retreating figure of Su Boyan, arms crossed, casually leaning against the desk, nonchalantly observing as Su Boyan filled a glass and approached him. Here, Su Boyan said, his demeanor calm, as he handed over the glass. Huo Yuan scrutinized Su Boyan's face, extending his fingers slowly, not directly grasping the glass, but rather allowing his fingertips to brush against Su Boyan's hand. A gesture that appeared both accidental and deliberate. Noticing the slight furrow of Su Boyan's brow as he turned to look, Huo Yuan averted his gaze and took hold of the glass. Su Boyan exhaled softly, the reason for his relief eluding him. Huo Yuan shook the glass in his hand, visibly dissatisfied with the flimsy paper cup. After taking a sip, he glanced at Su Boyan's pursed lips before ultimately handing the cup back to him. There's a trash bin right beside us, Su Boyan remarked quietly. He refrained from further comment, accepting the cup and discarding it into the nearby receptacle. As he lifted his gaze, he found Huo Yuan leaning in closely, the distance between them alarmingly brief. Su Boyan instinctively took a step back, furrowing his brow. Ready to inquire, are you avoiding me? Huo Yuan's expression was distinctly displeased, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. Su Boyan understood Huo Yuan's temperament, recognizing the necessity to appease him. Adjusting his glasses, he stated, I'm rather unclean. Please maintain some distance. While this was the truth, the words took on a different connotation in Huo Yuan's ears as he disregarded the initial part of the statement, fixating instead on maintain some distance. A sardonic laugh echoed in Huo Yuan's mind. Who exactly was addressing whom? Just as he was about to speak, someone entered the office, donned in a white coat, greeting them with a warm smile. Dr. Su is yet to leave? Su Boyan nodded in affirmation. Yes, I just finished updating the medical orders and will be leaving shortly. Fang Zhe then turned his gaze toward the man beside Su Boyan, noting his expensive attire and striking features, though his demeanor suggested he was not particularly amiable. And who might this be? Su Boyan hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face before he finally replied, a patient. It felt rather inappropriate to say more. Huo Yuan's gaze darkened, sweeping over Su Boyan with a cold intensity. Though Su Boyan's words were not incorrect, they irked him nonetheless. Fang Zhe appeared momentarily taken aback, but refrained from pressing further, instead saying, I wanted to express my gratitude for your assistance during my recent night shift. May I invite you to dinner this Wednesday evening? As Su Boyan prepared to respond, He was interrupted by Huo Yuan, who languidly remarked, "I fear that dinner will have to be postponed, as Dr. Su has committed to providing me treatment this Wednesday." With a meaningful glance at Su Boyan, he added, "What do you think, Dr. Su?" Su Boyan replied, "Dr. Fong, there is no need for such formality. I covered your shift previously, and you assisted me just days ago. Let us consider the matter settled." A look of regret crossed Fong's face as he conceded, "Very well, we shall reschedule for a later date." As Su Boyan was about to decline, Fong spoke again, urging him not to refuse this time. "All right," Huo remarked, "does he think of him as dead? Does he truly believe he cannot discern the hidden thoughts within? Dining together? On what grounds? He had endured so much hardship outside, while the instigator reveled freely at home, entangled with others. It was utterly revolting. Casting a cold glance at Su Boyan, he questioned, "Are you leaving or not?" Su Boyan felt perplexed. Huo's temperament had been erratic lately, unpredictable in its fluctuations. Yet, he chose not to voice his thoughts. After greeting Fongja, he changed and emerged from the changing room, finding Huo absent and assuming he had departed, so he proceeded downstairs. Upon reaching the lower level, he unexpectedly encountered Huo and followed him. Noticing the figure behind him, Huo's frosty demeanor remained unchanged. As the other approached, he turned and stated, "Come to my house tonight." Chapter 76. Are you unwell? Su Boyan stepped closer, explaining, "I spent the entire night at Nanyuan yesterday. Today, I must return to retrieve some belongings." Huo cast a disinterested glance his way. "I did not consult you." Through their time together, Huo had discerned some of Su Boyan's character. He turned away, revealing a scornful smile when Su could not see his expression, his tone softening slightly. "If you have matters to attend to, then so be it. After all, you've managed for all these years." With that parting remark, Huo departed without a backward glance. Huo was confident Su Boyan would follow, believing victory was assured. However, as his steps slowed and no one trailed behind, his expression darkened. Turning back, he found Su Boyan had vanished, leaving no trace. A cold laugh escaped him, his gaze shadowed. Huo, "Oh, Huo, do you dare to gamble again? Has that encounter a decade ago not taught you enough suffering? Do you still dare to wager? Truly, your mind must be addled." Reflecting on the past, he felt all his emotions suppressed, leaving only indifference. The night air was still cold, branches swayed, and leaves rustled. Huo had overestimated himself once more, plunging again into nightmares. Despite so many years having passed, he could still be effortlessly drawn into that realm. His brother was right. He had improved, yet not entirely recovered. Only in rare moments of agitation and instability would he struggle to distinguish between reality and dreams. While he could restrain himself in the light, the realm of dreams remained beyond his control. For a time, he relied on medication to maintain balance, later transitioning to withdrawal therapy, depending on his willpower to discern reality from dreams. Most of the time, he could tell the difference. Yet lately, he found it impossible. The culprit was nearby, brazenly present before him, a constant reminder of the suffering he had endured for so long, while the other had lived so freely, nurturing and cultivating his hatred. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his pale fingers clutched the sheets tightly. With eyes closed, he found no peace in sleep. As if he were once more on the operating table, blinding lights above and the sound of others discussing the fate of his organs. He could not discern, utterly unable to tell the difference. In an instant, he awoke, reaching beneath the pillow to grasp a dagger, which he brutally drew across his wrist without hesitation. This had become a routine. Only through pain could he extricate himself from the confines of his dreams and return to the harshness of reality. Yet, the expected sting did not arrive. Instead, he heard a cool, restrained voice urging him, "Huo, wake up, Huo." He had never anticipated that Huo would conceal a blade beneath his pillow, nor would he have imagined that he would resort to such self-harm. Had it not been for his timely arrival, witnessing Huo ensnared in a nightmare, unable to awaken despite his calls, he might not have acted quickly enough to prevent the blade from slicing through flesh. Without a moment to ponder, he reached out to halt the action, gripping the edge of the dagger, enduring the pain as he called out, "Huo." It proved futile. Although Huo Yuan's eyes were open, his gaze was unfocused, and the pressure of his grip remained unyielding. Su Boyan was not well versed in the intricacies of Huo Yuan's condition. Yet he had heard whispers of a phenomenon where one required tactile sensations to distinguish dreams from reality. Unfortunately, Huo Yuan possessed an extraordinary strength, rendering Su Boyan incapable of wresting the dagger from his grasp, and he feared genuinely injuring him in the process. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and without hesitation, he freed one hand and struck Huo Yuan across the face. The sound reverberated crisply in the otherwise silent room. Drawing his brows together as he sensed Huo Yuan's grip slacken, the dagger clattering to the ground. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, Huo Yuan suddenly reversed their positions, pinning him to the bed, his arm pressing tightly against Su Boyan's throat. Huo Yuan's face contorted in rage, his eyes dark and menacing. As he seethed, "How dare you hit me?" Su Boyan had not anticipated being struck upon awakening, let alone by Huo Yuan himself. "You audaciously dare to hit me?" Huo Yuan seethed, filled with fury, wishing he could choke the life out of Su Boyan. How could he have the audacity to strike him? Was he tired of living? "Loosen your grip," Su Boyan managed to utter through gritted teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he attempted to pry Huo Yuan's hold from around his neck. Huo Yuan's expression did not soften. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze fell upon the back of Su Boyan's hand, blood flowing down his arm in a vivid crimson stream. Stunned for a few moments, he immediately released Su Boyan. Coughing violently, Su Boyan clutched his throat. Struggling to regain his composure, tears welling in his eyes from the sheer force of the choking. "Why is your grip so strong?" Huo Yuan observed the blood still trickling from Su Boyan's hand and turned to glance at the floor, where the dagger lay forlornly, smeared with fresh blood. What on earth happened? Huo Yuan's expression mirrored his concern. Su Boyan rose from the bed, pressing his palm against the wound to staunch the bleeding, and spoke calmly. "You were having a nightmare, which is why I acted against you." At this revelation, Huo Yuan's countenance darkened. Despite the fact that Su Boyan had injured himself for his sake, he incredulously questioned, "So you thought that striking me was justified? I called out to you, but you did not awaken," Su Boyan replied, lips pressed tightly together, meeting his gaze. "You possess great strength, and I could not wrest the knife from your grasp. Thus, I had no choice. Do you truly believe I would express gratitude for this?" Huo Yuan retorted through clenched teeth, his predicament wholly attributed to Su Boyan's actions. Disinterested in continuing the charade, he dismissed the pretense of pity with a wave of his hand. "I have already made it clear. Do not touch me while I am sleeping. Do you think it is acceptable to enter my room without my permission?" He glared at him, demanding an explanation. "I will be more careful next time," Su Boyan replied, though he had no intention of entering the room. He merely called out a few times from outside. Hearing no response, concern crept in. Huo Yuan was incensed by the nonchalant words from the other party, yet felt powerless to vent his frustration, ultimately suppressing his anger. "Leave." Su Boyan pressed his lips together in silence, turning to depart. However, a thought struck him, and he paused to ask, "Are you unwell?" "What did you just say?" Huo Yuan retorted through clenched teeth, his temper flaring. Did he dare to insult him after striking him? Su Boyan remained silent, his gaze falling upon the knife on the floor, his meaning unmistakable. Huo Yuan sneered, forcing out a few words between gritted teeth. "Yes, I have AIDS, syphilis, and hepatitis B." Without further ado, Su Boyan descended the stairs. He retrieved a medical kit and proficiently disinfected and bandaged his wounds once again. This time, however, the injury was deeper. He furrowed his brow, contemplating his right hand, releasing it only to see blood begin to seep out. Gripping it tightly, he found himself unable to disinfect it, and at that late hour in Nanyuan, there was no one to assist him. Chapter 77. On what grounds do you request leave? Huo Yuan observed from above as Su Boyan awkwardly disinfected and bandaged his hand below, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. He descended leisurely, standing before Su Boyan and coldly uttering, "Beg me, and I shall assist you." Su Boyan paused momentarily, unperturbed. "I beg you," he responded flatly. Huo Yuan scoffed, roughly grasping his hand, where the wound still oozed blood. What was Dr. Su thinking? To hinder me, he injured himself. Does it not hurt? Do you believe that this will earn my forgiveness? Is that even possible? Su Boyan's eyelashes lowered, obscuring his expression. It does not hurt, he stated. Though whether the pain was genuine or feigned, only he knew. Huo Yuan had never bandaged anyone before. Every time he inadvertently touched the wound, the bandage seemed tightly wound, as if intentionally so, wrapping around Su Boyan's palm before tying an unsightly knot. Throughout the process, Su Boyan did not utter a single cry of pain, which surprised Huo Yuan. Perhaps he lacked pain receptors. As he stood, he noticed the fine beads of sweat dotting Su Boyan's forehead and chuckled softly. Realizing he was merely adept at enduring discomfort, he discarded the roll of bandage carelessly into the medical kit, brushing his hands as if in disdain, and said languidly, "The living room must remain dark. I do not wish for a repeat of this." As he turned to leave, he was halted by Su Boyan. "Wait," he called out, and upon Huo Yuan pausing, he glanced at his hand. "My right hand is injured, rendering me unable to cook, so I am requesting a few days off." Huo Yuan did not respond immediately. He slowly turned to face him, his expression darkening. "On what grounds do you request leave?" He cast a glance at Su Boyan's hand. "If you believe you can take leave simply because of this, I might suspect you intentionally harmed yourself." Such words momentarily stunned Su Boyan, his brow furrowing as he regarded him. Huo Yuan met the other's gaze without flinching, directly confronting it, even raising an eyebrow in a provocative manner, a faint smile playing on his lips. In this exchange of glances, Su Boyan ultimately faltered, diverting his gaze and pressing his lips together in silence. Huo Yuan turned to leave, adding with finality, "You are not to go anywhere for the next few days. You shall remain at the Nanyuan. I have considered your suggestion, and I decline." Huo Yuan reclined in the chair opposite the desk in the study, legs crossed, his tone languid. Huo Yuan was not surprised. He rested his hands crossed upon the desk, adopting a negotiating posture as he inquired with a smile, "It seems you have found someone on your own." To which Huo Yuan retorted, "I must thank you for that. Otherwise, how would I have known that person was right beside me?" The words were nearly spat out through gritted teeth. "This is my sincerity inviting you to the company." Huo Yuan scoffed, recognizing his brother's mercantile nature. It was he who had made the discovery, so what did his so-called sincerity have to do with it? "I refuse." He departed without granting Huo Yuan the opportunity to persuade him further. Huo Yuan chuckled, pinching the bridge of his weary nose. It seemed this step was still somewhat challenging. Assistant Zhao knocked before entering. "Mr. Huo, you called for me? How was the investigation on the person I asked you to look into?" "Zhao," he responded. "We have located him. As per your instructions, we have assigned someone to observe his every move. He is currently employed at an automobile company." Huo Yuan drummed his fingers casually on the armrest, closing his eyes in contemplation for a moment before raising a finger. "In that case, have that company dismiss him. We will bear the loss. Furthermore, transfer the second assistant to the logistics department and recruit an assistant externally with qualifications aligned to his standards." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhao Yi's eyes. What was it about this individual that warranted such attention from Mr. Huo? To the extent of vacating the position of the second assistant for him? Understood. How much importance must he hold? However, if the second assistant is treated thus, what my position as the first assistant? Zhao Yi silently mourned for himself for 3 seconds, feeling an odd sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fox. Just as Zhao Yi was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to say, "By the way, Mr. Huo, when I came up, it seemed that young Master Ling's expression was rather poor." He chose his words delicately, but in truth, it was far worse than simply not good. It was to the extreme, as if he wished to consume the very person who entered the study, glaring fiercely at them. Even when young Master Huo descended the stairs, he received a scathing glance. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan immediately furrowed his brow. "Not well? Is he ill? He seemed fine when I checked on him last night." Without further hesitation, he made his way downstairs, only to find the door to Ling Zeyu's room firmly shut. He knocked lightly. "Shall you?" At that moment, Butler Chen appeared, reminding him, "Young Master, I just saw young Master Ling heading to the Nanyuan, accompanied by the second young master." This revelation caused Huo Yuan's brow to furrow even further. What business did they have at the Nanyuan? Despite their historically fraught relationship, which had seen some improvement, he pondered for a moment before deciding to investigate. He hoped they would not come to blows. Meanwhile, at the swing in the Nanyuan, Ling Zeyu sprawled comfortably, treating the seat as his own, nearly occupying the entire swing. Huo Yuan stood before him, arms crossed, a look of discontent on his face. Is there no swing on your side? Coming to my territory to compete? It remains uncertain whether Ling Zeyu truly absorbed the conversation. He merely inquired, "Where is Dr. Su?" Huo Yuan cast a glance through the window, observing the cooking, then turned to question, "Hurry up and get up, this is my seat." Ling Zeyu sighed softly, "I will sit for a while, and then I shall leave." It was the first time Huo Yuan had witnessed such a demeanor from him. They didn't even engage in a quarrel, which was quite surprising. "Has my brother finally cast you aside?" He jested, fully aware of the significant place Ling Zeyu held in his brother's heart. Expecting Ling Zeyu to react with anger as he typically would, he was instead met with another sigh. "Indeed, it seems that way. I wonder what he is so busy with, always either in the study or at the company. Thus, I thought I would come here to see. Surely, he would seek me out eventually," Huo Yuan mused, somewhat perplexed by Ling Zeyu's visit. "What brings you here?" Huo Yuan questioned. Ling Zeyu remained silent, merely standing up and saying, "Here, take the swing. I'll go check on Dr. Su." Huo Yuan hadn't even had time to fully process before he heard Ling Zeyu's exclamation. Dr. Su, what happened to your hand?" Upon entering, Ling Zeyu was met with the sight of Su Boyan's hand tightly bandaged, resembling a dumpling, with faint traces of fresh blood visible on the palm. It was evident he had sustained an injury. Su Boyan smiled at Ling Zeyu, assuring him, "It's nothing, just a minor cut. Your bandaging resembles a ball. And why is there still moisture on it?" Ling Zeyu frowned, noticing 2 scallion segments stuck to the bandage. Recalling Huo Yuan's earlier words, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Is Huo Yuan out of his mind? You're injured, and he still expects you to cook? Chapter 78. Spit it out. Huo Yuan could overhear Ling Zeyu's grievances from outside and found no inclination to enter. He merely cast a glance inside and was astonished to see Ling Zeyu tending to someone else's wounds. How peculiar. He had assumed this young master was accustomed to being served. With a sardonic smile, he was about to withdraw his gaze when he caught sight of Su Boyan's smile, causing his expression to momentarily freeze. It seemed that face was capable of emotions beyond mere calm indifference. He had thought it was naturally devoid of smiles. Was it that he simply didn't wish to smile at him? Huo Yuan, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, averted his gaze, only to notice another esteemed guest arriving at the Nanyuan. What is happening today? Why is everyone flocking here? Huo Yuan bypassed pleasantries and directly inquired, "Where is he?" Standing on the steps, Huo Yuan casually glanced inside. "I've devoured him," he replied, feigning a demeanor that suggested he was keeping someone from being taken away. "Spit him out. He cannot be spat out," Huo Yuan announced loudly toward the interior. "Ling Zeyu, your man has arrived." No sooner had he spoken than Ling Zeyu rushed out. Seeing Huo Yuan, he paused momentarily, initially suspecting that Huo Yuan was playing tricks on him. He tilted his chin toward Huo Yuan, asking, "What brings you here?" Huo Yuan had no desire to reveal Ling Zeyu's earlier lamentations. Moments ago, he had been sighing here. And now, with the arrival of his man, he was suddenly emboldened. Huo Yuan stood at the foot of the steps, watching Ling Zeyu with a smile as he spoke. "I'm here to take you home." "Then I shall reluctantly accept," Ling Zeyu replied, his words feigned with reluctance. Yet his body was quite honest as he stepped down the stairs. Huo Yuan extended his hand, taking his companion along as they conversed. "Let me tell you, Allison is utterly excessive. Even after injuring Dr. Su's hand, he still insists on having him cook. You must rein him in. I shall have the steward assign a chef to him shortly," came the reply. The two engaged in their discussion with complete disregard for the fact that the subject of their conversation was right beside them. "I suspect that the injury on Dr. Su's hand was inflicted by him. How can he be so callous when you are still brothers?" After a moment's contemplation, Huo Yuan mused. "Perhaps it is simply my nature to be kind." Huo Yuan retorted with a scoff, "Kindness? What has that to do with his brother? As the head of the Huo family, how benevolent can he truly be? He is no kind soul, and his brother is even less so." Upon seeing Huo Yuan enter, Huo Yuan frowned slightly and remarked, "You might as well refrain from dining here." Just as was about to express his indignation, Huo Yuan continued, "Your hand is incapacitated, so I made only kanji. I will eat wherever I please. I do not require your directives," came the defiant response. Without engaging in further argument, Huo Yuan proceeded to the kitchen and returned with a bowl of kanji, placing it on the end of the table. The presentation was certainly not as appealing as usual. The scallions were haphazardly chopped. Huo made no move to eat, instead regarding Huo Yuan with a subtle, enigmatic smile. "Aren't you going to eat?" As Huo Yuan was about to decline, Huo interjected, "You should know that you will be here for the next few days, and do not think I will switch chefs. After all, your cooking suits my palate perfectly." It was evident that his words were deliberately provocative. Without retorting, Huo Yuan rose to serve himself a bowl. Huo was eager to observe the futile struggle of his companion, a debt he felt he owed him. Eating with his left hand proved to be awkward. It was far superior to using chopsticks. He endeavored to minimize mistakes, acutely aware of the intense gaze fixed upon him. Having taken only a few hurried sips, he set down the spoon. A look of regret crossed Huo's face. He was dissatisfied. Thus, when Huo Yuan suggested returning home to change clothes that evening, Huo promptly handed him a set. "There is no need for you to trouble yourself. You can wash up here as well. We have clothing available." Huo Yuan lowered his gaze, saying, "Grant me a few hours. I can return later." The garments he offered were unmistakably his own. "No," came the blunt refusal, clearly indicative of Huo's stance. "Wear them." After discarding his own clothes on the floor, he departed, dismissing any notion that he found attire objectionable. As Huo descended the stairs, Ganjiachun arrived with a team, smiling as he announced, "Second young master, this is the chef sent by the elder young master." Without lifting his gaze, Huo languidly replied, "I have stated that it is unnecessary. Leave at once." "Understood," Ganjiachun responded without hesitation, promptly turning to exit. As Huo ascended the stairs, poised to enter his room, he heard a noise behind him. Turning, he encountered Chuan, who had not expected to see him upon opening the door. His hair was damp, water trickling down, and his sleepwear was not in a much better state, with some areas still moist. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to close the door, intending to wait until Huo had entered his room before making his own exit. A hand suddenly reached in, preventing the door from closing. Huo Yuan furrowed his brows, hesitant to exert force for fear of trapping the other's hand. Consequently, he allowed the individual to effortlessly push the door open. Huo found the situation perplexing and slammed the door shut with a thud. "Why are you hiding from me? Am I a monster here to devour you?" Huo Yuan pursed his lips, remaining silent. As the other drew closer, he discreetly took a step back, striving to minimize their contact. Huo found amusement in this. Why did Ling Zeyu smile upon seeing him, but maintained a stern demeanor in his presence? Who owed whom, really? The more Huo Yuan resisted, the more Huo felt compelled to pursue. He decisively reached out, grasping the collar of Huo Yuan's shirt, only to be met with a surprisingly swift reaction. The moment his fingertips brushed against the other's chest, he was forcefully shoved away. Huo was taken aback. Had Huo Yuan not always been compliant, submissive to his whims? Had he not always acquiesced to his words? How could he dare to push him away? "Are you out of your mind?" Huo shouted in frustration. Huo Yuan recognized that his reaction was somewhat excessive. He bit his lip, stepped back, and after regaining his composure, simply said, "I'm sorry." No further explanation was offered. After slapping him yesterday and pushing him today, what would happen tomorrow? A shadow passed through Huo's eyes as he scrutinized the indifferent face before him for a long while. Ultimately, he turned and left, slamming the door of his own room behind him. Huo Yuan closed the door, leaned against the handle, and slowly crouched down, cradling his face in his hands, the emotions hidden from view. After a while, he returned to his bed, leaning against the side, and retrieved a notebook filled with knowledge and data recorded during his internship. He had intended to lend it to Feng Zhe, but upon returning, he found himself here instead, unable to deliver it. He contemplated sending it over tomorrow. As he flipped through a few pages, preparing to close it, he stumbled upon the last page, densely covered with apologies. To whom these apologies were directed remained a mystery. However, When Su Boyan's gaze landed on 4 specific words, his throat tightened, and his fingertips lingered over them for several seconds before he gently tore the page out, crumpled it, and discarded it into the trash can. Chapter 79. Long Live Friendship. When Huo Yuan returned to his room, Ling Zeyu was already asleep. Upon hearing the noise, he groggily opened his eyes to look at him. "Why are you so late?" he murmured softly in complaint. Huo Yuan hadn't anticipated Ling Zeyu would fall asleep on his bed. He approached and kissed the other's forehead gently, whispering, "I've been quite busy lately." He lifted the covers and laid down beside Ling Zeyu, embracing him. "I haven't spent much time with you. Do you resent me for that?" Huo Yuan inquired, lowering his gaze. Ling Zeyu, still half asleep, lifted his eyes to meet his before shutting them again, murmuring, "As long as you acknowledge that you haven't been around. It's fine. I thought you'd forgotten about me altogether." Though he spoke those words, his body was honest. As he pressed his hands and feet against Huo Yuan's legs, nestling his head into Huo Yuan's embrace, inhaling the pleasant fragrance emanating from him, sleepiness overtaking him. Huo Yuan gazed deeply at Ling Zeyu's tranquil face resting in his arms, his long, thick eyelashes casting shadows on his gentle, pink lips, exuding an air of utter innocence. Unable to restrain himself, he instinctively lowered his head, yet before he could even brush against the softness of the other's lips, he noticed the person in his arms moving their lips. Life is too fleeting. Huo Yuan's body stiffened, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes, ripples stirring within his heart. He yearned to speak, yet it felt as though a heavy hand had seized his throat, rendering him voiceless, utterly hoarse. The ground beneath them felt distant. He mumbled those words, inching closer to Huo Yuan. On a summer night, the gentle breeze still carried a hint of heat. Ling Zeyu's patience was nearly worn thin as he spoke on the phone, asking with exasperation, "Are you certain that the location you sent me is accurate?" Cool me. Take a look for yourself. What kind of place is this?" Frustrated, Ling Zeyu turned his phone around, knowing full well the person on the other end could not see it. Jiang Yiming chuckled on the other end. "Just stay where you are. I'll come find you." Ling Zeyu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, thinking he should have had the driver drop him off instead of hailing a cab himself. Now, there was no place to sit. He couldn't fathom how Jiang Yiming had found the spot. It was a crossroad with a few passing cars, yet the pedestrians were scarce. Before long, Ling Zeyu spotted Jiang Yiming across the street, waving at him. Just as he was about to cross over, he saw Jiang Yiming already making his way toward him. "No, I can come over there. Why are you coming here?" Ling Zeyu said helplessly into the phone, only to glance down and realize the call had disconnected. That was quick. Upon reaching him, Jiang Yiming smiled and said, "It's understandable that you couldn't find this place. It's all my sister's fault. She insisted I return home, or else I wouldn't be allowed to celebrate my birthday there. So, I found another place. Although it's a bit secluded, it's affordable. You should have mentioned it sooner. We could have gone to my place," Ling Zeyu replied, glancing at the red light. There were still 8 seconds on the green. He decided to wait a moment longer, but Jiang Yiming tugged at him, urging, "Hurry, we still have time." Ling Zeyu, caught off guard, was pulled along. "Hey!" Beep. The sharp sound of a car horn suddenly pierced the air, and Ling Zeyu turned to see 2 glaring headlights flashing before his eyes. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, his heart racing wildly. Thoughts raced through his mind. "This is it. I'm going to collide with that massive truck." Despair washing over him. Beep, beep. 2 brief honks sounded again. Ling Zeyu opened his eyes to see that the truck had come to a steady halt just beyond the crosswalk. "Ling Zeyu, what are you dawdling for?" "Let us go." Jiang Yiming pulled him away from the crosswalk. Ling Zeyu was still in a daze, clutching his heart. "You scared me to death. I thought I was going to be hit by a car," he exclaimed. It was still quite a distance. "What were you afraid of?" Jiang Yiming glanced back at the crosswalk and added, "Besides, it's a green light." Ling Zeyu paused, instinctively looking at the green light. Where the numbers were counting down, 10, 9, his eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them, continuing to watch. 8. This can't be true, he thought. He had clearly seen 8 just moments ago. How could it now be moving backward? "Hey," Ling Zeyu tugged at Jiang Yiming's sleeve. "Did you notice that the green light just showed 8? How come it's still that number now?" Jiang Yiming paused, glanced over, and frowned. "Did you misread it?" The signal isn't broken. But I distinctly remember it being 8, Ling Zeyu insisted. Oh, misreading is quite normal. I often do it myself. Jiang Yiming placed his hand on Ling Zeyu's shoulder and urged, let us go. It's already quite late. He then complained, this man is really something. The traffic is terrible again. Ling Zeyu, somewhat doubtful, turned back to look at the red light, then withdrew his gaze, mired in confusion. Could it be that he truly misread it? Mistaking 18 for 8? It was impossible. Unable to resolve his thoughts, Ling Zeyu chose not to dwell on it and followed Jiang Yiming to a residence. I must tell you, this place is particularly lovely at night. From the slope, you can gaze down and behold the myriad of lights from countless homes, though it pales in comparison to the brilliance of a banquet. The stars above and the distant glow of human life are rather enchanting. As Jiang Yiming spoke, Ling Zeyu was reminded of the scenery he had encountered during his first meeting with Huo Yuan. If you say so, it must be quite splendid. Seeing the enthusiasm on Ling Zeyu's face, Jiang Yiming's smile deepened. Exactly. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Curiosity piqued. Ling Zeyu took a few steps but nearly stumbled, unable to restrain himself from asking, wait, don't you have any lights here? Jiang Yiming turned with a chuckle. Adding lights costs extra, so I opted not to have any. Noticing Ling Zeyu's displeasure, Jiang Yiming quickly added, but it's fine. This stretch is just a bit dim. Up ahead, there's a spacious lawn, and the moonlight is delightful. Ling Zeyu sighed, sure, I'll believe your charm. Cool me. Let us sit. Zhang Min's flight is delayed. It'll be a while longer. Jiang Yiming patted a camping chair, beckoning Ling Zeyu to sit. Ling Zeyu unfolded the chair, facing a stone table adorned with a tablecloth, upon which rested small cakes and 3 wine glasses. This spot was a windward corner, and surprisingly, the breeze made it feel comfortable rather than hot. Just as Jiang Yiming had described, it was indeed a splendid place to appreciate the view from the hilltop, where a sea of lights stretched into the distance. Leaning back, Ling Zeyu felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation and ease. Here, let us drink to our friendship. Jiang Yiming poured a glass of wine for Ling Zeyu. To our friendship. Ling Zeyu accepted the glass with a smile. Long live our friendship, and happy 23rd birthday to you. The glasses clinked with a crisp sound, and both raised them to drink. At that moment, Jiang Yiming's phone rang. He glanced at it before answering. You, cease. You wouldn't let me come home before, and now you want me back? Just leave me be. I'm spending this year outside. If need be, I'll come back tomorrow to have dinner with you. Jiang Yiming clearly had no intention of running back and forth. After some evasive remarks, he hung up the phone and turned to Ling Zeyu, complaining, can you believe my sister? A few days ago, when I discussed spending time at home, she threatened me to promise to close the shop. Now that I'm actually not going back, she calls to demand my return. It's so contradictory. Ling Zeyu set down his wine glass, cradling his chin as he observed him. It's merely concern for you, he remarked, sensing that Jiang Yiming's sister bore a striking resemblance to his own family. Clearly worried, yet unwilling to communicate openly. Jiang Yiming did not refute this. Instead, he stood up. I'll make a call to check in. I hope I won't get lost like you did. Go ahead, Ling Zeyu replied. As he rose, he surveyed the surroundings. The small villa appeared aged, reminiscent of a decor style from decades past. Approaching closer, he noticed fine cracks adorning the bricks of the walls. Such a house, several decades ago, must have belonged to a wealthy family, one that would now be renting it out. Come, let me introduce you. At the sound, Ling Zeyu turned to see a stranger standing beside Jiang Yiming, both of similar height. This is Ling Zeyu, my good friend. This is Zhang Min, my good friend. The introduction was quintessentially Jiang Yiming. As the stranger regarded him, Ling Zeyu scrutinized him in return. His features were unremarkable, the kind easily forgotten. Hello, Ling Zeyu offered, extending his hand politely. However, the other man did not reciprocate, instead appraising Ling Zeyu with a voice that, much like his appearance, lacked distinction. You must be Ling Zeyu? Jiang Yiming, witnessing the scene, appeared momentarily taken aback and sluggishly prompted Zhang Min. He.s. offering you a handshake. Extend your hand. Zhang Min seemed to finally comprehend. My apologies, I didn't see. Just as he was about to reach out, Ling Zeyu withdrew his hand with a smile, urging, please have a seat. Jiang Min's response seemed merely to appease Jiang Yiming, as if he had not truly seen him, his eyes merely decorative. However, as Jiang Yiming's close friend, Ling Zeyu chose not to engage in any conflict over the matter. Unaware of the subtle tension between the two, Jiang Yiming busily unwrapped the cake and inquired, Jiang Min, I must say, if you arrive this late again, I shall no longer wait for you. Jiang Min paused slightly, his smile unwavering. It's unavoidable. My timing was unfortunate. Had I been able to arrive earlier, I surely would have. Jiang Yiming considered this, acknowledging that Jiang Min had indeed come specifically to celebrate his birthday, and thus refrained from further comment. The cake was adorned with candles, and Ling Zeyu searched for a lighter but found none. Where's your lighter? He asked. Jiang Yiming set down the wine bottle. Huh, don't have one. Ling Zeyu shook his head and spread his hands in a gesture of absence. I must have forgotten. Knowing Jiang Yiming's memory was not particularly reliable, Ling Zeyu offered reassurance. It's all right. We can celebrate without blowing out the candles. Yes, this is quite sufficient, Jiang Min interjected at that moment. Ling Zeyu smiled at Jiang Yiming. All right, the candles are in place. You may now make a wish. Jiang Yiming clasped his hands together and closed his eyes earnestly. I wish for my sister to agree to my plans for the haunted house and for my family to cease their opposition. Ling Zeyu stroked his chin in contemplation, sensing the complexity of this wish. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yiming continued. I hope my parents will provide me with money and not cut off my bank card. I wish them good health, and may my sister's romantic prospects flourish. I hope that the charming individuals around me become a touch more attractive, so that each time I glance back, I am pleasantly startled. I wish for Xiao He to smile more. A serious demeanor is rather unappealing. I hope Xiao Bai's tongue is a tad shorter, as he often inadvertently pulls at it. Ling Zeyu inquires, what is this all about? I wish for Ling Zeyu to find joy and to have fewer worries. Drowning sorrow in alcohol is not a solution. Ling Zeyu responds, why is he still here? I hope Jiang Min has more time for himself, as returning once a year is no small feat, Jiang Min concludes. Ultimately, I wish for those I love and who love me to find happiness. Ling Zeyu feels touched that Jiang Yiming's wish includes him. Yet he wishes to assert that wishes need not remain unspoken. Jiang Yiming insists no, they must be voiced to be effective. Noting Ling Zeyu's skepticism, he continues, based on my experiences from previous years, those that are spoken tend to manifest. Ling Zeyu contemplates that he has made wishes too, yet he remains uncertain of their efficacy. However, today is Jiang Yiming's birthday, and he chooses not to dampen the mood. Perhaps he will test this on his own birthday. In contrast to Ling Zeyu's cautious skepticism, Jiang Min sits and listens attentively, and after Jiang Yiming has made his wishes, he says, then I wish for your dreams to come true, gently clinking his glass against Jiang Yiming's. Jiang Yiming beams with happiness, and the three of them indulge in a considerable amount of wine, including Ling Zeyu. Ling Zeyu, I must tell you, as Jiang Yiming clutches his glass, slightly tipsy and leaning on Ling Zeyu's shoulder, he lightly taps his glass, genuinely stating, I have always felt a deep connection between us. You might not believe this, but I have dreamed of you. Ling Zeyu, also a bit inebriated, suddenly becomes alert at such words, wondering if this could lead to a confession. As events unfold, he realizes he is overthinking. In this moment, you're taking my food. Ling Zeyu remarks, why is he competing for food? Is he unwell? You're truly drunk. Ling Zeyu supports him, sighing, you should really drink less. As he attempts to take away Jiang Yiming's glass, Jiang Yiming evades him, stands up, tilts his head back, and tears flow down his face. Ling Zeyu is taken aback. His sobriety returning swiftly is the first time he has witnessed Jiang Yiming cry. Throughout his life, Jiang Yiming has always appeared joyful and fortunate. As Ling Zeyu opens his mouth to speak, Jiang Yiming turns to him, saying, I don't want to cry, but I can't control it. I don't understand why I'm crying. Jiang Yiming is perplexed, his face reflecting genuine confusion as tears stream down. Ling Zeyu, I am so sad. Ling Zeyu at a loss, unsure if Jiang Yiming is merely intoxicated or if there is something deeper, rushes forward. Are you drunk? Please don't frighten me. Jiang Yiming nearly collapses against Ling Zeyu, wailing. I am truly so sad. Why is this happening? Chapter 81. Indeed, he has had too much to drink. Jiang Yiming's cries are filled with despair and sorrow, not merely the result of inebriation. Ling Zeyu, in a state of panic, gently pats his back, supporting him as he comforts, "It's all right, please don't cry. Whatever is troubling you, share it with me. I will certainly help you." Jiang Yiming shook his head, resting his chin on Ling Zeyu's shoulder, tears streaming down his cheeks. His expression vacant, and his gaze hollow. He muttered in a daze, "But I don't know. I don't know what I'm sad about." His brows furrowed as he struggled to comprehend the reason for his sorrow. Yet when he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to articulate a single word. Feeling quite distressed, Ling Zeyu, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" Jiang Yiming shook his head, having forgotten that Ling Zeyu could not fathom his turmoil. Ling Zeyu, at a loss, helped Jiang Yiming to a nearby seat, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Min, who was obliviously watching, seemingly indifferent to Jiang Yiming's plight. "Surely, it cannot be because you dreamed I stole your food that you are so upset?" After they had just mentioned this, Jiang Yiming had begun to weep. "Perhaps," he said, lowering his eyelids, despondently cradling his face as he gazed at the grass beneath him. "What do you mean?" He pondered deeply. Ling Zeyu sighed internally. "You should have said something earlier. I promise you, I won't steal your food again, all right? Please don't cry. I would rather you simply challenge me to a fight." Jiang Yiming let out a soft laugh. "Who wants to fight you? Besides, even if we did, you wouldn't stand a chance against me." His emotions shifted rapidly, and in an instant, a triumphant smile graced his face. "I possess a cheat device." Ling Zeyu twitched at the corners of his mouth. Fully aware of what this so-called cheat device entailed, it allowed one to perceive things beyond the ordinary. As the night deepened, a gentle breeze swept by, sending an inexplicable chill through him. Rubbing his arms, he remarked, "Please, spare me the tales. It's quite unsettling at this hour." Jiang Yiming erupted in laughter, patting Ling Zeyu's shoulder. "Fear not. They're all absent tonight. It's just the three of us, no other little cuties around." Ling Zeyu replied dryly, "Little cuties?" Finding no charm in the term, Jiang Yiming then turned to Zhang Min, who was drinking, and cheerfully said, "You saw the message I sent earlier, right? If you have time, you should come check out the haunted house I opened. Remember to reach out if you need anything. I'll give you a 70% discount." Zhang Min chuckled, downing the remainder of his drink, only to hear Jiang Yiming add, "Ling Zeyu, should you need anything, I can offer you a 50% discount." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Min's smile faded. "We are all your good friends. Why does he get a 50% discount while I am only offered 70? Jiang Yiming looked at him quizzically, though we grew up as neighbors. "Our relationship is merely one of annual meetings. Ling Zeyu and I are different. We see each other often, and he is the one I play with regularly." He spoke as if it were a matter of course. Zhang Min's gaze slowly shifted to Ling Zeyu, lost in thought, before finally returning to a smile. "Very well. I concede." Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from the phone on the table. Jiang Yiming, feeling disoriented, handed it to Zhang Min without a glance. Zhang Min glanced at the caller ID and replied coolly, "You've handed me the wrong phone. This is not mine." Jiang Yiming turned the phone to see that it was a call from Huo Yuan. He sheepishly passed it to Ling Zeyu, chiding himself, "Look at my eyes. I mixed up your phones." Ling Zeyu did not mind. After receiving the call, he rose to take it, moving away to avoid interrupting Jiang Yiming and his friend's nostalgic conversation. "It's still a while, didn't I mention? Jiang Yiming's birthday," he said into the phone. I haven't drunk much. You needn't come. This place is rather difficult to locate. I'll take a taxi back shortly." He was quite concerned for Huo Yuan, who had to pick him up after working overtime, even at such a late hour. However, Huo Yuan insisted on receiving a location pin, offering a few more words of caution before ending the call. Ling Zeyu had no choice but to send the location, glancing at his phone only to realize how late it had become, past 2 o'clock. Closing his phone, he felt a pang of confusion. By the way, where is Yu Hao? Isn't he's supposed to have a bodyguard? Could it be that this place is too remote, causing them to fall behind? It's possible, he pondered, ultimately dismissing the thought. Returning to his seat, Jiang Yiming inquired, "Huo Yuan is keeping a tight watch on you. Isn't he? You've only been gone a short while, and he is already urging you back." Just as Ling Zeyu was about to respond, Zhang Min interjected. Indeed, he should keep a close eye. Otherwise, what if something goes awry? Lose him? Jiang Yiming frowned. I'm right here. How could he possibly get lost? Following me, and I could sell him off? Ling Zeyu found the comment puzzling and replied. No need for you to worry about that. He continued conversing with Jiang Yiming. However, it is indeed late. It's already past 2. Jiang Yiming pulled out his phone to check the time. Yes, indeed. Let us leave, he declared, downing his drink, then turning to Ling Zeyu and Zhang Min. You still have yours unfinished. Ling Zeyu's glass contained little, and seeing Jiang Yiming inebriated, he chose not to argue and drank it down. Jiang Yiming, heavily intoxicated, stumbled as he stood up. Coupled with the late hour, he could hardly see, crashing into a stone table and knocking several items off it. Zhang Min, standing nearby, quickly supported him. Jiang Yiming, watch your footing. Ling Zeyu intended to assist Jiang Yiming, but Zhang Min said, You're unfamiliar with this place. Let me help him. Observing Jiang Yiming clinging to Zhang Min, he refrained from saying more, recognizing that perhaps Zhang Min was more suited to prevent any falls. Ling Zeyu walked ahead while the two followed behind. Along the way, Jiang Yiming incessantly murmured, Zhang Min, you must get me home. After dropping me off, you can stay the night. We can deal with tomorrow later. Ling Zeyu knew he couldn't go home. Huo Yuan would undoubtedly disapprove. Feeling an itch at his neck, Jiang Yiming scratched it, only to notice his arm was damp. Sniffing it, he detected the scent of alcohol, his brow furrowing. I'm not sure, he muttered. Ling Zeyu. You deceiver. You promised we'd finish. You're the liar. Look what you've done to my clothes. Soaked half of them. Ling Zeyu thought Jiang Yiming was truly inebriated. I suggest you stop talking. It seems you've shed more tears than you've drunk. You haven't finished. I assure you my glass is empty. This revelation left Jiang Yiming uncertain, inhaling the alcoholic scent from his arm. Is it so? It appears I truly have had too much. Chapter 82. The Mid-July Festival. After stepping outside, Ling Zeyu intended to hail a cab, believing it was only right to ensure his companion's safe return. However, at that moment, Zhang Min interjected, It's getting late. I'll take him home. You should head off first. Jiang Yiming, in a state of half-drunkenness, waved at Ling Zeyu and echoed, Yes. It's late. Zhang Min can see me home. You needn't trouble yourself. Seeing that Jiang Yiming agreed, Ling Zeyu refrained from insisting further, merely advising, Make sure to message me once you arrive home. After receiving an affirmative response, he turned to walk in the opposite direction. Just then, his phone rang again. It was Huo Yuan. Where are you? I'm out. Huo Yuan's voice came through. Ling Zeyu glanced around, yet failed to notice his footing and inadvertently stepped on something. Looking down, he discovered burnt paper money scattered by the roadside. Furrowing his brow, he recalled having seen it earlier that day, but had dismissed it. He shook off the dust clinging to his legs and proceeded forward. Before long, Huo Yuan's car came to a stop before him. Huo Yuan emerged, his expression somewhat grim, and scrutinized Ling Zeyu from head to toe. What's wrong? Ling Zeyu inquired curiously, glancing at himself. Without a word, Huo Yuan opened the car door, shielding Ling Zeyu's head as he spoke softly. Yuhao mentioned he lost track of you, so I was concerned for your safety. Ling Zeyu tilted his head in surprise. Once Huo Yuan settled in the car, he remarked, I thought it odd you were inquiring about my location. But it's not Yuhao's fault. I have no idea how Jiang Yiming found such a secluded place. He always came to meet me when I arrived. Otherwise, I would have been lost as well. Huo Yuan finally seemed relieved, turning to Ling Zeyu as he fastened his seatbelt. Ling Zeyu nodded and obediently secured himself, then took a few tissues to dab at his trousers. As Huo Yuan started the vehicle and drove slowly, he noticed Ling Zeyu staring down and asked, What is bothering you? Ling Zeyu sighed. I was distracted while on the phone and accidentally stepped on someone's burnt paper money. It struck him as rather unfortunate. I saw it earlier, but ended up stepping on it. I wonder why so many people are burning paper. Understanding dawned on Huo Yuan, who responded with a hint of resignation. Today is the Ghost Festival. Naturally, many people are burning paper. Ling Zeyu paused, realization washing over him. Of course. It is the Ghost Festival, the Mid-July Festival. No wonder there are so many people doing this. Curiously tilting his head, he mused. They say the gates of the underworld open on the 15th of July. Is that true? Huo Yuan's expression softened as he chuckled lightly. Perhaps it is. Ling Zeyu nodded, his mind struggling to keep pace, when suddenly it struck him, so, Jiang Yiming's birthday falls on the Ghost Festival. What coincidence! He reflected on how he had never noticed this before. Oh, in the past, he couldn't even remember what day of the week it was, let alone the dates of festivals. It left him feeling somewhat remorseful. Having lived 2 lives, one would think he should be a bit more astute. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, Ling Zeyu felt drowsy shortly after entering the car. When he awoke once more, it was already midday on the following day, roused by the persistent ringing of his phone. It was a call from Ling Yuchen. In a daze, he answered hello. Upon hearing Ling Zeyu's voice, Ling Yuchen immediately discerned that he was still in bed, still half asleep. Momentarily at a loss for words, he was further urged by Ling Feng's insistence to convey a message. Reluctantly, Ling Yuchen relayed, "Dad says it's a holiday today and wants you to come home for dinner." Ling Feng interjected, "It seems Ling Zeyu has awakened from his slumber. Perhaps this holiday need not be observed after all?" Ling Yuchen, touching the tip of his nose, replied coldly, "If you don't wish to return, just say so." Ling Zeyu responded, "Of course I will return. I had intended to come back this week." With that, Ling Yuchen decisively hung up the call. After freshening up and changing into a new outfit, Ling Zeyu prepared to leave, fully aware that Huo Yuan had gone to the company. He informed Butler Chun of his departure and was about to exit when he noticed Shi San trailing behind him. Curiously, he asked, "Why are you with me today? Where's Yu Hao?" Shi San replied in a straightforward manner, "Yu Hao is having some issues. Master Hua instructed me to accompany you." Ling Zeyu chuckled unexpectedly, but quickly covered his mouth, the smile lingering on his face. He mused inwardly, as if he were more astute than him. Clearing his throat, he said, "Very well, let us be on our way." In a relatively pleasant mood, Ling Zeyu settled into the car, gazing out at the beautiful scenery beyond. Everything appeared so splendid. He contemplated that once Huo Yuan was less occupied, he would surely take him out to unwind, perhaps to admire the starry summer nights as they had done on their first encounter. Reflecting on the past, he realized he was not as courageous as he once had been. In those days, he freely expressed his affection for Huo Yuan, showering him with sweet words and promises, regardless of whether he could fulfill them. He had charmed his way into Huo Yuan's heart, and now, even in their established relationship, he found it difficult to utter those tender phrases. With a sense of inner turmoil and guilt, he felt unworthy, as though deceiving Huo Yuan's feelings. Lost in these thoughts, Ling Zeyu chuckled to himself, pondering what he was thinking. He shook his head in resignation. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a familiar figure, and his body stiffened. "Stop the car! Stop!" The driver, taken aback by Ling Zeyu's abrupt exclamation, hesitated momentarily before slamming on the brakes. Before the vehicle had fully halted, Ling Zeyu flung open the door and leaped out, startling the driver. Ling Zeyu's intense gaze swept across a particular area, but the familiar figure seemed to have vanished without a trace. Clenching his fists tightly, he scanned the surroundings, but that person was nowhere to be found. After standing there for a considerable time, Ling Zeyu's hands gradually relaxed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead under the scorching sun. Wiping his brow with the back of his hand, he felt the cold sweat against his skin. Had he been seeing things, or had he misidentified someone? Gradually, his heart began to settle. Once back in the car, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Perhaps he had indeed misjudged the situation. It was still early. After all, how could he have encountered them? With these thoughts, Ling Zeyu's expression softened. Upon returning to the Ling residence, it was Ling Yuchen who opened the door. Noticing Ling Zeyu's indifferent expression, he remarked, "You must still remember the house code, right? Who else would keep opening the door for you?" Ling Zeyu relished engaging in playful banter with Ling Yuchen. A mere 2 exchanges a day left him feeling unsettled. "Opening the door for your brother is a privilege. You ought to cherish it," he teased. As expected, Ling Yuchen's face darkened, and he chose to ignore him, heading into the kitchen to assist their father with dinner. Curiously, Ling Zeyu inquired, "Oh, where's Andy? Why is father still in the kitchen?" Chapter 83. The heart and mouth discrepancy. Ling Yuchen replied softly, "Today is a holiday. I gave Andy a day off." Ling Zeyu responded, but just then, Ling Feng emerged and playfully delivered a light smack to Ling Yuchen's head. Don't listen to his nonsense about holidays. You're back, so I've personally prepared a few dishes. He then sat down at the dining table and handed chopsticks to Ling Zeyu. Reminiscing, I used to cook for you both quite often, but with work keeping me busy, the moments we gathered have dwindled, and my opportunities to cook have been scarce. It was meant to be a warm occasion. Ling Yuchen rubbed his nose and earnestly asked, Indeed, it has been so long. I wonder if it's delicious or not. Ling Zeyu couldn't suppress a chuckle. Yet in consideration of their father's feelings, he earnestly replied, Regardless of whether it's tasty or not, it's the thought that counts. With a bright smile, he added. Ling Feng appeared quite pleased and promptly placed a piece of rib on Ling Ziyu's plate. Ling Yuchen rolled his eyes at Ling Zeyu. And you let him spoil you. How do you speak? Ling Feng admonished Ling Yuchen. You keep nagging me about your brother's absence, and now that he is back, you're arguing again. I am not. Ling Yuchen's face flushed crimson at their father's unrelenting exposure of his feelings. Ling Zeyu realized, so it was a case of heart and mouth at odds. It seems you missed me. Ling Yuchen turned his head away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Who wanted you back? Ling Zeyu took the initiative to serve Ling Yuchen some vegetables. Here, eat more. In light of you serving me, I suppose I shall reluctantly partake, Ling Yuchen retorted. Ling Zeyu shot back. You can eat if you wish. If not, leave it for me. He reached to snatch something from Ling Yuchen's bowl, but the latter was quick, swiftly popping it into his mouth with a defiant glint in his eyes. After dinner, as Annie was absent, they were required to wash the dishes themselves. Ling Yuchen donned gloves, preparing to wash up, but Ling Zeyu seized them from behind, insisting, You go watch TV. I'll handle the dishes. Ling Yuchen frowned. Give me the gloves. I can wash them. There are hardly any dishes. He added, Besides, when have you ever washed dishes? Previously, Ling Zeyu would have protested vehemently at such a remark, interpreting it as a jab at his lack of experience with menial tasks. However, having come to understand certain things, he no longer felt that way. Ling Yuchen's character bore a resemblance to their father. Despite genuinely caring for others, his words often led to misunderstandings. He chuckled softly. True, I haven't washed dishes before, but it's not difficult. You go enjoy yourself. I'll manage. After all, he was still his brother. Ling Yuchen, unable to argue against Ling Zeyu, exited the living room. Through the transparent kitchen door, he watched the busy figure within, biting his lip before averting his gaze. Ling Zeyu took a few tissues to wipe his fingers and noticed Ling Yuchen watching television. He inquired, Where's Dad? On the balcony smoking, came the reply. Ling Zeyu felt a lingering sense of unease and, after much contemplation, decided to investigate the familiar figure he had encountered earlier. Upon reaching the balcony, he found his father smoking. Dad, he called out. Ling Feng extinguished his cigarette upon seeing Ling Zeyu and coughed a couple of times before asking, What brings you out here? Is there something you wish to discuss? Yes, Ling Zeyu nodded. Meanwhile, inside the house, Ling Yuchen retrieved some fruit from the refrigerator that had been purchased earlier. After washing an apple, he hesitated for a moment, pondering Ling Zeyu's lazy disposition, which might deter him from peeling it himself. Silently, he peeled the apple before placing it back in the fruit bowl. Looking for someone? Ling Feng furrowed his brow at Ling Zeyu. Is there a problem? Why are you seeking out a stranger? Fearing that his father would worry, Ling Zeyu fabricated a casual excuse. Oh, it's nothing serious. This person owes me some money, and I'm just trying to collect. With this explanation, Ling Feng felt relieved. Ever since the last incident, the well-being of his children had become his utmost priority. All right, I will let you know if I hear anything, he assured. Thank you, Dad, Ling Zeyu responded with a smile. Ling Feng felt somewhat embarrassed after hearing Ling Zeyu call him old man for so long. He had grown accustomed to it. Come on, let us head inside. Once inside, Ling Zeyu noticed several plump apples prominently displayed on the dining table, making it hard for him to ignore. Glancing at Ling Yuchen, who feigned nonchalance while looking in his direction, he casually remarked, Are you two done chatting? There's fruit on the table. Ling Zeyu raised an eyebrow, internally critiquing, If you want me to eat, just say so instead of these little antics. He appreciated the gesture and promptly took an apple, biting into it. It's truly sweet. Who chose these apples? They're so crisp. He observed Ling Yuchen as slightly raised chin and the smile gracing his lips, clearly pleased. Is it really that impressive? Ling Zeyu asked. He offered one to his father. But Ling Feng shook his head disapprovingly. I can't eat that. My teeth aren't good for biting. Ling Zeyu hesitated, glancing at the 5 peeled apples in the bowl. Did that mean they were all for him? Determined not to disappoint Ling Yuchen's good intentions, he devoured 2 apples in quick succession. Having just finished a meal, he felt his stomach round and full. After taking a sip of water to aid his digestion, he decided against consuming more. Yet, Ling Yuchen handed him another apple. There are plenty left, and these don't need peeling. Ling Zeyu forced a smile. I'll have it later. They'll oxidize if left out. Thank you. As Ling Zeyu left, he walked with a protruding belly, supporting his waist, and waved cheerfully. However, once in the car, he nearly felt ill from the excess. He had managed to eat 3 apples. Leaning back in his seat, he patted his round belly and implored the driver, Uncle, do you have any digestive tablets? Actually, I do, the driver replied, handing Ling Zeyu a box of digestive aids. You know, as one ages, digestion can become an issue, so I always carry some. That is quite convenient, Ling Zeyu remarked, feeling grateful. I meant to say that carrying essentials is a commendable habit. At present, his mouth is filled with the taste of apples, and despite having relished them in the past, the mere scent now induces a wave of nausea. Ling Yuza is indeed quite skilled, having single-handedly altered his preferences. In the ensuing days, Ling Yuza found himself busier than Huo Yuan. Previously, it was Ling Yuza who struggled to locate Huo Yuan. Now, it is Huo Yuan who cannot find Ling Yuza. Messages sent take an eternity to elicit a response, and were it not for Sure San's constant presence, he might have suspected that Ling Yuza had been spirited away. Upon receiving a call from his father, Ling Yuza was engulfed in melancholy. His father reported a lack of useful information and the absence of the person sought. He couldn't help but wonder if what he had witnessed that day was merely an illusion. No, perhaps he should enlist someone else to investigate. Chapter 84. You frightened me the following afternoon. Ling Yuza swiftly identified his target. Lian, come here, he called with a smile, beckoning with his hand. Lian, despite a foreboding feeling, approached and inquired, What can I do for you, young Master Ling? With a cheerful demeanor, Ling Yuza replied, It's nothing significant. I merely wish to ask, if I were to request something of you, would you inform Huo Yuan? Lian hesitated for a moment, responding, That would depend on the nature of the request. Ling Yuza continued, What if I preferred you not to disclose it to Huo Yuan? Or, if the matter were trivial, then I would not inform Master Hua, Lian assured him. The response delighted Ling Yuza, illuminating his expression. Indeed, there is someone who owes me money, but I cannot locate him. I only know his name, and therefore. Before Ling Yuza could finish, Lian comprehended immediately and affirmed. Young Master Ling wishes for me to find this individual and to keep Master Hua uninformed, so as not to disturb him over such a minor issue. Is that correct? Ling Yuza gave a thumbs up in approval, exclaiming, Exactly. You articulated it perfectly. Truly, Lian exemplified the qualities of a competent bodyguard, astute and perceptive. No problem. Young Master Ling, you can trust this matter to me. Ling Yuza felt an immense sense of relief and patted Lian's shoulder, remarking, If only Sure San and you Hao possessed half of your intelligence, I would have no worries at all. Lian chuckled in response. As the sun began to set, Huo Yuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the figure seated on the steps, lost in thought with his hands on his face. Lian answered earnestly, Yes. And young Master Ling expressly stated that he did not wish for you to be informed of this trivial matter. Huo Yuan smirked, a light laugh escaping him. He certainly has a share of cunning. He then inquired, Did he mention the name? Yes, it's Qi Peng, Lian noted, discreetly observing Huo Yuan's expression. Recognizing that this was the very individual Huo Yuan had previously instructed him to investigate. Investigate him, Huo Yuan commanded. Lian, puzzled, raised his gaze. But hasn't this person already? Before he could finish, Huo Yuan interrupted, Since Xiaoyu does not wish for me to know, I shall pretend I have not heard this conversation. As for the rest, I shall make my own arrangements. You need not concern yourself. Understood. At that moment, Ling Yuza remained blissfully unaware, gazing at the descending sun, oblivious to the fact that Li Yin had already disclosed everything he had entrusted to him. In a previous life, Chi Peng deceived him into relinquishing his shares. He had treated him as a friend, even lending him his car, yet the latter had betrayed him with fatal intent, leading to a tragic accident that resulted in his drowning. His spirits plummeted to an all-time low, despondency etched across his face. For the past few days, he had not seen Huo Yuan. He feared that he might succumb to the urge to weep uncontrollably in the other's embrace, and thus he wished to meet him only after regaining his composure. Yet, an overwhelming longing for him lingered. With a deep sigh, he pondered his situation. "What troubles you?" A sudden voice emerged from behind, startling Ling Zeyu, who turned to find Su Boyan standing close by. He placed a hand over his heart, exclaiming, "Dr. Su, you nearly frightened me to death." Su Boyan took a couple of steps forward and settled beside Ling Zeyu, tilting his head to observe him. "You appear burdened with thoughts. Have you encountered some vexing issue?" He had always perceived this youth as perpetually cheerful and vibrant, so seeing him here, sighing, was quite unexpected. Ling Zeyu nodded heavily, picking up a twig from the ground and poking it into the floor. "Indeed, I'm troubled. If only everything could unfold as desired." Rarely did Su Boyan smile. Yet he did so now, tilting his head to reply, "Life rarely adheres to our wishes. Often, one finds themselves in discord. If you don't mind, I could serve as your confidant." Ling Zeyu also turned his head towards him, seemingly hesitant, before ultimately looking away and confessing, "I haven't been good enough in the past, having done things that disappointed others. Now, I find myself too afraid to speak out, fearing I might become a nuisance. It leaves me in turmoil and distress." As he spoke, he continued to jab the twig into the floor. Su Boyan was amused by his childlike demeanor. Perceiving Ling Zeyu as someone who had lived in a sheltered environment, naive to the harsh realities of the world, his thoughts were pure, and he retained an air of innocence. There is no need for such inner turmoil or distress. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. Everyone possesses both virtues and flaws. It is said that no one is without fault, and it is human to err. Ling Zeyu managed a bitter smile. "That is not true. No one would understand. I cannot even forgive myself." He turned his head, inquiring, "But what about you, Dr. Su? Have you ever made mistakes?" It was a casual question, yet the other fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I once harmed someone, inflicting irreparable damage, even ruining a significant part of his life." Ling Zeyu's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, what happened then?" Su Boyan adjusted his glasses and lowered his gaze. "I wanted to seek him out to apologize, even though such words might seem trivial and unable to mend the past. Unfortunately, he is not in this city, but has gone to a faraway place. I have inquired about him and never lost hope over the years. In the end, I only obtained a photograph of him and learned his location, but nothing more. For a decade, through every day and night, I have dreamt of his face, haunted by the image of bloodied hands gripping my throat, demanding my life." Ling Zeyu could hardly contain his curiosity. "Did you find him?" Su Boyan nodded. "Yes, I did." "Did he forgive you?" Su Boyan shook his head. "I do not know. I have yet to tell him. Comforting others comes easily, yet when faced with one's own trials, a sense of helplessness inevitably creeps in." He smiled faintly and turned to glance at Ling Zeyu, deciding to share his thoughts with him this week, for he deserved to know the truth. If repayment was demanded, he would not resist. After all, it was a debt he owed and thus should repay. Ling Zeyu, with a sigh of melancholy, offered words of solace. "Dr. Su, you possess such kindness. Surely the other person will forgive you. You must have had your reasons back then. Otherwise, you wouldn't have spent all these years searching for them in hopes of making amends." It said that only those with a kind heart feel guilt. The wicked remain unburdened by such feelings. Therefore, Dr. Su, do not be too harsh on yourself. If blame is to be cast, let it fall upon fate, for the other has faced their trials as well. Ling Zeyu sought to comfort Dr. Su, noting that the troubled expression on his face mirrored his own. Thus, he spoke these words. Su Boyan chuckled softly. "Thank you, you've lightened my heart." "Ha ha ha, no need for thanks." Meanwhile, in the southern courtyard, someone sneezed several times, rubbing the tip of their nose. Where has Su Boyan gone? "This water is cold. How am I to drink it?" Upon Su Boyan's return to the southern courtyard, Huo Yuan was in a fit of anger, having hurled his cup to the ground. Upon seeing Su at the entrance, his voice carried a heavy tone. Is your hand healing too swiftly, allowing you the energy to run about? He strode towards Su, their proximity palpable. Huo penetrating gaze bore down on him. Su Boyan paused momentarily, instinctively wishing to retreat, but Huo grip tightened around his neck just enough to assert dominance. Huo furrowed his brow and demanded, "Where have you been? Did I not instruct you not to return?" Su Boyan swallowed hard, managing to reply, "I did not go back. I was at Yuan, speaking with Ling Zeyu for a while." Huo scrutinized his face, attempting to discern the truth in his words. Finally, he released his grip, his expression cold. What could you possibly have to discuss with him? Such foolishness. Clearing his throat, Su Boyan said nothing further. Huo found the encounter dull. The chill emanating from Su extinguished any desire for further provocation. He took a step back, intending to leave, but Su Boyan seized his wrist. Huo cast a glance at the hand gripping his arm, and Su Boyan quickly withdrew his hand, warning, "Be careful of the ground. There's broken glass." This glass had been the very cup Huo had shattered moments prior. He remained silent, standing still, intrigued as he watched Su bend down to gather the shards. In that fleeting moment, a wicked thought ignited within Huo mind. He contemplated stepping forward and placing his foot upon Su's hand as he picked up the glass. Envisioning the shards piercing through flesh, blood staining the remnants of the cup. Wouldn't that provoke a cry of pain? With such thoughts lingering, his body obediently followed suit. He moved closer, his toes lifting slightly, poised to strike. Huo yearned to witness the terror and fear etched upon the other's face. To see him recoil in dread, and to behold the expressions of disdain and resentment directed at him. Such sights would bring him a sense of contentment, allowing him to torment the other without remorse. He found no pleasure in subservience. It was far too mundane. Yet this particular individual embodied that very dullness. Although he could have easily withdrawn his hand after collecting the shards, he chose to remain still upon noticing the other's foot approach, fully aware of his intentions. He refrained from retracting his hand or evading. Instead, he complied, his palm resting upon the shards of glass, awaiting the inevitable step upon them. Huo licked his sharp teeth, the mirth in his eyes diminishing slightly. "Su Boyan," he called out. The other slowly lifted his gaze, revealing none of the emotions Huo anticipated, only a tranquil indifference. "Aren't you afraid of pain?" Huo inquired, devoid of emotion, as if genuinely curious. The eyes behind the frame displayed no fluctuations of feeling. The lashes hung low, suggesting there was little to fear. It was merely what he deserved. He awaited the moment the other's shoe would descend, yet inexplicably, the owner of that shoe turned away, refraining from stepping down. By the time Su Boyan raised his eyes again, he had already retreated upstairs to rest. That evening, Huo left his door ajar, for he anticipated no visitors. And typically, his door remained open. Su Boyan's room was directly opposite his, so as he returned, he naturally caught sight of the figure within, lying with his back turned, the blanket having slipped to the floor. He paused in the corridor, hesitating for a moment before softly stepping inside to retrieve the thin blanket, gently draping it over the other. He then quietly exited, returning to his own room and closing the door behind him. He needed to retire early that night, for he was due back at the hospital tomorrow after a few days of leave. He could not afford further delays. At the very moment Su Boyan stepped out of Huo room, the one lying in bed slowly opened his eyes, clarity illuminating his gaze. "Dr. Su, shall we dine together after work?" Fangzhe entered the office with a smile, just as Su Boyan was about to shut down his computer. Su Boyan was about to decline when Fangzhe continued. "Surely, Dr. Su wouldn't refuse me? We had agreed upon this earlier, and besides, I borrowed your notebook, and Haven T had the chance to express my gratitude." Fangzhe's words left Su Boyan with no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he had indeed made a prior commitment. He contemplated briefly before responding. It is but a trivial matter, no need for formality. However, since Dr. Fang insists, I shall not refuse. Fangzhe waved dismissively, chiding, "Why are you being so polite? We've worked together for so many years." Ultimately, Fangzhe selected a venue, and before entering the restaurant, Su Boyan sent a message to Huo Yuan, informing him that he might arrive late and suggesting he dine first. After sending the message, he entered the restaurant, where Fangzhe gallantly pulled out a chair for him. "Thank you, but I can manage on my own," Su Boyan replied, still unaccustomed to such attentive care. In his interactions with others, he maintained a certain distance, even with colleagues he had worked alongside for several years. Fangzhe understood Su Boyan's temperament, so he did not press the matter and returned to his seat with a smile. After Su Boyan sat down, his phone buzzed. He glanced at it and saw a message from Huo Yuan, which simply read reason. After a moment of silence, Su Boyan replied, "Dining with colleagues." Once he sent the message, he noticed Fangzhe was looking at him. He paused slightly and explained, "Apologies, just responding to a message." Fangzhe seemed to snap back to reality, smiling as he said, "It's fine, I was just surprised. I've always seen you as someone who keeps to himself. It seems no one could draw your attention away." Su Boyan lowered his gaze, pondering. "Is that so?" He thought. "I don't feel that way. In truth, I've always admired you." Fangzhe chuckled, raising his glass. Su Boyan hesitated for a moment, but decided, since he wasn't driving today, to clink glasses with him. "I admire your ability to endure hardships." Su Boyan replied, "That doesn't sound like a compliment." Fangzhe laughed heartily, responding, "My mistake. It should be your perseverance that I admire." Su Boyan found it amusing, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. Fangzhe then shifted his tone. "Yet at the same time, I feel quite sorry for you." Su Boyan halted, looking at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" Fangzhe took a sip of his drink and continued, "All these years, you have been alone. I learned inadvertently that your parents passed away early, which means you have faced the world's tumult and challenges by yourself. Aren't you exhausted?" A hint of concern and sorrow shadowed his brow. Su Boyan, however, kept his eyes lowered, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly raised his gaze and coldly asked, "Dr. Fang, what do you wish to convey?" Chapter 86. What about the promise you made me? Fangzhe felt helpless, fully aware of the depth of Su Boyan's defenses against others. The words he intended to say were caught in his throat, swallowed down under Su Boyan's guarded gaze. He reminded himself to take it slow, to proceed with caution. With a smile, he said, "Actually, I wanted to say, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I've noticed that you haven't seemed well these past few months. The dark circles under your eyes are quite evident, clearly a sign of sleepless nights. So, please take care of your health." Su Boyan pondered for a moment and replied, "I will take care." The two exchanged more words as twilight descended, enveloping the evening in darkness. Fangzhe poured another glass of wine for Su Boyan, but he refrained from drinking, as he was not good with alcohol. Waving his hand, he remarked, "If I drink more, I might struggle to find my way home." Fangzhe chuckled and did not insist further. "By the way, I will need a few more days to return your notebook. My younger brother wants to borrow it for a while." Su Boyan rested his head on his hand, his face slightly flushed. "It's fine. I don't need it right now. It's also my fault for having such illegible handwriting, which pales in comparison to Dr. Su's elegant script. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to borrow it. That little rascal has such high demands. Lending it to him is already generous, and yet he mocks my handwriting, saying it resembles a dog's paw." Unable to contain himself, Su Boyan chuckled softly and turned to gaze out the window. At that moment, as his gaze focused, the smile on his lips faded. As the sound of Fangzhe's complaints about his younger brother lingered in his ears, a figure leaned casually against the car window outside, chin slightly raised, arms crossed over his chest, wearing a half-smile as he regarded him. Huo Yuan found it exceedingly amusing. Was he truly that terrifying? Upon seeing him, laughter vanished, faces hardened, yet in the company of others, they engaged in lively banter, their mirth uninhibited. Did this not seem profoundly unjust? Why did he possess such carefree ease without a twinge of guilt? Did he not feel remorse for himself? If one came to him seeking atonement, one ought to fulfill their obligations, repaying every debt owed to him. Huo Yuan's face bore a smile, yet his eyes were icy. He observed as the other exited the restaurant, the smile on his face dissipating entirely, brows furrowing slightly. As he approached, Huo Yuan could detect the scent of alcohol. Su Boyan was about to speak, but Huo Yuan denied him that opportunity, swiftly opening the car door. his demeanor cold as he inclined his chin in a silent command. Su Boyan hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately entered the vehicle. Just then, Feng Zhi rushed out, intending to exchange a few words with Su Boyan, but Huo Xinyan abruptly slammed the car door shut. Their eyes met briefly before Huo Xinyan averted his gaze, taking his seat behind the wheel and shutting the door. The car sped away. The vehicle raced forward, and with Su Boyan having just dined and consumed some alcohol, his stomach now churned uncomfortably. Sensing Huo Xinyan's discontent, he refrained from protesting, merely enduring the discomfort, until a sharp turn compelled him to clutch his abdomen. Frowning as he spoke, Huo Xinyan slowed down. He could surmise the source of Huo Xinyan's anger. His absence for dinner that evening had evidently irked him. "What do you wish to eat tonight? I will prepare it for you." Su Boyan grasped the car door handle tightly, his tone softening as he said, "It was an unexpected circumstance. I had previously committed to the dinner, and it would have been rude not to attend. I also sent you a message explaining the situation." Regardless of his explanations, Huo Xinyan did not reduce his speed. Rather, he accelerated. A sudden brake caused Su Boyan to lurch against the glass, his stomach churning violently, nearly resulting in nausea. And before he could regain his composure, the car door swung open. A pair of pale hands seized his clothing, dragging him toward the southern courtyard. "Huo Xinyan, let go." Su Boyan attempted to reason with him, struggling yet unable to free himself from the other's grip. The courtyard remained dark, and Su Boyan could not discern the path ahead, forced to comply with Huo Xinyan's lead. "Release me. I can walk on my own." Navigating the stairs posed a risk of falling. He would not mind a fall for himself. Huo Xinyan remained silent, and despite the darkness enveloping the room, he walked steadily, avoiding any missteps. Su Boyan felt disoriented, and at this moment, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The instant the door opened, he was forcefully pushed inside, caught off guard and tumbling to the ground, his elbows striking the floor with a dull thud, causing his glasses to fall away. Su Boyan let out a muffled grunt, furrowing his brow, uncertain of Huo Xinyan's intentions. The room was pitch black, obscuring his vision, yet he caught a strong whiff of fragrance. Realizing he had provoked Huo Xinyan, he understood this was likely a lesson for his misstep. Yet, I find myself uncertain about the nature of this fragrance. Is it akin to those of the past? Will it provoke a rash or a headache, as before? It seems unlikely, for this scent is unfamiliar to me. Su Boyan had no intention of resisting. After all, pain and discomfort are transient if one can endure them. However, as moments slipped by, he increasingly sensed an unsettling change within his body. A strange warmth enveloped him, accompanied by a parched throat. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. He hastily rose and groped towards the bedside, illuminating the area with the lamp. His gaze fell upon a delicate pink glass bottle resting on the nightstand. Su Boyan's pupils constricted, and he swiftly discarded the fragrant sticks contained within, sealing the bottle with its wooden stopper. Yet, it was too late. He had inhaled too much, rendering his limbs weak and feeble, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Huo Xinyan, you have gone too far. The heat escalated, and he trembled uncontrollably, curling up at the edge of the bed, clutching his legs, enduring the peculiar reactions induced by the medication. At that moment, the door swung open. Huo Xinyan stood at the threshold, silhouetted against the light, observing him. Although Su Boyan could not discern his features, he was acutely aware that he was being scrutinized. Words eluded him. He merely gritted his teeth, struggling to utter leave. Huo Xinyan did not budge. Rather, he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. With deliberate slowness, he approached Su Boyan, towering over him. Su Boyan dared not lift his gaze to meet Huo Xinyan's eyes, biting his lip fiercely to suppress the involuntary whimpers that threatened to escape. His lip bled from the force of his bite, yet he held on tightly. Huo Xinyan observed him, noting the trembling of his eyelashes, the perspiration beading on his forehead, and the way his body shivered uncontrollably, lips stained crimson with blood. Yet still he did not relent. Huo Xinyan gradually crouched beside him, pale fingers reaching toward his face, but before contact could be made, Su Boyan turned away. Evading the touch, Huo Xinyan's expression darkened, his gaze turned frigid. His hovering fingers paused momentarily before they gripped Su Boyan's chin with considerable force. His voice was icy and piercing. "Did you go out to dinner with someone because you promised them?" Su Boyan tilted his head back, exposing his vulnerable neck. He closed his eyes and struggled to utter a single word. "Yes." "And what about me?" Huo tone was laced with bitterness. "What about the promise you made to me over a decade ago?" Su Boyan's pupils dilated in shock. You know? Huo expression turned sardonic. "Otherwise, do you intend to keep this from me forever?" The atmosphere around them chilled abruptly, and they remained locked in a stalemate. Su Boyan's throat constricted, his supporting hand tensed, sweat trickling down his face to his jawline. Huo regarded him coldly. "Do you have nothing to explain?" The pressure on his chin intensified, forcing Su Boyan to tilt his head back, his breathing becoming labored. I'm sorry." Although this apology may seem insignificant in light of the hurt he had caused, he felt compelled to express it. He met Huo steely gaze, guilt and remorse flickering in his eyes. "No matter how you treat me, I shall harbor no resentment. This is my debt to you, one I must repay." His lips began to tremble subtly, yet he still pleaded, "I beg you, please leave." As soon as the words left his lips, a sound escaped from the corner of his mouth, causing him to furrow his brow in an instant, biting down hard on his lip in evident agony. Huo was deeply angered. He harbored a profound resentment towards him. In this moment of confrontation, the other party remained remarkably composed, failing to even fabricate a single reason. Apologies? Did he truly require an apology? Abruptly shifting his grip from the other's chin to seize their cheek, he glowered into their eyes, filled with guilt. Did Dr. Su believe that a mere apology sufficed to absolve one of wrongdoing? Su Boyan struggled, attempting to pry open the grip on his wrist, yet his body was too weak to contend with Huo. Just as he was about to speak, urging him to relinquish his hold, the effects of the drugs surged within him, causing his voice to tremble slightly. Just a single word could evoke such depth in one's gaze. His lips, a vivid crimson, captured Huo attention for several seconds, who then unexpectedly burst into laughter, seemingly struck by a sudden thought. Dr. Su would do well to cease his struggles. They were futile. The scent here was far more potent than what he had encountered at Yuan. His breath came in labored gasps, words escaping him with difficulty. He released his grip, but did not withdraw, his fingertips gliding over Su Boyan's jaw, brushing away a bead of sweat. Such a subtle gesture sent shivers through Su Boyan's body, prompting an instinctual retreat. Huo observed with a hint of playful amusement, pondering what exactly Dr. Su feared. Since arriving at Nanyuan, he had endured numerous injuries, inhaled various scents, yet had never uttered a cry of pain. What did he truly fear, or perhaps, what did he desire? The last inquiry caused Su Boyan's body to stiffen momentarily, though it was a fleeting reaction, barely perceptible. Huo, unfazed, retrieved a piece of paper from somewhere, slowly unfolding it under the dim light before Su Boyan. The densely packed apologies etched upon it caught Su Boyan's eye, making his heart race as he lunged towards Huo in an attempt to snatch the paper away. However, Huo had anticipated this, slightly turning aside to evade him. That night, his curiosity had been piqued, wondering what could possibly be inscribed on that page to provoke such a frown from the other, leading him to tear it out and discard it in the trash. Thus, the following day, he entered the other's room and retrieved the crumpled paper. Unfolding it, he found little of interest, even deeming it ironic. Did one truly believe that filling an entire page with apologies would earn his forgiveness? Absurd. Just as he was about to dispose of it, he noticed 4 words at the center, crossed out with a black pen, yet still discernible. "I like you." Like? Whom could he possibly like? The answer was evident without further speculation, and was confirmed through their subsequent interactions. A wicked smile danced upon Huo lips. "Dr. Su, you like me, don't you?" At that moment, Su Boyan was utterly disheveled, every aspect of himself laid bare before the other, revealing his most vulnerable and disgraceful sides, including the illicit thoughts he harbored towards him. When had his feelings for Huo begun to shift? He could not articulate it. In the later days of darkness, he could only recall the death of his mother, and the weight of life had drained him of the courage to continue. Yet he ultimately persevered, for he still harbored a wish, a debt owed to another. Night after night, his dreams were haunted by the specter of that person demanding retribution. Nightmares plagued him, but as time passed, he found himself less fearful. In fact, he longed to dream of them once more. The photograph of that person, painstakingly acquired while abroad, had been scrutinized countless times with the hope that, should they meet one day, he could quickly recognize them and offer his apologies face to face, not seeking forgiveness, but merely wishing to alleviate their suffering. Gradually, this emotion began to transform, becoming something he could no longer control. His glasses were nowhere to be found, and his eyelashes fell, obscuring his expression. Yet the tension in his hands betrayed his discomfort. Huo Yuan gazed intently at the slight tremor of the other's eyelashes for a moment before narrowing his eyes and leaning close to whisper in their ear. "Do you not like me? Why pretend?" No sooner had he spoken than Huo Yuan, taken by surprise, felt a sharp bite on his ear. Huo Yuan's eyes widened in shock, his pupils filled with disbelief. "Huo Yuan, what are you doing?" Anger coursed through him, shaking him to his core. Huo Yuan's tone was cold as he paused. "Have I spoken wrongly? Do you not desire me? You come so eagerly to my door. Is it not for this?" Once, Huo Yuan had been sunny and cheerful, able to engage with anyone, surrounded by friends not only due to his status, but also because of his inherent goodness. Yet, that innocence had been devoured by darkness. He learned to exploit others' weaknesses, to utter painful words that left scars. He attacked and humiliated. At this moment, having identified Huo Yuan's vulnerability, he sought revenge in his own way, lifting his hand to grasp the other's chin. "Dr. Su, are you not despicable? Indeed, one must treat each individual according to their nature. Those who had been hired to test medicines were oppressed by life, and thus humiliation meant little to them. But the person before him was different. He was not one of them. He did not fear pain like those others, yet he was a respected doctor, surely unaccustomed to such indignity." At this moment, Huo Yuan had reached a critical juncture, yet Huo Yuan remained stoic, refraining from uttering harsh words. His endurance was nearing its limit, pain curling within him, his body ablaze. His eyes were red-rimmed. Huo Yuan let out a light laugh through his nose. "Why leave? Do you not like me? Would it not be better for me to stay?" He brushed against Huo Yuan's ear, the other's sensitivity betraying an uncontrollable rush of breath, displaying a candid vulnerability. Chapter 88. Words must be followed by action. Huo Yuan leaned closer, compelling the other to look up at him, his smile increasingly wicked. As he beheld the person before him, a multitude of malicious thoughts surged within, and he was intrigued by the potential for mischief. Would this individual resist? Most likely, they would not. After all this time, based on my understanding and observations of him, it seems that I possess no boundaries in his presence. His tolerance for me is remarkably high, while his own limits appear astonishingly low. Thus, he contemplates that perhaps no matter what he does at this moment, the other party would not refuse him. He must carefully consider what actions to undertake now, surveying with keen interest, his gaze cold and dim. Watching him intently, he absorbs every reaction, a faint smile curling at his lips, his voice as frosty as ever. "Beg me," Huo Yuan stammered. "Huo Yuan, don't do this." His reason still intact, he nearly pleaded, "There's no need to sacrifice what isn't worth it for the sake of revenge against me." Huo Yuan chuckled lightly. "Dr. Su, you overestimate yourself. Sacrifice? Not quite. As for revenge, I must ponder whether this could be deemed as such. Is it not rather a reward?" Huo Yuan spoke while brushing away the hand that obstructed his view, eager to behold the expression in those eyes. Yet, he noticed the traces of tears glistening at the corners. Huo Yuan's body momentarily stiffened. His lips pressed together as he observed the other's stubbornness and refusal to meet his gaze. Why the reluctance to look at him? Does he fear him? Huo Yuan had believed that the most terrifying aspect was Huo Yuan, who haunted him like a nightmare. Yet now he realizes there exists something even more fearsome. Those deeply buried memories, the bloodied visage of Huo Yuan consistently appearing in his nightmares, indelible and unforgettable. Yet that face, once blurred in his recollections, now evokes a profound understanding. It resembles a fierce tiger with an acute sense of territory. Should one inadvertently stray into its domain, it would shred flesh and bone, severing one's neck, drinking their blood, feasting upon their flesh. No plea for mercy would avail, as it would never relent, and one's cries would only serve to incite further excitement. Rather than resist, it is wiser to submit. The night deepened, the dim flickers casting shadows. Huo Yuan inadvertently noticed a scar on the other's shoulder, momentarily stunned. Before he could inquire, he witnessed the other side collapse weakly. Su Boyan had succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Huo Yuan sat on the balcony of the second floor, allowing the cool breeze to envelop him. A cigarette perched between his fingers, an infrequent indulgence. Yet today he felt inexplicably restless. When Su Boyan awakened, it was already the following afternoon. He stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought for an extended period, gradually recalling the memories of the previous night. Every detail replayed vividly in his mind. Had it rained last night? Surely it must have, for the storm had raged fiercely. A pang of discomfort gripped his heart, an unarticulated bitterness. Now that he was awake, there was no point in feigning sleep. Huo Yuan appeared at the doorway, arms crossed, leaning against the frame, his demeanor refreshed as he stated, "I am hungry. Go prepare some food." Su Boyan pursed his lips, gazing at him silently. Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you unwilling? Do you truly believe that last night's events can replace or erase the past? I assure you, unless I declare it settled, you shall not leave this place." With that, Huo Yuan turned and departed. Once he was gone, Su Boyan slowly uncovered himself from the blanket and rose, each movement eliciting a sharp pang of pain. Entering the bathroom, he gazed into the mirror, the marks on his neck glaringly apparent, his lips pale and slightly cracked, causing him to furrow his brow. Huo Yuan lounged in the living room, perched upon a single armchair, observing the individual laboring in the kitchen, clad in an apron and chopping vegetables. The profile appeared remarkably docile, a stark contrast to the unyielding demeanor displayed the previous night. Reflecting on the events of last evening, he smirked, realizing that the future at Nanyuan would indeed hold some amusement. As Su Boyan prepared a meal for Huo Yuan and set it upon the dining table, he noticed only a single set of utensils laid out, prompting Huo Yuan to lift his gaze toward him. After a moment of silence, Su Boyan declared, "I am not hungry." Huo Yuan approached, scrutinizing his face, his gaze gradually descending to the neck, where two band-aids were affixed. With a swift motion, he tore them off, catching Su Boyan off guard, who inhaled sharply and furrowed his brow in inquiry. "What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Huo Yuan retorted with a smirk. "Where are you hiding? Is it something shameful?" Just as Su Boyan was about to respond, the butler, Chun, entered the room. "The young master is having his meal," he stated. Huo Yuan ignored him, directly asking, "What brings you here?" Chun explained, "The eldest master has requested that I invite Dr. Su to discuss your recent health condition." Although Huo Yuan was displeased, he refrained from voicing his objections. Su Boyan bit his lip, glancing at Huo Yuan, and extended his hand, requesting, "Give me the band-aids." Huo Yuan tossed them into the trash before his eyes, coldly remarking, "What hast there to hide? It's futile." Su Boyan followed Chun into the reception room, knocking on the door before receiving permission to enter. Huo Yuan set down his teacup and finally looked up, his gaze drifting to the evident marks on Su Boyan's neck. He quickly averted his gaze, maintaining a composed demeanor as he spoke. "After spending some time together, how would you assess Huo Yuan's temperament, Dr. Su?" Uncertain of Huo Yuan's intentions, Su Boyan was nonetheless acutely aware that since Huo Yuan recognized him as the individual from years past, Huo Yuan must also be privy to this knowledge. Although he yearned to speak well of Huo Yuan, the memories of the previous night filled him with frustration, leading him to state, "His temper is exceedingly poor." This response took Huo Yuan by surprise. He had anticipated that Su Boyan would, as before, shield Huo Yuan's actions. Huo Yuan smiled, detached yet courteous. "I previously mentioned that if Huo Yuan were to harm you during treatment, do not hesitate to speak up." He then slid a check across the table, adding, "The Huo family will ensure that you do not suffer any loss." Su Boyan paused in silence before responding, "Mr. Huo, there is no need for pretense. My intentions for being here must be clear to you by now. There is no need to test me further. I have stated that I will not harm Huo Yuan, and I stand by that promise. In the past, he paused momentarily and continued, stating it was an accident, and it would never happen again. Words must be followed by actions. Chapter 89. Was Huo Yuan proactive? Huo Yuan lightly tapped the table, casting a glance at the other's chapped lips. Was the sacrifice of Dr. Su not excessively great? Such a repayment might only incite further anger. He had already heard about last night's events. Su Boyan was thoroughly dejected. Did he truly wish for such a repayment? What was he angry about? Was it because he felt a lingering embarrassment and frustration that he could not articulate? Huo Yuan, however, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the other thoughtfully for a moment. Was Huo Yuan proactive? Perhaps this matter could be approached through Su Boyan. Huo Yuan smiled, diverting the topic. In truth, I invited Dr. Su here to inquire about something. I have faith in Dr. Su's character, so I wish to understand the circumstances from the past. Su Boyan furrowed his brows. Had not the Huo family already learned of those events? The matter of organ trafficking was extensive. What more was there to discuss? No, Huo Yuan spoke earnestly. It pertains to why you did not seek help from the Huo family at that time. Su Boyan fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. I indeed could not come to the Huo family for help. But what about Huo Yuan? Outside the room, Ling Zeyu entered, eagerly questioning Butler Chen. He needed to inquire about Li Yan's progress. The eldest young master is discussing matters with Dr. Su in the reception room. Does young Master Ling wish to enter now? Butler Chen replied. Oh, I see. Then never mind, I shall wait outside. Ling Zeyu seated himself on the sofa. Shortly thereafter, Butler Chen approached him again, holding a plate of fruit and placing it before him. Upon seeing the apples on the plate, Ling Zeyu instinctively gagged, quickly covering his mouth and awkwardly laughing. No. Thank you, I'm not hungry. Butler Chen was somewhat surprised. Why the sudden disinterest? Hadn't he enjoyed them before? However, he said nothing further, merely smiling as he took the plate away. After Huo Yuan had finished recounting the events, he pondered for a moment and remarked, I must ask Dr. Su for a favor. Su Boyan did not rush to respond, and Huo Yuan was unbothered, continuing, It is this way. Huo Yuan, now back in the country, will undoubtedly need to remain here. Once he recovers, I wish for him to learn at the company, though he is quite reluctant. At this moment, Su Boyan interjected, Mr. Huo, you overestimate my influence. Your words alone will not persuade him. No, Huo, Yuan continued. There is no need for you to persuade him. I simply hope that the matter you just shared remains undisclosed to Huo Yuan for the time being. I will find an appropriate moment to inform him. Su Boyan did not hastily refuse. He believed that this situation would not be detrimental to Huo Yuan. His condition was not truly an illness. Confining him to Nanyuan indefinitely would be unwise. He too hoped for Huo Yuan to return to a proper path in life. Thus, he consented. Very well. Ling Zeyu, having awaited Huo Yuan's inquiry about Li Yan's whereabouts, instead found himself confronted by Yu Hao. He intended to greet him amicably, but to his surprise, the other turned to flee upon seeing him. Stop. Thankfully, Ling Zeyu reacted swiftly, immediately calling out to him. Rising and approaching, he wore a perplexed expression, asking, Why are you avoiding me? Yu Hang, with his head bowed, hesitated to articulate the word. And what transpired that night? I hardly wish to scold you. As my bodyguard, how could you lose track of me? Ling Zeyu muttered incessantly before him, urging him to explain the situation. At that moment, Huo Yuan emerged from within, striding towards them, instantly capturing Ling Zeyu's attention, who then chose to overlook Yu Hang's shortcomings. Once Huo Yuan departed, Yu Hang exhaled a sigh of relief. What indeed had happened that night? He too was perplexed. He suspected he had encountered a ghost, or perhaps his vision had betrayed him, revealing sights that should not have been seen. It was a perfectly ordinary road, and he had followed young Master Ling closely, waiting for the next green light as Ling crossed the street. Yet at that moment, a large vehicle sped towards him. Fear gripped his heart. He thought it was all over. There was no time to intervene. He could only watch in horror. But then, something inexplicable occurred. From his peripheral vision, he clearly observed the vehicle, which was so near, seeming to reverse a short distance, halting at the crosswalk just in time. His head spun, and he stood there, dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes to confirm what he witnessed. Was he hallucinating? Had he truly seen a ghost? At that instant, he turned to seek out Ling Zeyu and his companions, only to find they had vanished. After returning home, he took 2 days off, contemplating whether he had attracted any malevolent spirits. For how else could he explain such a horrifying spectacle? The young Taoist priest suggested that it was the ghost festival, a time when unusual occurrences were common, advising him to avoid venturing out, especially during July. Fortunately, July was drawing to a close, allowing him to breathe easier. However, whenever he encountered young Master Ling, the memory of that night would resurface, prompting him to steer clear. "Did you summon me for something?" Huo Yuan inquired from a sofa, directing his question at Ling Zeyu. Ling Zeyu, seated nearby, casually asked, "Oh, I haven't seen Lian. Where has he gone?" Huo Yuan discerned his ulterior motives, a subtle smile dancing in his eyes, yet he chose not to expose him. "Lian is attending to a task for me. He likely won't return for several days." Ling Zeyu felt a twinge of disappointment, his eyes dimming slightly. Had he not been aware of Huo Yuan's true intentions, Huo Yuan might have misconstrued his feelings. He playfully pinched Ling Zeyu's cheek, applying just the right amount of pressure, feigning ignorance. "What do you need him for?" Ling Zeyu chuckled awkwardly, suppressing his emotions as he freed his face from Huo Yuan's grasp. "It's nothing serious, just a minor matter," he replied, forcing a smile. Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow, continuing to tease, "Is there anything you cannot share with me?" Ling Zeyu touched his nose, feeling guilty. It was particularly important. He would disclose it later when the time was right. Huo Yuan merely smiled, opting not to press further. Meanwhile, Su Boyan, despite feeling unwell, returned to Nanyuan, only to be intercepted by Huo. Sitting on a swing outside, Huo extended his foot to block Su Boyan's path, and when their eyes met, he spoke softly. "What did you say?" Su Boyan pressed his lips together, briefly averting his gaze before responding, "It's about you. I am well aware it pertains to me. I am inquiring about specific matters," Huo retorted with evident dissatisfaction. As his counterpart prepared to speak, Huo interjected, "Do not employ that tired routine of inquiring about my health. I am not convinced. Your brother is fully aware of my condition." Su Boyan continued, "He provided me with a check and instructed me to fill in the amount for my compensation." Chapter 90. You are being excessively unreasonable. Huo harbored no doubts. This indeed seemed like something his brother would do. "And then?" he asked in a flippant tone. "As a doctor, you ought to ensure the amount is sufficient. Otherwise, it would be unwise." Huo paused momentarily, his gaze lingering on the ambiguous mark on Su's neck, reflecting upon the delightful experience of Su Boyan. Su Boyan was already acutely aware of Huo inherent flaws and his deliberate provocations. Thus he chose not to engage further. Allowing his eyelids to flutter down as he casually stated, "I filled in a 6-figure sum." Huo chuckled lightly. How utterly greedy. He refrained from further comment, but raised an eyebrow when he observed Su Boyan changing his shoes at the shoe cabinet. "Where are you headed?" As Su Boyan continued to change, he replied, "To the hospital." Huo instinctively glanced at the hand Su was using to support himself against the shoe cabinet, his brow furrowing slightly. Before he could inquire further, Su added, "I have a night shift to attend to." Suddenly, Su Boyan's shoes were kicked away, and he frowned, looking up at the visibly displeased figure before him. "What are you doing?" Huo cold sneer met him. "What? Is your brother's money insufficient for your needs? Are you still not satisfied?" Su Boyan, wishing to avoid a quarrel, attempted to bypass Huo, only to find a strong hand gripping his collar, forcefully pinning him against the doorframe, his spine colliding with the wood. Su frowned slightly, a flicker of anger evident. "Huo, what are you doing?" "You." The two words escaped Huo lips with unabashed candor. Su, feeling both shame and anger, struggled to free himself from Huo's grasp. Huo, refusing to relent, spoke softly as Su resisted. "If you continue to fight against me, I will see to it that you lose this job." Su's body stilled, ceasing his struggle. Huo's expression softened into a satisfied smile. "Was that so difficult? Must you compel me to threaten you? Or is it that you are deliberately enticing me, seeking physical contact?" Su Boyan, ever sensitive, felt his cheeks flush crimson at Huo's insinuations, a mix of embarrassment and ire. In a matter of days, Huo had discerned his greatest fears, employing various humiliating words to provoke him, relishing in his disarray and impotent fury. Huo Yuan, you are being utterly unreasonable. Having never been one to hurl insults, Su found himself incapable of matching Huo's audacity in articulating harsh words. Thus, his mild protest, though not truly offensive, elicited laughter from Huo Yuan, who leaned closer, a provocative glint in his eyes. How is this excessive? With a mischievous smile, he seemingly beckoned Su to respond. Su Boyan struggled to articulate a coherent reply, and Huo, losing interest in taunting him further, turned away, his tone reverting to its usual chilliness. Enough. When I say no, it means no. I am heading upstairs. Do not disturb me. Huo Yuan was unaware of when he had drifted into slumber. He only recalled being roused by a persistent knocking at the door. It was no mystery as to who it was. At this hour, he could hardly expect anyone else. Disinterested, he sought to return to his dreams. Yet, the persistent rapping on the door continued, accompanied by a voice that sounded somewhat off. Huo Yuan. Startled, he rose from his bed, his bare feet padding across the floor as he opened the door. Upon seeing the unusual flush on the visitor's face, he furrowed his brow. Su Boyan, noticing the frown, realized he had disturbed Huo Yuan's rest and hastily inquired about the whereabouts of the fever-reducing medicine he had failed to find in the medicine cabinet. His voice was dry and hoarse. Huo Yuan extended his hand, and for a fleeting moment, Su Boyan misinterpreted the gesture as an impending strike, instinctively stepping back. Huo Yuan's hand hovered in the air for a few seconds before he commanded, "Stay still." Su Boyan, lips pressed together, hesitated yet remained motionless. Huo Yuan's hand gently touched Su Boyan's forehead, which was alarmingly warm. He scrutinized Su Boyan's attire, noting that he was dressed warmly enough to warrant no fever. Did he take a cold shower? Huo Yuan released his hand and asked. Su Boyan, puzzled by the question, replied, "No, why would I?" Huo Yuan pressed further. "Then how could you have a fever?" His genuine confusion was palpable. After a prolonged silence, Su Boyan concluded that Huo Yuan might indeed be unaware of the reason for his fever, his expression betraying a mix of bewilderment and realization. Su Boyan found it difficult to articulate his thoughts, yet he swiftly posed a question to Huo Yuan, who displayed a momentary look of perplexity at the vague reference. "What do you mean by that? Is it a problem? Besides, what does it have to do with anything?" Su Boyan bit his lip before explaining. "It's just that I am prone to fevers." "Is that so?" Huo Yuan queried, intrigued. Outside, Ling Zeyu was preparing to make a phone call, having missed one from Jiang Yiming earlier that evening. However, before he could dial, he spotted Huo Yuan approaching. Ling Zeyu, upon seeing him, kindly made room despite the ample width of the path. "I came to find you," Huo Yuan stated directly. Curiosity piqued, Ling Zeyu inquired, "What do you need me for?" "I haven't done anything recently to warrant your attention." Huo Yuan simply asked, "Do you have any fever-reducing medicine?" Ling Zeyu eyed him suspiciously. "Are you running a fever?" Without waiting for an answer, he decisively replied, "No, I don't have any. I finished the last of it during the previous episode." Huo Yuan continued, "Su Boyan has a fever." Before he could finish, Ling Zeyu's eyes widened in surprise. "Dr. Su has a fever? What happened? Wait for me. I'll grab some from upstairs." As Huo Yuan watched Ling Zeyu's retreating figure, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Despite feeling irritable, he expressed his gratitude when Ling Zeyu handed over the medicine, murmuring a sincere, "Thank you." Ling Zeyu dismissed it, pulling out his phone to call Jiang Yiming, reflecting on how they had not been in touch since parting ways that night. A faint sound resonated twice, prompting the answer to the call. However, the cacophony on the other end made it difficult for Ling Zeyu to discern the conversation. Judging by the background music, it seemed that Jiang Yiming was indulging in another night at a tavern. "Ling Zeyu, I must tell you, my parents have unfrozen my bank card. I can live freely again, and you must come out to celebrate with me." Ling Zeyu was taken aback by the jubilant voice of Jiang Yiming on the line. "Really? Your parents no longer oppose your haunted house venture?" he inquired, astonished. Hadn't they insisted he abandon it, threatening to keep his card frozen until his return? Had his uncle and aunt finally relented, or had Jiang Yiming chosen to concede? The commotion on the line was overwhelming, and before Ling Zeyu could clarify further, the call abruptly ended. He arranged to meet Jiang Yiming the following day. Ling Zeyu cherished the time spent with Huo Yuan, leaving his own room nearly untouched. Slipping into his slippers, he effortlessly pushed open Huo Yuan's door and leapt into his embrace before Huo Yuan could react. Huo Yuan set aside his book and caught Ling Zeyu's body, furrowing his brow. "Be careful, what if you fall?" With a bright smile, Ling Zeyu nestled into Huo Yuan's arms, brushing his lips against Huo Yuan's cheek. "But you're here. You wouldn't let me fall." Huo Yuan, with a blend of exasperation and affection, pinched Ling Zeyu's cheek, his eyes sparkling with tenderness. Ling Zeyu was a bundle of energy, restless even in slumber. He would alternate between resting his head on Huo Yuan's arm and lying sideways against his abdomen. Then, feeling uncomfortable, would eventually sit atop Huo Yuan, wrapping his arms around his waist, burying his head in the crook of Huo Yuan's neck, a flurry of movement. Huo Yuan, though reluctant to reprimand him, could hardly ignore the fact that Ling Zeyu was anything but composed and lacked restraint. The more he indulged, the more audacious Ling Zeyu became, igniting a spark of mischief in Huo Yuan, who playfully smacked Ling Zeyu's rear. "Settle down." The gesture was neither harsh nor gentle. Ling Zeyu, displeased, protested by playfully biting Huo Yuan's neck, teasingly gnawing. Huo Yuan's eyes darkened, his voice gravelly. Sensing the shift in tone, Ling Zeyu immediately fell still, pleading, "I want to move, I promise. I can't handle another night like last." Though Ling Zeyu ceased his fidgeting, his chatter remained incessant. "Huo Yuan, once you finish this hectic period, let us go out and unwind. You can't work all the time. It's not sustainable. Please take care of yourself. Just the two of us, wandering through splendid landscapes by day and stargazing at night. It would be delightful, just like that year." Huo Yuan paused in his reading, his hand stilling for a moment as Ling Zeyu's face pressed against his. The soft, imploring voice lingered, "Please promise me." How could Huo Yuan ever refuse Ling Zeyu? He smiled, conceding, "All right, I promise. Once I'm done with this busy stretch." Ling Zeyu beamed, planting a kiss on Huo Yuan's cheek. "Yay!" In another corner, Nan Yuan, cold and indifferent, tossed a fever-reducing medication onto the table. "Here." Su Boyan, grasping a cup of water, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Upon opening the medicine box, he took a pill and swallowed it with a sip of water. Huo Yuan observed him from the side and noticed that after setting down the cup, the other person rose, seemingly intending to leave. However, upon making eye contact, the other's expression faltered, eyelids lowered, and hesitantly inquired, "May I sleep?" Huo Yuan found this utterly perplexing, thinking the person must have lost their mind. He retorted rather unkindly, "What do you mean, sleep? Do you wish for me to take advantage of you?" As a result, Su Boyan's already flushed face from the fever deepened in color. Not from embarrassment, but pure indignation. He pressed his lips together, choosing to ignore Huo Yuan. Huo Yuan, disturbed from his slumber, found himself restless throughout the latter part of the night, tossing and turning in irritation, blaming Su Boyan for waking him up so late. Now, while Su Boyan had fallen asleep, he himself could not. A surge of unexplainable anger welled up within him, and he resolved to confront Su Boyan, either to wake him or to ensure he would not have peace. Upon pushing open the door, he noticed the bedside lamp was still on. The blanket offered no cover, having been kicked to the end of the bed, and the individual atop it seemed to be too hot, the sleepwear partially lifted, revealing a lean, flat abdomen. His hands clutched the fabric over his chest, and his usually serene eyes were tightly shut, lips bearing an unusual redness, the wound on them freshly scabbed, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead, indicating a restless sleep. Huo Yuan stood at the foot of the bed, gazing down at the person with an expression devoid of emotion. Su Boyan was in evident distress, his brows knitted together, murmuring incoherently, "Leave." Huo Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and leaned in, asking, "What?" "You must leave." Su Boyan's body trembled, uncertainty clouding whether it was due to the fever or a nightmare. Such an irrational statement left Huo Yuan bewildered. Huo Yuan, came the mumbled name, startling him, leading him to believe the other had awakened. But a glance confirmed that Su Boyan's eyes remained shut, still trapped in a dream where he was present. You must leave. Huo Yuan's body momentarily stiffened. Leave? Where? What did you dream of? Huo Yuan was engulfed in despair, reliving a haunting scene from the past, yearning to stop it, to change it. Despite knowing it was merely a dream, he wished that he were the one bound, not wanting Huo Yuan to come to his rescue. Once again, as before, his dream did not unfold as he desired. It was Huo Yuan who was taken away. It hurts. Why must it be like this? It's merely a dream. Why can't it be as I wish? Tears streamed down his cheeks. It hurts. Huo Yuan struggled to articulate his feelings, watching the warm tears slide down Huo Yuan's face, mirroring his own heated temperature. His fingers curled tightly, throat constricting as he coldly uttered two words, "You deserve it." He turned to leave, shutting the door behind him. Yet, within 3 seconds, he reopened it. Huo Yuan's expression darkened, revealing a terrifying heaviness. With little gentleness, he pulled down Huo Yuan's sleepwear and retrieved the blanket from the foot of the bed, covering him once more while fiercely wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. In his mind, he incessantly repeated to himself, persuading himself, he must not perish here, otherwise his brother would send him abroad. Thus, he is merely contemplating his own interests, devoid of genuine concern or sympathy for him. Forget it. He doesn't wish to dwell on it. Ultimately, it is solely for his own sake. After convincing himself, Huo Yuan felt a significant alleviation in his heart. Sitting at the bedside, he noticed the person on the bed kicking off the blanket again due to the heat. Huo Yuan turned and saw the individual still restless. He furrowed his brow and once more pulled the blanket back over him. Only by covering him will the fever subside. As he observed the person about to move again, Huo Yuan firmly grasped the other's hand, warning with a fierce tone, "If you move again, I'll teach you a lesson." His voice, not particularly quiet, startled Huo Yuan, who was in a daze from the fever. Suddenly hearing Huo Yuan's voice, he lifted his eyelids and met the fierce countenance before him. Unexpectedly, he smiled. Unlike his previous dreams, this time his face bore no traces of blood. Huo Yuan stared at the smile on his face, momentarily taken aback before quickly turning away. His expression clouded with gloom. Chapter 92. Infuriating me, order anything. All expenses are on me, Jiang Yiming declared to Ling Zeyu with gusto. Ling Zeyu took the menu handed to him, teasingly remarked, "Coming here for a meal, it seems your card has truly been unfrozen." Of course. Would I deceive you? After flipping through, Ling Zeyu remained uncertain about what to order, casually selected 2 items, and returned the menu to Jiang Yiming. "You order. It's making my head ache." Jiang Yiming, after receiving it, showed no interest in perusing it, simply raised his hand and called out, "Waiter." He passed the menu over, requesting, "One of everything, please." The waiter paused, visibly perplexed. "Huh?" Jiang Yiming, in good spirits, patiently replied, "One of everything." "The menu has quite a few items, I fear," before the waiter could finish. Jiang Yiming interrupted, "Rest assured, just serve it all." After the waiter departed, Ling Zeyu rested his chin on his hand, commenting, "It seems your life has truly improved." Jiang Yiming, unbothered, wore a joyful expression. "Isn't that a good thing? Besides, it sounds as if you've never ordered like this before." Ling Zeyu touched his nose. Shifting the topic, "So what's the story? Did you come to a realization, or did your parents?" Jiang Yiming understood the insinuation and waved his hand, resolutely stating, "It's impossible that I came to terms with anything. It was my parents. Seeing my determination, they decided not to interfere." Ling Zeyu's eyes widened. Really? It was that simple? Their stance was quite firm before. Previously, they wouldn't even allow Jiang Yiming to return home for his birthday. Jiang Yiming, with a mysterious smile, replied, "That was all because of my sister. She opposed it, thinking I was aimlessly pursuing this with no future." "And now she doesn't oppose it?" Ling Zeyu asked, sipping his juice. "No, she still opposes it, but she is currently preoccupied with her own affairs and has no time to bother with me. My parents have always sided with my sister, and now, because of her situation, they have left me be." After speaking, Jiang Yiming's smile radiated brighter than the sun. "Your sister?" "Indeed, a new primary school has been established on Lingjiang Street. My sister believes that the area is bound to flourish in the future. Although it may seem somewhat remote at present, who can predict what lies ahead?" Thus, she intends to discuss potential collaboration with the authorities. Ling Zeyu appears to have heard about the construction of the school, yet he is curious as to how this relates to your parents' approval of your business venture. It seems there is no apparent connection between the two, does there? Jiang Yiming, lost in thought, appeared somewhat embarrassed. He cleared his throat twice, acknowledging that discussing this matter is indeed a bit awkward, as it concerns his sister's dignity. However, since you're my good friend, you must keep this a secret for her. Noticing the seriousness in Jiang Yiming's tone, Ling Ziyu's curiosity was piqued. What is it? You know, my sister is not one to shy away from hard work. Recently, she has been preoccupied with her collaboration, often leaving early and returning late. My parents believe that she is no longer young and that being solely devoted to her work is not advisable. Hence, they urged her to consider matters of a more permanent nature, but she brushed them off. Ling Zeyu nodded, recalling that Jiang Yiming had previously mentioned that his parents were deeply concerned about his sister's marital prospects. And then, he inquired. Jiang Yiming sighed, initially believing his sister to be an ethereal being untouched by worldly affairs, only to discover she is a carnivorous plant preying upon handsome young men. At this juncture, Jiang Yiming became somewhat agitated. Can you believe it? My sister is secretly keeping a male college student, even a high school boy. One of them was, astonishingly, a former classmate of mine. It infuriates me just to think about it. Ling Ziyu's eyes widened in shock. But he was even more curious about how they found out. Jiang Yiming forced a smile, revealing his discomfort. My mother, worried that my sister's dedication to work might jeopardize her health, asked me to deliver some bone soup she had lovingly prepared. He seldom ventured into his sister's domain, as she forbade it. This time, however, armed with familial authority, he confidently entered the passcode and stepped inside. Once inside, he sensed something was amiss. Ling Zeyu, puzzled, asked what was wrong. There were numerous people in the house, and my sister was blindfolded as they played hide-and-seek. Although it seemed a bit immature, it should not have been problematic. Jiang Yiming clenched his cup in indignation. Have you ever seen anyone playing hide-and-seek without a shirt on? The scene was overwhelming. Upon entering, countless pairs of eyes turned towards him, youthful and handsome faces, chiseled abs, and in the center his sister resembled a capricious monarch, reaching out to catch someone. Unable to suppress her smile. Hearing the commotion, his sister approached him, embracing his waist. Darling, I've caught you, she exclaimed, his face contorted in anger. She then removed her black blindfold, and upon seeing him, her smile froze. Jiang Yiming, are you out of your mind? Ling Zeyu, having heard the tale, nearly choked on his drink, finding it utterly hilarious. Jiang Yiming looked at him with reproach, while he accused me of being insane. I promptly relayed the incident to my mother, and now my sister is busy appeasing my parents, leaving me unbothered. Ling Zeyu noticed that Jiang Yiming appeared rather melancholic. He offered some words of comfort, saying, do not be disheartened. This can be seen as a positive development. Remember the wish you made on your birthday? It seems to have come true. Jiang Yiming pondered for a moment, recalling that indeed it had. However, he couldn't help but feel that his sister's romantic fortunes were perhaps too abundant. Yet, he clarified, my displeasure does not stem from that. Ling Zeyu looked at him with curiosity. After a brief internal struggle, Jiang Yiming confessed, my sister, who has been single for ages, is now supporting a male college student. While I have yet to even hold hands with anyone, it does leave me feeling somewhat resentful. To this, Ling Zeyu responded nonchalantly. Why does it matter that you haven't held hands? I have. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yiming retorted, that doesn't count. Ling Zeyu shot him a dangerous glance, asking, what do you mean it doesn't count? Jiang Yiming hastily added, I mean, in a more affectionate context. Ling Zeyu, redirecting his gaze, conceded that indeed, it did not count. Jiang Yiming continued, but what is so difficult about this? Tell me, do you prefer men or women? Ling Zeyu sensed that Jiang Yiming was somewhat oblivious to such matters, so as a friend, he felt it was his duty to enlighten him about normal relationships. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yiming replied, I don't like women. Ling Zeyu pressed further, what about men? Could it be that you might? Jiang Yiming answered, I don't like men either. Ling Zeyu was perplexed, is that so? Have you never felt a spark for someone throughout your life? Jiang Yiming looked even more puzzled. What does it mean to feel a spark? Ling Zeyu sighed, giving up. It was quite rare to encounter someone as oblivious as Jiang Yiming, who did not even understand the concept of attraction. However, he reasoned that perhaps it was simply a matter of delayed realization. So he comforted him, saying, "It's all right. Not knowing is no big deal. You'll understand in due time." Noticing that Jiang Yiming was still preoccupied with the topic, he changed the subject. "By the way, what time did you get home that night?" On the evening of Jiang Yiming's birthday, Huo Yuan had come to pick him up, and he had fallen asleep in the car, missing any messages from Jiang Yiming. It was only the next morning that he saw Jiang Yiming's message stating that he had forgotten to mention he had arrived home. Jiang Yiming snapped back to reality and shook his head. "I don't know. I drank too much and fell asleep as soon as I got in the car." Ling Zeyu acknowledged this with a simple, "Oh," without giving it much thought, since Jiang Yiming had indeed consumed quite a bit that day. In the end, the table was laden with uneaten food, and Ling Zeyu patted his full stomach, lamenting, "What a waste." Jiang Yiming, unbothered, replied, "It's fine. I'll take it home." Ling Zeyu was somewhat surprised, considering that he had never heard such words come from Jiang Yiming before. Jiang Yiming smiled shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I have a group of adorable little ones at home who are always hungry." Ling Zeyu's smile froze instantly as he recalled this detail, questioning, "Where are they?" Jiang Yiming, now more bashful, remained silent, but cast his gaze toward the empty seat beside him. Ling Zeyu stifled a shiver, feeling a chill run down his spine, and swallowed hard. "Wait, how are they always around? You aren't pulling my leg, are you?" Jiang Yiming innocently spread his hands, expressing his confusion. He remarked that there used to be only one or two spirits around him, but recently he found himself accompanied by an entire entourage. Noticing the displeasure on Ling Zeyu's face, he assured him, "Do not worry. They mean no harm and are quite amiable." Ling Zeyu retorted with a sardonic smile, "Let it keep its distance. I have a fear of ghosts." Jiang Yiming replied, "It complimented your good looks." "Thank you, but I insist it maintains its distance." Ling Zeyu responded. Jiang Yiming continued to persuade. "It mentioned that you look familiar. Have ghosts resorted to such cliches? Could they not employ some fresh vocabulary or novel approaches to flirtation?" Ling Zeyu quipped. Jiang Yiming fell silent, and just as Ling Zeyu was about to inquire further, he noticed Jiang Yiming gazing at him with a puzzled expression. A sense of foreboding arose within Ling Zeyu. What had it said? Jiang Yiming candidly replied, "It claimed to have seen you in the Hall of Yama." Instantly, Ling Zeyu's scalp tingled and his smile faltered. Yet, Jiang Yiming remained blissfully unaware of Ling Zeyu's discomfort. Muttering, "Do not take it to heart. Its mind is likely unhinged, spouting nonsense. A perfectly healthy person is right here, still in the Hall of Yama. I believe it has been fed too much soup and lost its wits." Ling Zeyu chuckled awkwardly indeed. The weather was rather dismal, overcast, as though a heavy downpour was imminent. Consequently, after a brief time, Ling Zeyu and Jiang Yiming parted ways. As he walked, Ling Zeyu found it remarkable that Jiang Yiming could perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Could he possibly possess an innate talent for ghost hunting? It was not entirely implausible. Upon returning home, he encountered Li Yan. With wide eyes, he hurried over and tugged at the other's sleeve, inquiring, "What news?" "What news?" Li Yan replied with an impassive demeanor. "Recently, Master Huo assigned me other tasks, so I've been somewhat preoccupied. However, I am diligently investigating, and I believe an answer will emerge shortly. Young Master Ling must exercise a bit more patience." Ling Zeyu responded with a non-committal "oh," unable to discern whether he felt disappointment or something else. Nevertheless, he resolved to wait. Initially, he had intended to visit Dr. Su in Nanyuan, having heard that he had fallen ill but had not sought medical attention. As he approached the door, he noticed it had started to drizzle. Ling Zeyu sighed. "Very well. I shall wait until the rain subsides." This rain persisted for over half a month, and with the rainy season, summer quietly transitioned. The oppressive heat dissipated, giving way to cooler weather. During this time, Ling Zeyu visited Dr. Su, who had recovered from his illness and appeared to be in good health. Yet, Ling Zeyu could not shake the feeling that matters were not as simple as they seemed. He occasionally noticed Dr. Su walking with an unusual gait, making it difficult for him not to suspect that Huo Yuan had done something to him. Thus, he posed the question, but Dr. Su insisted that it was not Huo Yuan's fault and that it had nothing to do with him. Regardless of what Ling Zeyu said, Dr. Su maintained, it has nothing to do with Huo Yuan. Ling Zeyu felt powerless. Dr. Su was a good person, and he thought that even if Huo Yuan were to hold a knife to Dr. Su's throat, the latter would likely still say, "It is not his concern. I simply collided with it accidentally." In order to shield Dr. Su from the bullying of Huo Yuan, he confided the matter to Huo Yuan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Huo Yuan simply replied, "Ignore them." Reluctantly, Ling Zeyu exited the study, his peripheral vision catching sight of the dust on the floor, along with a broken piece of incense stick. Is no one responsible for cleaning your study? How did the incense end up scattered on the ground? Upon speaking, he frowned and turned to Huo Yuan. "Look, Huo Yuan has lit incense again. He clearly paid no heed to what you said earlier, did he?" Huo Yuan remained silent, his expression inscrutable, yet he assured, "I will have a serious discussion with him." Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Ling Zeyu returned to the Ling family for lunch, but this time they chose to dine out. After a long wait, Ling Feng finally arrived. Ling Zeyu directly inquired, "What is so important that it delayed our meal?" He was aware that he and Ling Yuchen had been waiting for nearly an hour. Ling Feng chuckled as he took a seat beside them. "Oh, it's nothing of great consequence." Despite his words, the smile on his face was unmistakable. Ling Yuchen remarked, "I've never seen anyone so joyful even when winning the lottery in times of poverty." Ling Feng cleared his throat. "It's merely a business deal that has been secured. You may not know, but a primary school is being constructed over at Lingjiang Street. Therefore, the prospects for development there could rival those here. We must act swiftly. Many are eyeing that land, waiting to share in the spoils." Ling Zeyu furrowed his brow. Lingjiang Street? Again? He recalled the last time when Jiang Yiming mentioned that his sister was also interested in the area's potential. "I've heard that too. Even some teachers from our school have resigned to teach there," Ling Yuchen added. Ling Zeyu was taken aback. "Isn't that a bit of a waste? It's an elementary school, after all." Ling Yuchen shrugged. "Who knows? I've heard the compensation is quite generous, but the specifics haven't been disclosed yet. One thing is certain. That street is bustling, and many have set their sights on it." Ling Feng nodded with a grin. "Ling Yuchen is correct. So I'm merely joining in the excitement. After all, that area will be quite a lucrative opportunity." All right. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Let us eat," Ling Feng said, serving a piece of meat to Ling Zeyu and then to Ling Yuchen. Ling Yuchen quipped, "Why did you serve my brother first instead of me?" Ling Zeyu and Ling Feng exchanged glances. "Are you looking for trouble?" Ling Zeyu shot him a threatening look. Ling Yuchen touched his nose. "I saw someone do that online, so I wanted to give it a try. It seems you are itching for a reprimand," Ling Feng retorted with irritation. Later that evening, at the Huo residence, Huo Yuan spotted Huo Yuan from a distance, waiting for someone. Upon arriving at Qiyuan, Huo Yuan saw his brother just finishing a phone call. Huo Yuan glanced at him but ignored his teasing remark, turning to enter the house. Huo Yuan followed closely behind and stated, "Make the dinner light tonight. I plan to eat here." Huo Yuan settled on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea, calmly replying, "Didn't you say you wouldn't dine here? Have you changed your mind?" Huo Yuan settled into the adjacent seat, reclining against the sofa without any pretense, his legs draped casually over the armrest, exuding an air of languid nonchalance. "My home. I come and go as I please." Recently, he had merely wished to change his surroundings, not to sever ties with this place. Huo Yuan refrained from arguing, casting a detached glance at Huo Yuan's feet before setting down his teacup. Huo Yuan, after a brief moment of contemplation, withdrew his legs and arranged himself more properly. "What have you decided regarding the matter we discussed?" Huo Yuan inquired. Huo Yuan's expression remained inscrutable. "I told you, give up on that notion. I have no intention of participating. I simply wish to indulge in idleness. If you were to come, I could share a secret with you." Huo Yuan continued, "Would you not consider it a secret?" Huo Yuan held little interest in such things. "I have no desire to contemplate it. Secrets do not pique my curiosity." Did he not know his brother well enough? Huo Yuan was nothing if not cunning. One could easily fall victim to his schemes. Only someone as simple-minded as Ling Zeyu would regard him as approachable and benevolent. Huo Yuan's demeanor softened. "Oh, I misspoke. This cannot be classified as a secret. It is merely the truth of the matter." Huo Yuan replied, I have no interest in secrets, so do you truly believe I would care for this so-called truth? Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow at him. Su Boyan. Huo Xian paused, his voice turning frigid. What relevance does it have to me? I cannot say if it bears any significance, but should you reconsider, you are welcome to seek me out, Huo Yuan concluded before rising to depart, only to be halted by Huo Xian's voice. Wait. Huo Xian, a hint of displeasure in his tone, remarked. You have yet to instruct the housekeeper to prepare a few light dishes. You mentioned staying for dinner. Huo Yuan replied, no need. At that moment, the door swung open, and Ling Zeyu entered, spotting Huo Yuan immediately. He rushed forward, tiptoeing to embrace Huo Yuan's neck affectionately. Were you waiting for me? Huo Yuan supported his waist, gently patting his back with a calm demeanor. No, it was you who called and asked me to wait. Ling Zeyu chuckled, releasing Huo Yuan's neck, and was about to speak again when he noticed Huo Xian lounging on the sofa. Ah, when did you arrive? Ling Zeyu inquired with genuine curiosity. I spent the afternoon accompanying Ling Yuchen. My legs are sore now, he stated as he made his way to the sofa. Huo Xian remarked dryly. I was wondering who my brother was waiting for. Turns out he was anticipating someone returning from their family home. Ling Zeyu, unfazed, perhaps due to their recent encounters when visiting Dr. Su and sharing several meals, had grown accustomed to Huo Xian's sharp tongue and could not be bothered to retaliate. TSK, you envy me. But why did you come alone? Where is Dr. Su? Ling Zeyu inquired, skillfully crossing his legs. Huo Xian replied, devoid of any particular tone. He is working. Ah, no holiday, even during the festival? But then again, oh, doctors don't get days off. Huo Xian cast a fleeting glance at Ling Zeyu's foot resting on the edge of the coffee table, discreetly averting his gaze before continuing, even if there were a holiday. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. He must return home to celebrate with his family. It is hardly likely he would come here. Oh, indeed. Ling Zeyu felt a peculiar discomfort as he noticed Huo Xian gazing intently at his feet. Confused, he wondered, why are you staring at my feet? At that moment, Huo Yuan approached. Noticing Huo Xian's silence, Ling Zeyu instinctively attempted to retract his feet. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Huo Xian's voice. Brother. Ling Zeyu has placed his feet on the tea table. Ling Zeyu, taken aback, questioned, is there an issue with resting my feet on the tea table? He was perplexed. He often did this, so why was Huo Xian reacting so strongly? Huo Yuan glanced over at Ling Zeyu, immediately furrowing his brow. He walked over, gently lowering Ling Zeyu's feet from the table, while his tone, though firm, carried an undertone of exasperation. I told you not to put them up there. Huo Xian felt a sudden sense of equilibrium, but then he added, what if there is hot water nearby, and you burn yourself? Ling Zeyu responded with an inquisitive "oh," then curiously asked, why is Huo Xian reacting so dramatically? Huo Xian replied with a smirk, what do you think? He was also concerned about Ling Zeyu burning his feet. Ling Zeyu questioned, is he truly that kind-hearted? Huo Xian retorted, am I that benevolent? Just then, Huo Yuan interjected, all right, it's time to eat. Huo Xian, uninterested in the banter, made his way to the dining table. Just as he was about to take a seat, he paused for a moment. Butler Chun, standing nearby, chuckled and remarked, the young master instructed me this morning to prepare more dishes for dinner, specifically requesting several lighter options. I thought perhaps the young master's tastes had changed, but it seems the second young master is dining with us. Huo Yuan approached, silently pulling out a chair for Ling Zeyu before casting a glance at the standing Huo Xian. He coldly inquired, what? Do you expect me to pull out a chair for you as well? Huo Xian masked his emotions, feeling awkward and uneasy, just as he was about to retort. Who needs you to? His words were cut short as Huo Yuan pulled out a chair for him too, his voice softer this time. Please sit down. Ling Zeyu, with a cheerful smile, sat across from Huo Xian, finding amusement in Huo Xian's struggle to articulate his thoughts. He recalled the earlier conversation during lunch with Ling Yu and Chun regarding who should serve the dishes, which seemed quite fitting for Huo Xian at this moment. Throughout the meal, Huo Xian exhibited an unusually hearty appetite. During dinner, Huo Yuan retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet and opened it. At this juncture, Butler Chen offered, let me handle this for the young master. Huo Yuan waved his hand dismissively, no need. He personally poured a glass for Huo Xian, stating, today, let us brothers share a drink.